10 Gods Chapter 747 to Chapter 799. Lin Tian glanced around. The terrain was flat, but the vegetation was sparser. The ground was charred black and cracked. His eyes shone brightly. Baiziki had attacked here and killed a few ferocious beasts comparable to the ninth heaven of the immortal Ascension realm. It was indeed here. He paused for a moment, said something to Wuxing Crocodile, and continued to walk deeper. The gorge of no return was very wide, and the air was not cold. It was relatively normal. Roar. After walking for about a few hundred feet, a ferocious beast covered in white fur rushed out. Its eyes were huge and dark green, and there was a single horn on its head. It was very similar to the corpses of the ferocious beasts he had encountered before. It directly pounced at Lin Tian. It's comparable to the ninth heaven of the immortal Ascension realm. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. The high-grade immortal sword shook, and the towering heaven sword light mercilessly slashed out. With a puff, the ferocious beast that rushed out was beheaded. It twitched on the ground a few times and then stopped moving. He walked forward. In the process, he encountered many ferocious beasts one after another. All of them were not simple. They were very strong, and their demonic power was very strong. However, none of them were particularly terrifying. In the end, they were all killed by his sword. In the blink of an eye, he had walked through the gorge of no return for 3 days. On this day, he found a piece of black stone slag on the ground. It was intertwined with an extremely cold aura, but it was not sinister. Instantly, a divine light flashed across his eyes. This seems to be the Grand Moon Origin Stone? Wuxing Crocodile was surprised. Yes. Lin Tiandao picked up the stone slag from the ground. Back then, when he was in the small village where Xiaoai was, he learned that Baiziki and Baiqiu had dug up a piece of the Grand Moon Origin Stone in the small village, and Baiqiu had kept it. Now that he found a piece of the Grand Moon Origin Stone here, he knew without thinking that Baiqiu and Baiziki had entered a deeper part of the gorge. Let's go deeper. He spoke, and his footsteps became even faster. Each step he took was over 100 feet, and he transformed into an afterimage that flickered within the gorge. As he walked deeper in, he saw quite a number of skeletons. There were humans and members of the sea race. Among them, there were more than 10 skeletons that were still in good condition. The skeletons shone with a crystalline light. With one look, one could tell that the owner of the skeletons was very powerful when he was alive, surpassing the celestial reaching realm. He should be a great Dao realm expert who had entered this perilous land and died in the gorge of no return. Ong! A strange cry rang out as a demon spirit rushed out from the ground. Its 4 limbs were covered in scales, but its body was perfectly round. Its aura was shockingly powerful. Lurking beasts like to feast on humans. They are comparable to half-step great Dao experts. Wuxing Crocodile said. It was very knowledgeable, and it was also a demon, so it naturally knew about these things. The crouching beast let out an ear-piercing shriek. It leaped up and pounced toward Lin Tian as if it had been starving for a long time. Lin Tian did not say anything. He raised the immortal sword in his hand, and a thick towering heaven sword aura slashed down. With a puff, the crouching beast was sent flying with blood splattering everywhere. However, it did not die. With a strange cry, it pounced over again. Lin Tian reached out with his large golden hand and slapped down 3 times in a row, directly smashing the crouching beast into meat paste. What a freakish physical body. A demon beast comparable to a half-step great Dao expert was slapped to death just like that. Wuxing Crocodile muttered. Lin Tian went deeper and soon crossed another few thousand feet. At this moment, 9 continuous red mountain ranges appeared in front of him. They were like 9 dragons coiling on the ground, forming a large circle. There was vegetation on it, but the vegetation was very sparse. Most of it was withered and did not have much essence. 9 mountains forming a large circle? It is really unique. Wuxing Crocodile muttered. Lin Tian stared ahead, but his eyes narrowed. This is a treasure land of creation, he said in a deep voice. A treasure land of creation. Wuxing Crocodile was slightly taken aback. What kind of place is this? A spiritual land of cultivation? A deadly ominous territory. Lin Tiandao said, if one does not understand the power of heaven and earth after entering, even a peak nirvana realm cultivator might be swallowed. A peak nirvana realm cultivator might be swallowed after entering? Are you kidding me, kid? Whooshing Crocodile stared, then said, besides, it's a deadly ominous territory, but it has a literary name like a treasure land of creation. Is there something wrong with his brain? Which bastard gave it this name? Celestial Venerable Zonglong Lin Tiandao. Whooshing Crocodile stared and immediately swallowed his saliva. Lord Crocodile didn't say anything just now. In the history of cultivation in the 10 directions heavenly domain, the 9 celestial lords were all invincible. They could suppress the world with a wave of their hand. Even a wily old fox like Whooshing Crocodile could not help but be in awe of the 9 celestial lords. Lin Tian stared ahead and said, let's go around. He wanted to say go around, but his words suddenly stopped. 2 beams of shocking divine light shot out from his eyes, staring straight at the 9 mountain ranges. In that instant just now, he felt the aura of the source of Een. It was precisely coming from those 9 mountain ranges. I want to go in. He was a little excited. The lunar origin aura was unique to Bai Qiao. What? Whooshing Crocodile was so shocked that he almost fell from his head. Kid, didn't you say that it's a deadly ominous territory? Even a peak nirvana realm cultivator might not be able to come out alive after entering, right? Wasn't it named by the celestial lord Zonglong? You want to enter such a dangerous territory? Are you crazy? I sensed her aura inside. My friend should be trapped in this treasure land. Lin Tianandao. He stared ahead, and his eyes were intertwined. Whooshing Crocodile opened his mouth and was speechless. Your friend really knows how to choose a place to jump. It's really not simple inside. Not only is the terrain dangerous, but there might be many terrifying evil spirits. Lin Tian said, how about this? You wait for me outside, and I'll go in alone. The light in his eyes became more intense, and golden divine lights jumped out. Whooshing Crocodile was unhappy. What are you talking about? Am I a cowardly crocodile? Since I'm already here, I'll go in together. What's the point of waiting for you outside? You have to be loyal to your friends. Hearing Whooshing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian was a little surprised. He smiled and said, I see you in a new light. He stared ahead. Since Whooshing Crocodile had said so, he naturally wouldn't be unreasonable. He walked directly toward the 9 mountains. At the same time, he said, although I'm not 100% sure that I can escape unscathed after entering, I'm at least 50% sure. I've also dabbled a little in the power of heaven and earth. Whooshing Crocodile curled his lips. You've dabbled in a lot. It's okay. Lin Tianandao. He walked in a straight line and soon entered the range of the 9 red mountains. In an instant, the air seemed to become heavy, and there was an oppressive aura around him. This is really unusual. Whooshing Crocodile muttered. Lin Tian nodded and said, after this, no matter what happens, stay on top of my head. Don't move. He walked into the 9 mountains and was clearly much more careful. With every step, the soles of his feet flashed with dragon patterns. He quickly sank into the ground to explore the power of heaven and earth around him. Then, he followed the fluctuations of the aura of heaven and earth and headed forward. Boom! Suddenly, the earth trembled. A demonic shadow about 50 feet tall appeared in front of him. It was like a mountain and pressed down on him. For a moment, the entire space shook, and the sky seemed to be collapsing. F***CK. What the hell? Kid, dodge. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Don't move. Just wait patiently. That's an illusion formed by the power of heaven and earth. In reality, it doesn't exist. It's just an illusion. However, once such an illusion appears, the surrounding space will immediately be filled with killing lights. If you move recklessly and come into contact with the invisible killing lights, even a half-step Great Dao expert won't be able to withstand it and will be killed on the spot. Lin Tianandao. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened even more. It's fake? Are you sure? Lin Tianandao said, I'm sure. His tone was very calm, but Whooshing Crocodile had no choice but to believe him. He simply stared at the huge demonic shadow and stepped forward. With a boom, the demonic shadow raised its leg and pressed down like a mountain, covering Lin Tian and whooshing Crocodile underneath. Oh my god, if what comes after that is real, Lord Crocodile will be the first to become a meat patty. Whooshing Crocodile shrank its head. Kid, if you're wrong, Lord Crocodile will not let you off even if I become a ghost. Lin Tian didn't say anything and directly stepped forward. Boom, the huge demonic shadow's leg landed, shaking the heavens and earth. However, in the next moment, it passed through Lin Tian and whooshing Crocodile's bodies. Nothing happened. It's really an illusion. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. Lin Tian didn't say anything. His footsteps were very regular as he continued to move forward. Not long after, the ground shook again, and an earth corpse rushed out. Its flesh was rotten, and the aura it emitted was extremely shocking. You can't fool Lord Crocodile this time. Kid, walk straight over. Whooshing Crocodile said. It's real this time. Lin Tian said. He directly propped up the divine fire cauldron. The flames surged and drowned the earth corpse. Suddenly, an ear-piercing roar was heard. The corpse chi rushed into the sky like a dark cloud rolling away. F***ck, it's really real. Whooshing Crocodile cursed. Lin Tian held a high-grade Dao weapon and swept out the divine fire. Then, he used a special footwork and bypassed the earth corpse in the blink of an eye. He followed the fluctuation of the lunar chi and stepped forward. Kid, why don't you kill it? Whooshing Crocodile asked. It's formed by the earth vein evil chi. Killing it will take some effort. I don't want to waste time on it now. Lin Tian said. He sensed Bai Qiu's aura and was in a hurry to find him. How could he have the time to kill an earth corpse? Whooshing Crocodile acknowledged and didn't say anything else. Lin Tian's footsteps were neither fast nor slow. The dragon inscriptions under his feet intertwined as he explored the path. Even though he was in a hurry to find Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki, he didn't dare be careless in a place like the treasure grounds of good fortune. Because once he stepped into this place, a single wrong step could lead to his death, so he had no choice but to be extremely cautious. Roar, after walking for another few hundred feet, there was a sudden roar in front of him. The evil chi was threatening. At the same time, the lunar chi was also extremely rich in the evil chi. There was a strong fluctuation of divine power. Lin Tian was surprised and happy. His footsteps immediately quickened. The golden divine light was dazzling and rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. Lin Tian was pleasantly surprised. The purple-clothed girl was none other than Bai Qiu, whom he had been looking for a long time. He finally found her, divine radiance interweaved around his entire body. He took a step forward, his golden fist depressing the skies, smashing down on that three-headed, six-armed creature, directly crushing an expanse of the void. Bang! With a boom, the three-headed, six-armed being was directly sent flying, crashing into a huge yellow rock far away. Sand and dust swirled up like a gust of wind, causing Bai Qiu to retreat in shock. Who? Looking ahead through the sand and dust, Bai Qiu held her sword in front of her chest and stared ahead vigilantly. However, in the next moment, when she saw Lin Tian's appearance, she was instantly stunned. Lin Tian had a smile on his face. Haven't seen each other for a few years, don't you recognize me? Bai Qiu stared blankly for a moment. Then, with a wah, he sheathed his sword and pounced over like a child. He hugged Lin Tian tightly, as if he was afraid that Lin Tian would run away. The girl's unique fragrance floated into his nose. Lin Tian thought of the bits and pieces of their past interactions, and the smile on his face deepened. Io, kid, so your little lover is trapped here. No wonder you're so anxious. Whooshing Crocodile was a big mouth. Lin Tian was too lazy to bother with this rogue crocodile, and rubbed Bai Qiu's head. Bai Qiu recovered from her initial surprise and hurriedly let go of Lin Tian, sniffling. So slow. That year, I thought you'd be back in a month or two. This girl was also an optimist. After complaining for a bit, she quickly became happy. However, to think that you could find this place. We are indeed fated. Seeing Bai Qiu again after a few years, Lin Tian was quite happy. He scanned with his divine sense and discovered Bai Qiu's current realm. fifth heaven of the Ascension realm, not bad. He sized Bai Qiu up and smiled. Oh, you've become prettier too. Really? I think so too. Bai Qiu was quite happy that Lin Tian said she had become prettier. Lin Tian was amused. This girl was still as narcissistic as ever. Hey, hey, hey. You two are so lovey-dovey. How can you just ignore Master Crocodile? Wuxing Crocodile was dissatisfied. Lin Tian ignored it. Bai Qiu, on the other hand, looked up curiously and poked the Five Elements crocodile. Then, she looked at Lin Tian. Why did you put a lizard on your head? Lin Tian, bah. Little girl, what's wrong with your eyes? Look carefully, I'm an alligator. Great crocodile, do you understand? The Wuxing crocodile was infuriated. It was an ancient beast, yet it was called a lizard by a human girl. As it spoke, it stared at Bai Qiu and spread open a pair of wings on its back. Bai Qiu's beautiful eyes widened, and her mouth formed an O shape. Lizards have wings? Lin Tian, Wuxing crocodile, F*ck. Lin Tian actually wanted to laugh, but he held back in the end. Boom, at this moment, a violent roar sounded. In the distance, the three-headed, six-armed creature that was sent flying by Lin Tianyi stood up again. Its murderous aura was oppressive, and an extremely tyrannical aura spread out, causing hurricanes to appear in the surroundings. Lin Tian protected Bai Qiu behind him and looked up. Be careful, this big guy is very powerful. Bai Qiu said. Wuxing crocodile found an opportunity and immediately attacked Bai Qiu. It's not that it's very powerful, but you're too weak. Little lizard, don't talk nonsense. I'm not weak. Even a half-step great Dao expert is no match for me. Moreover, I still have a great technique that I haven't used. If I use it, it won't be able to defeat me. Bai Qiu said. Wuxing crocodile didn't believe her. Little girl, you're bragging. You're just a little girl. How can you defeat a half-step great Dao expert? As it spoke, its face darkened. Also, don't call Lord Crocodile a little lizard. Lord Crocodile is a crocodile, a crocodile. When it heard the name Little Lizard, it really had the urge to bang its head against the wall. Alright. Bai Qiu nodded and said, Little Crocodile. Wuxing Crocodile, F*ck. That's not even as good as a little lizard. Lin Tian stared at the three-headed, six-armed creature in front of him. With a sweep of his divine sense, he could sense the strength of the other party. It was comparable to an ordinary great Dao expert. Of course, this was only comparable to a great Dao expert in terms of strength. If all kinds of techniques were used together to make a comprehensive comparison, the other party was still far from a true great Dao expert. It can be called invincible under the great Dao. He muttered to himself. Bai Qiu tugged at him and asked softly, Can you defeat it? Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh. You already said that you can defeat it. Do you think I'm weaker than you? He asked Bai Qiu to stand still while he took a step forward. Golden divine light shone out of his body, becoming extremely dazzling. You've reached the connecting celestial tier. Bai Qiu blinked. However, he immediately felt somewhat puzzled, and mumbled, but it's so strange. I feel that your aura has changed completely. It wasn't like this before. Moreover, your true essence wasn't golden in color, either. In the past, when he was below the connecting celestial tier, Lin Tian cultivated the Yin-Yang Sutra. After he reached the connecting celestial tier, he replaced it with the Sun Heart Sutra. Naturally, there were some changes to his aura. The color of his newly born divine power was also different from the color of his true essence. Roar, at this moment, a violent roar rang out in front of him. The three-headed, six-armed creature strode over, and its 6 arms pressed down together. With a crack, the void was torn apart. Lin Tian strode forward and directly clenched his fists. His golden fist shook the sky. Bang! 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 His punches were very fast. 2 golden fists clashed with the enemy's 6 arms, sending out waves of vibrations in the air. After a few breaths, with a poof, blood exploded. One of the three-headed, 6-armed creature's arms was smashed to pieces. So powerful. Bai Qiu's mouth formed an O shape again. she had just used a powerful sword technique, but it hadn't left a single mark on the creature's body. However, now, Lin Tian had used only his fists to shatter one of the creature's arms. This really surprised her. However, this was only for a moment. In the next moment, she was no longer surprised. She stared at Lin Tian and mumbled softly, "He's still the same as before. His body is as strong as a dragon's." In front of him, the three-headed, six-armed creature roared. Its three faces all became ferocious, and its eyes were blood-red. Lin Tian didn't show any mercy. Arcs of electricity interwove at the tip of his fist, and a powerful punch pressed forward. Poof, blood splattered. The three-headed, six-armed creature was blasted into the sky. Its remaining 5 arms all exploded. Lin Tian's feet flashed. In the next moment, he appeared beside the creature and pressed down with his golden fist again. Boom! The violent punch was like the sound of a sacred drum. It pierced through the void and landed heavily on the creature's abdomen. With a poof, the creature was torn to pieces and directly exploded in the sky. It was smashed to death? Bai Qiu stared. Lin Tian landed and stepped on the ground again. He returned to Bai Qiu's side and said with a smile, "How was it?" After his cultivation reached the 6th heaven of the connecting immortal realm, his divine power had become more vigorous. Naturally, his physique had become more powerful as well. Now, in terms of physique, even an 8th heaven of the Great Path cultivator might not be able to defeat him. Very powerful. Like a freak. Bai Qiu was surprised. "Lin Tian, don't you know how to speak? What did you mean by like a freak?" After dealing with that creature, he suddenly glanced left and right, feeling somewhat puzzled. "Where's your brother?" he asked. He saw Bai Qiu here but did not see Bai Ziki. This made him feel very strange. He knew how much Bai Ziki doted on his only sister. It was impossible for him to let Bai Qiu face such a powerful demon spirit alone. Hearing Lin Tian mention Bai Ziki, Bai Qiu immediately became anxious. At the same time, she sniffled. "These 9 mountains are very strange. After my brother and I entered here, we couldn't get out no matter how hard we tried. We were in danger several times. I think it was 3 months ago when we were attacked by a group of very powerful evil spirits. My brother and I got separated. I haven't been able to find him." Lin Tian suddenly understood. No wonder Bai Qiu would fight the 3-headed, 6-armed creature alone here and not see Bai Ziki. It turned out that the siblings were separated. He rubbed Bai Qiu's head and comforted her. "Don't worry. That pig head should still be here. Moreover, you know that he's very strong. Nothing will happen to him. We'll find him immediately." Bai Qiu nodded. Now that Lin Tian was by her side, she felt more at ease. It was as if she had an extra pillar of support. "Do you have any clues?" he asked Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu shook her head dejectedly. She pointed to the northwest and said to Lin Tian Dao, "I only remember that my brother was swept in that direction." In the past 3 months, she had been heading in that direction. However, there were too many evil spirits and demon beasts here. Moreover, some of the terrain was very strange. She had almost been in danger several times. After walking for so long, she had not been able to cross that far. "Alright, it's fine as long as we know the general location." Lin Tian Dao. He pulled Bai Qiu and walked towards the northwest without hesitation. The Gorge of No Return was very vast. The air inside was not cold, but the terrain was very complicated. 2 people and 1 crocodile walked towards the northwest. Gradually, a hazy mist floated out of the air. The mist was very light at first, but it soon became thick, causing the surrounding scenery to become much blurrier. With pure vision, one could only see the scene 1 meter away. "Kid, this mist is strange. Lord Crocodile feels that my sense of direction has become chaotic. My divine consciousness can't distinguish it." Whooshing Crocodile suddenly said. "Me too." Bai Qiu also said. Lin Tian pulled Bai Qiu and continued to move forward. He said, "It's okay. I can distinguish it." The mist was produced by the earth vein essence qi, so it interfered with divine sense. However, he had the dragon burial scripture, so although his divine sense was interfered with, his grasp of the surrounding terrain was not affected. Once the dragon mark appeared, he could clearly see everything around him. Really? Are you sure you can distinguish it? Wuxing Crocodile said, "You said before that these 9 mountains are very dangerous. One wrong step and you may die. Don't try to be brave just because your little lover is by your side. Your life is more important." Lin Tian was too lazy to bother with it. His pace was neither fast nor slow. He pulled Bai Qiu forward. With every step, dense dragon patterns flickered and quickly disappeared into the ground, then extended in all directions. However, in the next moment, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Kid, what's wrong? Is there a problem?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian's eyes intertwined with the light of the dragon patterns. Something came out, and a lot of it. The surrounding fog was hazy. Listening to Lin Tian's words, Wuxing Crocodile was stunned. "There's something? Why didn't I see it?" In this fog, not only was one's vision hindered, but one's divine sense was also greatly affected. It was difficult to perceive the surroundings. Bai Qiu didn't see or feel it, but he didn't say anything. He just carefully looked around. "You'll see it soon." Lin Tian Dao. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, pairs of green eyes lit up in the surrounding fog. They looked a little demonic, causing the temperature of the space to suddenly drop a lot. A chill swept out. Wuxing Crocodile stared. "What the hell is this?" "They're all evil spirits formed by the earth vein evil qi." Lin Tian Dao. Bai Qiu glanced around and muttered, "There are so many of them." The green eyes were particularly dazzling in the hazy fog. Even if one's vision and divine sense were hindered, one could still see them at a glance. The next moment, these green eyes all came over, making whooshing sounds. "Kid, they're here," Wuxing Crocodile said. Bai Qiu immediately wanted to use the Bai family's great technique, but he was stopped by Lin Tian. "I'll do it." Lin Tian Dao. With a buzz, he directly propped up the yin-yang lotus sea. The dense black and white lotus petals swept out like black and white swords. Suddenly, ear-piercing screams rang out. His yin-yang lotus sea was able to restrain all evils. These creatures with green eyes were formed from baleful qi, so they were naturally a type of evils. Under his sea of consciousness, it was very difficult for them to withstand. In the blink of an eye, all the green eyes disappeared, and the chill in the air disappeared. "Let's go." Lin Tian Dao. He pulled Bai Qiu along as he strode forward slowly and steadily. With every step he took, dragon patterns would interweave beneath his feet. Even though the mist in the surroundings was extremely dense, it did not affect him in the slightest. The dragon patterns stretched out, and everything was directly presented in his sea of divine sense. Soon, the mist in the air became faint and slowly disappeared. His vision and divine sense were no longer affected. At this moment, as far as the eye could see, the surrounding soil turned even redder. "Who?" Suddenly, a gust of strong wind swept up from not far away. In the blink of an eye, dozens of strange creatures appeared in their field of vision. They had no nose on their faces, only a mouth and an eye. They looked demonic and horrifying, causing one's scalp to go numb. The auras these single-eyed creatures released were all extremely powerful, and their fiendish auras were extremely dense. They were like death gods as they pressed towards the 2 individuals and the alligator. They are truly comparable to great Dao experts. Every single one of them is more than 10 times stronger than the 6-armed monster from before. Wuxing Crocodile glared at him. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu naturally sensed the aura emanating from the other party's body, and their expressions changed. In the blink of an eye, dozens of one-eyed creatures approached. Their murderous auras swirled around them as they attacked the 2 people and the crocodile. "Don't attack, just dodge them." Lin Tian Dao. With so many powerful creatures gathered together, it was obviously not a wise choice to fight them head-on. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet flickered, forming a dragon pattern. He pulled Bai Qiu with him as they shuttled through the dozens of single-eyed creatures. His steps were strange, looking mysterious and dreamy. It was as if he was stepping on Dao marks as he moved forward, but it also seemed like he was teleporting. The single-eyed creatures around him were clearly densely packed, and they were all madly attacking, but they could not even scratch the corner of his clothes. Whooshing Crocodile glared. Brat, your movement speed is suddenly faster than a Wuxian expert. How did you do it? I just wanted to do it, so I did it. Lin Tian said casually. The terrain of this place was a little special. He temporarily borrowed the momentum here to use the dragon burial scripture. Relying on this special terrain, his speed naturally could not be measured by common sense. In the blink of an eye, he circled around the dozens of single-eyed creatures and continued forward. Soon, a day passed, and the two people and the alligator walked far away. Big Brother's aura, I can feel it. It's just ahead. Bai Qiu was pleasantly surprised and pointed at a mountain in front of them. Lin Tian naturally also felt Bai Ziqi's aura. It was coming from the mountain that Bai Qiu pointed at. He looked at the mountain, and the light of the dragon patterns intertwined in his eyes. In the next moment, he frowned. Just now, he used the dragon burial scripture to explore. He only felt that the mountain seemed to be in a boundless fog, but it also seemed to be in a nest of ferocious beasts. The mountain itself was like a ferocious beast that wanted to devour all creatures that came close. Your big brother really knows how to choose a place to jump. He was speechless. No matter how he looked at it, that mountain was the most dangerous place in this blessed land. Bai Qiu tilted her head to look at him and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Lin Tian shook his head. Since he found Bai Ziqi's aura, he naturally would not hesitate and directly pulled Bai Qiu toward the mountain. He was very fast. The dragon pattern scanned the surroundings to find a safe route. It didn't take long for them to reach the front of the mountain. When they were close to the mountain, the surrounding air seemed to be more oppressive. There was a majestic force in the air as if the Milky Way was about to fall from the sky. Brat Lin, this. Why does this mountain look like a monster? Lord Crocodile has a bad feeling about this place. Whooshing Crocodile muttered. That's right. Lin Tian said. When they arrived, Bai Ziqi's aura became stronger. It was coming from the mountain. He didn't stop and directly stepped into the mountain with Bai Qiu. Entering the mountain, there was very sparse vegetation growing in the mountain. They could only see one every few hundred feet. Moreover, they were all withered. Most of them were crimson stones and yellow soil. It's an ominous place at first glance. Whooshing Crocodile muttered. Little crocodile, don't be long-winded. Can you be a man? I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? Bai Qiu said. Whooshing Crocodile, #yen. Don't call me little crocodile. Lin Tian scanned the surroundings. The dragon pattern on the soles of his feet spread out and spread to the surroundings. He followed Bai Ziqi's aura and walked forward. As he walked, his pace seemed to be slower. He was very cautious. Whoosh, a breeze blew. Not far away, a withered old tree swayed with the wind. On the withered tree, yellow leaves fell and drifted towards the two people and the crocodile with the breeze. Whooshing Crocodile stared at the yellow leaves and said in surprise, "Why do these leaves look like a human?" Bai Qiu looked over and agreed. Yes, the leaf network on the leaves looks like the meridians of the human body. Let's grab a piece and take a look. Whooshing Crocodile stretched out its claws and stretched forward. Stop, don't move. Lin Tian stared at the leaves for a while. The next moment, he was moved. He swayed his feet and used the dragon pattern to explore the way. In an instant, he moved more than 30 feet away. Brat, how, swish, before Whooshing Crocodile could finish speaking, a withered leaf landed on a red boulder in the area where they were previously. It instantly melted the boulder completely. At the same time, other leaves fell. Anything that came into contact with them melted in the blink of an eye. Not even a speck of dust was left. Immediately, Whooshing Crocodile and Bai Qiu could not help but be shocked. Whooshing Crocodile opened its mouth. Those leaves. Lin Tian glanced at the withered trees in this mountain and said, "These old trees are soul-bearing trees. The leaves are soul-bearing leaves. They look no different from ordinary leaves. However, once they come into contact with them, they will immediately suffer. Not to mention their bodies will be corroded, even their divine power and soul will be annihilated in an instant. Even great Dao realm experts will not be able to withstand it. It's so cruel? Whooshing crocodile widened its eyes. Lin Tian nodded. This mountain is the most dangerous place in this terrain. Don't underestimate anything. He spoke very seriously. He sized up the surroundings and continued forward. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the two of them and the crocodile had already been in this mountain for more than 12 hours. Boom, at this moment, an astonishing divine power fluctuation came from ahead. The power of lightning surged. It's brother. Bai Qiu was delighted. A glint flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. His speed immediately increased. Soon, he crossed a distance of more than 10,000 feet. There was a depression in front of them. Large boulders were scattered around. A purple-clothed young man was fighting with a group of humanoid creatures with black scales. These humanoid creatures were all more than 10 feet tall. They were like giants and were very strong. The purple-clothed young man was Baiziki. Lightning interweaved around his body, and he killed a humanoid creature. Black blood splattered all over the sky. As far as the eye could see, there were more than 30 humanoid creatures lying on the ground. They were all corpses. They had all been killed. Brother. Bai Qiu was pleasantly surprised. After more than 3 months, she had finally found her biological brother. Naturally, she was very happy. When Baiziki heard this, he quickly turned his head to look. When he saw Bai Qiu, his somewhat resolute expression instantly relaxed. Clearly, he had been very worried about her during this period. However, in the next moment, his gaze focused. He saw Lin Tian beside Bai Qiu. It's you. Lin Tian waved his hand and greeted with a smile. Yo. Baiziki snorted coldly. Clearly, he still did not like him. Lightning interweaved around his body as he fought with a group of humanoid creatures that were more than 10 feet tall. There were many of these humanoid creatures, and all of them were very terrifying. They were far stronger than ordinary half-step Great Dao experts. Although they were not invincible under the Great Dao realm, they were close. Whooshing crocodile glanced at the dozens of humanoid creatures' corpses on the ground and was a little surprised. These humanoid creatures, one of them is equivalent to 5 half-step Great Dao experts. He is facing so many of them at the same time and actually slaughtered more than 30 of them alive. Moreover, he doesn't seem to have suffered any injuries. It's just that his divine power is about to dry up. Lin Tian was not very surprised. Baiziki's talent was astonishing. Moreover, he had the thunder god physique. His battle prowess had always been very terrifying. Help! Bai Qiu pushed him. What's the hurry? Let's wait a little longer. Lin Tian pursed his lips. At the same time, he pulled Bai Qiu back, not allowing her to go forward. You saw it just now. He snorted coldly at me the moment we met. Let those monsters beat him up first. Bai Qiu was stunned. Then, she became furious. What are you talking about? Hearing Whooshing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian was speechless. Who's being despicable? Don't you know how to talk? Help! Bai Qiu was so angry that he pushed Lin Tianyi again. At this moment, Baiziki was surrounded by a group of humanoid creatures that were about 10 feet tall. His divine power was really about to be depleted. Even though his attacks weren't messy, his footsteps were faintly shaky. Kid, if you don't help now, your brother-in-law might accidentally die. Whooshing Crocodile laughed. Lin Tian looked ahead and saw that Baiziki's situation was becoming more and more obvious. Baiziki's stamina was about to run out. Lin Tian stopped watching and let go of Bai Qiu. With a step, he flashed over and kicked away a humanoid creature that was attacking Baiziki. You killed more than 30 great beasts by yourself. Not bad. He said. Baiziki snorted coldly. He did not want to talk to him. Lin Tian pursed his lips. Golden divine light surged around his body. A divine sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out a large sword light. Clang, the ear-piercing sound of the sword reverberated. He used the High Heaven Sword scripture, so his attack was naturally shockingly powerful. It did not take long for him to tear apart a powerful humanoid creature and mince it into minced meat. Baiziki was moved. A glint flashed across his eyes. He was obviously shocked by Lin Tian's sword technique. So powerful. Bai Qiu was also shocked. Clang, 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 the sound of the sword was ear-piercing, and it reverberated in this space. Lin Tian used the high heaven sword scripture to the extreme. The golden sword light swept across the sky. It was really unstoppable. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. It tore apart powerful humanoid creatures one after another. Blood splattered all over the sky. Very quickly, 2 hours passed. Poof, Lin Tian slashed out a 3-meter-long sword light with the back of his hand, killing the last humanoid creature. Its demonic body was directly torn into pieces. In an instant, the place became much quieter. Lin Tian put away his immortal sword and looked at Baiziki. He teased, "Baiziki, can you stand still? Do you want me to support you?" Baiziki snorted coldly. His face was slightly pale. He secretly operated the Bai family's mental cultivation method to absorb the spiritual energy in this space to heal his injuries. Bai Qiu ran over and grabbed Baiziki's arm. "Brother, are you hurt?" Baiziki shook his head and looked Bai Qiu up and down. Seeing that Bai Qiu was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. Lin Tian studied Baiziki. Now, Baiziki was in the 8th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. Although his divine power was almost depleted, the aura he naturally exuded was still very strong. He really did seem to have a trace of the majesty of the thunder god. Boom, suddenly, the space trembled. An evil aura swept out from the depths of the mountain, causing the sky to tremble. As soon as this aura appeared, the heaven and earth instantly became deathly silent. As far as the eye could see, there was a mine in the depths of the mountain. The evil aura spread out from there, as if the door to the underworld had been opened. Instantly, Lin Tian and Bai Qiu's expressions changed. They were both shocked by this aura. Even Wuxing Crocodile, who had once reached the peak of Nirvana realm, was no exception. He felt a deep sense of horror. "That mine is a little scary. We can't go near it. Now that we found the person, don't stay. Hurry up and leave." Wuxing Crocodile spoke very quickly. At this time, the aura overflowing from the mine was really terrifying. It was a little scary, and it gave people a deep sense of powerlessness. Lin Tian grunted. Naturally, he also felt the danger of the mine. Without any hesitation, he immediately turned around and went back the way he came. Baiziki frowned and didn't say anything. He followed Bai Qiu and followed Lin Tian. Soon, an hour passed. "Kid, after walking for so long, why does Grandpa Crocodile feel that we are closer to the mine?" Wuxing Crocodile suddenly said. "I feel the same way," Bai Qiu whispered. In the beginning, they were only about 50 miles away from the mine in the depths of the mountain, but now, after walking with their backs to the mine for an hour, they seemed to be only 40 miles away from the mine. Lin Tian frowned and looked into the distance. After walking for an hour, they were indeed a little closer to the mine. Baiziki spoke at this time and said in a deep voice, "This mountain is very strange. After I stepped here, I tried to walk out several times, but I failed. No matter how I walked, I was getting closer and closer to the depths of the mountain. Instead, I attracted many evil spirits." Earlier, when Lin Tian was walking out, he frowned because he had already done it several times before. However, he had failed every time. At this time, Lin Tian and the others also failed. That's why he mentioned this matter. "Brother-in-law, why did you jump in here?" Wuxing Crocodile said angrily. Baiziki stared at Wuxing Crocodile and frowned. In the end, he just snorted coldly. "Okay, let's continue." Lin Tian Dao. After speaking, he continued to walk in the opposite direction of the mine in the depths of the mountain. However, after a few hours, he found that his group was even closer to the mine. They were only 30 miles away. At this time, the sky gradually became dark, and the full moon rose. The moonlight sprinkled on the mountain, making it a vast expanse of silver. The world became much quieter because of this. Lin Tian, Baiziki, and the others walked out, but at this moment, it was not quiet at all. They had been walking with their backs to the mine for a long time, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not get far away from the mine. It was as if there was a terrifying force pulling them, trying to pull them into the mine. Even if Lin Tian used the dragon burial scripture, it was useless. As time passed, the night grew darker, and more monsters appeared in this mountain range. In the east, a single-horned wolf howled at the sky. It was ferocious and intimidating, comparable to a seventh firmament of the great Tao cultivator. In the south, a few old corpses were breathing in and out moonlight toward the starry sky. Corpse chi interweaved around like an ocean. In the west, a group of one-eyed creatures stood alone and did not move. They were demonic and terrifying. In the north, a 15-meter-tall giant demon was walking. Every step it took made the earth tremble. At the same time, all kinds of monsters appeared in other corners of this mountain. They were all very unusual. It's a gathering of demons and ghosts. Whooshing Crocodile curled his lips. Stop joking. Let's go quickly. Lin Tiandao. He appeared to be very careful. The dragon burial scripture was circulating rapidly. More and more dragon patterns entered the ground, searching for the veins of this world. They moved out of the mountain. The route was indeed toward the outside. However, when he came back to his senses, their group was closer to the mine. They were less than 20 miles away. We won't be trapped here forever, right? This is not good. We'll be dismembered and eaten by the demons and ghosts here. Whooshing Crocodile stared. In fact, at this time, there were already demons in the darkness staring at them. A few old corpses in the south strode over and stared straight at Lin Tian, Bai Ziki, and Bai Qiu. They were surrounded by thick corpse chi. Let's go. Don't face them head-on. It'll attract more monsters. Lin Tiandao. He seriously circulated the dragon burial scripture and used the dragon patterns to explore the surrounding environment and terrain. He continued to lead the way in front. However, after an hour, there was still no effect. Instead, they were only 19 miles away from the mine. Kid, how are you leading the way? Lord Crocodile is coming. Whooshing Crocodile said. As it spoke, it flew out from Lin Tian's head and said, 3 little cubs, follow your Lord Crocodile. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. The distance between the 3 of them and the crocodile became 14 miles. Lin Tian glanced at it, and the latter suddenly looked embarrassed. Let me do it. Bai Qiu stepped forward bravely. After an hour, the distance between them and the mine became 11 miles. The 2 of them and the crocodile tilted their heads and looked at Bai Ziki. Didn't I say before? Before you came, I had already walked hundreds of times. It's useless. Bai Ziki said. Whooshing Crocodile looked at the mine in the depths of the mountain. As it was closer, the evil and terrifying aura was more profound. It couldn't help but curse, damn it. What kind of broken place is this? It's so evil. This kind of general trend involves a lot of things. It can't be judged with common sense. Lin Tiandao. His mood was a little heavy. In the past, he had encountered similar dangerous situations that were difficult to get out of. However, relying on the dragon burial scripture, he spent some essence and finally walked out. But now, this blessed land was too extraordinary. He had already brought out a dense number of dragon patterns underground, but it was useless. He couldn't leave this mountain at all. It was as if there was an invisible demonic power shrouding them, trying to pull them into the mine. What should we do now? Or do we keep walking out like this? But Lord Crocodile thinks that it's useless no matter how far we go. Whooshing Crocodile sighed. What should we do? Bai Qiu looked at Lin Tian, then at his brother Bai Ziki, and then at Lin Tian. Bai Ziki frowned. Although he was very strong, he was helpless in the face of this kind of general trend. Lin Tian stared at the mine. Dragon patterns intertwined in his eyes. After a pause, he said, we can only enter that mine. What? Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. Kid, are you stupid? Not only it, but even Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu looked at him. At this time, even though they were very far away, they could feel that the mine was very scary. It was like the gate to hell. There was a demonic force leading them there, and they had been avoiding the mine all this time. But now, Lin Tian actually said that they could directly enter the mine. Lin Tian stared at the mine with a serious expression, but he was very calm. He said, first, no matter where we go now, we can't get out. We're always close to the mine. This is a kind of reverse trend. If we want to break through this reverse trend, we can only enter the mine and find a way out of the mountain. In other words, we can only leave this mountain by entering the mine. There's no other choice. Second, in this mountain, the great calamities seem to have discovered us and are approaching us. We can't stop them all. Third, this place is called the Blessed Land of Fortune. Although it's called the Ominous Territory, there's another meaning to it. That is, there's an extraordinary divine item in this general trend. As he spoke, his eyes shone brightly as he stared at the mine in the depths. I'm guessing that if this blessed land really gave birth to a divine item, then the divine item must be in that mine. End of chapter. Listening to Lin Tian's words, Bai Ziki, Bai Qiu, and Wuxing Crocodile were all moved. Bai Qiu and Wuxing Crocodile said at the same time, "Is there a god artifact there?" After that, the man and crocodile stared at each other again. Lin Tian nodded and said, "If there is a god artifact here, it must be there. You just said that this place is against the trend of heaven and earth. Do you know anything about it?" Bai Ziki glanced at Lin Tianyi. "I dabbled in it a little." Lin Tian glanced back. At this time, there was a low roar, and the earth was shaking. Many ferocious spirits in this mountain range were approaching. "There's no time. Let's go." Lin Tian Dao. After he finished speaking, he immediately walked in the front and headed toward the mine. There was a saying in ancient times that they would fight to survive. That was what they had to do now. Only by entering the mine could they find a way out of the mountain range. The ferocious spirits roared all around. The terrifying one-eyed creature, the terrifying demonic shadow, and the violent ferocious wolf were all closing in. Wuxing Crocodile looked behind and immediately shrank its neck. "Hurry up. We are going to be swallowed." As it spoke, it was indignant. "Kid," Lord Crocodile realized that you are really a jinx. Nothing good ever happens after meeting you. First, I lost my cultivation. Then, I was chased by ghosts. After walking for a month in the underground river, I am now being chased by a group of monsters and ferocious spirits. As it complained, it became even angrier. Damn it. If Lord Crocodile's cultivation was still at its peak, these little bastards would be nothing. Lord Crocodile would stare them to death. Lin Tian couldn't be bothered with it. He used the dragon tattoo to open a path underground. His speed was neither fast nor slow, and they were getting closer and closer to the mine. As they got closer to the mine, the oppressive aura became stronger, and the space became quieter. "Eh? Why do I see a few corpses walking in the cave?" Bai Qiu suddenly said. These words undoubtedly shocked the other two people and the crocodile. Wuxing Crocodile said angrily, "Little girl, don't talk nonsense. We have already decided to go there to seize the divine object. Bah, to find a way out. Don't hurt our morale." That mine was very unusual. If there were corpses moving inside, they would be at least at the divine ghost level, which was enough to completely destroy them. Bai Qiu nodded and muttered, "All right, maybe I was mistaken." Lin Tian and Bai Ziki both glanced at Bai Qiu, a glint flashing across their eyes. "In short, we can only go to that place now. After entering that place, we must be very careful." Lin Tian Dao. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Bai Qiu had the Lunar King physique and had the lunar origin. Her perception of evil spirits was much more sensitive than his. Now that Bai Qiu said that she saw corpses walking in the mine, it was very likely that there were corpses moving inside. If that was the case, those corpses would be very scary, and they would not be able to stop them. However, they had no choice now. If they did not enter the mine, they would not be able to leave. Moreover, they would not be able to stop the monsters and evil spirits in this mountain range. This terrain has nurtured many evil spirits, but at the same time, it has trapped them here. Otherwise, if they were allowed to walk out, who knows how big of a disaster it would cause. He muttered to himself. Roar. The moonlight became even more hazy. There were shocking roars of fierce beasts that shook the sky. As the moonlight in the sky became brighter, the evil spirits in this mountain range also became more active. They were originally slowly approaching Lin Tian and the others, but now they were running and chasing after them. For a moment, the ground shook. There was a dark demonic mist surging, and gray demonic light intertwining. A large amount of sand and dust sputtered from the ground. Lin Tian was moved, and he immediately sped up. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu had powerful cultivation, so their speed was naturally not bad. They followed behind him steadily. Soon, they finally came to the depths of this mountain range and appeared in front of the mine. Standing in front of the mine at a close distance, they saw that there was a dark mist in the cave, as if it was a demonic realm. At this time, they stood at the entrance of the mine as if their minds were about to be swallowed by the mine. What a demonic place. It makes Lord Crocodile's heart palpitate. Whooshing Crocodile muttered. After all, it had reached the peak of Nirvana realm and had seen a lot. However, at this moment, facing the mine, it felt a chill down its spine. Roar. In the distance, the 5-meter-tall demonic shadow and other evil spirits had approached and stopped at a position hundreds of feet away from the mine. Although they stared at Lin Tian and the others and roared, they did not dare to come closer. Obviously, they were afraid of the mine. Such a scene made Bai Ziki frown. The actions of these evil spirits undoubtedly made the mine even more terrifying. Let's go. This is the only way now. Lin Tian Dao. After saying that, he walked into the mine first. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu naturally did not hesitate and followed in. As soon as they entered the mine, the three people and the crocodile suddenly felt a tremor in their hearts. They only felt a chill down their spine. This is really not a place for crocodiles to come. If we don't find the divine object in here. Bah, if we don't find a way out, we are really sorry for crocodiles. Whooshing Crocodile said. The three of them didn't pay any attention to it. They were all looking around vigilantly. The space in this mine was very large. There were red stones and sand everywhere. At the same time, there was a faint black mist floating in the air, giving people a gloomy feeling. It was as if they were really walking in the underworld. The dragon patterns on Lin Tian's feet flickered. Strands of dragon patterns sank into the ground and extended in all directions to explore the direction of the mine. They walked in the mine and walked deeper into the mine. From time to time, the sound of their own footsteps could be heard from both sides. Kid, have you found a way out? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian walked forward. While exploring the path with the dragon patterns, he said, Do you think this is like picking up stones and you can find it as soon as you come in? Whooshing Crocodile pursed its lips and did not say anything. Not only was the mine vast, but there were also many forks. The deeper they went, the colder the air became. Da-ba. 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 The three of them walked in the mine. Their footsteps kept echoing in the air. Speaking of which, kid, why are the footsteps echoing out getting weirder and weirder? It seems like there are a few more people. Whooshing Crocodile said. I think so too. Bai Qiu muttered. The next moment, a faint light flickered from her body. She suddenly turned her head and looked behind her. About 10 feet away from them, 5 figures were following behind them. Their faces were as white as paper, without the slightest trace of blood. It was 5 corpses. Immediately, Bai Qiu reminded them loudly, causing Lin Tian and the others to look back. Then, their expressions changed. There were 5 corpses following behind them, but they did not notice. It's them. The corpses I saw outside were them. Bai Qiu said. The 5 corpses stood side by side. The clothes on their bodies were very ancient. One of the old corpses grinned at the three of them and the crocodile. Suddenly, blood gushed out from its mouth, making it look 10 times more terrifying. Damn, you're already dead and you're still vomiting blood. Do you have to scare me like that? Whooshing Crocodile cursed. The 5 corpses did not roar. They continued to move and pounced toward the 3 of them and the crocodile. There was no terrifying yin qi or shocking ghost fog, but there was an extremely terrifying aura pressing toward them. Let's go. Lin Tian made a prompt decision. These 5 old corpses were even more terrifying than the 3 ghosts he had encountered in the underground space. If these 5 corpses were to work together, they would definitely not be a match for them if they did not rely on external objects to fight head-on. Therefore, the wisest choice was to stay away from them. For a moment, the three of them rushed forward together with the sound of something breaking through the air. Behind them, the 5 old corpses chased after them. They were not slow either. Their faces were as white as snow, and there was no change in their expressions. They were very stiff. However, it was precisely because of this that they were even more terrifying and terrifying. "Kid, hurry up," Whooshing Crocodile urged. Lin Tian stepped forward while paying attention to his back. The distance between them and the 5 old corpses was getting closer. He gritted his teeth slightly. A light flickered between his eyebrows. He directly propped up the yin-yang lotus sea and faced the 5 old corpses head-on. Clang! The black and white lotus sword vibrated and clanged, slashing at the 5 old corpses like a divine sword. He naturally did not think that this could kill or heavily injure the 5 old corpses. He only wanted to use this to disrupt them and slow them down a bit to increase the distance between them. Baiziki's expression was calm. He clearly knew why Lin Tian did this. Lightning flickered on the surface of his body, and several streaks of lightning struck behind him. He had the thunder god physique, and the thunder origin power also had a restraining effect on demons and evil. "I'm coming too," Bai Qiu said. A ring of dim light rushed out from her body. It was gentle but not cold, and attacked the 5 old corpses. The 3 divine powers could be said to have a great restraining effect on demons and evil, especially Bai Qiu's power. After cultivating to the 5th layer of the immortal realm, her lunar origin was even brighter. She was also more proficient in controlling it. This caused the 5 old corpses to pause for a moment. This pause was naturally very precious to Lin Tian and the other 2 powerhouses. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them and the crocodile had rushed far away. "Stop," Lin Tian suddenly said. At the same time, he pulled Bai Qiu back. The whooshing crocodile spoke very quickly. "What's the matter, kid? There's a monster chasing after us. Why are you stopping?" Lin Tian did not say much. He picked up a rock and threw it forward. Poochie! With a sizzling sound, the stone landed in front of him. The originally empty air was suddenly filled with dense killing lights, directly shattering the stone. F***CK. What the F***CK, what's going on? The whooshing crocodile stared. It was not only it. Even Baiziki and Bai Qiu were shocked. They were all moved. If not for Lin Tian's warning, they would definitely be instantly shattered like that rock if they rushed over directly. The gathering of the malevolent aura of the earth veins has formed a great killing trap here. As long as something gets close to it, the peerless killing light nurtured underground will immediately rush up. Even great Dao powerhouses will find it difficult to resist and will be instantly killed. Lin Tian said in a low voice. "Then what should we do? There's a great killing trap in front of us, and there are 5 corpses behind us. Are we going to be caught in the middle?" The whooshing crocodile was slightly anxious. The killing formation was right in front of them, and they couldn't cross it. However, there were still 5 terrifying corpses chasing after them. Not to mention the 5 elements crocodile, even the usually calm Baiziki couldn't help but frown. "I'll open a path. You guys look behind you," Lin Tian said. The whooshing crocodile was puzzled. "Open a path? This is a killing formation, how are you going to open it?" Buzz. The space shook as Lin Tian took a step forward. Dense dragon patterns flickered, no longer extending from the soles of his feet to the ground. At the same time, they also spread above the ground, spreading in all directions like a spider web. At this moment, he fully activated the dragon burial scripture, entering the killing formation with the dragon patterns, forcibly changing the direction of the earth veins in the killing formation. He wanted to temporarily open a path to continue moving forward. "This is?" Seeing this light, both Baiziki and Bai Qiu were shocked. The whooshing crocodile's eyes widened in an instant. Why does this look like the dragon patterns recorded in the ancient books? It looks like the supreme secret technique of the celestial venerable dragon burial scripture. As it spoke, it opened its mouth wide. F***CK, brat, you said that you dabbled in some things related to the momentum of heaven and earth. Could it be that you're cultivating the dragon burial scripture? The celestial venerable dragon burial scripture was known to be able to bury the momentum of heaven and earth. When cultivated to the extreme, it could even bury the ancestral dragon's vein. The Wuxing crocodile had once reached the peak of nirvana and read many ancient books, so it naturally knew about the dragon burial scripture. Previously, in the underground space, Lin Tian had also relied on the dragon burial scripture to kill the powerhouses of the Bone Clan and the Stone God Clan, burying 3 divine ghosts. However, at that time, the dragon patterns were underground, so it didn't see them. At this time, when Lin Tian used the dragon patterns to spread above the ground, it saw these dragon patterns and guessed that Lin Tian had cultivated the dragon burial scripture divine technique. The celestial venerable dragon burial scriptures technique? Bai Qiu stared. Even Bai Ziki was surprised. His eyes fell on Lin Tian. Each of the 9 celestial venerables was known as the strongest cultivators in the history of cultivation in the 10 directions celestial domain. With a raise of their hand, they could suppress the entire world. Lin Tian actually mastered the divine technique of one of the 9 celestial venerables, Celestial Venerable Song Long. Right at this moment, an oppressive aura gushed out from behind them. It was as though a river of hell had appeared, causing Bai Ziki, Bai Qiu, and the 5 elements alligator to be startled. They turned their gazes behind them. Without even thinking, they knew that the 5 corpses were chasing after them. "Kid, hurry up and fall." Wuxing crocodile hurriedly urged him. At this time, he had no time to be surprised. Lin Tian naturally sensed that the 5 corpses were closing in on him. He raised both of his hands and made a series of hand seals at lightning speed. Streaks of dragon-marked divine seals swept out horizontally. It was as if a dense stream of light was rushing forward. Done. A divine light flashed in his eyes as he took the lead and charged forward. F***CK. Kid, why don't you test it first before charging? Wuxing crocodile was lying on top of Lin Tian's head. It instantly felt a chill down its spine. Just now, it saw with its own eyes how Lin Tian crushed the stone in front of them in an instant. Although it guessed that Lin Tian had mastered the dragon burial scripture and had absolute authority on the path of ominous situations of heaven and earth, it was naturally not confident that he would charge forward without testing it first. But fortunately, after Lin Tian rushed forward, nothing happened to him at all. You scared this grandpa crocodile to death. Wuxing crocodile let out a long sigh of relief. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu followed behind Lin Tian without saying a word. They were very fast. Kid, how long can the path you opened through the ominous situation of heaven and earth last? Wuxing crocodile asked Lin Tian. After all, there were 5 corpses chasing behind them. They couldn't leave the path to them. It's already broken. Lin Tian ondao. Wuxing crocodile nodded. That's good. Almost as soon as it finished speaking, there was a rumble behind them. The 5 corpses chased after them and directly rushed into the ominous situation of heaven and earth. They drew out rays of killing light that were like the sonorous sound of sword chi. They were densely packed. However, this kind of killing light did not cut the 5 corpses into pieces. Although it cut out streaks of black blood, it did not make them fall. They stepped forward in the ominous situation of heaven and earth. Pieces of flesh flew everywhere, and black blood splattered everywhere. They crossed the ominous situation of heaven and earth step by step. Damn it! These corpses' ghostly bodies are actually so strong. They're more than twice as strong as the divine ghosts. Wuxing crocodile cursed. So fierce. Bai Qiu shrunk his neck. Lin Tian looked back. The light of the dragon patterns intertwined under his feet, searching for the direction of the ley lines. Don't worry about them. They might not be annihilated after entering the ominous situation of heaven and earth, but it will take a long time for them to completely cross it. Let's stay away from them now, he said. As he spoke, he sped up and led the way. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu nodded. They no longer cared about the 5 corpses behind them. They followed Lin Tian and moved forward quickly. As they moved forward, the air in the mine became a little colder. From time to time, there would be some cold water droplets falling from above. The terrain also became a little complicated. The 3 people and 1 crocodile traveled in the mine. Along the way, they encountered several ominous situations of heaven and earth, but they were all broken by Lin Tian. Bai Ziki, Bai Qiu, and Wuxing Crocodile also learned from Lin Tian that Lin Tian had indeed mastered the secret technique of Celestial Venerable Zhenlong. Kid, you still haven't found the way out? Wuxing Crocodile asked. What's the hurry? It's not that fast. Lin Tian ondao. He had been exploring the surroundings with the dragon mark, but unfortunately, he didn't gain much. Wuxing Crocodile curled its lips and looked around, but it didn't say anything. Lin Tian explored this mine with the dragon mark, walking at the forefront. His footsteps were sometimes slow and sometimes fast. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours passed. Kid, why does Grandpa Crocodile feel that we are going underground now? Wuxing Crocodile suddenly said. Bai Qiu nodded, I think so too. Bai Ziki didn't say anything. He just looked at Lin Tian, obviously having the same feeling. I am using the dragon mark to find the way and explore the direction of the ominous situation of heaven and earth. Although I haven't found the way out yet, following the dragon mark will not be wrong. He said. The dragon burial scripture was created by Celestial Venerable Xianxia. He believed that there was no mistake. Hearing what he said, Wuxing Crocodile nodded. It wouldn't doubt the ancient Celestial Venerable. Time passed quickly, and soon, another 3 hours passed. At this time, the 3 people and 1 crocodile walked for a long time. Suddenly, a gap about 1 meter wide and 10 meters high appeared in front of them. There seemed to be a small space inside, and there were traces of light spreading out through the gap. The dragon mark points to the gap. Lin Tian. He didn't hesitate. His footsteps were faster, and he stepped into the gap in the blink of an eye. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu followed him and stepped in. Here, as far as the eye could see, there was a huge karst cave behind the gap. It was so big that it was unimaginable. The inside gave people a warm feeling, and the spiritual energy was very abundant. It formed a sharp contrast with the cold environment outside the gap. It's really strange. Wuxing Crocodile muttered. Lin Tian's eyes intertwined with the dragon mark light as he looked around. Suddenly, his face changed, and he looked up at the sky above. Above him, about 15 meters above his head, a light sphere with a diameter of 1 meter was floating quietly. It was emitting wisps of hazy halos, as if it was a star, dazzling the eyes of those who saw it. Instantly, his face changed color, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Bai Ziki, Bai Qiu, and Wuxing Crocodile naturally noticed his strange behavior. They immediately followed his gaze. Then, the expressions of the 3 people and 1 crocodile changed drastically. They were all attracted by the light sphere about 1 meter in diameter. Divine item. It's definitely a divine item that will shock the world. Wuxing Crocodile almost drooled. It rushed up from Lin Tian's head without hesitation and grabbed at the light sphere. Lin Tian raised his hand and pulled it back. Kid, why are you pulling Grandpa Crocodile? Take it back, and we'll share it equally. It won't be a problem for us to enter the Great Virtue Realm. Wuxing Crocodile shouted. This light sphere about 1 meter in diameter was too extraordinary. It made an old monster like it, who had once reached the peak of the Nirvana realm, tremble. It was like a lecherous man who had seen a naked beauty. Lin Tian pulled it back and said in a low voice, Don't touch it if you don't want to die. Staring at the light sphere, he felt a chill run down his spine. Kid, what are you talking about? This is a divine item. What do you mean don't touch it if you don't want to die? Is it poisonous? Wuxing Crocodile said. It flapped its wings, still looking like it wanted to rush over. The creation treasure land, the 9 mountain ranges, have already formed the 9 dragons playing with Pearl's immortal force. This light sphere is a dragon pearl that has taken the creation of heaven and earth and condensed the core of this immortal force. He said in a low voice. Condensed the core of this immortal force? Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Isn't that great? Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu looked at Lin Tian. According to Lin Tian, this dragon pearl could be said to be a world-shaking divine item. But from the looks of it, Lin Tian's expression was incomparably fearful. What's so great about it? You'd better behave yourself. Lin Tian directly slapped Wuxing Crocodile, who wanted to grab the dragon pearl again, and said, 9 dragons playing with pearls. If the 9 mountain ranges are 9 dragons, where should this dragon pearl be? Normally, it should be in the middle of the 9 mountains. It shouldn't be in any of the mountains. But now, this dragon pearl is in this mountain. Think about it. What's going on? Don't you think it's strange? A mountain is a mountain. You even said that it's a dragon. Of course it's strange. Whooshing crocodile curled its lips. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped it again. The creation treasure land evolved the 9 dragons playing with Pearl's immortal force. It's already heaven-defying and extremely dangerous. Now, the dragon pearl has shifted, making this immortal force even more terrifying. Almost all the dangerous forces have condensed in this place, forming an eternal killing trap. Now, that dragon pearl is where the killing intent is. Unless a chaotic realm expert comes in person, anyone who touches it will die. He said in a low voice. Whooshing crocodile stared. Kid, aren't you exaggerating? Do you have to scare me like that? Hearing Lin Tian's words, Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu's expressions changed, while the whooshing crocodile's eyes were still wide open. This means that we can only look at it but not eat it? The whooshing crocodile said angrily. Don't touch it. Lin Tian warned again. The dragon pearl was indeed a heaven-defying divine object. If they obtained it and divided it among the 3 of them and the crocodile, everyone would be able to step into the great Tao realm. Moreover, there would be other shocking gains. But now, such a divine object was not something that small cultivators like them could digest. Once they touched it, they would immediately attract the merciless attack of the eternal killing trap. Lord Crocodile is not satisfied. The whooshing crocodile stared at the dragon pearl. Bai Qiu stared at it. Little crocodile, don't move. The whooshing crocodile was even angrier. Little girl, you're deliberately trying to anger your Lord Crocodile to death. I told you not to call me a little crocodile. Bai Qiu snorted and ignored it. Where's the way out? Have you found it? Bai Ziki had always been very calm. At this time, he asked Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded. Found it. He pointed to the ground of the karst cave and said, the dragon pearl has moved. Naturally, it came from underground. In this place, the exit is under the karst cave. There must be a passage leading to the outside. You mean, we should break the ground here and find the way out? Bai Qiu asked. That's right. Let's do it now. Lin Tian said to Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu, remember to control your divine power carefully when you attack to avoid other unforeseen circumstances. As he said that, his expression suddenly changed again. He turned his head to look at the gap that they had walked in from. At this time, 3 strange creatures appeared silently. They had a human head, wind feathers, and a dragon tail. All of them emitted extremely powerful auras. They were at least 10 feet tall and stared at the 3 people and the crocodile numbly and emotionlessly. The whooshing crocodile was shocked. Sensing the strength of the 3 strange creatures, its eyes narrowed. This is? It should be the guardian spirit of the dragon pearl. Bai Ziki said. Lin Tian nodded and said, indeed. His complexion became even more dignified. This place is far more dangerous than I thought. Not only does the eternal killing array surround the dragon bead, but there are also guardian spirits. These 3 life forms are terrifying. Almost as soon as his words left his mouth, the 3 guardian creatures let out a low roar and attacked at the same time. With a rumble, the space trembled slightly, and an extremely terrifying force intertwined. Be careful. Lin Tian Dao. Facing these 3 guardian spirits, he did not hold back. He directly pushed up the yin-yang lotus sea and pressed it forward. The yin-yang lotus sea intertwined with black and white yin-yang light. It was like the primordial yin-yang qi. It was shockingly powerful. Bai Ziki's body intertwined with lightning as the tyrannical might of the thunder god surged. With a punch, a large patch of lightning appeared and struck towards the 3 guardian spirits. Buzz. Bai Qiu stepped forward. The lunar origin glowed, and a circle of dark light swept out, pressing forward like water ripples. However, the 3 guardian spirits were too strong. Even though the 3 of them all had king bodies, and their battle prowess was peerless among their peers, they were still forced back in the instant of the collision. Because Lin Tian and Bai Ziki were at the very front, they both coughed out a mouthful of blood. Bai Qiu's expression changed. Are you all okay? I'm fine. Lin Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Bai Ziqi shook his head, indicating that Bai Qiu did not need to worry. He raised his hand and released an even more powerful divine light of thunder, attacking forward. Lin Tian summoned his immortal sword and performed the towering heaven sword scripture with all his might. The sword light slashed straight at the three guardian spirits. Lord Crocodile is here too. Wuxing Crocodile leaped from Lin Tian's head. Its demon body expanded to 3 feet, and the 5-colored wings on its back flapped, releasing a large patch of murderous light. Now, it had entered the connecting immortal realm again. It was the second time it had reached the connecting immortal realm, so its combat power was naturally very strong. The 3 guardian spirits' eyes were emotionless. Their attacks seemed slow, but they were very sharp, tearing apart all the murderous light. Damn it, it's so powerful? Wuxing Crocodile cursed. Bai Ziqi took a step forward, and the power of thunder surged. At this moment, he propped up a black iron seal. Immediately, a tyrannical Dao might surged out, and a seal radiance appeared, pressing down on the 3 guardian spirits in a mighty manner. High-grade Dao weapon. Lin Tian's eyes moved. Bai Qiu said, previously, my brother and I accidentally entered an ancient ruin. This black iron seal was obtained from that ancient ruin, as well as some other treasures. In addition, there are also a few extremely powerful secret techniques. Lin Tian understood. He had once inquired about Bai Ziqi and Bai Qiu's whereabouts from the clairvoyant. At that time, the clairvoyant said that the siblings had great luck. Now that he thought about it, it should be the so-called ancient relic. He took a deep breath, and a light flashed around him. He summoned the divine fire cauldron, and at the same time, he propped up the Dao weapon stone plate that he had taken from the Stone God clan's saint. High-grade Dao weapon? 2? Bai Qiu stared. My brother and I entered that ancient relic and narrowly escaped death to find a high-grade Dao weapon. You have 2? Where did you get them? Not only her, but Bai Ziqi's eyes also flashed with some light. Just luck. Lin Tian smiled. He drew out the divine fire cauldron and gave it to Bai Qiu to protect herself. He propped up the Dao weapon stone plate and attacked the 3 guardian spirits with Bai Ziqi. Watch Lord Crocodile. Wuxing Crocodile shouted and propped up a treasured pot. It was also a high-grade Dao weapon that he had used to withstand the immortal ascension tribulation. In an instant, for high-grade Dao weapons swept through, finally giving the 3 of them and the crocodile some confidence. Although they were still at a disadvantage when facing the 3 powerful guardian spirits, the situation had more or less taken a turn for the better. Boom! At this moment, a vibration came from the gap, and then it was shattered by a strong force. Yin Qi surged, and the 5 old corpses stepped in one after another. There was no color on their faces, and they looked very horrifying. Damn, these 5 idiots, they actually chased us here. Wuxing Crocodile's expression changed immediately. Lin Tian and the other 2 were also moved, and their faces darkened. It was also at this moment that one of the 3 guardian spirits stepped forward and attacked the 5 corpses. At this moment, the 5 corpses interweaved with shocking Yin Qi and met it together. It seemed that they only knew how to kill. They were not just chasing the 3 of them and the crocodile, but also the guardian spirits here. Boom, boom. Boom, in an instant, the scene here became chaotic, and the 3 guardian spirits were restrained by the 5 corpses. These 5 idiots have become our saviors. Wuxing Crocodile stared. Even Bai Ziqi and Bai Qiu revealed strange expressions, and they were slightly stunned by the scene. This is a good thing. You guys help me protect the surroundings, and I will open the path. Lin Tian Ondao. Bai Ziqi, Bai Qiu, and Wuxing Crocodile nodded and each stood in a corner, protecting Lin Tian behind them. Lin Tian did not hesitate. The dragon pattern on the soles of his feet flickered, and he quickly disappeared into the ground. He squatted down and formed a seal with his right hand. The dragon pattern gathered shattered light and stuck to the ground of the karst cave, slowly and carefully breaking the ground one by one. Boom, 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 in this karst cave, it was now a battle between the 3 guardian spirits and the 5 corpses. Demonic light and corpse chi crisscrossed each other. After an unknown period of time, with a poof, a guardian spirit was torn apart, and blood instantly dyed the ground red. Damn, these 5 idiots are so powerful? Whooshing Crocodile stared. So fierce. Bai Qiu shrunk his neck. The 3 guardian spirits were very powerful, but he did not expect the 5 corpses to be no weaker. They were like 5 Nirvana ghost saints. Roar, 2 guardian spirits roared, and flames surged, drowning one of the corpses, burning it to ashes in an instant. Such a scene made Whooshing Crocodile suck in a breath of cold air, and even Baiziki's expression changed slightly. Luckily, the 3 guardian spirits did not spit out flames earlier. Even a high-grade Dao weapon might not be able to withstand such flames. The 5 elements crocodile felt a chill run down his spine. He then looked behind him and urged, "Kid, are you done? Hurry up." In front of him, 2 guardian spirits were fighting 4 corpses. Flames intertwined, and corpse chi surged. It was indeed a little terrifying. Lin Tian did not say anything, but the dragon patterns he activated became even more shocking. They were densely packed and crazily spread underground. At the same time, the light of the dragon patterns on his right hand, which was pressed against the ground of the karst cave, became several times stronger. Finally, a light crack was heard. His right hand was pressed against the ground, and the surface of the ground shattered, revealing a cave with a diameter of about 10 feet, which connected to the outside. The cave was dark, and he could only see about 10 feet in front of him. Done. A ray of light flashed in his eyes, and he said to Baiziki, Bai Qiu, and Whooshing Crocodile behind him, "Let's go." Immediately, he was the first to enter the cave. Whooshing Crocodile shrunk its monster body, rushed in quickly, and lay on top of his head. At this time, the 2 guardian spirits and the 4 corpses were fighting, completely ignoring their group. Lin Tian ignored it and said to Bai Qiu and Baiziki, "Come down quickly. Brother, let's go." Bai Qiu stepped forward and entered the cave. Baiziki was the last to enter. At the same time, he waved his hand and destroyed the cave entrance. In an instant, the cave became even darker. Dragon Ball. Divine item. Grandpa Crocodile is not satisfied. The 5 elements crocodile wailed and asked Lin Tian, "Speaking of which, kid, those few fierce corpses are very terrifying. If those few guardian spirits can't block them, then the dragon pearl wouldn't be snatched away by them, right? Don't think too much. Didn't I say before? Unless it's a chaotic realm expert, whoever touches the dragon ball will die," Lin Tian said. "When I master the dragon burial scripture, maybe I can come here and try to take it. Then hurry up and cultivate the dragon burial scripture, and get the dragon ball as soon as possible." Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian ignored it. Dragon patterns intertwined and explored the path ahead. In the beginning, the cave led straight down, but it soon became parallel, with only a slight curve. Lin Tian walked at the front. After more than 2 hours, he suddenly stopped and looked straight ahead. There, more than 3 feet away, a ball of treasure light lay quietly. It was about the size of a fist, intertwined with internal spiritual energy. At the same time, there was a strong wave of great Tao lingering around it, illuminating a large area of the surrounding space. "This is a fragment of the Dragon Ball?" The treasure light was only the size of a fist, but the spiritual energy contained within it and the intertwined waves of the great Tao were extremely shocking. Lin Tian was immediately moved. Whooshing Crocodile, Bai Qiu, and Baiziki all looked surprised. "It has the same aura as the dragon pearl." Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Lin Tian raised his hand and directly grabbed the treasure light. "Dragon pearl fragment," he said. Holding the dragon pearl fragment, he only felt comfortable all over. The tiredness caused by the battle and using the dragon patterns to find the way disappeared in an instant. His whole person was indescribably relaxed. "Dragon pearl fragment?" Bai Qiu blinked and asked curiously, "That dragon pearl has been broken before? Maybe it was broken in the process of shifting. In short, this is a good thing." Lin Tian Dao. He did not expect that a dragon pearl fragment the size of a fist would actually drop in this place. This was simply the feeling of picking up a treasure at night. It was just a dragon pearl fragment, so there would not be any great danger here. However, such a fist-sized dragon pearl fragment was extremely valuable. It could be said to be a treasure among treasures. Let's go out and refine it, he said. Immediately, he continued to move forward, still using the dragon patterns to find the way. Soon, 3 hours passed. At this moment, Lin Tian was in front, walking to the end of the cave. There's no way out? Whooshing Crocodile stared ahead. Lin Tiandao said, this means that we have already walked out of the range of that mountain. He condensed a light sword of divine power in his hand, shining with golden light, and slashed directly above his head. With a loud bang, the layer of soil collapsed. It was not very thick, and in an instant, light shone down. Let's go, he said to Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki, then jumped out of the cave into the air. Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki also jumped up one after another, and soon they were out of the range of the cave. There were plants growing all around. They weren't very dense, but they weren't too sparse either. Instead, there was quite a bit of spirit energy intertwined all around. It was very similar to the spirit energy of the Dragon Ball in the karst cave from before, but it was countless times weaker. We have already walked out of the previous mountain range. This place should be the center of the 9 mountain ranges. Lin Tiandao. He waved his hand and slashed out a sword light, breaking the surface layer of soil, and sealed the cave that they had just opened. The sky was not blue, and there was a hazy mist floating in the air. However, the atmosphere was no longer as gloomy and cold as that in the mine. It was more normal. Whooshing Crocodile breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Ziki looked at Lin Tian and said indifferently, after not seeing you for a few years, you have become more and more accomplished. Lin Tiandao glanced at Bai Ziki. You're not bad either. Bai Ziki snorted coldly and said nothing. Bai Qiu glanced at her brother, then glanced at Lin Tianyi, and curled her lips. Brother-in-law and brother-in-law, don't talk nonsense. Brat Lin, hurry up and find a place to refine the dragon pearl fragment. This Grandpa Crocodile wants to climb to a higher level. Whooshing Crocodile roared. As for the brother-in-law and brother-in-law that it mentioned, no one said anything. Only Bai Qiu blushed slightly, while Bai Ziki glanced at it indifferently. Lin Tiandao glanced around. Although the environment of this place was not too good, it was not bad either. There were no beasts around. He looked at a few slightly larger old trees. They were surrounded by greenery and could be considered a good place. Let's go there and refine, he said. Immediately, he was the first to walk toward that place. Coming to a few plants, he took out the fist-sized dragon pearl fragment and squared it on the ground. It exuded a sparkling luster, and at the same time, it was intertwined with waves of Dao. Let's refine it together. Lin Tiandao. Whooshing Crocodile was already impatient. It jumped directly from Lin Tiandao's head and came to the side of the dragon pearl fragment. Its eyes were shining as if it wanted to swallow the dragon pearl fragment in one bite. I don't need it, Bai Ziki said. Whooshing Crocodile raised its head. Brother-in-law, why are you being so polite with your brother-in-law? Bai Ziki glanced at it, then turned his head away. Bai Qiu explained, brother has recently been cultivating a very powerful magical technique. It is the secret technique obtained in the ancient ruins. It is not suitable for him to rashly improve his realm for the time being. I estimate that he will be able to truly master it in 2 months. Bai Ziki did not say anything and stood silently by the side. I see. Lin Tian understood. When he was cultivating the second layer of the for symbol seal in the first heaven, it also took him a year. During that time, he didn't make any progress in his cultivation base. It's not that it's impossible, it's just that it interferes with his comprehension of the technique. Bai Ziki is obviously in the same situation. At the same time, a glint flashed in his eyes. It seemed that the magical technique Bai Ziki obtained in the ancient ruins was not simple. It must be very terrifying. I will protect you, Bai Ziki said and walked to the side. Lin Tiandao nodded. Although it was calm here, he could not be sure that no ferocious beasts would suddenly appear. If ferocious beasts attacked while they were refining the dragon pearl fragment, it would obviously not be a good thing. Now, with Bai Ziki protecting them, he was even more at ease. After all, Bai Ziki was very powerful. Not many people below the Great Tao realm could do anything to him. "Let's begin," he said to Bai Qiu. Wuxing Crocodile roared and directly operated the Beast Tao mental cultivation method to frantically absorb the Dragon Pearl fragment's spiritual energy. Bai Qiu also operated the Bai family's mental cultivation method and silently began to cultivate. Lin Tiandao took a deep breath and operated the Sun Heart Sutra. Faint golden light interweaved around his body, making him look somewhat sacred. He operated the Sun Heart Sutra and absorbed the Dragon Pearl fragment's spiritual energy. Like before, he used it to refine his divine power and strengthen his body. It had to be said that the spiritual energy contained within the Dragon Pearl fragment was too extraordinary. It was countless times stronger than the Genesis vein essence. As soon as it entered his body, his flesh and blood could not help but twitch. He was a little surprised, but his mind was still calm as he seriously cultivated. Buzz. Faint golden light interweaved around his body, and his aura rapidly rose. Then, almost at the same time, next to his life source, the little guy in the egg let out a joyful cry, awakened by the spiritual energy of the Dragon Pearl. As Lin Tianyi absorbed the spiritual energy, it let out a soft squeak. It was very happy. Lin Tianyi could hear such a sound, or rather, at this time, only he could hear it. He couldn't help but smile. Immediately afterward, he calmed himself down again. The spiritual energy of the Dragon Pearl fragment entered his body, helping him to refine his divine power and strengthen his body. The spiritual energy was very gentle, making his whole body feel warm. At the same time, not only did the Dragon Pearl fragment contain powerful spiritual energy, but there were also dense Tao fragments. These Tao fragments poured into his flesh and blood, causing his flesh and blood to become more crystal clear, and his divine power to become more vigorous. Vaguely, he felt the same feeling he had when he was comprehending the great Tao of nature in the third heaven. "This is?" He was shocked. He immediately calmed his heart and began to merge with these Tao fragments. At this time, he closed his eyes, but he also felt that the world around him seemed to have changed. Everything became clearer, the earth was more solid, the sky was brighter, the air was fresher, the sun was brighter, and the mountains were taller. There were many Tao fragments contained in the Dragon Pearl fragment, so he naturally felt more than one kind of Tao. The Tao of turbid earth, the Tao of void, the Tao of flowing clouds, and so on. Of course, this was only a form of comprehension, and it was impossible for him to control these grand Taos. However, the benefits of this were extremely huge. It could allow his body to become more compatible with the various grand Taos, allow his consciousness to become stronger, and allow his perception to become sharper. Buzz. The golden divine light around his body became peaceful. It became much fainter, but it became even more full and round. At the same time, not only him, but Wuxing Crocodile and Bai Qiu also had the same opportunity. Each of them gained a lot of benefits. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. Boom! A strong wind blew. Wuxing Crocodile stepped all the way from the early stage to the third heaven of the Ascension Immortal Realm. Its eyes were full of powerful demonic light. Awesome! It howled. In the distance, a stone flew over and landed on its head. Baiziki glanced at it indifferently. Be quiet. Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes, but it knew that this might affect Lin Tian and Bai Qiu's cultivation, so it immediately quieted down. Soon, another 15 minutes passed. With a buzz, a faint light appeared outside Bai Qiu's body. He stepped into the sixth heaven of the Ascension Immortal Realm and looked more holy. This aura. Why does it feel like the fluctuation of the moon? Wuxing Crocodile muttered. However, it didn't think too much about it and looked at Lin Tian. Bai Qiu blinked and looked at Baiziki. His gaze also fell on Lin Tian. Golden light lingered outside Lin Tian's body. He was still cultivating. At this time, the fist-sized Dragon Ball fragment had shrunk to the size of a thumb. Time passed, and another 15 minutes passed. The last thumb-sized Dragon Ball fragment was completely consumed. At this time, a powerful force rushed out of Lin Tian's body like a hurricane. It was very shocking. After a while, the hurricane calmed down. Lin Tian opened his eyes and clenched his fists. A bright light flashed across his eyes. seventh heaven of the Ascension Immortal Realm. He muttered to himself. After stepping into the seventh heaven of the connecting immortal realm, he could feel that his divine power had become more vigorous, and his physique had also become more solid. Because of the existence of the Great Tao fragment and the Dragon Ball fragment, his divine sense had also become several times stronger, and his battle prowess had increased by a large margin. He looked at Wuxing Crocodile and Bai Qiu. Their cultivation levels had also increased, and the aura they emitted had become stronger. We found them, and our cultivation levels have also increased. This trip was not in vain. Wuxing Crocodile shrunk its body and lay on Lin Tian's head again. It said leisurely, "Kid, you can go out now." Lin Tian looked at Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki. "Let's go. There are all kinds of traps in the 9 mountains. It's not easy to get out. My brother and I have tried many times, but we haven't succeeded." Bai Qiu frowned. Seeing Bai Qiu frown, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. "You couldn't get out before, but it won't be a problem now. Now, I'm here." "And is an element of," Bai Qiu curled her lips and muttered, "How arrogant." Although she said that, she also knew that Lin Tian had mastered the dragon burial scripture and could be said to be the absolute authority in the world. Previously, he had walked out of the mountain where the mine was located, so he could definitely walk out of this place. Bai Ziki glanced at Lin Tianyi and didn't say anything. "Let's go," Lin Tian said with a smile. The 9 mountain ranges here were all very extraordinary. Even though many of the ominous forces had already condensed to the mountain range where the mine was located, many places were still incomplete. There were many dangers and puzzles. Therefore, after Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu stepped into this place, they couldn't get out even if they wanted to. However, now that Lin Tian was here, these dangers were not a problem. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the mouth of the no-return gorge. The mouth of the gorge was quite spacious. Looking from afar, a group of experts of the sea race were guarding outside. There were several experts of the immortal ascension realm among them, and the blood aura they exuded was very strong. Not long ago, someone approached here and killed all the people guarding here. They didn't even have time to send out the special signal flare to inform the experts of the clan. Until now, we still haven't found out who did it. Could it be the brother and sister who entered the gorge? Impossible, the brother and sister never came out. They must have died in there long ago. I've never heard of anyone who came out alive after entering the gorge. That's right, I really don't know what His Highness Saint and the Supreme Elders are thinking. Several cultivators of the sea race discussed in low voices. What are you muttering about? Be vigilant. At this place, the leading expert of the sea race coldly glanced at the cultivators of the sea race who were discussing, and then his gaze fell on another cultivator of the immortal ascension realm. Remember, if there are any strange movements in the future, immediately send out the special signal flare given by the elders. Remember? Yes. The Sea Clan cultivator at the peak of the flight realm who was holding a special signal flare said as he straightened his chest. The 3 people and the crocodile were still in the valley. They looked at the several sea race cultivators outside the valley and exchanged glances with each other. Kill the marine race cultivator with the special signal flare first. As for the other marine race cultivators, leave them for later. Lin Tiandao. Bai Ziki's eyes were filled with coldness. Naturally, there was no need for Lin Tian to say anything. Bai Qiu was panting with anger. It was the sea tribe that had forced them into this dangerous place. If not for Lin Tianyi finding the way, she and Bai Ziki would most likely have died here. Lin Tian stared outside. His eyes flickered with a glimmer of light, and he turned into a golden bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he stepped out of the gorge of no return and arrived in front of the sea species cultivator holding the special signal flare. The sea race cultivator was shocked. What are you, Pooh? Lin Tian raised his hand and directly smashed the sea species cultivator into pieces. At the same time, he also crushed the signal flare in his hand. Instantly, the other sea species cultivators' expressions changed. Who are you? Boom. Thunder rumbled. Bai Ziki arrived with endless lightning, causing this place to instantly turn into a sea of lightning. The might of such a violent thunderclap immediately caused the sea race cultivators to tremble. They were extremely frightened. Then, when they saw Baiziki's face and Baiqiu behind him, the sea species cultivators' expressions changed drastically. It's you. Staring at Baiziki and Baiqiu, this group of sea species cultivators was shocked and terrified. This pair of brother and sister actually walked out of the Gorge of No Return. Boom! Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, causing the void to distort inch by inch. Baiziki's gaze was cold, and the light of lightning instantly drowned out the entire area. It was as if he had summoned a heavenly tribulation, instantly drowning out all the cultivators from the sea race. Pu. All of them were struck into pieces. Lin Tian was a little surprised. Baiziki's current power was really terrifying. That kind of lightning made him feel apprehensive. All the sea species cultivators here were killed. As far as the eye could see, there were old trees in front of them, and the air was much better than inside the gorge. The outside world is still the most comfortable. This is where crocodiles should be. The Wuxing crocodile lay on top of Lin Tian's head, squinted its eyes, and stretched out a pair of front claws like a human. Then, it said, "Brat Lin, that little bastard from the sea species wanted to steal your wife. You can't just let it go like this. You have to teach him a lesson." Hearing the word wife, Baiqiu blushed, but she didn't say anything. Baiziki also didn't say anything, and only glanced at the Wuxing crocodile. Naturally, we can't just let it go like this. Lin Tianlin smiled and said, "Let's leave this place first. I'll prepare a big gift for them." Big gift? What kind of gift? The Wuxing crocodile was a little surprised. You'll know in a bit. Lin Tiandao. The 3 people and 1 crocodile didn't stay here for long. They went far away from this place and appeared on another island. I'll carve a few killing formations here. Once I'm done, White Pig, pretend to be seriously injured and walk around the island. Lin Tian opened his mouth and said, "When I entered the Gorge of No Return to find you, I killed a group of sea tribe cultivators guarding the Gorge of No Return. Now that I've killed another group of sea tribe cultivators guarding the Gorge of No Return, the sea tribe will definitely be on guard. There should be many sea tribe cultivators patrolling the surroundings. You go and let those sea tribe cultivators discover your tracks." Baiziki's eyes immediately flashed with a wisp of light. He naturally understood Lin Tian's meaning and nodded. He purposely showed his tracks. When ordinary sea tribe cultivators saw him, they definitely wouldn't dare to directly confront him. After all, he had almost killed the sea tribe's holy son. Although the sea tribe's higher-ups wouldn't tell ordinary sea tribe cultivators that their holy son was almost killed by him, they would definitely warn ordinary sea tribe cultivators not to confront him directly. Therefore, after discovering his tracks, ordinary sea tribe cultivators definitely wouldn't directly attack him. They would definitely secretly return to report to the Holy Sun and the Sea Tribe's Holy Sun and the Sea Tribe's Holy Sun and the Sea Tribe's powerful elders. After that, Lin Tian covered them with the killing formation. "Kid, you're really sinister. You're really like a little fox." Wuxing crocodile naturally understood what Lin Tian was thinking. It immediately glared, but then it laughed. "But Lord Crocodile likes it." As it spoke, it opened its mouth again and said, "But kid, if your brother-in-law shows his tracks, he will definitely lure out the great virtue realm experts of the sea tribe. Can the killing formation you engrave trap and kill a great virtue realm expert? Can it be stronger than the killing formation in the underground palace? It can't be compared, but I can use quantity to close the distance." Lin Tiandao. The complete eternal killing formation was extremely terrifying. It was definitely stronger than the killing formation in the underground palace. Even an Emperor Realm expert could destroy it. However, his current cultivation was far from being able to engrave the complete eternal killing formation. He could only engrave a corner. However, this was strong enough. Here, he engraved the 10-sided eternal killing formation. It wouldn't be a problem to kill a third firmament great Tao expert. At that moment, he didn't hesitate. He directly activated the Heavenly One Soul Art and engraved the eternal formation pattern on this island. In an instant, a terrifying killing intent appeared along with the formation pattern he engraved. It shocked Baiziki, Baiqiu, and Wuxing crocodile. Wuxing crocodile stared. "Kid Lin, what kind of killing formation is this?" It's just a strand of formation pattern, and it already has such killing intent. If the eternal killing formation was complete, even a Chaos Emperor realm expert could easily destroy it. Lin Tiandao. The eternal killing formation was evolved by the Formation Emperor Heavenly Venerate with great success in the Formation Dao. It condensed the essence of the Formation Dao and was known as the Supreme Divine Formation of the Formation Dao. In the 10 Directions Celestial Domain, there was no formation that could compete with the eternal killing formation. Even an Emperor realm expert can be killed? Kid, Lord Crocodile admits that the killing formation you engraved is extraordinary. However, can you be any more exaggerated? Wuxing Crocodile stared with a look of disbelief. Lin Tian glanced at Baiziki and said, I once used the 4th sky of the Zephyr Realm cultivation base and relied on the triangle immature eternal killing formation to wreak havoc in the Bai family. Even 6 elites at the peak of the connecting immortal realm couldn't do anything. Wuxing Crocodile stared with wide eyes and looked at Baiziki in surprise. Really? 4th sky of the Zephyr realm and forced 6 old fellows at the peak of the connecting immortal realm to be helpless? Baiziki snorted coldly and didn't reply. Wuxing Crocodile knew that Lin Tian was telling the truth. It seems that this killing formation is indeed heaven-defying. As it spoke, it suddenly stared with wide eyes and laughed wildly. So, kid, you once went to your father-in-law's house to wreak havoc? Lord Crocodile is dying of laughter. Don't tell me that your father-in-law didn't agree to marry his precious daughter to you and you went to kick his door in anger? Lin Tian stopped carving the killing formation and grabbed it from the top of his head. Bai Qiu angrily made a move and slapped it. Awoo! Wuxing Crocodile's miserable howl came from afar. Lin Tian couldn't be bothered with it and continued carving the killing formation. At the same time, he carefully controlled the killing formation's aura so that it didn't leak out. Now, his cultivation base had reached the 7th sky of the connecting immortal realm. His divine power was vigorous and surging, and his soul power was much stronger. In just one day and night, he finished carving the 10 corners eternal killing formation and firmly imprinted it in the air of this island. Done. A ray of light flashed in his eyes. He tilted his head to look at Baiziki and said, White Pig, it's your turn. Baiziki stood up and activated his divine power. Blood gushed out of his mouth and dyed the clothes in front of his chest red. At the same time, the color on his face faded a lot. Only then did he stand up and walk out of the island. Do you want me to go with you? Bai Qiu asked. Lin Tian shook his head. There's no need. Your brother alone is enough. Baiziki didn't stay and directly left the island. Not long after, he walked out of the island. The sea race's experts guarding the Gorge of No Return were silently slaughtered twice. This attracted the sea race's attention. Just as Lin Tian expected, many sea race cultivators were sent out to patrol the surrounding islands from time to time. I wonder who did it. That's right. How bold. Don't talk about it. Patrol carefully and be vigilant. Not far from this island, 9 sea race cultivators walked on the surface of the sea and discussed softly. It was also at this time that one of the sea race cultivators turned his head and saw Baiziki, who was far away from the island. That is? It seems to be the human brother and sister who entered the Gorge of No Return? When did he come out? The sea tribe cultivator who saw Baiziki was shocked. Then, the other sea tribe cultivators also saw Baiziki, and their expressions changed. In the field of vision of the oceanic species cultivators, Baiziki staggered with blood gushing out of his mouth. His complexion was pale, and he looked extremely terrible. He walked with great difficulty at the edge of the island, coughing up blood with every step. It's the man of the brother and sister. Yes, it's him. He looks exactly like the portrait given by the elders. He really walked out of the Valley of No Return? The expressions of the oceanic species cultivators all changed. He seems to be seriously injured. Go, catch him. Don't go. The elders have ordered us not to fight him head-on. Once we find him, we have to report back to the tribe immediately. But, no buts. I heard that he's very powerful. Ordinary people can't stop him. Stay here and keep watch. I'll go back to the tribe to report to the saint and elders. The leading sea tribe cultivator said. This sea tribe cultivator was at the third heaven of immortal ascension. After saying that, he didn't hesitate and quietly went back to the sea tribe. In the distance, outside the island, Baiziki saw the scene. He still staggered, coughing up blood with every step, and gradually walked into the island. Walking into the island, without the sea tribe cultivators seeing him, his pale face returned to normal. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and disappeared with every step. Soon, he appeared in the center of the island. "How is it?" Lin Tian asked. Baiziki nodded. "It's done. Someone went to the sea tribe to report." Lin Tian's eyes flashed, and he smiled coldly. "Now, we just have to wait for them to come." A dark light appeared in his eyes. Whooshing Crocodile lay on top of his head and said, "Lord Crocodile is sharpening his knife." In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. At this time, the immortal transcending realm expert who discovered Baiziki's tracks had already returned to the sea tribe's headquarters. He came to the sea tribe's main hall and informed the sea tribe's holy son and several grand elders of his discovery of Baiziki's tracks. "Are you sure?" In the main hall, a grand elder of the sea race, who was at the second heaven of the great Tao, asked. "Yes." The sea species cultivator who came back to report said. Then, he seriously described the situation of Baiziki that he saw. The oceanic race's saint child was also beside him. He had the appearance of a human and was quite tall. A wisp of light flashed through his eyes. As expected, that human didn't die so easily. He really walked out alive. It seems that the clansmen guarding that place were killed by him. As he spoke, the light in the sea tribe's saint child's eyes became even more intense. His eyes were cold and filled with greed. Although he has walked out of the danger zone, he seems to have suffered heavy injuries. This is the time to suppress him. Since he has walked out, that human woman should have walked out as well. She must be on that island as well. As he spoke, he looked at the three great Tao realm experts of the sea race in the main hall and said, "Three elders, please help me." Of course. The three elders of the sea race nodded. Among the three of them, two were at the second heaven of the great Tao, and the other was at the third heaven of the great Tao. The one at the third heaven of the great Tao was the oceanic race expert who had pursued Baiziki and Baiqiu and forced the siblings into the gorge of no return. "Let's go." The third heaven of the great Tao realm sea race elder said. Immediately, the three great Tao realm experts and the oceanic race's saint child walked out of the oceanic race's main hall in a mighty manner and soared into the distance. They were very fast. Soon, they arrived at the place where Baiziki was found. There were still a few oceanic race cultivators monitoring the island ahead. When they saw the saint child and the three grand elders of their clan, they all went forward to greet them. "How is it?" the saint child asked. The few oceanic race cultivators bowed and said, "Saint child, that human entered the island and didn't come out again." The saint child looked at the three elders of the oceanic race, and the latter three nodded. "He should be recuperating inside. Go in and capture him. This time, he has no chance of escaping." The gazes of the three grand elders from the sea race were indifferent. With three great Tao realm experts pressuring them, even though the human with the king physique they had discovered earlier was extraordinary, he could only be suppressed now. There was no possibility of him escaping. Immediately, a few ordinary oceanic race cultivators led the way in front. The three great Tao realm grand elders of the oceanic race and the saint child of the oceanic race walked behind them. Soon, they reached the island and walked all the way to the center of the island. This island wasn't big. In addition, this group of oceanic race cultivators was very fast. It didn't take long for them to reach the center of the island. "They're finally here." A voice rang out. In the center of the island was an open space. On a large rock, Lin Tian, Baiqiu, and Baiziki stood side by side. Baiziki's gaze was very cold. He didn't hide his killing intent at all. Baiqiu stood beside him. Dim light surged and intertwined on the surface of his body. Lin Tian's expression was cold. The black hair on his forehead danced in the sea breeze. The whooshing crocodile lay on top of Lin Tian's head, narrowing his eyes slightly. The ordinary oceanic race cultivators were slightly shocked. This Previously, they only saw Baiziki here. Moreover, he was vomiting blood. He seemed to be severely injured. However, looking at him now, Baiziki's chi and blood were as usual. They were astonishingly vigorous. He didn't look like he was severely injured at all. It had only been a few hours. He shouldn't have healed so quickly. Moreover, Lin Tian beside him suddenly made them look shocked. At this moment, their expressions changed abruptly. You are, at the same time, the great Tao powerhouses of the oceanic race and the Holy Sun were also shocked. Looking at Lin Tian, they were all slightly shocked. The man in the recent rumors, the Ant clan, the Blood Wolf clan, the Dark Shadow clan, the Bone clan, the Witch clan, the Stone God clan, and several other major clans have been frantically hunting you down, but they couldn't find any trace of you. Yet, you actually came here. The eyes of the third heavenly layer great Tao powerhouse intertwined with a cold light. He glanced at Baiziki and his sister. What's the relationship between you two? Lin Tian had slaughtered all the young autarchs and holy sons of the various large clans. When they were in the underground space, the Grand Tao experts of the various large clans who had pursued Lin Tian had been completely slaughtered as well. This caused another huge commotion. During this period, several major clans have been frantically hunting Lin Tian. Lin Tian's fame has also spread throughout the fourth heaven. Only a few people didn't know him. At this time, the group of oceanic race cultivators recognized Lin Tian as the ruthless man in the recent rumors, and they all revealed looks of shock. Baiziki and Baiqiu were slightly shocked. They couldn't help but look at Lin Tian. Several major clans were hunting Lin Tian. Baiqiu opened his mouth, wanting to ask the reason, but he was interrupted by the third heavenly layer great Tao powerhouse on the spot. The oceanic race powerhouse looked at Lin Tian and said coldly and ruthlessly, "No matter what your relationship is, and no matter what tricks you have up your sleeves to lure us here, don't even think about leaving here alive today. In the end, this is the territory of my oceanic race." The oceanic race powerhouse heard from the reporting oceanic race cultivator that Baiziki was seriously injured, and now that he had rushed over, the scene was like this. These people were clearly waiting for them. The oceanic race powerhouse knew that there must be something fishy going on. Lin Tian and the others were plotting against them. But even so, what could they do? He was a dignified oceanic race. 3 great Tao powerhouses had come here, so how could he show weakness and fear? How could that be possible? Moreover, this was the territory of his oceanic race. In his own territory, what was he not worried about? Even if there were changes, the powerhouses of his clan would be able to detect it quickly and rush over. Staring at Baiziki, the oceanic race third heavenly layer great Tao powerhouse's eyes were emotionless. He said coldly, "I will take your life source and not let it be damaged. In the future, the geniuses of my clan will be able to unleash even greater power and become famous in the 10 directions celestial domain." As his words fell, the oceanic race powerhouse looked at Lin Tian. Cold light intertwined in his eyes. "As for you, now, your head is very valuable. If we take your head, the major clans will be grateful to our clan, and our clan will also be on good terms with the Stone Deity clan." No. Now, there's no need to be on good terms with the Stone Deity clan. Speaking until here, the oceanic race powerhouse's gaze swept over Baiziki. Again. "If we take his life source, the geniuses of our clan will be able to reach a higher level and have even more shocking achievements in the future. In time, even the Stone Deity clan will kneel at our feet." Saying these words, the oceanic race elder seemed to have already seen the glory of the oceanic race in the future. He couldn't help but laugh loudly. Baiqiu was incomparably angry. "Old fart, you forced me and my brother into a dead end, and you still dare to have such thoughts? Despicable." Lin Tian looked at the oceanic race powerhouse. Was it the other party who forced Baiziki and Baiqiu into the Gorge of No Return, causing the siblings to be trapped there for a year and almost die? The coldness in Lin Tian's eyes intensified. "This is the territory of my oceanic race. Everything here belongs to my oceanic race, including you who entered this place." The oceanic race's saint walked out with a cold and arrogant expression. He was at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer, and his strength was very tyrannical. Several years ago, he had already become famous in the 4th heaven, enough to be called a leader among his peers. Baiziki's eyes were cold, and lightning intertwined on the surface of his body, making a sizzling sound. He didn't hide his killing intent at all. Bastard! Baiqiu cursed. Lin Tian stepped forward at this moment, his gaze falling on the Oceanic Race's saint who spoke. The Oceanic Race's saint? The Oceanic Race's saint looked at Lin Tian. Powerful immortal light intertwined around his body, and his immortal pressure was astonishing. It's this king. Boom! Almost at the instant the Oceanic Race's saint's words fell, the island shook, and dense eternal killing runes appeared, covering the entire island in the blink of an eye. The terrifying killing intent caused the sky here to change color. I'll kill you. Lin Tian's eyes were ruthless. With a thought, with a clang, the dense eternal killing runes emitted endless killing light. In an instant, they arrived in front of the Oceanic Race's saint and directly slashed down. Ah! The Oceanic Race's saint screamed miserably. Half of his body was crushed on the spot. It was also at this time that Lin Tian really moved. He took a step forward, and like a golden lightning bolt, he appeared in front of the Oceanic Race's saint in an instant. He directly waved his golden fist and punched down fiercely. Boom! The void trembled and directly collapsed. Blood splattered in the void. The Oceanic Tribe saint was blasted apart by Lin Tian's punch. His corpse fell to the ground, and it was a ghastly sight. In an instant, all the cultivators from the Oceanic Tribe were stunned. Everything happened too quickly. It was only at the next moment that someone reacted. Their faces instantly turned deathly pale. A saint? An ordinary cultivator from the Oceanic Tribe was horrified. The saint of their tribe, a paragon of the same generation, had been killed just like that. The asterisk starred. The three great Dao realm cultivators from the Oceanic Tribe roared furiously, and their eyes instantly turned red. A peerless genius that was hard to come by in thousands of years had actually been killed by Lin Tian's punch just like that. Such a loss was really too great. Even Baiziki was moved by this scene. Lin Tian's punch was too powerful. However, his expression only changed for an instant. In the next moment, he tilted his head, and his gaze was cold as he stared at the third heaven of the great Dao realm cultivator from the Oceanic Tribe. You stay here, he said to Baiqiu. With a boom, lightning interweaved and circled around. He took a step forward, bringing along endless lightning with him. The three great Dao realm cultivators from the Oceanic Tribe were shocked and furious. They roared wildly, "All of you must die." In an instant, three powerful Dao might surged. The three great cultivators attacked at the same time, charging toward Baiziki. However, even more killing lights pressed down on Lin Tian. At this moment, they wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Tian apart. Lin Tianling smiled. Do you think my killing formation is just for decoration? Boom! As his words fell, the 10 corners eternal killing formation boiled. Killing lights interweaved, shaking the heavens. Pooh! 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 Under such violent killing intent, the ordinary cultivators from the Oceanic Tribe who had followed here could not withstand it at all. Under the dense killing lights, they directly exploded one by one. In just a few breaths' time, they had all turned into a bloody mist. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. He's really strong. The expressions of the three great Dao realm experts from the Sea Tribe changed. Earlier, when the 10 Edges eternal killing formation was activated, it had already caused their hearts to tremble. And now, Lin Tian had activated the killing formation even more intensely. The killing intent was even more terrifying, causing the hearts of the three great experts to tremble even more. Even though they were extremely furious at this moment, they still felt a chill run down their backs, and a sense of unease rose up in them. Kill! Kill! Lin Tian and Baiziki shouted the word kill. The eternal killing light was in front, and the two of them were behind. Their divine might was overwhelming. When facing a great Dao realm expert, even though he was suppressed by the eternal killing formation, Lin Tian did not hold back. He immediately propped up the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea avatar and activated the High Heaven Sword scripture at the same time. The might of the avatar and the immortal sword light seemed to want to tear apart the world. Baiziki's body was intertwined with thunder and lightning, and a part of the sky was covered with thunderclouds behind him. Electric arcs were crackling, and it was also a vision in his sea of consciousness. At the same time, he propped up the Bai clan's great celestial king arcane art. His divine shadow was 30 meters tall, and it seemed like it was going to split open the sky. Even a great Dao realm expert would be moved by these two domineering battle prowess. The eternal killing light worked together with their powerful attacks, causing the three great Dao realm experts from the sea tribe to vomit blood and be sent flying. Lord Crocodile is coming too. Whooshing Crocodile leaped up from Lin Tian's head. Its demonic body was 30 meters long, and the 5-colored wings on its back flapped, sending out a violent hurricane. The hurricane was 5-colored, and it tore through the clouds and space, destroying everything in its path. Back then, it had reached the peak of the Nirvana realm. Now, after its cultivation level had fallen, it had returned to the third heaven of the immortal ascension realm. Its battle prowess was naturally not weak and was extremely powerful. The 5-colored hurricane could be said to be terrifying. The three great Dao realm experts from the sea tribe were once again in trouble. They were enveloped by the 5-colored hurricane, and their bodies were almost torn apart. You guys. The three great Dao realm experts were shocked and furious. They were great Dao realm experts, and they wouldn't care about the two of them and the crocodile in a head-on confrontation. But now, the eternal 10 corners killing formation was suppressing the surroundings. The killing light was too terrifying, and they had to divert more than half of their energy to deal with it. Moreover, they couldn't block it at all. From time to time, they would be struck by the killing light, and blood would splatter. This place will be your burial ground. Lin Tian's expression was cold and callous. Silver light interweaved on the surface of his body, and the Divine One Soul art circulated even faster. The eternal 10 corners killing formation seethed even more, and killing light filled the surroundings. Clang, 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 the killing light was like a divine sword, suppressing heaven and earth. This time, the three great Dao realm experts were all in trouble. They were all shattered by the eternal killing light. In the distance, Bai Qiu was astonished, and his eyes widened. So powerful. Ah! The three great Dao realm experts from the sea tribe roared. Their flesh surged, and they once again condensed their bodies. Lin Tianling snorted, took a step forward, and swept the heavenly sword scripture across heaven and earth. The eternal killing light pressed down together with his activation. Bai Ziqi's gaze was cold. The sky of thunderclouds and other phenomena in his spiritual sea moved as well, suppressing heaven and earth. Whooshing Crocodile roared. Its demonic body was huge, and it executed a great demonic technique, covering the three sea tribe experts below. I didn't expect that Lord Crocodile would actually have to execute a mystical ability against three great Dao realm little brats. How embarrassing. As it fought, it sighed. Boom, this island trembled. The eternal killing pattern suppressed the three great Dao realm experts, causing them to suffer heavy injuries. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, Bai Ziqi, and Whooshing Crocodile's killing auras were also very terrifying. Although they weren't as terrifying as the eternal killing light, they were almost there. When they truly landed, they were enough to threaten the three great Dao realm experts. Their prowess was astonishing. Puff, puff, puff. Not long after, the three great Dao realm experts from the sea tribe were once again torn apart in the void. Continue. Lin Tian Ondao. Bai Ziqi didn't say anything. He attacked mercilessly, and the phenomenon in his spiritual sea suppressed the surroundings. Together with the eternal killing light, he slashed forward. Lin Tian's phenomenon in his spiritual sea also unleashed an even stronger prowess, resonating loudly. Whooshing Crocodile's demonic technique became even more terrifying. 5-colored light surged, and a hurricane swept past. Puff, 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 the three great Dao realm experts from the sea tribe were once again torn apart, and blood splattered across the sky. The three experts roared. Their torn flesh squirmed and quickly condensed into a physical body. They roared savagely, "Damn it! Our tribe Sea King Island is nearby. The stronger experts in our tribe will soon sense the abnormality here and chase after us. Before that, all of you will die." Lin Tian's gaze was cold. As he spoke, he said to Bai Ziqi and Whooshing Crocodile, "Attack them with all your might. Together with my eternal killing light, we'll end them." Sea King Island was indeed not far from here. If the stronger experts from the sea tribe chased after them, it would indeed be very troublesome. Right now, they had to end this battle as soon as possible. Baiziki didn't say anything. He nodded slightly, and the phenomenon in his spiritual sea became even stronger. Endless thunderclouds surged. Lin Tian operated the yin-yang lotus sea, forming a yin-yang lotus diagram that floated high in the sky. Wuxing crocodile activated the demonic technique, forming a killing pot. There were actually bits of Tao law fluctuations intertwined within it. As a primitive ferocious beast, it was very sensitive to the Tao of the five elements. Moreover, it had once reached the peak of the nirvana realm. Even though its cultivation level had dropped, there was still an incomplete Tao law power in its body. At this moment, it was manifesting. Clang, the eternal killing formation surged and pressed down fiercely, directly crushing the flesh of the three experts who were condensing their physical bodies. It was also at this moment that the two people and the crocodile moved at the same time. The killing techniques that they had prepared pressed down together. For a moment, thunderclouds, yin-yang killing light, and great path divine powers all came crashing down at the same time, each enveloping a sea clan cultivator of the great path. 3 screams of despair could be heard as the divine souls of the 3 cultivators were annihilated. Little Lin's brother-in-law. Have you vented your anger? Wuxing crocodile said. Lin Tian ignored it. Baiziki also ignored it. Let's go, let's leave this place. Lin Tian said, this is the territory of the sea tribe. Those 3 old things were right. If the stronger experts of the sea tribe sense us and come after us, we will be in trouble. Baiziki nodded, and Bai Qiu also walked over. Boom, at this moment, the island shook violently, and an extremely terrifying fluctuation pressed down. With a crack, cracks immediately appeared on the eternal killing formation, spreading out in all directions like a spiderweb. Lin Tian's body suddenly shook, and he turned his head to look outside the island. Wuxing crocodile, Baiziki, and Bai Qiu were also shocked. They all turned their heads and looked in the direction of Lin Tian's gaze. At this moment, outside the island, a withered old man appeared. He stood in the air, and his hair was blue. He was obviously a powerful existence of the sea tribe. A pair of sunken eyes stared at the 3 people and the crocodile, and poisonous flames surged in them. The 9 heavens of the great path. Wuxing crocodile was slightly shocked. Lin Tian naturally felt it too. He did not expect the other experts of the sea tribe to sense the changes in the battle here so quickly and rush over. Go! He growled, and the 3 people and the crocodile quickly retreated. An expert of the 9th heaven of the great path was not someone they could resist. The difference in cultivation was too great. The experts of the sea tribe who came here had already noticed that the auras of their saint and 3 supreme elders had disappeared. Obviously, they had all been killed. At this moment, their bodies were exuding an extremely terrifying murderous intent, like a beast from hell that had awakened from a deep sleep. The aura around their bodies was extremely violent, causing the void to creak. All of you must die. The expert of the sea tribe said coldly. He took a step toward Lin Tian and the others, blocking them in an instant. Die. With a fierce roar, the sea around the island tumbled, rolling up a monstrous wave. The aura was terrifying. At this moment, other experts of the sea tribe arrived outside the island one after another. They all came with the 9th heaven of the great path of the sea tribe. These cultivators of the sea tribe stared ahead, their gazes falling on Baiziki and Bai Qiu. Although they had heard that the siblings had walked out of the Gorge of No Return, and that the saint and several supreme elders of their clan had come here to suppress them, they were still very surprised to see them with their own eyes. When they saw Lin Tian, they were even more surprised. He's the person in the recent rumors. The siblings walked out of the Gorge of No Return, but why is the man in the rumors also here? What's their relationship? This group of cultivators of the sea tribe was shocked. There, the saint. Saint, suddenly, a cultivator of the sea tribe spoke in a trembling voice, pointing to the center of the island. There, the corpse of the saint of the sea tribe lay quietly on the ground. Instantly, this group of cultivators of the sea tribe were all shocked. The genius saint of their clan had actually been killed? Boom, divine power raged, and the murderous intent was terrifying, causing the entire island to shake. The withered old man stood in front of Lin Tian and the others, his expression extremely cold. Behind him, huge waves surging against the heavens. This old man will extract all of your origin energy, then refine your bodies into puppets and enslave you forever. The old man said coldly. With a rumble, the waves rolled down. The terrifying power was enough to make one's heart tremble. It even sealed the space in all directions. The expressions of the three people and the crocodile changed at the same time. This attack was too powerful. Kid, what should we do? Whooshing crocodile glared. The waves rolled and surged, forming a huge shadow that shrouded the entire island. Lin Tian raised his head, his expression extremely solemn. An expert at the ninth heaven of the Great Path was too terrifying. How could they resist such an aura? He didn't expect that an existence of this level would appear at this time. This was almost the strongest expert of the Sea Tribe, second only to Ancestor Wuzhen. Try it. Bai Qiu said. A faint light rushed out of her body and turned into a light bead. It was the steadying water bead that she had obtained in the second heaven. Lin Tian naturally recognized that this bead had a very powerful water-controlling power. He didn't hesitate and directly injected his divine power into it. Activate it together. Bai Ziki, Bai Qiu, and Whooshing Crocodile all injected their divine power into it. Boom, the steadying water bead shone brightly, and for a moment, the surrounding sea boiled again. Rolling waves surged up, not much weaker than the waves of the Sea Tribe expert at the ninth heaven of the Great Path. With a loud bang, the two waves collided. Instantly, more waves splashed out, distorting the void. In an instant, more than half of the island was flooded by the surging sea water. The three people and the crocodile were violently shaken. The blood in their bodies surged, and they almost coughed up blood. Damn it, this old guy. Whooshing Crocodile cursed. The steadying water bead's ability was not bad, but their cultivation was still too low. They barely blocked the waves of the Sea Tribe expert at the ninth heaven of the Great Path, but they all suffered some minor injuries. The sea race's withered elder stood in the sky, and his gaze became even more cruel and merciless. Ants and beasts. With a buzz, he stretched out a big hand, and the demonic light shook and swept over. The three people and the crocodile fought at the same time, but they were repelled again. Lin Tian and Bai Ziki blocked at the front. Their internal organs spasmed, and blood spilled out of their mouths. Kid, this is not fun. What should we do? Whooshing Crocodile was slightly anxious. At this time, the island was already covered by a majestic Tao power. They couldn't even escape. Lin Tian stared at the oceanic species powerhouse in front of him, his expression uncertain. A moment later, a cold light flashed in his eyes. I'll go alone. Don't come over for the time being. Stay here, he said. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't stop and headed straight for the shriveled old man from the Sea Tribe. This scene immediately caused Bai Ziki, Bai Qiu, and Whooshing Crocodile's expressions to change. Kid, are you crazy? Whooshing Crocodile shouted. Lin Tian, what are you doing? Bai Qiu's face paled. That was an elite of the ninth heavenly layer of the Great Tao. How could Lin Tian charge over so directly? At the same time, outside the island, the group of Oceanic clan cultivators who had followed them here were also moved. He's charging directly at our clan's #1 Supreme Elder? You're courting death. No matter how strong he is and how invincible he is in his generation, he'll only die if he charges over like this. He knows he's going to die. Is he trying to find a chance for his companions to escape? No one can escape. They'll all die. These Oceanic clan cultivators' eyes were filled with shock. Then, they became ferocious and sinister. At this time, Lin Tian had already approached the shriveled old man of the Oceanic clan. The golden light around his body was extremely strong. He directly waved his golden iron fist, smashing the void until it collapsed. He ruthlessly punched the Oceanic species' ninth heavenly layer of the Great Tao powerhouse. His physical body was extremely strong. Under such a punch, the expressions of the Oceanic species cultivators changed again. They were all shocked. However, this was still only for a moment. In the next moment, the eyes of these oceanic species cultivators became vicious again. It's useless. You can only die. A oceanic species cultivator said sinisterly. The shriveled old man of the oceanic species had a ruthless expression. His eyes were extremely cruel. How dare an ant cry to the heavens? You're courting death. With a buzz, he reached out a large hand. The great Tao laws merged together and pressed down on Lin Tian. Die. His voice was cold as if it came from hell. Bai Ziki, Bai Qiu, and the whooshing crocodile's expressions all changed. They all rushed forward. No matter how powerful Lin Tian was, he could not block the palm of a ninth heavenly layer of the great Tao powerhouse that contained Tao laws. After all, he was only at the seventh heavenly layer of the immortal ascension realm. The difference in cultivation was too great. Facing this palm, Lin Tian naturally felt the threat of death. However, he was not afraid. The cold light in his eyes became even stronger. At this time, he forcefully withdrew his fist. With a thought, he called out the Xianxia cauldron. He turned the cauldron upside down and faced the oceanic species' ninth heavenly layer of the great Tao powerhouse. A huge immortal Lingjing crystal pillar flew out from the cauldron and fell towards the old man. Seeing this, the whooshing crocodile's eyes widened. He stopped charging on the spot. At the same time, a powerful demonic power rushed out of his body and swept Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu back. He transmitted his voice to them, "Hurry up, calm your mind." He also did not expect that Lin Tian would take out the immortal Lingjing crystal pillar that sealed the demonized middle-aged man in the Nirvana realm. This was an extremely dangerous thing. Back then, when they were in that underground space, he and Lin Tian had only taken a glance at it, and they had almost died. Almost at this time, the oceanic species' withered elder's hand fell down and pressed down on the huge immortal Lingjing that sealed the demonized middle-aged man. Ah! A blood-curdling scream sounded immediately. It was mournful and terrifying. The huge hand of the oceanic species' great Tao powerhouse was instantly enveloped by a terrifying demonic power. His entire arm became as black as ink. Then, it shattered and turned into dust that filled the sky and dissipated. Great Elder! Elder? What is that? Is that the immortal Lingjing? There's someone inside, there's. Outside the island, the oceanic species cultivators stared at the huge immortal Lingjing that sealed the demonized middle-aged man. Just a moment ago, they were pleasantly surprised by the discovery of the immortal Lingjing. However, in the next moment, all of them trembled. Their expressions changed. Some became dazed, some became ferocious, and some even waved their swords and slashed at the clansmen next to them. Kill! 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 Among the oceanic species cultivators, a powerhouse roared and lost himself in an instant. The strongest among these oceanic species cultivators was only at the immortal realm. How could they resist the demonized middle-aged man's demonic nature? It should be known that even Lin Tian, who was born as a reincarnated body, almost died. At this time, these oceanic species cultivators were either dazed or roaring crazily. For a moment, some waved their swords and committed suicide, some screamed in horror, and some madly attacked the clansmen next to them. It was as if they had seen their most hated enemy. They attacked ruthlessly and mercilessly. In an instant, streaks of blood exploded. It was demonic and dazzling. This is? Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu were both shocked. Because of the whooshing crocodile's warning, the siblings used their king body's origin to protect their minds. At this time, they were not affected. After seeing this scene, they could not help but be moved and their expressions changed. What is that thing? Bai Qiu stared at the immortal Lingjing crystal pillar that sealed the demonized middle-aged man and could not help but shrink her neck. At this time, she and Bai Ziki used their king body's origin to protect their minds. Although they were not affected by the demonic nature, when they looked at the demonized middle-aged man, their hearts still trembled, and a chill ran down their spines. A demonic origin. The whooshing crocodile muttered. Ah! A scream came from the sky. The shriveled old man of the oceanic species howled miserably. One of his arms was corroded and shattered by the demonic nature, and he could not regenerate it in a short time. At the same time, the demonic nature entered his body through the severed arm, causing his aura to rapidly decrease. He held his head with one hand and rolled miserably in the void. Lin Tian also felt the pressure at this time. He had thrown the immortal Lingjing fragment that sealed the demonized middle-aged man at such a close distance. Although he had long used the yin-yang lotus sea to protect his mind, at this time, he was still greatly affected. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were throbbing with pain. As for the iron chain around the celestial spirit crystal pillar, it also shocked him. It was too sturdy. After receiving a palm strike from the sea race cultivator of the 9th heaven of the Great Path, it actually did not shatter. It had completely withstood the attack, and only the patterns on it had dimmed slightly. Staring at the immortal Lingjing crystal pillar, he did not hesitate. He clenched his teeth and summoned the profound azure cauldron, putting it back into the cauldron. He closed the cauldron's lid and summoned the 4-symbol seal at the same time, tightly closing it again. Ah! The shriek was ear-piercing. The oceanic species 9th heaven Great Path powerhouse was in great trouble. The demonic nature of the demonized middle-aged man had entered his body. It was really not something he could withstand with his current cultivation. It was madly corroding his heart meridians. In the blink of an eye, his body became even more withered. He could not regenerate his severed arm. It was as if even the soul there had been annihilated. Lin Tian stared at the oceanic species powerhouse. Then, he tilted his head and looked at Baiziki and Bai Qiu. Protect your mind. Use your strongest attack to kill him. His eyes flashed. A flash of lightning flashed across Baiziki's eyes. He looked ahead and nodded. With a boom, divine light surged outside his body. A sea of lightning rushed out from behind him, intertwining with palaces. Thunder God Physique, Divine Roar Palace of the King's Region? The whooshing crocodile stared. It was an old monster that had lived for a long time. Naturally, it could recognize this kind of king's territory. However, Baiziki's actions weren't over yet. The aura outside his body became even stronger, and a huge thunder silhouette stood up from the Divine Roar Palace that he propped up. It was really like a thunder deity as it slowly pulled out a thunder sword with dazzling light. The Divine Roar Palace was now in its strongest state. The thunder god had pulled out his sword, Wang. On the other side, Bai Qiu stepped forward. A dim light flickered outside her body. A vast and boundless starry sky rushed out from behind her. Immediately, a full moon appeared in the starry sky. It was divine and holy, like the moon in the depths of the universe. It made one's heart palpitate. The whooshing crocodile opened its mouth wide. King's territory, the bright moon in the starry sky. She, the lunar imperial physique? Staring at the king's territory that Bai Qiu propped up, it was so shocked that its jaw almost dropped. Previously, when Bai Qiu claimed that she was very powerful and that even a half-step Great Dao powerhouse was no match for her, it didn't believe her and thought that Bai Qiu was bragging. But now, it was dumbfounded. The seemingly weak little girl in front of it was actually so powerful. She actually had the lunar imperial physique. These siblings have the thunder god physique and the lunar imperial physique. Are their families going to defy the heavens in the future? It stared. Boom, at this moment, an even stronger divine power rushed out. As soon as the divine diagram appeared, it shone brightly in all directions, causing the entire sky to shake. It was as if the heaven-splitting sacred diagram had appeared. This is? What is this? Whooshing crocodile widened his eyes. The divine diagram that Lin Tian was holding up at this moment was too powerful, as if it could suppress heaven and earth. Bai Qiu also stared with wide eyes. It's even stronger than my bright starry sky moon, even stronger than Big Brother's thunder god sword draw. What kind of technique is this? Staring at Lin Tian's divine diagram, she was also extremely shocked. Only Baiziki's eyes flashed as he stared straight at Lin Tian. He was the only person here who knew that Lin Tian was a reincarnation physique. He also knew that Lin Tian was holding up the King's Territory reincarnation diagram. At this moment, the reincarnation diagram that Lin Tian was holding up was much more powerful than when he saw it in the Bai family's divine territory. It was completely different. Lin Tian looked at Baiziki and nodded slightly. Then, he looked at the Sea Clan Great Elder who was rolling in the void and howling in pain. Kill. He spat out this one word. With a boom, the reincarnation diagram behind him shone brightly and pressed down on the Sea Clan Great Elder. Slash. Baiziki's expression was cold. With a clang, in the divine roar palace behind him, the thunder sword in Lei Ying's hand pressed down, splitting the void. On the other side, the starry moon that Baiqiu held up also pressed forward. The starry sky covered everything, and the moon pressed down like a meteorite, crushing the space. Boom, divine light surged and directly drowned the place. Without a doubt, this was an unparalleled attack. The three kings' physiques displayed the strongest king's territory. That kind of power was no joke. It almost caused the island to crack, and it directly enveloped the Sea Clan Great Elder. With a poof, the screen disappeared. The Sea Clan Great Elder was directly crushed, and his divine soul was also annihilated. When the smoke and dust dissipated, there were still shocking destructive waves intertwined at that location, and spatial turbulence wantonly appeared. A ninth firmament Great Dao expert had been killed by 3 people. Wuxing Crocodile was surprised. These 3 guys are really scary. Although the Great Elder of the Sea Tribe was heavily injured by the demonized middle-aged man's demonic aura, the might displayed by Lin Tian and the other 2 still shocked him deeply. With this level of cultivation, they were really too powerful. This was especially so for Lin Tian. The reincarnation diagram that he propped up just now still made its heart thump. It was too vast. It looked at Lin Tian. "Brat, what kind of supernatural power did you use just now?" "That's right, what kind of technique is that?" "So powerful?" Baiqiu asked. She knew that Lin Tian was very powerful, but the reincarnation diagram that Lin Tian displayed just now shocked her even more. Lin Tian glanced at Baiziki and smiled. "It's a secret. The reincarnation diagram could only be seen by dead people and heavenly venerable rank powerhouses. Wuxing Crocodile and Baiqiu naturally couldn't detect it." Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes. Baiqiu said angrily, "Another secret. You're hiding everything from me. I don't want to talk to you anymore." "Baiqiu, stop fooling around," Baiziki said. Baiqiu stared. Her brother had always disliked Lin Tian, but now he was actually speaking up for Lin Tian? Ah. Kill. 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 Ha 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 ha, die, all of you die. Ghosts. Don't come over. Get lost. Get lost. Screams, laughter, panic, and all kinds of emotional fluctuations came from outside the island. Over there, the group of Sea Tribe cultivators still couldn't break free from the demonized middle-aged man's demonic aura and were in a mess. Lin Tian glanced at Sea King Island with a serious expression. "Let's go. Leave this place immediately." Baiziki and Baiqiu nodded. Wuxing Crocodile shrunk its monster body and lay on Lin Tian's head again. Lin Tian stepped forward and flew into the distance. As soon as he took a step, his body trembled slightly and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Baiqiu's expression changed. She asked worriedly, "What happened to you?" "It's nothing. I just suffered a little shock. It's nothing serious." Lin Tian. He had just charged at the Sea Tribe's Grand Elder of the Ninth Heaven of the Great Path and threw out the sealed demonized middle-aged man. He had also suffered some backlash from the Sea Tribe's Grand Elder's palm power. His injuries weren't too serious, but they weren't too light either. "Let's find a place to heal first," Baiziki said. Lin Tian nodded. The 3 people and 1 crocodile were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled far away and disappeared into the horizon. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Ah. At the outer edge of the island where Lin Tian and the others were fighting, the Sea Tribe cultivators were still immersed in the demonic interference. More than half of them had died, and their blood dyed the sea red. It was also at this moment that the sound of something breaking through the air came from not far away. In the Sea Tribe, other Great Path powerhouses sensed that the auras of their Holy Sun and the 3 Supreme Elders had disappeared. They also sensed that the aura of the first Supreme Elder, who had chased after them, had also disappeared. They were a little flustered. Therefore, another 3 Great Path powerhouses rushed here. The auras outside their bodies were very shocking. "This is These three great path powerhouses were naturally the supreme elders of the sea tribe. When they saw this scene, all of their expressions changed. Then, in an instant, the three powerhouses saw that these sea tribe cultivators had fallen into an illusion. "Wake up, all of you!" one of them roared. The power of his divine sense was contained in the sound waves, causing the confused sea tribe cultivators to tremble. Their eyes gradually became clear. This group of sea tribe cultivators who were still alive was in a daze. They looked around. The seawater where they stood was dyed red with blood. Someone was holding a blood-stained saber in his hand that was stained with the blood of his clansmen. His face instantly turned pale, and he threw away the saber in his hand. The hand that was holding the saber couldn't help but tremble. This? What's going on? This group of cultivators was terrified. The three supreme elders of the sea tribe who had rushed here were furious. They roared, "All of you, quiet down. What happened here?" Hearing this, the group of sea tribe cultivators trembled. After a while, these sea tribe cultivators' expressions changed again. Someone trembled and said, the saint was killed. The three supreme elders who came first were also killed. The great elder. This sea tribe cultivator couldn't continue. Before he lost consciousness, he only saw the great elder suffering and screaming in the void. He didn't know what happened after that. But even so, at this time, the great elder was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he saw the other supreme elders of his lineage rushing over. This sea tribe cultivator vaguely guessed something, and his face became even paler. Who did it? Among the three supreme elders of the sea tribe, one of them roared. His killing intent surged, causing the surface of the sea to boil. Such might caused the surviving oceanic species cultivators to tremble in fear. Someone trembled and said, It's that pair of siblings. They really came out of the valley of no return. There's also a powerful crocodile demon, and that man in the recent rumors." Immediately, this person trembled as he recounted what he saw. He spoke intermittently, but it was very detailed. The three supreme elders of the sea tribe's faces became extremely ferocious. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they were as frightening as ghosts. "Bastards!" one of them roared angrily. "Their generation's paragon-level genius holy sons, one at the third firmament of the great Tao, two at the second firmament of the great Tao, and one at the ninth firmament of the great Tao, had died here, within the territory of their own clan. How humiliating was this? What kind of loss was this? Damn it! Kill! We must kill them!" Angry roars intertwined in this space, stirring up violent winds and stormy waves. After Lin Tian and the others stepped out of the island, they were far away from the territory of the sea tribe. Not long after, they walked out of the vast ocean and entered a remote old mountain. Lin Tian found a secluded place inside. Bai Ziki, Bai Qiu, and Wuxing Crocodile stood guard. He spent about 6 hours to completely recover from his previous injuries. This time, those little bastards from the Sea clan should be so angry that they're crying. A holy son and 3 grand elders are dead, and there's even a ninth firmament great Tao cultivator among them. Such losses are really, tsk. Wuxing Crocodile shook his head and said. Serves them right. Bai Qiu snorted. The sea tribe had almost killed her and her brother. Naturally, she was not happy about this bloodline. Lin Tian smiled and stood up from the ground. He stretched his legs and bones and felt that his essence, energy, and spirit had become stronger. That's right. Bai Qiu looked at Lin Tian and asked with concern, I heard from the sea tribe that you were being pursued by the ant tribe, insect tribe, blood wolf tribe, bone tribe, and stone god tribe. What's going on? These large tribes are all top tribes in this heavenly realm. Especially the stone god tribe, they are one of the top forces in this heavenly realm. Although the siblings had kept a low profile after coming to this heavenly realm, they were very clear about the situation in this heavenly realm. At the side, Bai Ziki also looked at Lin Tian with confusion. The ant tribe, blood wolf tribe, dark shadow tribe, bone tribe, witch tribe, and stone god tribe. These young paragons and saints of these large tribes provoked me for no reason and were all killed by me. Naturally, these large tribes could not sit still. He said casually. Then, his expression became slightly gloomy. He looked at Baiqiu and said, "As for the insect tribe." He paused and continued, "You stayed in an ordinary village before. That village, do you still remember?" "Yes, yes. Of course I remember. My brother and I dug up a lunar origin stone there. I used that lunar origin stone to cultivate, and my cultivation improved a lot after that. There was a group of little fellows in the village. They were all very interesting. I taught them a set of our family's basic fist techniques. They chased after me all day and called me master. Also, little AI was the cutest. She stuck to me all day. Before I left, I gave her my personal jade. It can nourish her body and blood. I want to wait until she is a little older before I come back to teach her real techniques and take her on the path of cultivation." Baiqiu was excited when he mentioned that small village. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Lin Tian in surprise. "Eh? How do you know? You've been there?" Seeing Baiqiu so excited, Lin Tian's eyes dimmed. "That place is no longer there. The people in the village were all killed by the insect tribe." Listening to Lin Tian's words, the excitement on Baiqiu's face suddenly disappeared. He was stunned, and the smile on his face became a little stiff. What are you talking about? How could they all be dead? Don't say such things, it's not good at all." Lin Tian opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Baiziki frowned and looked at Lin Tian. "Are you sure?" Lin Tian nodded. "Therefore, I slaughtered more than 20 branches of the insect race in succession, killed their young supreme beings, killed their 3 supreme elders, and seized their most powerful Dao weapons," he said in a low voice. Baiziki frowned even tighter. He turned his head and looked at his sister next to him. "Then, what about those children?" Baiqiu asked Lin Tian. Lin Tian was silent. What can he say? Baiqiu's voice trembled slightly. "What about little AI?" Lin Tian's face was even more gloomy, and he clenched his fists. As Baiqiu mentioned, little AI was the cutest. When he was in the small village, the little girl always stuck to him. However, in the end, he couldn't save the cute little girl. The little girl was only 5 years old. Baiqiu's body trembled slightly. Obviously, he understood Lin Tian's silence. His eyes were wet. Baiziki wanted to comfort Baiqiu, but he didn't know how to comfort him. He naturally knew that his younger sister liked those little fellows in the village very much. She liked the little girl called little AI even more. When they parted, she gave the precious jade that she had worn for more than 10 years to the little girl. But now, those little fellows were gone, and little AI was also dead. Lin Tian also felt uncomfortable. He felt very depressed. "I buried the villagers in the mountains outside the village. Little AI is also there," he said. "The 4th heaven is very vast." On this day, the weather was slightly gloomy. Thin clouds covered the scorching sun, and Lin Tian and the others were in a bad mood. On this day, 3 people and 1 alligator appeared in an old forest on a green mountain. The green mountain was very ordinary. The air was clear, but the spiritual energy wasn't dense. Ahead of them, a small tomb lay horizontally, bleak and desolate. These small tombs were the tombs of the villagers of the small village. They had been erected by Lin Tian, and now they had returned to this place. Baiqiu squatted at the front and looked at little Ai's small grave. His tears fell uncontrollably. She liked that little girl the most. She had planned to personally teach the little girl the true grand arts after she became stronger and the little girl grew up. It wouldn't even be a problem for her to bring the little girl back to the clan. But now, little AI was no longer here. She was only 5 years old. How could this be? She choked with sobs. Lin Tian stood next to him, and Baiziki stood next to him. "This isn't over," Baiziki said. He had always been a calm person, but now that he had said those words, it was obvious that he was very angry. At this time, looking at this group of small graves and seeing his sister crying so sadly, killing intent naturally intertwined in his heart. "Finished my ass. Let's slaughter these curs. Whooshing crocodile cursed. Lin Tian took a deep breath, and a murderous light flickered in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, previously, I've killed more than 20 branch tribes of this bloodline in succession. Now, all of their branch tribes have gathered together and moved to the central main tribe. There's a Wuxian realm powerhouse guarding there. With our current strength, we can't directly kill our way into the central main tribe. Baiziki's eyes were cold. We'll think about it at length. The 3 people and 1 crocodile stayed here for a long time before they left. Not long after, they appeared on a main road. Bai Qiu's mood was very low. Lin Tian and Baiziki wanted to comfort her, but in the end they didn't say anything. This road was very wide. There were cultivators walking by in the distance, and their vitality was not weak. It's too bloody. More than 200 people were all killed. Their flesh and blood were all eaten clean. The insect race has really gone crazy. They're really willing to do anything to force that ruthless person out. The young Supreme Being was slaughtered, 3 Supreme Elders were killed, their strongest Tao weapon was taken away, and more than 20 branch tribes were slaughtered. Not long ago, 4 great path powerhouses died. It would be strange if they didn't go crazy. They deserve it. This bloodline is disgusting. It's best if they're all dead. However, speaking of which, why did this bloodline suddenly kill their way to that small barbarian tribe? What does that place have to do with that ruthless person? I heard that there's a young barbarian in that small tribe. This barbarian once traveled with that ruthless person and seems to be that ruthless person's friend. The insect race obviously wants to capture this barbarian to threaten that ruthless person into submission. That's a small branch tribe of the barbarian race. Aren't the insect race afraid that the main tribe of the barbarian race will start a war with them? There are more than 200 people and more than 70 families. They're far from the main tribe of the barbarian race. Their strength is very average. This is far from being a qualified branch tribe. It's more like an ordinary village. It's too insignificant. The main tribe of the barbarian race probably won't start a war with the insect race for such an ordinary branch tribe. After all, a war between large tribes is no joke. After all, the barbarian race's strength is slightly weaker than the other large tribes. Among the large tribes, it seems that this bloodline is the only one without a young supreme being. The insect race should be aware of this, which is why they dare to be so unscrupulous and directly slaughter that place. Sigh. The group of cultivators discussed softly, and some sighed. At this time, Lin Tian and the others were still quite far away from this group of cultivators. However, the cultivation of this group of people was very strong. Naturally, this group of cultivators heard all the words of this group of cultivators without missing a word. Instantly, Lin Tian's expression changed. Kid, this has something to do with you? Whooshing Crocodile was slightly stunned. Baiziki's expression changed. Even the depressed Bai Qiu's expression changed. They all looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was shocked and anxious. At this time, he didn't say a word. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the group of cultivators in the distance. He directly grabbed one of them and said, "What did you say just now? What happened to that barbarian race branch tribe?" When he first came to this heavenly realm, he stayed in a small barbarian race branch tribe for a night. There, he met Fanning Xiong. Fanning Xiong was simple and honest. They went through a relic together. How could he not be anxious when he heard this now? You are, naturally, the cultivators there were able to recognize Lin Tian as the recently rumored ruthless character. Their faces sank. That was especially true of the young cultivator that Lin Tian had captured. His face turned pale and he nearly fainted on the spot. Speak. Lin Tian roared in a low voice. This young cultivator trembled with fear and told him about the small barbarian race branch tribe being slaughtered by the insect race. When did this happen? This young cultivator couldn't stop trembling. No, not long ago, just 5-10 hours ago. Fanning Xiong, where is that young barbarian? I don't know. I think he saved his life with the help of other barbarian race members. No, I don't know where he went. There are insect race experts chasing after him. This young cultivator was trembling. Lin Tian was shocked and angry. He pushed this young cultivator away and didn't have time to say anything to Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu. Golden light shone out of his body and streaked across the sky like a bolt of golden lightning, rushing toward the small barbarian race branch tribe. Bai Ziki's face darkened. He and Bai Qiu stepped out together and chased after Lin Tian. Lin Tian was very fast. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu weren't much slower. They traveled at top speed. After crossing dozens of large mountains and old forests, they appeared in a relatively remote mountain range. The spirit chi here was relatively abundant, and there were plenty of plants. They could vaguely hear the roars of beasts, and the thick smell of blood floated in the air. Lin Tian walked for dozens of feet and soon stopped. In front of them was a very small branch tribe. There were dozens of stone houses here, but at this moment, the stone houses were all in ruins. The ground was covered in bright red blood, and there were eerie white bones. The flesh and blood had been gnawed away. It was a ghastly sight, and it made one shiver at the sight of it. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with hostility, and his killing intent was as deep as the sea. He had stayed here for a night, and the barbarians here had warmly welcomed him. Although it was because he had saved the lives of a few people of this small tribe, but the barbarians here were all very generous, which made him have a good impression on them. But now, because of him, this small branch tribe of the barbarians had been slaughtered to the point that they died in such a miserable manner. The honest Fanning Xiong was missing, and he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. This made him shocked and angry. Bai Ziki looked ahead and frowned. Bai Qiu's face was also very unpleasant. The ordinary village there had been destroyed by the insect tribe, and now, this small branch tribe of the barbarians that was related to Lin Tian had been slaughtered by the insect tribe. This made her sad and angry. Boom! At this moment, a shocking wave of divine power suddenly came from afar. Dozens of figures rushed over, either holding stone clubs or wolf hammers. They were all filled with murderous intent, and their auras were very strong. Especially the three people at the front. Although they had beards and looked like old men, the waves of blood chi were very shocking. They were like savage beasts, and in the blink of an eye, they had crossed over to this place. The three people and one alligator turned their heads at the same time, looking at the newcomers with vigilance. Among this group of people, many of them were wearing animal skins, exposing their bare arms. Their muscles were very strong and shocking. The hostility in Lin Tian's eyes dissipated. He looked at the newcomers, and his gaze fell on the three people at the front. Barbarian seniors? These dozens of figures were indeed barbarian cultivators. After rushing here and seeing Lin Tian, they were all shocked. Now, Lin Tian's name had already spread throughout the fourth heaven. These barbarian cultivators naturally recognized Lin Tian. Moreover, they rushed here after hearing that a small branch tribe had suffered a disaster. They also knew that Lin Tian was related to this place. It's you. The three old men in the lead stared at Lin Tian, all of them exuding Tao law fluctuations. They were three great Tao realm powerhouses. Lin Tian could feel the strength of the three people. He opened his mouth and said, "I'm sorry, because of me, this place." If it weren't for him, the barbarian branch tribe here wouldn't have suffered such a disaster. The three old men glanced at the bloodstained small branch tribe here, and their expressions were naturally ugly. Finally, their eyes fell on Lin Tian. "Hero, that child, mentioned you to us several times. Back then, you saved the lives of several people here. We all know about it. We can't blame you for this." Behind the three old men, dozens of figures looked around at the small branch tribe here. All of them were filled with killing intent, and they were incomparably angry. Damn those bugs. Everyone was furious. Lin Tian was very worried about Fanning Xiong and was very anxious. However, when he heard the words of the burly barbarian, he couldn't help but be shocked. The three old men in front of him were the barbarian tribe's chief and the two supreme elders of this lineage. Their lineup was really impressive. The words of the burly barbarian revealed Fanning Xiong's importance to the barbarian tribe. He was the hope of this generation of the barbarian tribe. This moved him. It seemed that Fanning Xiong's identity in the barbarian tribe was very extraordinary. Hearing the burly barbarian's words, the barbarian tribe's chief and the two supreme elders were moved. They also reacted. Yes. Find the hero, let's find the hero first. The barbarian tribe's chief bared half of his chest. He was wearing a gray ancient beast armor, and his vitality was very strong. Beside him, the two supreme elders of this lineage also nodded. Although they were incomparably furious after seeing their dead tribesmen, at this moment, Xianxia might still be alive. Their thoughts all fell on Xianxia. I'll go too. Lin Tian stepped forward and said. Although they had only known each other for a short time, Xianxia was very honest. They were already friends. Now that his friend had gone missing and his whereabouts were unknown, he was naturally very anxious. The barbarian tribe's chief and the two supreme elders looked at Lin Tian. Among them, the barbarian tribe's chief said, "Thank you, little brother. Senior, you're too polite. This is my responsibility." Lin Tian shook his head. "Little brother, you don't have to blame yourself. Hero has returned to the central main tribe several times. Every time, he would mention you to us. We also know some of your recent deeds. Us old fellows are very happy that Hero has a friend like you." One of the supreme elders of the barbarian tribe who came here said. The barbarian tribe was heroic and honest by nature. Lin Tian had slaughtered more than 20 branch tribes of the insect race in anger for an ordinary village, making an enemy of the entire insect race alone. The barbarian tribe naturally liked such a righteous person and had a good impression of him. Lin Tian nodded and didn't say anything else. "We'll help too," Baiziki said. Bai Qiu was depressed because of AI's death and the disappearance of the small village. Now that Lin Tian's friend was in trouble, he felt even worse. He also nodded to the barbarian tribe leader and the two Taishang elders to help find Xianxia's whereabouts. The barbarian tribe patriarch and the two grand elders cupped their fists towards Baiziki and Bai Qiu. "This old man thanks you in advance." Patriarch. "Elder, let's move quickly," a barbarian cultivator asked. The tribe leader of the Berserker tribe and the two grand supreme elders nodded one after another. They exchanged glances with Lin Tian and the others, then swept their gazes over the small branch of the Berserker tribe that was dyed red by blood. In the end, they left in different directions at an incredibly fast speed. Lin Tian imprinted Xianxia's appearance into the sea of consciousness of Baiziki, Bai Qiu, and Wuxing Crocodile. The three of them and the crocodile worked together and spread out their powerful divine senses, searching for traces of Xianxia while moving quickly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. In these 5 days, the three of them and the crocodile had traveled to many places. In order not to attract the attention of the Blood Wolf tribe and other cultivators while searching for Xianxia, Lin Tian even used a special technique to conceal his true appearance. However, in the end, he did not find anything. Lin Tian's expression did not look good. His sea of consciousness was boiling, and his powerful divine senses were comparable to that of a cultivator of the Great Path, extending in all directions. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. After a full 7 days, they still could not find any trace of Xianxia. On this day, the three of them and the crocodile returned and met up with the barbarian tribe patriarch, the two grand elders, and some other barbarian cultivators in the small branch of the Berserker tribe that had been slaughtered. This was the time they had agreed upon when they had split up to search for Xianxia. They would reunite in the small branch after 7 days because someone might have found Xianxia within these 7 days. This way, they could inform the others who were searching in time. Even if they did not find Xianxia, they would need to exchange information in time. "How is it?" Lin Tian asked. "No clues. We can't find him." The barbarian tribe patriarch shook his head. "What about you?" Lin Tian was silent and shook his head. Tribe patriarch, "We can't find him. We can't find any trace of the hero." "We can't find him either." The group of barbarian cultivators shook their heads. The barbarian tribe patriarch and the two grand supreme elders looked disappointed, and they clenched their fists. Dong. At this time, the mountain range near the small branch of the Berserker tribe suddenly shook, and densely packed figures appeared. There were about a few hundred of them, and they rushed over like a torrent. All of them were roaring loudly. Among this group of figures, 2 old men with messy hair walked at the forefront. They looked like old savages in the barren mountains, but the aura surrounding their bodies was very shocking. The blood and chi they exuded were as strong as ancient beasts, and there were Tao law fluctuations intertwined. In the blink of an eye, this group of figures rushed over. Second Grand Supreme Elder. Third Supreme Elder. The barbarian tribe patriarch greeted them. The two old men with messy hair walked over and glanced at the small branch covered in blood. They nodded at the barbarian tribe patriarch and the other two Grand Supreme Elders, and their eyes suddenly fell on Lin Tian. Little brother Lin Tian? Fanning Xiong had returned to the main tribe of the barbarian tribe several times and mentioned Lin Tian. Some of the big figures of the barbarian tribe naturally knew Lin Tian's name. Lin Tian nodded and then said, "Greetings, seniors. It's really you. The hero has mentioned you to us several times." The second and third supreme elders of the barbarian tribe nodded at Lin Tian, and then looked at the barbarian tribe patriarch and the other two grand supreme elders. Among them, the second supreme elder asked, "How is it? Our clansmen are in trouble. We heard that the hero is still alive, so the grand supreme elder asked us to come out of seclusion and come here. Have you found the hero?" The barbarian tribe patriarch and the other two grand supreme elders shook their heads, and the other barbarian cultivators looked pale. "We've been looking for him for 7 days, but there's no clue," the barbarian tribe patriarch said. The second supreme elder of the barbarian tribe had an ugly expression, while the third supreme elder straightened his eyes and glared at the barbarian tribe patriarch. "What did we tell you before we went into seclusion? We asked you to bring the hero child to the main tribe. Why did you leave him here?" Although the barbarian tribe patriarch looked like an old man and was also a great Tao expert, his seniority was 1 or 2 generations lower than the grand supreme elders in the tribe. At this moment, being reprimanded like this, he naturally could not say anything and stood aside with his head lowered. "Third supreme elder, it's not the tribe patriarch's fault. It's the hero child who insisted on staying here, saying that this is the place where he grew up. He can't bear to part with his uncles and friends, and he can't bear to part with this small piece of land." The tribe patriarch had no choice. A burly man at the 7th level of immortal ascension said. The third supreme elder's eyes were still fixed. Even so, he should have sent experts to guard this place. Why didn't he do that? That might expose the uniqueness of this place. If someone sets their eyes on the hero child, it will cause trouble instead, the burly man said in a low voice. The third supreme elder glared angrily, and he was so angry that his Tao law fluctuated chaotically. When Lin Tian saw this scene, he felt even more how important Fanning Xiong was to the barbarian tribe. The barbarian tribe valued him so much that hundreds of their tribesmen had charged over. The barbarian tribe patriarch and 4 great Tao realm grand supreme elders had personally come. This treatment was even better than the treatment that the young paragons and saints of the other large tribes received. Hundreds of barbarian tribe cultivators followed behind the second supreme elder and the third supreme elder. All of them had thick blood chi, and many of them were burly men. Most of them had half of their chests exposed, and their skin was bronze. Their muscles were like dragons, giving off a powerful feeling. At this moment, when they saw the small tribe's ground covered in blood and the bones of their tribesmen who had their flesh and blood devoured, and heard that important tribesmen had gone missing and their fate was unknown, the eyes of this group of barbarian tribe cultivators turned red, and the veins on many of their foreheads throbbed. Damn those bugs. How dare they bully us like this? Elders, tribe patriarch, we can't let this go. Our tribesmen can't bleed for nothing. We can't be bullied like this. Let's fight, elders. Kill our way to the main tribe of the insect tribe and overturn them. Kill them all. Smash them all to death. The hundreds of barbarian tribe cultivators were enraged. Powerful waves of divine power and true origin intertwined in this space. This group of barbarian tribe cultivators all had powerful battle chis. F***ck. The third supreme elder of the barbarian tribe had an extremely fiery temper. At this moment, he also roared, "I want to kill them all. King insect tribe, I want to kill all of them. Kill. Let's fight. Attack the insect tribe's nest." This group of barbarian tribe cultivators roared angrily. Lin Tian was moved. Although this group of barbarian tribe cultivators' combat power was not as strong as his, Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, and Wuxing Crocodile, when these hundreds of people roared together, their battle chis were very powerful. Most importantly, they were angry because of the deaths of their tribe members, which was very infectious. The second supreme elder of the barbarian tribe's hair was messy, and his face was very gloomy. We barbarian tribe have never taken the initiative to fight with others. We only have savage beasts as our companions. Even if we are known as the weakest among the several large tribes, it is nothing. We have never cared about it and have never had a grudge against the insect tribe. But now, the insect tribe has bullied our tribe and massacred our tribe, causing our precious children to be nowhere to be found. How can we let this go? We must make them pay the price. The second supreme elder of the barbarian tribe's words were not loud, but they were filled with dense killing intent. Kill. Crush them all to death. These F***. King dogs. The hundreds of barbarian tribe cultivators roared. The second supreme elder of the barbarian tribe looked at the hundreds of people here. Leave some of you to continue searching for the whereabouts of the heroes. The rest of you, return to the main tribe and wave your blades at the insect tribe. The second supreme elder of the barbarian tribe's cultivation was very strong. He was at the seventh heaven of the great Tao. At this time, his body exuded an aura like that of a ferocious beast. Our tribe members bled for no reason, so we will pay with blood. Hearing the second supreme elder's words, the hundreds of barbarian tribe cultivators roared again and waved the wolf hammer weapons in their hands wildly. That's how it should be. Kill all those F***king dogs. The third supreme elder roared. The chief of the barbarian tribe and the other two supreme elders who arrived first also clenched their fists. Their eyes were filled with killing intent, and their battle chis were boiling. They knew very well that since the second supreme elder had spoken at this time, his meaning was clear. Before they came, the first supreme elder and the ancestor of the tribe had already made this decision. Hearing the angry roars of the barbarian tribe cultivators, Lin Tian and the others felt their blood boiling. Seniors, count us in when you kill the insect tribe. Lin Tian stepped forward. The insect tribe had destroyed that small village and killed all the villagers, including little Ai. They had been his and Baiziki's enemies for a long time. Now, this bloodline had slaughtered the small branch tribe of his friend Fanning Xiong. Old grudges and new grudges were settled together. He had to go on this trip to kill the insect tribe. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, the barbarian Great Tao Realm experts nodded. Good. You're a hero. The elders were not surprised that Lin Tian wanted to attack the insect race's main tribe. Back then, Lin Tian dared to brandish a butcher's knife at the insect race alone. Now that their tribe was going to attack the insect race's main tribe, how could Lin Tian not join them? Slaughter these bastards. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian did not say anything and stood quietly. The barbarian Great Tao Realm experts turned around and looked at the small tribe that had been slaughtered. All of them clenched their fists. The next moment, the second elder with messy hair roared. His voice shook the sky. Then, the other barbarian Great Tao Realm cultivators roared as well. The clouds in the sky seemed to be torn apart, and the ferocious beasts in the nearby mountains and forests trembled in fear. This was a ritual used by the barbarian Great Tao Realm to send off their dead tribesmen. Lin Tian stared at the small branch of the Berserker tribe. The ground was covered in blood, and there were white bones everywhere. Some of the skeletons still had remnants of their auras intertwined with each other. He could still vaguely remember that the owners of those skeletons had toasted him that night. I will avenge all of you. He whispered in his heart. His eyes shone brightly as he shifted his gaze away from the small tribe and looked at the sky beyond the mountains. He believed that Fanning Xiong should still be alive. After all, how could a treasure that the barbarian Great Tao Realm coveted die so easily? Return to the main tribe and offer sacrifices to the barbarian blade. The loud roar sounded again. On this day, the second elder of the barbarian Great Tao Realm ordered 100 barbarian Great Tao Realm experts to stay behind and continue searching for Fanning Xiong's whereabouts. The rest returned to the main tribe. Lin Tian and the others were naturally invited by the barbarian Great Tao Realm elders. Following the barbarian Great Tao Realm cultivators, Lin Tian and the others traversed the mountains. Not long after, 3 towering mountains appeared in front of them. In the valley between the 3 mountains was a huge tribe. There were stone houses built from squarish stones. They looked very ordinary, but they exuded a majestic atmosphere. There was a faint aura of time intertwined around them. Clearly, these stone houses had existed for a very long time. The main tribe of the barbarian race. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Roar. Right at this moment, a low roar was heard, and the earth couldn't help but tremble. Near the main tribe of the barbarian tribe, a 15 feet tall savage beast was striding forward. It was a scarlet silver tiger. Its body was intertwined with silver patterns, and even its eyes were silver. The demonic aura of this silver-red tiger was astonishingly thick, and there was actually a faint fluctuation of Tao laws intertwining. It walked over step by step, giving people a huge sense of oppression, as if a demon mountain was pressing down on them. At the same time, there were also savage beasts that were several feet tall walking in other directions. There were more than 10 of them, and their demonic auras were very strong. There was also a faint fluctuation of Tao law. These savage beasts were near the main tribe of the barbarian race, but the main tribe of the barbarian race did not react at all. When the barbarian race cultivators saw these savage beasts, they did not show any fear. Some even showed respect. Lin Tian frowned, slightly puzzled. These savage beasts were all half a step into the great Tao realm, and they seemed to get along very well with the barbarian race. As if seeing his puzzlement, the Wuxing crocodile said at this moment, the barbarian race has a habit of feeding savage beasts since ancient times. They start raising them by their side when they are young. When the young grow up, they will naturally become close to the barbarian race and become a member of the barbarian race. Lin Tian nodded. So that's how it is. Near the main tribe of the barbarian race, more than 10 savage beasts that were half a step into the great Tao realm had obviously discovered the return of the second elder and the others, and they all looked over. Among them, the silver-red tiger let out a low roar at the second elder of the barbarian race, and a fluctuation of divine sense was transmitted. The tribesmen there have all been killed, the second elder of the barbarian race said. Hero, that child, has not been found yet. Roar. The silver-red tiger's roar was clearly several times louder. It shook the mountains, and the demonic aura it emitted was also stronger. At the same time, the other 10 savage beasts also let out roars. Lin Tian felt that there was a murderous intent intertwined, and it was very shocking. The second elder of the barbarian race looked at this group of powerful savage beasts and said, "Of course, we won't let it go just like that." The 10 savage beasts let out a loud roar again, and they stared at the few great Tao realm masters of the barbarian race. "When the war starts, we should all fight together," the second elder of the barbarian race said. After saying that, the second elder of the barbarian race did not say anything more. Together with the other barbarian race masters, they all looked at Lin Tian and the others. "Brother Lin, my friends, we've made you wait outside the tribe with us for a long time. Please come in." These barbarian race masters were very polite to Lin Tian and the others because Lin Tian was Fan Ningxiong's friend and had saved the lives of several of their tribesmen. After Fan Ningxiong mentioned Lin Tian several times, these heroic barbarian race masters had long regarded Lin Tian as one of their own. Naturally, these barbarian race masters also treated Lin Tian's friends equally. On the way into the main tribe, the barbarian race master introduced the 10 savage beasts to Lin Tian and the others. When Hero was still very young, he would always play with them when he came to the main tribe. When he grew up and began to cultivate, he would often fight with them. They all care about that child very much. Now that Hero's whereabouts are unknown, they are as angry as we are. Lin Tian nodded. No wonder those savage beasts had emitted such a strong murderous intent. Following the barbarian race elders, Lin Tian and the others came to a spacious hall in the main tribe of the barbarian race. An old man with a white beard walked out. He was dressed in animal skin clothes and looked very old, but the fluctuations of his qi and blood were extremely strong. The 8th heaven of the Great Path. Wuxing crocodile narrowed his eyes. The barbarian race master and the rest of the barbarian race looked at the old man with a white beard. Great Elder. The old man with a white beard was the number 1 great elder of the barbarian race. He first nodded to the barbarian race masters. Then, his gaze suddenly fell on Lin Tian and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Little friend Lin Tian? Lin Tian greets elder. Lin Tianwei bowed slightly. The great elder of the barbarian race was like the rest of the barbarian race. He was very warm to Lin Tian. Good. Good man. Fanning Xiong had mentioned Lin Tian many times, so the great elder naturally knew about Lin Tian. Lin Tian introduced Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu to the great elder of the barbarian race. The great elder of the barbarian race naturally treated them warmly. On this day, Lin Tian and the others were very important guests to the barbarian race. However, there was no banquet to welcome them. This was because everyone was filled with killing intent towards the insect race. Everyone was worried about Fanning Xiong, so a banquet was naturally not suitable. The third elder was very hot-tempered. Great elder, let's attack the insect race. I'm going to kill these F***curs. The ancestor has already made a decision. The blood of our people will not be spilled in vain. We have prepared all our forces. The great elder of the barbarian race said. The voice of the old man with a white beard was not loud and did not have a strong killing intent. However, there was a sense of determination in his voice, which made Lin Tian's blood boil. He clenched his fists slightly. The barbarian race was going to attack the main tribe of the insect race for the sake of a small branch tribe with a population of about 200 people. It seemed that the insect race had never thought of this. At the same time, there was a flash of light in his eyes. The barbarian race was heroic and righteous. It was inevitable that they would be angry when their people were massacred. However, he guessed that the reason why they did not hesitate to attack the main tribe of the insect race was most likely because of Fanning Xiong. The insect race massacred the small branch tribe, causing Fanning Xiong's whereabouts to be unknown. This was probably the heart of the barbarian race. Senior, when are we going to attack? Can you give me a few days? I would like to engrave a few killing formation platforms. He said. Since they were going to exterminate a large tribe, it was natural for them to make more preparations. The great elder of the barbarian race looked at Lin Tian and was slightly surprised. Young friend, you can engrave killing formation platforms? As he spoke, the old man suddenly seemed to remember something. Yes, rumor has it that you are a formation manipulator above the 6th rank. The old man looked at Lin Tian and said, we will depart in about 3 days. Young friend, do you think there is enough time? Lin Tian nodded. 3 days was enough. With his current cultivation and soul power, 3 days was enough for him to engrave 20 mature eternal killing formation platforms. On this day, the barbarian race prepared a place for the 3 people and 1 crocodile to rest. They also prepared food and did not disturb them. Lin Tian sat cross-legged in the middle of a stone house. He took out 20 black water stone platforms from his stone ring and operated the Heavenly One soul art. A faint silver soul light jumped along with his fingertips and imprinted on the black water stone, hiding in the black water stone. The black water stone could store the formation patterns in advance. It was the best stone to engrave the killing formation platforms. Bai Ziki, Bai Qiu, and Wuxing Crocodile were all here. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu sat on one side and watched. Wuxing Crocodile was lying on a stone bed on the other side. Speaking of which, young fellow Lin, that barbarian race friend of yours is very unusual. He actually made the barbarian race treat him so well. This is much better than the treatment of the young supremes and the so-called holy sons of the other major races. Wuxing Crocodile said at this time, according to Master Crocodile's estimation, your barbarian race friend is either a peerless monster with heaven-defying talent, or he is very likely to have a king body. Do you know the specific situation? Lin Tian paused, shook his head slightly, and said, I don't know. He could naturally feel that the barbarian race valued Fanning Xiong very much. Previously, a strong barbarian race man had said that Fanning Xiong was the hope of their generation. However, he didn't know the specific situation of Fanning Xiong, and it was naturally inappropriate for him to ask about such things. Moreover, there was no need to ask. No matter what the specific situation of Fanning Xiong was, the other party was his friend. Don't disturb him. Bai Qiu said to Wuxing Crocodile. Wuxing Crocodile rolled his eyes. At this time, he didn't argue with Bai Qiu and became quiet. Lin Tian seriously engraved the eternal killing rune. Soon, 3 days passed. In 3 days, he rested 6 times in the middle. Each time, he rested for 2 hours to adjust his breathing. After 3 days, he engraved 20 eternal killing rune platforms. He divided these killing runes into 5 for Bai Ziki, 5 for Bai Qiu, and 5 for Wuxing Crocodile. He kept 5 for himself. Roar. The beast's roar shook the sky, and the earth couldn't help but shake. On this day, the main barbarian race, which was the barbarian race's main tribe, was filled with shouts of killing intent. Numerous barbarian race experts stood out, either holding broadswords, wolf hammers, or stone axes. Lin Tian and the others walked out of the stone house. Looking at these barbarian race experts, their blood couldn't help but boil. Little friend Lin, friends, are you ready? The great elder of the barbarian race looked over. Lin Tian nodded. Everything was ready. Good. The great elder of the barbarian race nodded and looked at the barbarian race cultivators. A debt of blood shall be paid with blood. Boys, kill. 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 The barbarian race cultivators roared, and their killing intent was shocking. The main tribe of the barbarian tribe was enveloped by the soaring battle aura. The barbarian warriors roared loudly, their voices shaking the sky and the earth. The 3 mountains outside the main tribe of the barbarian tribe seemed to be shaking. Charge! The great elder of the barbarian tribe let out a low roar. Instantly, all the barbarian warriors moved. Some rode on their armored horses on the ground, while others flew in the sky. The entire tribe was dark, and everyone's vitality was very strong. What a group of ferocious barbarians! Wuxing Crocodile muttered. Looking over, the barbarian cultivators were dark, and it was difficult to count how many of them there were. Most of them had half of their chests exposed, and their muscles were strong. Divine power and vital essence waves intertwined, and great Tao waves also spread out. Lin Tian followed the barbarian tribe cultivators as he observed them seriously. Among this group of barbarian tribe cultivators, there were a total of 10 Great Tao Realm cultivators, and there were also quite a number of half-step Great Tao Realm cultivators. There were close to 20 savage beasts at this level, not to mention the barbarian tribe's own half-step Great Tao Realm cultivators. And this was not the full strength of the barbarian race. They were only warriors who were attacking the insect tribe. At this moment, there were still other Great Tao Realm experts guarding the main tribe of the barbarian tribe. Who said that the barbarian race is the weakest among the major races? His eyes lit up. From this momentum, the barbarian race had at least 13 Great Tao Realm experts and hundreds of half-step Great Tao Realm experts. This was much stronger than the insect tribe, the ant tribe, the dark shadow tribe, and the blood wolf tribe. It was not much weaker than the bone tribe and other major factions. Boom! The void was trembling, and the earth was shaking. Marching towards the insect tribe, this group of barbarian warriors was very high profile. They did not hide at all and just crossed the void. Their armored horses stepped on the ground, and with soaring killing intent, they charged towards the main tribe of the insect tribe. This caused many cultivators to widen their eyes. This is? There are Great Tao Realm experts among the barbarian cultivators. There are actually 10 of them? What a powerful aura. Are the barbarians so powerful? Oh my god, what is this tribe going to do? The cultivators who saw this all widened their eyes. The densely packed barbarian tribe cultivators walked out of the main tribe at the center. They walked out of the mountains, stepped through the void, and pressed down on the ground. All of them carried a shocking killing intent. All of them had extremely powerful blood chi, and they were like wild beasts, causing many cultivators to tremble in fear. Some of the cultivators stared at the group of barbarian tribe cultivators. Then, their expressions changed when they saw Lin Tian. That ruthless person is in there. The ant race, the dark shadow race, and the stone god race are all hunting him down. I heard that the sea race is also trying to kill him for some reason recently. Why is he suddenly working with the barbarian race? What happened? The crowd of cultivators trembled. This time, Lin Tian did not hide anything. There was no need to hide anything. This time, they were going to exterminate the entire clan. Boom. The aura of the barbarian tribe army was intimidating. After walking out of the main tribe and away from the mountains, they no longer roared and did not say a word. However, their battle chi was still powerful, burning like a raging fire. Everywhere they passed, many cultivators retreated. All of them were shocked. Not long after, some sharp-eyed cultivators noticed that Lin Tian and the 10 great Dao realm experts of the barbarian tribe were at the front. They followed the group of barbarian tribe cultivators and seemed to be marching toward the main tribe of the insect race. Could it be that they're going to? Someone vaguely guessed something and instantly felt a chill rush up from the soles of their feet to their heads. Boom. The barbarian tribe cultivators were densely packed. They did not say a word, but their eyes were filled with killing intent. Their violent battle chi caused the void to rumble continuously. There were even distortions that appeared like ripples. They were completely affected by the terrifying killing intent. This was a murderous army that was marching toward the main tribe of the insect race. After an unknown amount of time, a vast mountain range appeared in front of them. Looking from afar, numerous enormous palaces were laid out horizontally in the center of this mountain range. It was unknown how wide they were, and all of them were built with expensive stone materials. We're here. A murderous glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. Baiziki clenched his fists. He did not hide his cold gaze at all. The whooshing crocodile lay on top of Lin Tian's head and narrowed its eyes slightly. There were countless barbarian tribe cultivators. They stared at the main tribe of the insect race in front of them. Their battle chi was violent, and their killing intent soared into the sky. Who is it? Outside the main tribe of the insect race, the expressions of the few insect race cultivators guarding changed. Golden divine light surged around Lin Tian's body. He was the first to rush out and instantly arrived in front of the main gate of the insect race. Boom. He swung his golden fist and pressed it down. The sky seemed like it was going to collapse. It instantly shattered the few insectoid cultivators guarding outside the gate. Blood stained the sky. Even the main gate of the insectoid race collapsed under the punch. Smelly bugs, aren't you looking for me? I'm here. He roared. Within the main tribe of the insect race, there were naturally experts who noticed Lin Tian. Human, it's you. Our race is looking for you. Very well. You're here to die. A half-step great Dao expert charged over. Lin Tian turned his head to look. His eyes were cold. He slashed out a beam of golden sword chi with his bare hands. With a poof, it shattered into pieces. Today, I'm here to seek justice. His voice was extremely cold. Back then, that simple and unadorned village had been destroyed by the insectoids, and the villagers had all died miserably. He could only watch helplessly as the 5-year-old little AI died in front of him, which made him extremely resentful. Now, in order to force him out, this bloodline had even killed the small branch family that his friend was in, slaughtering them all, causing his friend's fate to be unknown. This made him extremely resentful. You damn thing. Attack together and kill him. Chop him into meat paste. An insect race cultivator roared. Nearly 100 branch tribes of the insect race all belonged to the central main tribe of the insect race. Now, there were many experts here. Immediately, more than a dozen half-step great Dao experts pressed forward together. Moreover, some immortal ascension experts and flight cultivators also charged forward. Boom. The void distorted, and a bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky. Baiziki stepped out and shattered a half-step great Dao expert of the insect race on the spot. Then, in the next moment, the sky trembled, and a sea of lightning descended. Screams immediately sounded. Lord Crocodile has personally taken action. Little insects, tremble in fear. Whooshing crocodile leaped from Lin Tian's head. The 5-colored wings on its back spread open, and its demon body expanded to 30 feet. With a light flap of its wings, a 5-colored gale swept past and tore a half-step great Dao expert into pieces. Blood and flesh fell from the void. Baiqiu was the last to step out. Dim light intertwined around his body, and he used his divine power to form the lunar bow. It pierced through the forehead of a half-step great Dao expert of the insect race, causing him to fall from the void. His life force instantly disappeared without a trace. You guys? In the central main tribe of the insect race cultivators were all shocked by the might of the three people and the crocodile. At the same time, the group of barbarian race cultivators were also shocked. Even the 10 Great Dao Realm experts were shocked. These cultivators were well aware of Lin Tian's strength. He had killed several young supreme beings and holy sons of several large clans. He was close to being invincible among his peers. However, they had never imagined that the 2 people and 1 alligator by Lin Tian's side were also so terrifying. Killing a half-step Great Dao Realm cultivator was like tearing apart a painting. It was truly shocking. Then, in the next moment, the 10 Great Dao Realm experts all reacted. Children, what are you waiting for? Kill! The barbarian race Grand Elder roared. Instantly, the barbarian race's battle spirit went berserk. All the barbarian race warriors moved. Kill! 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 The battle cries were ear-piercing, shaking the sky. This group of barbarian race cultivators had astonishing vitality. When they joined forces, they were like a killing army from the ancient era that cut through time and space. They destroyed everything easily. There was really nothing that could stop them. They crushed the insect race cultivators one after another. Roar, beast roars shook the sky. On the shoulders of several barbarian race experts, ancient barbarian race beasts that had shrunk their demonic bodies soared into the sky. Their demonic bodies enlarged. Instantly, astonishing demonic aura swept through the sky and earth. They were just a hair's breadth away from stepping into the Great Dao realm. Their might was much stronger than that of ordinary half-step Great Dao experts. They could not be compared at all. They directly shattered the void. Pft, pft, pft. In an instant, bloody light kept exploding in the center of the barbarian race. It was blinding. Human barbarian race? You. What do you want to do? Do you want to start a war with our race? Are you crazy? Some insect race experts were terrified. Start a war, your mom. We are here today to wipe out your race. Wipe out your race. The barbarian race third elder roared and personally attacked. Great Dao realm waves swept through the sky. Under the pressure of the Dao laws, it was unknown how many insect race cultivators were torn to shreds. Blood kept pouring down like heavy rain, instantly dyeing half of the ground red. Such an attack scared all the insect race cultivators so much that their faces turned pale. Kill. King B** stards, I'll kill all of you today. Brothers, don't let any of them off. Let these King B** stards know that the barbarian race is not to be trifled with. The barbarian race cultivators roared furiously. They had never taken the initiative to fight with others. All year round, they would fight with ferocious demonic beasts deep in the mountains and forests. All of them were very powerful and valued loyalty and kinship. Now, a small tribe had been massacred by the insect race for no reason, and the most important person to the barbarian race was still nowhere to be found. How could they not be furious? All of them were filled with killing intent. Faced with such a large army, although the insect race was not weak, they were all scared out of their wits by the battle aura and killing intent. Ah! Miserable cries rang out. Many insect race cultivators were terrified and trembled with fear. At this moment, 2 powerful waves of Dao laws spread out. The insect race's first Supreme Elder and another Supreme Elder rushed out. They first swept a glance at Lin Tian with a face full of killing intent. Then, they looked toward the 10 Great Dao Realm experts on the barbarian race's side. Their expressions were grim and ugly. Barbarians, what are you doing? Why did you kill your way into our race with that B** starred? Why? The Great Elder of the barbarian race took a step forward. Killing intent intertwined, and his eyes were cold. The barbarian race has no enmity with the insect race, but you massacred a branch of the barbarian race and devoured the flesh and blood of our people. How dare you ask us why? The expressions of the 2 Great Dao Realm experts changed. The Great Elder of this branch said with a livid expression, it's just 200 people. How can it be considered a branch of the insect race? The strongest person in that place is only at the 6th tier of the immortal connecting realm. Moreover, he's about to die of old age. You want to start a war with the insect race for such a small and broken place without any climate? Facing Lin Tian's sword gleam, the insect race Grand Elder's eyes were cold as he shattered the sword gleam with a slap. Little B** starred. I'll kill you first. The insect race Grand Elder said viciously as he raised his hand and pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian had destroyed more than 20 tribes of the insect race, killed their young paragons, snatched their superior grade Dao weapons, and caused the deaths of 7 great Dao realm experts. This was a huge grudge. This palm was a little terrifying. After all, the insect race Grand Elder was at the 8th heaven of the great Dao. The Dao law fluctuations were extremely shocking. Boom, a cold snort sounded, bringing with it a violent blood energy fluctuation. The barbarian race Grand Elder came across the sky and pressed down with a punch. With a bang, the insect race Grand Elder was blasted back on the spot. One of his arms was covered in cracks and specks of blood. Human barbarian race, are you really going to start a war with the insect race for such a small and broken place? The insect race Grand Elder was furious. Broken your mother. The sky trembled violently as the barbarian race Third Elder pressed down. A mace appeared in his hand. It was a middle-grade Dao weapon. He smashed it directly at the insect race Grand Elder. For a time, the void collapsed continuously. The scene was terrifying. Bang. The insect race Grand Elder reached out to block and was forced back several feet. Children, kill them all. Kill them all. Don't even leave a rat alive. The barbarian race Third Elder roared. As soon as the barbarian race Third Elder's words fell, the battle cries became even more violent. Kill. 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 Killing intent pierced through the void, and battle auras tore the sky apart. The barbarian race army crushed past, and the insect race cultivators exploded one after another. Roar, the red-silver tiger roared and tore a half-step great Dao realm expert apart. At the same time, in other places, more than a dozen savage beasts were also extremely powerful. They were much stronger than ordinary half-step great Dao experts. They tore apart the insect race half-step great Dao experts one after another. Kill this bunch of trash. Kill them all. Kill. The barbarian race cultivators roared, all of them filled with bloodlust. Such voices and battle auras moved one's expression. Lord Crocodile actually feels a little infected. What a group of good barbarians. Whooshing Crocodile said. A 5-colored hurricane was unleashed as its wings flapped, tearing apart a group of insect tribe cultivators. A high-grade immortal sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand. Towering sword light swept out, covering the sky and earth. This sword light was a little terrifying. With his current cultivation level, almost no one below the Great Dao realm could block it. Instantly, dozens of insect tribe cultivators lost their lives. Blood and broken corpses fell on the ground of the insect tribe's central main tribe. It was a ghastly sight. Boom, the heavens trembled and thunder rumbled. Baiziki's expression was cold, like a god of thunder standing in the sky. He didn't do anything else and just stood there. However, the destructive purple lightning bolts came crashing down like a sea of lightning. They destroyed everything in their path and scorched the ground of the insect race's main territory. Countless insect race cultivators were smashed to pieces. A bunch of bastards. Bai Qiu gritted her teeth. There was anger on her face. The great deity king arcane technique of the Bai family was activated with the power of Yin. It was unknown how much stronger it was compared to the pure Bai family technique. A divine shadow stood behind her. With a palm, it collapsed the space and crushed the insect race cultivators one by one. Even a half-step great Dao realm cultivator couldn't withstand it. With a look of horror, they died under such a great technique. It could be said that this was an absolute suppression. 3 people and 1 crocodile swept in front, and the barbarian army pressed behind. The insect race cultivators really couldn't resist. Under such a strong attack, there was no room for resistance. They could only wait to be killed. No. Ah. Great Elder. The insect race cultivators screamed in horror. You. The insect race Great Elder's gaze was vicious. He was shocked and angry. He stared at Lin Tian, then at Baiziki, Bai Qiu, and Whooshing Crocodile. These 3 people and 1 crocodile were too strong, and it made him extremely angry. At this time, the half-step Great Tao realm cultivators of their race were like weeds in the hands of the other party. They were killed one after another. The ordinary insect race cultivators were like sitting ducks, waiting to be slaughtered. Blood kept splattering, and the ground of the main territory was completely dyed red. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked, his eyes cold. Today, your race will completely disappear from this land. Clang, he waved his immortal sword, splitting the clouds and tearing apart the sky. Another half-step Great Tao realm cultivator of the insect race was torn apart, and a group of ordinary insect race cultivators were turned into a bloody mist. The scene was terrifying. The insect race Great Elder and the other Supreme Elder were both shocked and angry. Bastard! You damned bastard! Boom, boom. At this time, the 2 great experts didn't even care about the others. They rushed toward Lin Tian together. Humph! The barbarian race Great Elder snorted coldly and pressed down on the insect race Great Elder. The barbarian race Third Elder also pressed down with the barbarian race Great Elder. He held a middle-grade Dao weapon and attacked the insect race Great Elder together. At the same time, he shouted at the other barbarian race Great Tao realm cultivators who followed him, "What are you waiting for? Attack together and crush them." The moment the third elder of the barbarian tribe finished speaking, 8 waves of the Great Path appeared and rushed forward. Among them, the second elder of the barbarian tribe led 4 people to attack the supreme elder of the insect tribe, while the others attacked the great elder of the insect tribe. Boom, 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 the waves of Great Tao intertwined, and divine power surged like a vast ocean. It could be said that this was a completely unfair battle. Because of Lin Tian, the insect race only had 2 Great Tao realm cultivators left. The other 7 had been killed. Now, how could the 2 Great Tao realm cultivators of the insect race contend against the 10 Great Tao realm cultivators of the barbarian race? They were simply being crushed. In the blink of an eye, large amounts of blood flowed out. Activate the protective formation. The insect race Great Elder roared. With a rumble, the sky seemed like it was about to collapse. Dense formation patterns appeared within the insectoids, and a terrifying killing intent spread out. The void turned pitch black. Moreover, at this time other patterns appeared and confined all directions, causing some of the barbarian race cultivators to feel as if they had fallen into a swamp. Their movements immediately became difficult. My insect race has the protective formation. Do you really think you can easily break through my insect race? You're too naive. The insect race Great Elder said coldly. Boom, the insect race's protective formation shook. The entire space was covered by murderous intent. The murderous intent was truly shocking. Do you think I don't know that you have the protective formation here? A cold voice sounded. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and emotionless, like a god of death. Sacrificial killing formation platform. He was in the east. The moment he finished speaking, 5 dark Wada platforms rushed out from his body. Instantly, a terrifying murderous intent intertwined. Dense eternal killing patterns appeared and instantly covered a large area of space. Heh! Whooshing crocodile laughed. In the south, he also activated 5 killing formation platforms, and the eternal killing patterns appeared together. In the west, Baiziki was as cold as usual. In the Sea of Lightning, the same 5 killing formation platforms appeared. In the north, Baiqiu waved his hand. The 5 eternal killing formation platforms were activated, and dense eternal killing patterns surged out. Boom, in an instant, the 20 corners eternal killing formation appeared together. An even more powerful murderous intent intertwined, causing the insect race cultivators and barbarian race cultivators to palpitate. Today, your insect race will die. Lin Tian said emotionlessly. With a rumble, the 5 corners eternal killing patterns shone brightly in the east, and the murderous light resounded. At the same time, in the other 3 directions, Whooshing Crocodile, Baiziki, and Baiqiu each controlled the 5 corners eternal killing formation, crushing the insect race's protective formation. The eternal killing formation was created by the formation Emperor Heavenly Venerate, one of the 9 Heavenly Venerates. No formation in the 10 directions celestial domain could compete with it. Perhaps a single corner of the eternal killing formation might not be comparable to the insect tribe's fortifying formation. However, when all 20 corners of the eternal killing formation were manifested at the same time, it was possible to counter the insect tribe's fortifying formation with quantity. The combined might and murderous intent of the 20 corners of the eternal killing formation had completely blocked the insect tribe's fortifying formation. It might even be stronger than it. Kill! Lin Tian shouted. The 20 corners eternal killing formation suppressed the insect race's protective formation. He waved his immortal sword again, and the sword light was unparalleled. Puff, 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 blood mist exploded. In the blink of an eye, the insect race cultivators were sliced into pieces by the sword light. Even some insect race cultivators who were half a step away from the Great Dao realm were killed by the sword light. In the other three directions, Wuxing Crocodile, Bai Ziki, and Bai Qiu attacked at the same time, tearing apart a large number of insect race cultivators. Facing these 3 people and 1 crocodile, no one below the Great Dao realm could stop them. The insect race First Elder's expression changed drastically. He was both shocked and furious. He had just supported the protective formation and had not had the time to kill the barbarian race cultivators. He had not truly displayed his killing power, but he was blocked just like that. This made him extremely angry. The barbarian race First Elder and the others were also shocked. Previously, Lin Tian said that he wanted to carve a few killing formations, but he did not expect that these killing formations would be so terrifying. They actually blocked the insect race's protective formation and were even stronger. Good, good, good. You're a hero. The barbarian race Third Elder laughed maniacally. Then, an even more violent attack landed on the insect race's first Supreme Elder. Kill! The battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. The barbarian race cultivators had an astonishing aura. Behind the 3 people and the crocodile, they crushed the insect race cultivators like a murderous torrent, crushing and trampling the insect race cultivators who resisted. Ah! Screams echoed in the center of the insect race's main tribe. With the 3 people and the crocodile holding the line, this tribe could not stop the barbarian race army at all. At this moment, an extremely powerful and ferocious aura rushed out from the depths of the insect race. An ugly old man rose into the sky. His eyes were dark green, and green poisonous fog intertwined around his body. His gaze was very frightening. Ancestor! The insect race First Elder shouted. At the same time, the other insect race cultivators were also overjoyed. They all shouted the words Ancestor. Lin Tian and the others looked over, and a cold light intertwined in their eyes. This was the insect race's ancestor, an Enlightenment realm powerhouse. The insect tribe patriarch was a little terrifying. With his cultivation at the Enlightenment realm, his giant hand had sealed the surrounding void. The 3 people and the alligator could not dodge it even if they wanted to. There was no space to dodge at all. Kill them! The insect tribe cultivators clamored. At this moment, the insect tribe patriarch walked out. The insect tribe cultivators who were originally frightened regained their confidence. Their frightened expressions disappeared because their patriarch was at the Enlightenment realm. Boom! Right at this moment, the heavens quaked as a stone hammer came crashing down, crushing the gigantic hand that the old master of the insect race had extended out. A well-built old man descended from the sky. He wore a piece of animal skin around his waist. His upper body was bare, and his chi and blood were as vast as the ocean. Patriarch! The barbarian tribe army looked at the old man. They raised the weapons in their hands and shouted in unison. Lin Tian and the others looked over. Their eyes shone brightly. The barbarian tribe patriarch Wuxian had also come. The barbarian tribe patriarch descended. Like the rest of the barbarian tribe army, his entire body was filled with wildness. He was like a ferocious lion on the grassland. For a moment, many insect tribe cultivators were shocked. They were intimidated by the barbarian tribe patriarch's aura. Old thing! Are you barbarians determined to start a war with my tribe? The insect tribe patriarch's shattered giant hand reassembled. His eyes were filled with coldness and venom. The barbarian tribe patriarch of the Enlightenment realm had come personally. He even brought a barbarian tribe upper-grade Dao weapon. Two rays of divine light shot out from the barbarian tribe patriarch's eyes. He directly activated the stone hammer and pressed it toward the insect tribe patriarch again. You killed my people and bullied my grandson. Do you really think the barbarian tribe is easy to bully? My tribe lives in the depths of the mountains. We never take the initiative to provoke others. However, we are never afraid of others. The barbarian tribe patriarch's hair stood on end. He looked more like a wild beast than a wild beast. The violent barbarian tribe battle chi caused the space to rumble. Boom, the barbarian tribe patriarch's attack could be said to be extremely violent. He directly pressed the insect tribe patriarch with the upper grade Dao weapon. For a moment, the sky seemed to be on the verge of cracking. Under the shocking barbarian tribe battle chi, it was constantly twisting and cracking. This kind of fluctuation was a little shocking. The insect race's tribe protecting formation and Lin Tian's eternal killing mark were a little difficult to withstand. Under this kind of aura, they kept trembling, as if they would shatter in the next moment. I've already told you, we're not here to start a war, we're here to exterminate your race. The third elder of the barbarian race roared. Boom, divine energy vibrated as the barbarian tribe's third elder, barbarian tribe's great elder, and the others joined forces to attack the barbarian tribe's first grand elder. They suppressed the insect tribe's great elder, causing him to cough up blood repeatedly. He was swept away by the barbarian tribe's great elder several times. On the other side, the second elder of the barbarian race and the other barbarian race powerhouses were attacking the other supreme elder of the barbarian race. They had an absolute advantage. After all, it was 5 against 1. The supreme elder of the insect race had no ability to resist at all. Lin Tian swept his gaze across the insectoid territory, a cold glint in his eyes. Everyone, kill! He shouted. He stood in the east, at the forefront of the barbarian race army. He swept out his sword and killed a large number of insectoid cultivators. Behind him, the barbarian race army's eyes lit up. Their battle chi was boosted by Lin Tian's powerful combat strength, and they all roared. Kill! Kill these pests! Kill them all! The barbarian race army roared. In the other 3 directions, Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, and the 5 elements crocodile were also at the forefront. They were truly unstoppable. The barbarian tribe army that followed behind them destroyed everything in their path. Nothing could be left behind. Ah! The insectoid cultivators screamed in agony, and their terrified expressions appeared again. Clang, Lin Tian swung the towering heaven sword scripture, and the towering heaven sword force swept out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. Lin Tian's killing intent toward the insect race was extremely strong. He did not show any mercy. The towering heaven sword force rained down like rain, wantonly reaping the lives of the insectoid cultivators. Boom, on the other side, purple lightning shook the heavens and earth. Baiziki's expression was cold. A sea of lightning surrounded him, and the insectoid cultivators who were half a step away from the great Dao realm were as weak as chickens. The power of the thunder god's physique was fully displayed. Little bugs, go and reincarnate. Whooshing crocodile laughed. This old monster had fallen from the pinnacle of the nirvana realm to the spiritual sea realm. Now, he had reached the 3rd firmament of immortal ascension and experienced 2 heavenly tribulations. Moreover, he still had the incomplete power of the great Tao precepts in his body. Naturally, he was terrifying, and his combat strength was very strong. On the other side, Bai Qiu used the divine power of moon to form a divine light bow and arrow. Like the moon goddess, wherever the moon arrow passed, the void was stable, and the insectoid cultivators were silently annihilated. Even the half-step great Tao realm cultivators could not block it. Under the great Tao, the 3 of them and the crocodile were invincible. Roar, the barbarian army and the ancient beasts followed behind the 3 of them and the crocodile. When they saw the 3 of them, they could not help but roar. There was a shocking light in their eyes, and they were excited by the strength of the 3 of them and the crocodile. At this moment, the 3 of them and the crocodile were like 4 indestructible sharp blades that tore through the defenses of the insectoid cultivators, causing the insectoid cultivators to be utterly defeated. Most of the cultivators were killed by the 3 of them and the crocodile. The barbarian army seemed to be in charge of cleaning up the fish that had escaped the net on the battlefield. With the three of them and the crocodile at the front, there were almost no losses. Ah! Miserable cries reverberated continuously. When the insectoid cultivators below the Great Tao realm saw the three of them and the crocodile, they were all extremely terrified. The 10 Great Tao realm cultivators of the barbarian race looked over. When they saw the three of them and the crocodile, their eyes lit up. They were all shocked. The third elder of the barbarian race laughed maniacally and roared, "Brothers, us old guys are about to be suppressed by these little guys. Why don't we hurry up and end the battle? Kill these two old bugs? Of course. Kill. Crush them to death." The other Great Tao realm cultivators of the insectoid race responded. To the insectoid race, this was an unfair battle. Right now, their faction only had one Patriarch Wuzhen and 2 Great Tao realm cultivators. On the other hand, Lin Tian and the barbarian race had one Patriarch Wuzhen and 10 Great Tao realm cultivators. Moreover, there were freakish existences like Lin Tian, Bai Ziki, Bai Qiao, and Wuxing Crocodile who could tear apart half-step Great Tao realm cultivators as if they were drawing. Just the three of them and the crocodile had completely suppressed the insectoid army. How were they supposed to continue the battle? Boom, divine might surged, shaking the heavens and the earth. Kill. The second elder of the barbarian race shouted coldly. Together with the other 4 barbarian experts, they killed one of the grand elders of the barbarian race. Kill the great elder of the insectoid race. The second elder of the barbarian race said. Kill it. The other barbarian experts responded. Instantly, the few barbarian experts swarmed toward the great elder of the insectoid race. The great elder's expression instantly changed. In an instant, the 10 Great Tao realm cultivators of the barbarian race pressed down together. That aura made him tremble violently. Old ancestor, save me. The number 1 expert below the patriarch of the insectoid race began to call for help. The 10 Great Tao realm cultivators attacked together. Among them, the great elder of the barbarian race was not any weaker than him. With such a lineup, how could he resist? The great elder of the insectoid race turned his head and took a step forward. However, in the next instant, his path was blocked by a Tao weapon stone hammer. Your opponent is me. The great elder of the barbarian race stood in front of him. 100 feet tall shadow of the barbarian race ancestor appeared behind him. It had a majestic aura. This was one of the core techniques of the barbarian race. It used the barbarian battle chi to condense the ancestor's shadow. Its offensive power was shockingly strong. Boom, a violent gale swept out, shattering the heavens. The great elder of the insectoid race was forced to face the attack with all his might. Even though he faced the attack with all his might, the great elder of the insectoid race was still at a disadvantage. After all, the great elder of the barbarian race had a high-grade Tao weapon stone hammer in his hand. As for the insectoid race's high-grade Tao weapon, it had been snatched away by Lin Tian previously and was no longer with him. Damn it! The great elder of the insectoid race roared. However, it was a pity that it was useless. The great elder of the barbarian race had a vigorous battle chi and was firmly at the top of the battle. When the great elder of the insectoid race saw this scene, a chill ran down his spine. The great elder of the insectoid race was unable to save him. You won't be able to live. Die. The great elder of the barbarian race said coldly. Stinking bug. The other 9 Great Tao realm experts of the barbarian race pressed forward together. Their attacks were merciless, and their Tao might was as vast as the sea. Stop. I merely destroyed a branch race with only 200 people. Do you have to go to this extent? The great elder of the insectoid race resisted while crying out in fear. At this moment, the great elder of the insectoid race was a little regretful. He was the one who had ordered the experts of his race to go to that small branch race of the barbarian race because he heard that there was a barbarian youth who had a good relationship with Lin Tian. He seemed to be Lin Tian's friend. Hence, he wanted to capture him to threaten Lin Tian. As far as he knew, the population there was sparse, and there were no experts there. In his opinion, it was not considered a branch race of the barbarian race at all. Even if it was slaughtered, the barbarians would only be angry for a while. It was impossible for them to have a big reaction. However, what he did not expect was that the barbarians would have such a big reaction. Moreover, their reaction was so big that they directly sent their army to attack the main branch of the insectoid race. Get lost. The third elder of the barbarian race had a fiery temper. When he heard the great elder of the insectoid race say such words again, his eyes widened, and his attacks became even more violent. Murderous light filled the air. Kill it. The second elder of the barbarian race said. With a boom, the 10 great Tao realm experts of the barbarian race attacked with all their might. They attacked from 10 different directions, causing the great elder of the insectoid race to be even more terrified and in despair. Even though he had revealed his true form, it was useless. His physical body was directly shattered. Stop. I apologize to you on behalf of my race. The great elder of the insectoid race's spirit escaped and shouted at this moment. Tao, my foot. The few great Tao realm experts of the barbarian race shouted in unison. There was nothing else to say. Under the pressure of the 10 great Tao realm experts, the great elder of the insectoid race's spirit was instantly shattered. Great elder. For a moment, all the cultivators of the insectoid race trembled in fear. Lin Tian raised his head and looked. The great elder of the insectoid race had been killed. The light in his eyes shone even brighter, and the sword light that he slashed out was even stronger. Poof, poof, poof. Bloody mist continued to explode. Under his sword light that reached the heavens, ordinary insectoid cultivators had no chance of surviving at all. One after another, they died. Everyone, unleash your full combat power and completely annihilate them. He shouted. Kill. Following Lin Tian's voice, the barbarian tribe cultivators roared. Their voices shook the sky, and their battle aura surged again. These barbarian tribe warriors were either waving stone spears or iron spears. They were like an ancient army pressing down. Their combat strength was shockingly powerful. Lin Tian remained at the forefront. With a sweep of the immortal sword in his hand, dense sword gleams slashed across like lightning. Poof, 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 bloody mists exploded one after another. Under the heaven-piercing sword radiance, the insectoid cultivators died one after another. Patriarch, save us! Someone screamed in horror. In this battle, the insect tribe was in an absolutely disadvantageous position. Compared to Lin Tian and the barbarian tribe, the combat strength of both sides was not on the same level. Now, the first Grand Supreme Elder and another Grand Supreme Elder of the insect tribe had died in battle. Only one patriarch was left to be held back by the barbarian tribe patriarch. On the other hand, the barbarian tribe had 10 great Tao experts, as well as Lin Tian, Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, and Wuxing Crocodile. The insect tribe was even more defeated. Many insect tribe cultivators were trembling. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He was in the insect tribe's main camp. His attacks were merciless. He kept waving the sword in his hand, and sword gleams filled the sky. In the other directions, Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, and Wuxing Crocodile were also shockingly powerful. They kept reaping the lives of the insect tribe cultivators. At the same time, the barbarian tribe ancient beasts roared. The barbarian tribe army roared, killing the insect tribe cultivators until they could not resist. The insect tribe patriarch's eyes were sinister. Green light of anger intertwined. You've gone too far. Are you human? The barbarian tribe patriarch activated his superior grade Tao weapon and smashed down with his hammer. With a crack, the space shattered, and dense cracks appeared. Because of the superior grade Tao weapon in hand, the barbarian tribe patriarch's combat strength was stronger than the insect tribe patriarch's. He forced the insect tribe patriarch to retreat. Staring at the barbarian tribe patriarch, the insect tribe patriarch's eyes turned cold. Do you really think that you can defeat my insect tribe like this? You're dreaming. The insect tribe patriarch retreated. He raised his hand to form strange seals. Today, all of you will die here. Boom, as the insect ancestor finished condensing the seal, the ground shook violently with a rumble. A dark light shot out from the depths of the insect territory, giving off an extremely frightening aura that quickly swept out from the depths of the insect territory. As far as the eye could see, the ground in the depths of the insectoid territory suddenly cracked open, and a pitch-black beetle flew out. Its eyes were as green as the insectoid ancestors, and it had a pair of blood-red wings. Its body was covered in a strange black fog. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. This black beetle was a bit scary. It was intertwined with a thick bloody aura. The waves it emitted were enough to be comparable to a fifth sky of enlightenment realm elite. Be careful. He transmitted his voice to Bai Qiu and the others. In the depths, the black beetle flapped its wings, bringing with it a rotting gale. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the battlefield. In an instant, even more astonishing auras intertwined, causing everyone to be shocked. This is? The pupils of the great elder of the barbarian tribe shrank. It was obvious that he felt a great threat. Beside him, the expressions of the other great elders of the barbarian tribe also became solemn as they stared ahead. At the same time, the barbarian tribe army could not help but stop attacking the insect race cultivators. They were all shocked by the sudden appearance of this armored beetle. The aura that the beetle emitted was too shocking. It was filled with an evil aura. Even the insectoid cultivators were shocked, revealing looks of astonishment on their faces. The insect tribe patriarch had a cruel look in his eyes. He leaped back and landed steadily on the head of the armored beetle. Kill. It spat out a word. The armored beetle let out a hiss and opened its mouth to spit out a black light. It was not aimed at the barbarian tribe patriarch, but at the barbarian tribe army. In an instant, dozens of barbarian tribe soldiers exploded. Their flesh and blood floated in the air, and they were all absorbed by the armored beetle and swallowed into its stomach. Then, in the next moment, the aura that the beetle emitted became even stronger. The barbarian tribe patriarch was enraged. Old bug. The barbarian tribe patriarch rushed over and took out a high-grade Dao weapon, a stone hammer. He smashed the space and attacked the insect tribe patriarch and the armored beetle. However, the armored beetle was too strong. Even someone as strong as the barbarian tribe patriarch was not a match for it with a high-grade Dao weapon. In the blink of an eye, he was swept away. More than half of his body was crushed, and his blood splattered in the void. It was a ghastly sight. Patriarch. The barbarian tribe grand elder and the others all changed their expressions. Lin Tian and the others were shocked. The barbarian tribe patriarch was not a match for the armored beetle? The insect race cultivators were stunned at first, but then they were all overjoyed. Patriarch, kill them. Our insect race is invincible. Kill. Kill all the invaders. The insect race cultivators began to clamor again. At this time, the armored beetle summoned by their patriarch was too strong. More than half of the barbarian tribe patriarch's body was crushed with a high-grade Dao weapon. Who else could block it? Now, with this armored beetle, the insect race cultivators felt that they could definitely annihilate all the invaders. The insect race patriarch stood on the armored beetle, his eyes cold and vicious. The insect race's guardian beast has been fed with the flesh and blood of all the cultivators in the world for 5,000 years. Now, it's enough to kill everyone below the fifth heaven of Wuzhen. Staring at the barbarian tribe patriarch, the insect race patriarch suddenly smiled eerily. Oh right, in these 5,000 years, there were also cultivators from your barbarian tribe who fell into the stomach of my insect race's guardian beast. You can say that you contributed to the growth of my insect race's guardian beast. Now, all of you will be devoured to help my insect race's guardian beast become stronger and complete another transformation. Old stinking bug, what did you say? You fed this beast with the flesh and blood of our people? The barbarian tribe third elder was furious. All these years, our clansmen have been training in the deep mountains, fighting with the demonic beasts. From time to time, some of our clansmen would go missing. We thought that they had died in battle with the demonic beasts and were swallowed by them. The barbarian tribe first elder clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he stared at the insect race patriarch. It's you. You secretly took our people and, the insect race patriarch laughed sinisterly. You savage, you're quite quick-witted. That's right. Your missing people were either devoured by demonic beasts or entered the stomach of my insect race's guardian beast. A cold glint appeared in Lin Tian's eyes. The insect race had done more insane things than he had imagined. The barbarian tribe army was furious. In these years, their missing people did not die in battle with demonic beasts but were secretly captured by the insect race and became food in the belly of the armored beetle. "I'll kill you." The barbarian tribe third elder was shocked and furious. He charged directly at the insect race patriarch. And the insect race patriarch sneered and raised his hand to grab the barbarian tribe third elder. In an instant, the barbarian tribe third elder was imprisoned. He could not resist at all and could not even move a finger. After all, the insect race patriarch was a Wuxian elite. Dong. A stone hammer pressed down with great power and pulled the barbarian tribe third elder back from the insect race patriarch's hand. Patriarch. The barbarian tribe third elder clenched his fists. The insect race patriarch stood on the armored beetle and looked down at the barbarian tribe patriarch. "So what if you saved him? Today, all of you who came here will die here. Saving him is just delaying his death. It's a useless effort." The barbarian tribe patriarch stared at the insect race patriarch. His eyes were wide open as if they were of the same age. "You'll pay the price." The barbarian tribe has never been easy to bully. The ancestor of the barbarian tribe raised his hand, and a stone orb that was about an inch wide appeared in his hand. It was covered with various patterns, and the moment it appeared, it emitted a destructive wave, causing everyone's expressions to change. Even the ancestor of the insect tribe was no exception. "What's that?" Looking at the small stone ball in the barbarian tribe patriarch's hand, the insect race patriarch felt the threat of death. At the same time, Lin Tian's expression changed. The stone orb that the barbarian's progenitor brought out was not big, but it was like a divine weapon. The destructive power contained within it was simply too shocking. Even a man as calm as Baiziki's expression changed. Every time the patriarch of the Berserker tribe reaches the end of his lifespan, he will inject the essence of his flesh, blood, and divine power into a stone ball. He will leave it for his descendants, and it will become the strongest foundation of our tribe. Now, our tribe has a total of 9 of these stone balls. When each stone ball explodes completely, it's equivalent to the self-destruction of a Wuxian elite. The barbarian tribe patriarch said coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present changed. When the stone ball explodes completely, it's equivalent to the self-destruction of a Wuxian elite. How terrifying is that? Lin Tian was shocked. Every generation of the barbarian tribe patriarch would extract the essence of his flesh and blood and divine power when his lifespan was about to dry up and condense it into such a powerful weapon for his descendants? Moreover, the barbarian tribe had a total of 9 of these powerful weapons. The barbarian tribe had such a foundation. It seemed to be even more powerful than the bone tribe and the sorcerer tribe. These barbarians are really, Wuxing Crocodile could not help but stare at them. Extracting the essence of his flesh and blood and divine power to condense such a powerful weapon for his descendants? Even an old monster like him could not help but be shocked by this method. They were really cruel to themselves. The insect clan's ancestor's face suddenly turned ugly and gloomy. He did not expect the barbarian race to have such a foundation. "You wild barbarians, what are you trying to do by hiding your strength from the world?" "That's right. Trying to do something? Our tribe has never taken the initiative to fight with others. Now, you and your stinking bug can go to hell." The barbarian tribe patriarch shouted angrily and directly threw out the stone orb in his hand. In the blink of an eye, a devastating power rippled out and caged the old master of the insect race and the metal-armored gigantic insect. The insect race patriarch's expression changed, and he felt his heart palpitate. "Stop. Stop." Boom. The stone orb exploded. The barbarian tribe patriarch used a special method to suppress the destructive force within a certain range. It caused the insect race patriarch and the armored bug to explode on the spot. Not even a trace of blood was left behind. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. In an instant, the entire world fell into a dead silence. The Bug Clan cultivators trembled with fear, and even the half-step Great Dao realm powerhouses were no exception. All of them could not stop trembling. Old ancestor. The strongest powerhouse of this generation of their lineage, the Wuxian realm old ancestor, was actually killed. Even the iron-armored divine bug that could kill anyone below Wuxian realm level 5 had died before their eyes at this moment. The barbarian tribe army was in a daze. Then, they roared in unison. Their eyes were filled with excitement and hatred. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu looked at each other. They glanced at the insect race's main tribe and clenched their fists slightly. The destructive fluctuations were still intertwining in the air. The insect clan patriarch and the armored insect he summoned were destroyed by the barbarian tribe's ultimate stone ball, causing the insect clan cultivators to panic. At this time, the battle situation was completely revealed. No. No way. How could this be? The insect clan cultivators were terrified. Lin Tian looked at the center of the insect clan's main territory. There were still many insect clan cultivators left, but unfortunately, they no longer had the will to fight. Kill. This time, there was no need to say anything. The barbarian tribe army roared and charged toward the remaining insect clan cultivators. For the insect clan, this was a disaster. The barbarian tribe army's fighting spirit was overwhelming, and the insect clan cultivators at this time could not compare to their imposing manner. Seeing the barbarian tribe army charging toward them, the insect clan cultivators began to flee in all directions. Lin Tian looked down with an indifferent gaze. Clang, the eternal killing marks were boiling, and the killing light was like the cry of a sword, projecting a dense killing light. At this time, the insect ancestor and the two supreme elders of the insect race had already died in battle. The core bigwigs were also killed one by one in the great battle. The insect race's tribe guarding formation was naturally many times weaker due to the lack of powerhouses controlling it. Now, it was gradually being covered by the 20 Corners Eternal Killing Formation. At this moment, the 20 Corners Eternal Killing Formation was spread all over the insect clan's main territory. Under Lin Tian's will, it boiled at the same time, and countless killing lights fell like rain, instantly turning this place into a purgatory of killing. Ah! Miserable screams reverberated. The insect clan cultivators were terrified, and some even began to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, in this place, whether it was Lin Tian or others, they would not show mercy. This lineage was too hateful. Clang, 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 the killing lights were dense, and they struck down one after another. The killing force could be said to be unstoppable. Looking at these killing lights, the 10 great path powerhouses of the barbarian tribe were shocked again. Even the barbarian tribe patriarch was slightly shocked. Kill. Brothers, trample all these insects to death, dig 3 feet into the ground, and don't even leave a mouse alive. Let's do it. The barbarian tribe army was very ferocious. They swung the spiked clubs in their hands and smashed the insect tribe cultivators one after another. The screams continued, and after an unknown amount of time, the central area of the insect race was dyed red with blood. All the insect race cultivators were killed by the barbarian race army, and not a single one was left. Their corpses were piled up on the ground. Roar! The ancient beasts of the barbarian race roared. The army of the barbarian race raised their weapons and roared at the sky. The eternal killing mark dimmed down. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu walked together, looking in the direction of that remote village. This enmity could be considered to have truly ended. If only she could come back to life. Bai Qiu's mood was still low. I want to truly teach her cultivation. Lin Tian comforted her. Back then, he had to watch little AI die in front of his eyes. He felt even worse than Bai Qiu. But now, he felt much better. Bai Ziki glanced over but didn't say anything. In the distance, the barbarian race's ancestor, the Great Elder, and the others strode over. The barbarian race's ancestor looked at Lin Tian, then at Bai Ziki, Bai Qiu, and the whooshing crocodile. Little friend Lin, these friends have really broadened the horizons of us old fellows. The 3 of them and the crocodile were too strong, causing the barbarian race's ancestor to be shocked. Senior, you praise us too much. The strength of the aristocrats is truly shocking. You are much, much stronger than what the outside world says. Lin Tian was very polite. Little Lin, little fellow from the barbarian race, stop being jealous. We've already wiped out this group of insect race experts. Now, it's time to seize their treasures. The whooshing crocodile shrunk its body and lay on Lin Tian's head again. The 10 great Dao realm experts of the barbarian race were stunned. The barbarian race's ancestor even opened his mouth, feeling a little awkward. He was already so old and was the ancestor of a race. Yet, he was now being called a little fellow. This little friend crocodile is really, Lin Tian blushed with shame. Senior, please don't blame it. It has never understood etiquette. To be honest, it was very normal for the Wuxing crocodile to call the barbarian race's ancestor a little fellow. This was because the Wuxing crocodile had lived for much longer than the barbarian race's ancestor. After all, it was at the peak of the Nirvana realm back then. However, at this time, he naturally wouldn't say this out loud. Therefore, he could only cup his fists slightly to express his apology. The Wuxing crocodile glared at him. In the end, it snorted and didn't say anything else. The barbarian race's ancestor waved his hand and laughed. He naturally didn't mind this. In the insect race's territory, the flames of war interweaved. The ground was full of potholes, and many ancient buildings had been destroyed. A great battle had ended, and the insect race had been wiped out. Lin Tian and the barbarian race's ancestor paused for a moment. Then, just as the Wuxing crocodile had said, they walked into the depths of the insect race's territory. They opened the ancient buildings and took out treasures. Most of them were intertwined with colorful lights. Clang, a stone door was pushed open. There were many precious weapons on display. All of them were shining with cold light. They let out clanging sounds on their own, emitting an incomparably fierce murderous aura. Lin Tian glanced around and found that there were 5 middle-grade Dao weapons, dozens of high-grade immortal weapons, and more than 100 middle-grade and low-grade immortal weapons. There were even more precious weapons of other grades. Let's go to the next place, the barbarian race's ancestor said. Not long after, they opened the insect race's scripture vault. There were many precious skills of the insect race inside. However, none of them were suitable for humans to practice. In the end, they were all burned by the barbarian race's army. There were many pavilions in the insect race's inner court. Not long after, another hall was opened. Inside, there was a rich interweaving of directions. This was the insect race's pill storage. Inside, there were all kinds of precious pills and herbs, most of which were extraordinary. Body strengthening pill. Marrow cleansing pill. Knowledge accumulation pill. He glanced around. Many of the Baodan were very valuable and had amazing effects. Lin Tian's gaze moved and suddenly fell on a small medicine bottle in the innermost part of the pill vault. This medicine bottle was half an inch tall. There were 2 blood-red Baodan inside. They were the size of a thumb. Lin Tian's gaze was immediately attracted. Blood God Pill. He shuddered slightly. The Blood God Pill was a 7th grade lower Baodan. It could temporarily increase one's cultivation and combat strength and stimulate divine power. The effect was more powerful and shocking than the Blood God Pill that Gu Jianchen had taken when he was in the emergence gate. It was a forbidden Baodan. It was called a forbidden Baodan because the increase in cultivation and combat strength was only temporary. There would be serious side effects. After the effect of the Baodan was over, it would be difficult to move for at least 3 days. It would also be accompanied by bone-piercing pain. Lin Tian had inherited the master apothecary's medicine canon and divine skills. Naturally, he recognized this Baodan immediately. This grade of treasured pill was only useful for those below the 3rd level of the Great Dao realm. After all, it was only an inferior grade 7th tier alchemical pill. He estimated that with his current cultivation level, after consuming a single Blood God pill, his cultivation level should be able to rise to the 1st level of the Great Dao realm. The Wuxing crocodile raised its head and looked over. It does seem to be that kind of pill. It was very knowledgeable and naturally recognized this Baodan. It only glanced at it and did not pay much attention to it. Lin Tian walked over, took the small medicine bottle, and carefully put it away. Next place, continue. The Wuxing crocodile said. The group continued to go deeper into the insect territory. They opened one palace after another and found countless treasures. After all, the insect territory had been passed down for a long time. After such a long time, there would naturally be many good things in the insect territory. Crack! When another treasure vault was opened, the inside was shining brightly. An extremely rich spiritual energy fluctuation spread out. It was all Ling Jing. Lin Tian roughly glanced at it. There were about 700,000 jin. It's slightly stronger than the 3 dynasties of the third heaven. He muttered to himself. Hundreds of thousands of jin of Ling Jing. If it was in the past, it would be a huge treasure to him. However, seeing it now, he did not have much of a reaction. To the current him, 700,000 jin of Ling Jing was no longer a big deal. Not long after, the group rummaged through the various great halls of the insect territory and found many extraordinary treasures. In the end, treasure weapons, baodan, Ling Jing, medicinal herbs, and other rare treasures were all taken out and placed together, piling up into a small mountain that emitted a bright light. The barbarian ancestor looked at Lin Tian and said. This time, little friend Lin and the others took the lead and blocked the insect territory's invasion. Therefore, we will split these treasures 50-50. Lin Tian shook his head and declined. This time, they were able to successfully eliminate the insect territory because of the barbarian race. If it weren't for the barbarian race, it would have been impossible for him, Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, and Wuxing Crocodile to come here. He didn't want these treasures. 50-50, it's settled. The barbarian ancestor waved his hand generously. Lin Tian still wanted to decline, but the barbarian ancestor and the great elder of the barbarian race were very firm, so he couldn't say anything. In the end, the barbarian ancestor and the great elder of the barbarian race equally divided the treasures of the insect territory, baodan, Ling Jing, and other treasures. Such a small race, there's no good treasure. Wuxing Crocodile curled its lips. To it, who had once reached the peak of the Nirvana realm, the accumulation of the insect territory was really nothing. Lin Tian listened to its words and didn't say anything. He casually glanced at the dilapidated land of the insect territory's main race. The barbarian ancestor and the others also looked around. Many barbarian race cultivators were still roaring. Clearly, they felt very relieved. We vented our anger. Now, we're just short of finding that child, hero. The great elder of the barbarian race said. The barbarian ancestor and the other great Dao realm experts of the barbarian race nodded silently. There was worry between their brows. Hero will definitely be fine. After returning to the tribe, send more people to search for him. I'll go too. The third elder of the barbarian race said. Lin Tian nodded and said to the barbarian race experts, after this, I'll also try my best to find Hero's whereabouts. Fanning Xiong was his friend, and his whereabouts were unknown because of him. He naturally wanted to find him. The barbarian ancestor and the others nodded at Lin Tian to express their gratitude. Thank you, young friend. Lin Tian shook his head and said, Seniors, you're too polite. This is what I should, boom, right at this moment, powerful fluctuations of the great Tao appeared in the distant sky. Over 20 figures rushed over, all of them with powerful vitality. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of them. Their eyes were shrouded in killing intent, causing the great elder and the others to be moved. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and a glint flashed through them. These 20 figures were all great Dao realm experts. Among them, there were people from the Bone race, the Sorcerer race, the Blood Wolf race, the Dark Shadow race, the Ant race, the Sea race, and the Stone God race. Kid, they're here to seek revenge. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian followed the barbarian tribe army and charged towards the insect tribe's main territory. He did not conceal himself along the way, and many cultivators saw him. Then, the news naturally spread out, and the Stone Deity clan and other elites found out about it. At this moment, the elites of these large clans had arrived. The Stone Deity clan, Sea clan, Bone clan, and Sorcerer clan each had 4 great Dao elites. The Ant clan, Dark Shadow clan, and Blood Wolf clan each had 3 great Dao elites. The auras they exuded were very powerful, and the fluctuations of the great Dao were very rich. What a great lineup. It's even better than the last time we went to that palace. Wuxing Crocodile muttered. Lin Tian looked at the dozens of great Dao elites from the large clans, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He did not say anything. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu naturally did not say anything either. They already knew about the enmity between Lin Tian and the large clans, so they were not surprised by the scene before them. Moreover, there were Sea clan elites among them. they knew why the other party had come. The barbarian tribe army was shocked, but they also knew why the great Dao elites from the large clans had come here. At this moment, they all clenched the weapons in their hands tightly. The Stone Deity clan and other elites rushed here. When they saw the dilapidated land inside the insect tribe's territory, they were all shocked. The insect tribe had actually been completely wiped out? However, the dozens of elites were only shocked for a moment before they regained their senses. Their faces were filled with killing intent. Beast. These people charged to this place almost at the same time, and their eyes were cold and cruel. Among them, the eyes of the Stone Deity clan and other large clans fell on Lin Tian. Only the three great Dao elites from the Sea clan stared at the three people and the crocodile. The hostility in their eyes was very strong. Some time ago, the three people and the crocodile set up a dense killing formation and killed the genius saint of their lineage as well as the three great Dao elites who went with them. In the end, even the first grand elder of their clan who rushed over after sensing the abnormality was killed on that island. This made them extremely angry. Even if I extract your meridians and pull out your bones, it won't be enough to vent my anger. A Sea clan elite gritted his teeth. At this moment, a total of 25 great Dao realm experts had arrived, and all of them were filled with killing intent. Their combined aura was really too powerful and terrifying. The gazes of the four great Dao realm experts from the Stone God clan were extremely venomous. To think that he dared to do this to a genius of our clan. Their clan saint had died in Lin Tian's hands some time ago. The two grand elders who went with him were also killed. Later on, they heard that there was a great killing formation in that place, and that Lin Tian was in control of that killing formation. Then, they realized that Lin Tian had relied on that killing formation to kill their clan's genius and two great Dao cultivators. No matter what kind of underhanded methods you have, you must die today. An expert from the Bone clan said. At this time, dozens of great path cultivators directly pressed toward Lin Tian, all of them full of killing intent. When they gathered together, their killing intent was so strong that they even ignored the barbarian army in this place. Their auras were extremely ferocious. Lin Tian stared at these dozens of people. Light flashed in his eyes, and there was no fear in them. Baiziki stared ahead, and wisps of lightning interweaved on the surface of his body. At this moment, there was a bang, and the void trembled. The barbarian tribe's third elder stepped out and shouted at the dozens of people, "What do you want?" This barbarian tribe's third elder naturally knew why these people were here. However, he didn't care. Lin Tian and the others had joined the barbarian tribe in their expedition against the insect tribe and were regarded as friends. Naturally, they couldn't just stand by and watch. Barbarians, get lost. This has nothing to do with you barbarians. Don't bring disaster to your clan for no reason. The great Dao realm expert from the Stone God clan said coldly. As one of the three top factions in this region, the Stone God clan naturally didn't care about the barbarian tribe cultivators who were also great Dao realm experts. The barbarian tribe's third elder had a fiery temper. How could he be threatened like this? Disaster? Do you think I'm scared? The great Dao realm expert from the Stone God clan had a cold look in his eyes. You're courting death. Staring at the barbarian tribe's third elder, the four great Dao realm experts from the Stone God clan had killing intent in their eyes. Who did you say was courting death? A cold snort rang out. The barbarian tribe's patriarch stepped out. His enlightenment realm aura instantly spread out, causing the great Dao realm experts from the Stone God clan to tremble. Facing this enlightenment realm patriarch from the barbarian tribe, the four great Dao realm experts from the Stone God clan were a little wary. However, they weren't afraid. With cold expressions, they said, "The barbarian tribe wants to protect him? You want to become enemies with our tribe? You'd better think carefully. The barbarian tribe wants to become enemies with our bone tribe? You want to be attacked by several large clans at the same time? If you protect him now, you're declaring war on several large clans at the same time." The experts from the bone tribe said coldly. The barbarian tribe's patriarch snorted and said the same thing as the barbarian tribe's third elder, "Do you think I'm scared?" The old ancestor of the Berserker race appeared very domineering in the face of the great Dao cultivators from several great clans. He did not back down in the slightest when he heard them say that protecting Lin Tian was the same as declaring war on several great clans. "We're not afraid. Young brother Lin is our comrade. We will never abandon our comrade. If you want to fight, then fight." The barbarian tribe army roared at this moment. The dozens of savage beasts also roared loudly. These barbarian tribe cultivators were very wild and hot-blooded. Facing several large clans, they weren't afraid at all. The expressions of the great Dao realm experts from the Stone God clan instantly turned gloomy. Clearly, they didn't expect that the barbarian tribe would be so unyielding at this moment for Lin Tian. At this moment, there were enlightened realm experts among the barbarian tribe. They couldn't act rashly. After all, if an enlightened realm expert attacked, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. Lin Tian clenched his fists slightly. In the face of these experts from several large clans, the barbarian tribe didn't hesitate at all. Even if they risked being attacked by several large clans at the same time in the future, they still wanted to protect him. This moved him deeply. He took a deep breath and looked at the barbarian tribe's patriarch and the others. He bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, seniors. However, please don't get involved in the enmity between me and these large clans. This is a matter between me and them." He already accepted the barbarian tribe's good intentions. However, he couldn't drag the barbarian tribe into the enmity between him and several large clans because of this. That would destroy the barbarian tribe. The barbarian tribe's patriarch naturally knew what Lin Tian was thinking. He immediately wanted to tell Lin Tian not to worry, but Lin Tian waved his hand and interrupted him. Lin Tian's expression was very calm as he looked at the great Dao realm experts from the Stone God clan, the Bone clan, and the others. There wasn't a hint of fear on his face. Regardless of whether it's the Stone God clan, the Bone clan, the Sorcerer clan, the Ant clan, the Dark Shadow clan, the Blood Wolf clan, or the Sea clan, when you charge over, you will all be jumping into a dead end, just like last time. He waved his right hand, and a small medicine bottle appeared. Inside it were 2 blood-red Baodam pills that were as red as agates. They were inferior 7th grade blood god pills. Blood god pills? The dozens of great Dao realm experts from the Bone clan recognized them. "This is the will of the heavens. The heavens seem to know that you are going to attack, so they purposely asked me to find these Baodam pills here to deal with you." Lin Tian Dao. Without hesitation, he took out a blood god pill and swallowed it. The Baodam melted as soon as it entered his mouth. A burning sensation flowed down his throat and into his stomach. Instantly, he felt his body tremble, and his aura began to rise. In an instant, he rushed from the 7th heaven of the reaching immortal realm to the 1st heaven of the great Dao realm. The whooshing crocodile lay on top of Lin Tian's head. At this moment, it could clearly feel Lin Tian's strength. His divine power was as vast as the ocean. The barbarian clan patriarch and the others were also shocked. They didn't expect Lin Tian to consume the blood god pill that he had obtained previously and forcefully reach the great Dao realm. In the next moment, these barbarian clan experts frowned slightly. Lin Tian had consumed the blood god pill and reached the 1st heaven of the great Dao realm. Although his combat strength was much stronger, there was still a huge gap between him and 25 true great Dao realm experts at the same time. These people's eyes were filled with worry. "You're the only one who managed to reach the 1st heaven of the great Dao realm with an external medicine. You're only at the 1st heaven of the great Dao realm. What's the big deal?" An expert from the Stone God clan said emotionlessly. "This is good too. We can torture him more so that he won't be killed instantly." An expert from the Sorcerer clan said sinisterly. Dozens of great Dao realm experts approached step by step with killing intent. At this moment, Lin Tian's aura was much, much stronger. He felt as if there was an endless amount of energy in his body. Facing more than 20 great Dao realm experts approaching him, he didn't care at all. At this moment, Baiziki stepped over. There was no expression on his face as he stretched out his hand. His intention couldn't be more obvious. He wanted the last blood god pill. Lin Tian was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and raised his hand. He threw the last blood god pill over. Baiziki caught the blood god pill and consumed it. Instantly, the aura emitted from his body skyrocketed like Lin Tian's. In the blink of an eye, he reached the peak of the first heaven of the great Tao realm. The two of them stood side by side. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by golden light, while Baiziki's body was surrounded by lightning. Their slender bodies were tall and straight like two divine mountains. Ruffian crocodile, go to the side and wait. Lin Tian Ondao. F***ck. Brat, we may be close, but don't slander your lord crocodile. Whooshing crocodile scolded. However, he still flew up from Lin Tian's head and landed on Bai Qiu's head. Bai Qiu stared ahead, slightly worried. Whooshing crocodile could clearly sense that Bai Qiu was worried about the two of them. He said, young lady, don't worry. Lin Tian is a freak, and so is your brother. Even though they entered the first heaven of the Great Tao realm through medicine, they are still far stronger than ordinary Great Tao realm experts. In front, the divine light around Lin Tian and Baiziki's bodies became stronger. The power of the blood god pill was completely revealed. A Great Tao realm expert from the Stone God clan had a cold look in his eyes. So what if there's one more person? Previously, he was only at the first heaven of the Great Tao and didn't have any Tao laws. With such great Tao level strength, what can he do? Dozens of experts stepped forward, not taking the two of them seriously at all. Facing these people, the two of them didn't show any emotion. I can kill all of you. Lin Tian Ondao. His voice was very calm, as if he was stating a fact. This caused the eyes of the 25 Great Tao realm experts to turn cold, and the killing intent in their eyes became even more intense. What a sharp-tongued thing. The Stone God clan expert's voice was vicious, and he instantly rushed over. Fellow Taoists, be careful of that purple-robed young man with lightning intertwining around his body. Hand him over to my clan to deal with. A sea race expert said. This lineage knew about Baiziki's strength and wanted to seize Baiziki's sovereign physique source. Boom, in an instant, dozens of Great Tao-level waves surged and pressed down on Lin Tian and Baiziki, causing the black hair in front of their foreheads to dance wildly. However, facing such a violent aura, the two of them still didn't show any expression. White pig head, let's see who can kill more. Lin Tian's words could be said to be very provocative. He did not take the Stone God clan and the other Great Tao realm cultivators seriously at all. Instead, it was as if he saw these people as prey. This made the dozens of Great Tao realm cultivators furious, and their killing intent soared. It was also at this time that Baiziki opened his mouth and responded to Lin Tian. He spat out a simple word, okay. Instantly, the dozens of Great Tao realm cultivators were even more furious. These two were so arrogant, completely looking down on them. Two ants. The group's killing intent soared. A rumbling sound reverberated. In the next moment, the dozens of people all moved, charging toward the two at the same time. Lin Tianling smiled. After taking the blood god pill, the divine power in his body became incomparably abundant, and his cultivation level temporarily rose to the first heaven of the Great Tao. He felt that his abilities in all aspects had taken a huge leap. Although it is far inferior to the divine talisman that the old guy gave me last time, it is still powerful enough. When he was in the third heaven, an old drunkard had once used his own power to condense a divine talisman for him, helping him temporarily increase his battle prowess. At this time, after taking the blood god pill, he was far inferior to that time. However, facing these dozens of Great Tao realm cultivators, he did not feel the slightest pressure. Boom, with a rumble, the golden divine light around his body soared. In the next moment, like a golden bolt of lightning, his speed was so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of a Great Tao realm cultivator from the Stone God clan who was charging at the front. This Great Tao realm cultivator from the Stone God clan was at the second heaven of the Great Tao realm. Instantly, his expression changed, and he quickly retreated. Boom. A golden fist pressed down from the sky, shattering and crushing everything in its path. Nothing could stop it. The golden fist seemed to be condensed from the sun, intertwined with invincible battle prowess. With one punch, it shattered this Great Tao realm cultivator from the Stone God clan. At the same time, a black and white lotus petal streaked across Lin Tian's forehead. It was also extremely fast. With his current Great Tao battle prowess, it instantly shattered his opponent's divine spirit. Such a scene caused everyone's expression to change. It was too fast. In just an instant, a great Dao realm cultivator from the Stone God clan was killed on the spot. Ah! A scream came from another direction. Baiziki's mighty lightning filled the sky and drowned out a sea tribe cultivator of the second heaven of the great Dao. The lightning was the divine thunder of origin of his king body. It directly turned his opponent's body and spirit into ash. Everyone was stunned. Even the great ancestors of the barbarians in the Enlightenment realm could not help but widen their eyes. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian and Baiziki had each killed a great path cultivator. These two, the barbarian tribe's great elder's heart trembled as he looked ahead. Lin Tian and Baiziki were not tall and slender, but at that moment, their methods caused one's heart to tremble. They had only used medicine to forcefully reach the first tier of the great Dao realm, but they were able to instantly kill a powerful cultivator from the older generation who had truly stepped into the great Dao realm many years ago. Just how astonishing was this? How invincible was that? The Stone God clan and the other large clans had sent 25 great Dao cultivators. In the blink of an eye, only 23 were left. Staring at Lin Tian and Baiziki, these 23 people could not help but feel their hearts tremble. It was not that they were afraid at this moment, but that their bodies had given birth to this kind of instinctive reaction. Golden divine light intertwined around Lin Tian's body. He looked at the 23 people with a very calm expression, and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. There are geniuses and trash in this world. I have never thought of myself as a genius, but... He looked at the 23 great Dao realm cultivators and said mercilessly, all of you are absolute trash. These words were very calm, so calm that they were emotionless. They were filled with naked contempt and mockery, causing the dozens of great Dao realm cultivators to be enraged. Flames almost materialized in their eyes, and green veins were popping out on their foreheads. Arrogant little b*****. Kill. I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. At this moment, among them, the Stone God clan had even forgotten that a great Dao realm cultivator had died in their clan. The Ocean clan had also forgotten this point, and their killing intent was extremely strong. Up until now, they had been able to step into the great Dao realm. All of them had experienced countless battles, and in the past, they were also known as geniuses. But now, Lin Tian was looking down on them mercilessly, calling them absolute trash. This caused them to fly into a rage, and their killing intent was extremely dense. Boom! At this moment, dozens of people actually charged towards Lin Tian, dense waves of divine power intertwined around their bodies. Lin Tian sneered. He was fearless and did not make any unnecessary movements. He simply waved his iron fist. The golden fist light crushed the sky and shattered everything. It caused the space to crackle and crack. It was as if it was made of porcelain, and cracks were instantly everywhere. At the same time, a cold voice rang out, accompanied by waves of thunderous sounds. Do you take me for a decoration? Boom! A thick bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky, drowning out a great Dao cultivator from the Ant clan, directly destroying his body and soul. The might of the Thunder God's physique was extremely domineering. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked over. He could not help but laugh loudly. Baiziki's battle prowess was too strong. You kill two, I kill one. How can I fall behind? He laughed somewhat maniacally. With a boom, a divine power light sword condensed in his hand. The sword will of the Towering Heaven sword manual was overwhelming, and it directly pierced through the glabella of a great Dao realm cultivator from the Dark Shadow tribe, shattering his consciousness. Even his spirit and body were shattered within. We're even now. Then, I'll overtake you. He said again. With a swoosh, he stepped on the fifth tier of the Yin and Yang row, turning into a bolt of golden lightning and closing in on a great Dao realm cultivator from the Blood Wolf tribe. He clenched his left fist and directly smashed the other party into pieces. Then, he used the Yin Yang Lotus Sea to crush his spirit. I'll take 3, you take 2. He looked toward Baiziki. Baiziki's eyes narrowed, and the lightning outside his body became even stronger, rumbling loudly. Boom! In the end, the void couldn't withstand such divine might. With a crack, it shattered, and spatial turbulence poured out. Amidst the lightning, Baiziki was like the god of thunder surveying the world. With a single step, 10,000 lightning bolts moved, drowning another great Dao realm cultivator from the sea tribe. Ah! A tragic cry rang out, and this great Dao realm cultivator from the sea tribe was drowned. His spirit and body didn't manage to escape and were shattered by Baiziqi's divine thunder of origin. Baiziqi glanced at Lin Tianyi and took a step forward, appearing in front of a dark shadow tribe cultivator who was closest to him. He raised his godless palm, and with a poof, he smacked the cultivator into pieces. Then, a sky full of purple lightning came crashing down. Ah! An ear-piercing scream with hints of terror rang out. The second great Dao realm cultivator from the dark shadow tribe was killed, and his spirit and body were destroyed. A gleam flashed in Lin Tian's eyes, and the duality puppet flashed. His right hand swung out a towering sword light, and his left hand swung out a golden iron fist, shattering the void and collapsing the firmament. Another great Dao realm cultivator from the Blood Wolf tribe was blasted into pieces, and blood stained the void. Stop, don't kill, ah! The black and white yin-yang lotus sword condensed and formed under Lin Tian's will, shattering the other party's spirit and body. He let out a cold laugh, stared at the last Blood Wolf tribe cultivator, and took a step forward. The fifth one, he said coldly. This voice was cold and merciless, causing the last Blood Wolf tribe cultivator to immediately tremble fiercely. Under Lin Tian's ferocious might, he couldn't help but take a step back. And with this step, he was isolated from the world. Clang, piercing sword light cut through eternity, and with a poof, it pierced through the center of his brows. A stretch of black and white lotus petals intertwined, and even his spirit and body were wiped out completely. Boom, thunder rumbled, and the aura outside Baiziqi's body became even stronger. The divine thunder of origin condensed into a 5-foot-tall thunder beast, and with a puff, it swallowed the last great Dao realm cultivator from the dark shadow tribe, directly annihilating him. The two of them looked at each other, and a gleam flashed in their eyes as they charged towards the next enemy. Clang, boom, the sound of swords and thunder swept through the sky, shattering the firmament and shattering the earth, turning this place into a sea of swords and thunder. The moment the battle began, the barbarian tribe army left this place far away and cleared out a battlefield. At this moment, all of them were staring at this place, and all of them were dumbfounded. All of the burly men had their mouths and eyes wide open. Whoosh, the barbarian tribe's patriarch pinched his sparse beard and accidentally broke a strand. The great elder of the barbarian tribe and the others also seemed to have been petrified. They stared ahead in a daze, as if their souls had been taken away by the Grim Reaper. At this moment, the barbarian tribe army, the few great Dao realm cultivators of the barbarian tribe, and the patriarch of the barbarian tribe were all speechless. Originally, the barbarian tribe's patriarch and the grand supreme elders of the barbarian tribe were worried about Lin Tian and Baiziqi. After all, there were 25 great Dao realm cultivators from the Stone Deity clan, and they were all older generation cultivators who had stepped into the great Dao realm for many years. They had rich combat experience. On the other hand, Lin Tian and Baiziqi had relied on medicine to forcibly raise their strength to the great Dao realm. Their combat experience was lacking compared to the 20 or so older generation cultivators. They felt that the difference in combat strength between the two sides should be huge, so they had been watching the battle cautiously. However, the current situation shocked them greatly. Lin Tian and Baiziqi were like two gods, completely suppressing the 25 great Dao realm cultivators from the Stone Deity clan. The two of them charged into the midst of the 25 great Dao realm cultivators, and their valiance was unstoppable. They were actually competing with each other in battle to see who could kill more enemies. In the blink of an eye, they had killed 10 great Dao realm cultivators from the other side. At this moment, even the old monster whooshing crocodile couldn't help but gulp. These two monsters. Bai Qiao shrunk his neck. Even though he knew that Lin Tian and his brother were very powerful, he didn't expect the two of them to be so ferocious at this moment. Clang, the sound of a sword whistling was ear-piercing, and a golden iron fist shook the heavens. Lin Tian was like a divine king descending into the world, killing a shaman tribe cultivator. I have 6 now. He laughed loudly, and the black hair on his forehead danced wantonly in the strong wind. These words were undoubtedly said for Baiziqi to hear. Baiziqi's eyes shone brightly, and like Lin Tian, he punched out with his bare hands. Another violent lightning beast charged out. It had the appearance of an immortal python, and it swallowed a great Dao realm cultivator from the ant tribe. Even his divine spirit was annihilated by it. Lin Tian swept a glance over, and the momentum of his attacks became even stronger. Baiziki didn't say a single word, and his attacks were even stronger. At this moment, the two of them were like demon lords, but also like celestial kings. Their divine might was unshakable, and their actions were like that of supreme beings. You too, the great Dao realm cultivators from the stone deity clan who were still alive were shocked, enraged, and terrified. Their 25 great Dao realm cultivators had come together, but now, 12 of them had been killed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lin Tian and Baiziki didn't treat them as opponents at all. Instead, they were purely treating them as prey. 25 great Dao realm experts charged over together, but 12 of them were killed in the blink of an eye. This caused the remaining 13 people who were still alive to involuntarily tremble. At this moment, they looked at Lin Tian and Baiziki, feeling fear. Use divine abilities. Use divine abilities to suppress them. A great Dao expert from the stone god race roared. Don't let them get close. Attack from afar. An expert from the bone race shouted. The 13 of them retreated at the same time, widening the distance between them and Lin Tian and Baiziki. At the same time, they executed the great techniques of their race. For a time, terrifying killing intent interweaved in this space, causing the void to shatter. Kill. The 13 of them roared, and the divine abilities and techniques they executed were all extraordinary. In an instant, a large part of the void collapsed, and a terrifying destructive force pressed down toward the two of them. Lin Tian stepped on the duality robe, and with a buzz, he propped up a stone plate. This was a superior grade Dao weapon that he had snatched from the stone god race's saint. At this moment, he propped up this superior grade Dao weapon and passed through the destructive force. He directly used this superior grade Dao weapon to press down on a great Dao realm expert from the bone race. Blood splattered in the air, and this great Dao realm expert from the bone race exploded. Then, the yin-yang lotus petal met him, shattering his spirit body by a hair's breadth. I'm 7. He said. Facing the dozen or so great Dao experts, he didn't care at all. It was as if they were just blades of grass, as if they were just pieces of tofu. He held up the superior grade Dao weapon stone plate and directly pressed it toward the last 12 experts. Baiziki's eyes narrowed. With a boom, he propped up a mystic iron seal. Vast and mighty thunderbolts filled the sky, tearing apart the divine light screen of a great Dao realm expert from the ant race. The mystic iron seal landed fiercely on his chest, shattering it on the spot. Rumble, a bolt of divine thunder of origin pressed down, drowning his spirit body that had rushed up and crushing it. After killing this person, Baiziki turned his head and looked at the sea race great Dao realm expert who was closest to him. You want to? Boom, thunder rumbled, suppressing the voice of the sea race's great Dao expert. Baiziki's expression was cold. He used the high-grade Dao soldier level profound metal seal to crush this oceanic race expert. Then, he used the divine thunder origin to destroy his soul. Almost at the same time, a scream rang out from the other side as another bone race master was killed by Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, 25 great Dao realm experts had arrived. The 3 from the Blood Wolf tribe were all wiped out, the 3 from the Dark Shadow tribe were all wiped out, and the 3 from the Ant tribe were all wiped out. Only the Stone God tribe was left with 3, the Shaman tribe was left with 3, the Bone tribe was left with 2, and the Sea tribe was left with 1. Out of the 25 great Dao experts, 16 were slain in the span of a few dozen breaths. Only 9 remained. These two fellows are 2F** King Savage. Whooshing Crocodile glared at him. Bai Qiu shrunk his neck again. So fierce. The barbarian tribe's progenitor accidentally broke another strand of his beard, but he did not feel any pain. On the other hand, the barbarian army was even more stunned. Are they gods? Someone murmured. Their powerful strength and shocking methods caused everyone to be deeply shocked. However, there were still 9 people alive, and the battle did not stop. I will be the one to win. Lin Tiandao. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly as he used his divine light sword to perform the towering heaven sword manual. The sword ray was shocking, shaking the heavens and the earth. "It's me." It was rare for Baiziki to say these two words. Lightning surrounded his body, and it was as though he was the god of thunder who had descended to the world. Puff, puff, almost at the same time, a great Dao expert from the Sea tribe and a great Dao expert from the Shaman tribe were respectively crushed by two Dao soldiers of higher grades. Then, they used their own special methods to wipe out the other party's spirit body. In the blink of an eye, the 25 great Dao experts charged over, and only 7 were left. Dao Law. Use the power of great Dao to deal with them. A fourth heaven great Dao expert from the Stone God tribe roared. With a rumble, this person took the lead to activate the Dao Law. The void began to distort in an irregular manner. It was not because of a powerful force that caused the space to distort, but because of the power of Dao. This power of Dao could distort everything in the world. On the other side, the other 6 great Dao experts also made their moves, displaying their own Dao laws. 7 different laws of the Great Path interweaved in this space, as if it had turned into an ocean of Dao in an instant. The fluctuations caused many of the barbarian tribe cultivators to tremble involuntarily. They were shocked by the tyrannical power of Dao laws. The black hair in front of Lin Tian's forehead flowed. Even when the Dao Law power came pressing down, he was still not afraid. He did not even have the slightest scruple. Boom, the sound of thunder was ear-piercing, reverberating in all directions. Not far from him, behind Baiziki, a sea of lightning appeared, and a large thunder palace intertwined. In an instant, an even more terrifying power of lightning appeared, and another power emerged, spreading out in a mighty manner. This is? When this scene appeared, the remaining Bone tribe, Stone God tribe, and Shaman tribe cultivators all changed their expressions. Their eyes flickered violently, as though they had seen a ghost. The barbarian tribe ancestor broke off a strand of his beard for the 3rd time. Divine Rumble Palace. He has, the Thunder God physique? Thunder God physique. A king physique. The one who fought side by side with us, this young man, he has a king physique? The other supreme elders of the barbarian tribe were all shocked. These older cultivators naturally recognized the divine rumble palace of the king's territory. Their gazes fell on Baiziki. Boom, the divine rumble palace shook. Baiziki was now activating it with the power of the great Dao level. The power it exuded could really shatter everything. It shattered the Dao Law power that was pressing down on him. Then, the divine rumble palace enveloped a cultivator of the sorcerer tribe. No, stop, poof, the cultivator of the sorcerer tribe exploded. His body collapsed, and his spiritual soul shattered. He was annihilated in the divine rumble palace of the king's territory. Baiziki's expression was cold. After holding up the divine rumble palace, he had a great majesty. After killing the cultivator of the sorcerer tribe, he did not stop. He directly used the divine rumble palace to suppress the cultivator of the great Dao of the Bone tribe. His identity as a king physique had been exposed to the Sea clan. It would be exposed sooner or later. Therefore, he naturally did not care about anything now. He used the king's territory to suppress the cultivator of the Bone tribe. After enveloping him, he killed him cleanly. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Buzz. He quickly formed a seal. The reincarnation map rushed up from behind him. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a vast divine light. When such a divine map appeared, the barbarian tribe patriarch and the others were shocked again. They felt that the power emitted by this divine map was even stronger than by Ziki's divine rumble palace of the king's territory. The black hair in front of Lin Tian's forehead surged. Baiziki did not care about exposing his king physique at this time because it had already been exposed. As for him, he did not need to be afraid. Except for dead people and Heavenly Lord level cultivators, no one could see through his reincarnation map. Boom, the reincarnation diagram burst out with a brilliant light, similarly shattering a stretch of the power of Dao laws, enveloping the 2 great Dao realm experts from the Stone God clan simultaneously. The divine diagram shook, shattering the 2 of them. Even their divine souls and bodies were annihilated within it. The reincarnation map of the king's territory had invincible divine might. This kid, what exactly is this thing? It doesn't feel like a divine ability. How can it be so powerful? Whooshing Crocodile was really puzzled. This guy has too many secrets. I can't even dig them all out. Bai Qiu whispered. The barbarian tribe army was in a daze as they stared at the divine map that Lin Tian was holding up. It was too powerful, too invincible. In front, on the battlefield, only 3 of the 25 Great Dao Realm cultivators were left. There was a 4th Firmament Great Dao Realm cultivator from the Stone God clan, a 3rd Firmament Great Dao Realm cultivator from the Bone tribe, and a 3rd Firmament Great Dao Realm cultivator from the Sorcerer tribe. We can't stop them, the Great Dao Realm cultivator from the Bone tribe was horrified. As far as the eye could see, the divine map hovered above Lin Tian's head and the divine roar palace behind Baiziki were both terrifyingly powerful. Cold sweat trickled down the forehead of the last cultivator from the Sorcerer tribe. In the next moment, he let out a loud roar and fled into the distance. Almost at the same time, the Great Dao Realm cultivator from the Bone tribe also did the same thing. He fled? Someone from the barbarian tribe was stunned. Lin Tian and Baiziki tilted their heads, and a murderous glint flashed in their eyes. With a buzz, the reincarnation map above Lin Tian's head was as fast as lightning. It was as though it had crossed the distance of time and space. In an instant, it enveloped the escaping cultivator from the Sorcerer tribe and directly crushed him into a bloody mist, destroying his divine soul and body. At the same time, in the divine roar palace of the king region behind Baiziki, a lightning figure stood up and slashed forward across the air. Poof! In the distance, the escaping cultivator from the Bone tribe exploded, his divine soul and body destroyed. You are 12, and I am 12. Even. Lin Tiandao tilted his head and looked at the battlefield. Just like him, Baiziki also looked over. At this moment, there was only one Great Dao Realm cultivator from the Stone God tribe left. At this moment, when he met the gazes of the 2 of them, he couldn't help but tremble violently. His eyes were instantly filled with fear. Let me go. Otherwise, my tribe will definitely not let you guys off. The Stone God tribe cultivator said in a trembling voice. Even though he was at the 4th heaven of the Great Dao Realm, his eyes were filled with fear at this moment. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked over. His eyes flickered as he activated the reincarnation map and directly pressed down. Mine. Boom, lightning rumbled, and purple light shook the world. Baiziki took a step forward, and the vast lightning that filled the sky descended, enveloping a part of the void. Mine. The 2 of them moved at the same time, each activating the king region and pressing down on the Stone God tribe cultivator. Then, the 2 great king region pressured in front of the Stone God tribe cultivator at the same time. White pig, get out of the way. Lin Tiandao, the reincarnation map of the king region shone even brighter, enveloping the void in all directions. Mine. Baiziki still said the same 2 words, not backing down at all. The 2 of them charged forward, fighting for the priority to kill this cultivator from the Stone God clan. Then, they both attacked each other. The golden sword aura and the purple lightning collided, causing the void to crack inch by inch. A violent hurricane swept out in all directions. The barbarian tribe cultivators were all stunned. They couldn't help but open their mouths but couldn't say a single word. The eyes of the barbarian tribe's patriarch were wide open, and the barbarian tribe's great elder and the others were also in a daze. In their vision, after a great battle, Lin Tian and Baiziki each killed 12 Great Dao Realm cultivators. Now, there was only one person left. Therefore, in order to determine who killed more enemies, the 2 of them actually started to fight and compete with each other. What 2 warmongers! Seeing Lin Tian and Baiziki's current actions, everyone's eyes widened. They were all in a daze, surprised, and embarrassed. These 2 were actually fighting each other in order to kill the last enemy. Boom, clang, thunder rumbled, and the sound of swords clanged, constantly interweaving in this void. Lin Tian waved his golden iron fist. Just as he was about to hit the great Dao expert from the Stone God clan, he was kicked away by Baiziki. Then, Baiziki raised his large hand covered in purple lightning. Without using any remarkable skills, he slapped it towards the great Dao expert from the Stone God clan. Lin Tian's speed was very fast. He struck out with a fist light, blasting away Baiziki's large hand. The towering sword light slashed towards the great Tao expert from the Stone God clan. Boom, a bolt of pure yang thunder god purple lightning struck down, instantly shattering Ling Tian's sword radiance. Immediately after that, dense bolts of lightning rained down, covering the great path cultivator of the Stone God clan. Wang, the reincarnation diagram flashed and flew past, annihilating all the lightning and completely sealing off the surrounding space. It was like an apocalyptic millstone pressing down on the great Tao expert from the Stone God clan. A bolt of lightning flashed in Baiziki's eyes. He rushed over with the support of the Divine Cry Palace, blocking the reincarnation diagram. Then, he supported the Great Celestial King Arcane Art of the Bai clan and slammed his palm towards the Great Tao expert from the Stone God clan. Lin Tianyi stepped forward and similarly supported the Great Celestial King Arcane Art. His celestial palm pressed down, blocking Baiziki's Great Celestial King Arcane Art. Then, he swung his sword towards the Great Tao expert from the Stone God clan. Boom, 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 the two of them fought each other to kill the last Great Tao expert from the Stone God clan. All kinds of remarkable skills collided. It was unknown how much stronger they were when they were fighting against the other dozens of Great Tao experts. The void cracked inch by inch, and the ground collapsed. The barbarian race's third elder was a little stunned. Boom, 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 astonishing divine might intertwined. Lin Tian and Baiziki fought, and the intensity of the battle became even more astonishing. White pig, get out of the way. Lin Tian Dao. He waved his towering sword radiance, cutting through the sky and pressing down on the Stone God race cultivator. Mine. Baiziki's expression was indifferent. He used the divine thunder of origin to blast away Lin Tian's towering sword radiance. Then, he used the divine roar palace to suppress the cultivator from the Stone God clan, sealing the space in all directions. Lin Tian used the reincarnation diagram to cut off the Shinming palace. Then, he summoned the vision in his sea of consciousness and rushed toward the stone deity race cultivators. Baiziki also raised his spiritual sea anomaly and blocked Lin Tian's spiritual sea anomaly. Then, he slammed his palm towards the Stone God clan's expert. Ka. Neither of them gave way to the other. They fought until the sky kept shaking. A terrifying aura spread in all directions. It was appalling. The Stone God clan's expert was caught in the fight between the two. He was swept to the east and west by the hurricanes. He faced death dozens of times, but in the end, he was either neutralized by Baiziki or neutralized by Lin Tian. This caused him to feel fear before he died again and again. In the end, dense blood vessels appeared in his eyes, and he roared like a madman. He tried to escape, but Lin Tian and Baiziki were in the middle of the battlefield. He could not escape at all. Every time, his escape route was cut off by the tyrannical divine might. There was no way for him to escape. His resistance was indescribably weak. Under the divine roar palace and the reincarnation diagram, his most powerful principle was useless. He could not do anything to the two. I've had enough. Ah! The Stone God clan's expert roared. His eyes were red and covered in blood vessels. A violent chaotic divine power rushed out in an instant. Instantly, the expressions of the barbarian tribe's patriarch and the others changed. Oh no! Whooshing crocodile glared. These two warmongers forced a fourth heaven of the great Tao to self-destruct. Ah! The Stone God clan's expert roared. Under the fight between Lin Tian and Baiziki, he faced death again and again. Even though he was a great Tao realm expert and had a strong mental state, he could not bear the feeling of facing death again and again. This was simply a kind of torture, a kind of cruel torture. He directly chose to self-destruct. The space shook violently. In the blink of an eye, a tyrannical aura of destruction interweaved. The body of the Stone God clan's expert instantly swelled up like a balloon. Even his face changed shape. Lin Tian was moved. Baiziki was also moved. With just a glance, they could tell what the Stone God clan's expert was doing. A ray of light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. The yin-yang ho flashed and directly stepped over. The reincarnation diagram pressed down mightily. With a boom, Baiziki did not fall behind. The divine roar palace's lightning soared into the sky and also swept forward. Almost at the same time, the two kings' territories landed on the Stone God clan's expert. Puff, a bloody mist exploded. The self-destruction of the Stone God clan's expert of the Great Tao was interrupted. He was directly shattered by the two kings' territories. Even his spirit was annihilated. The barbarian tribe's army stared ahead in a daze. After seeing this scene, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "It's finally over," someone muttered. Seeing Lin Tian and Baiziki fighting for the right to kill the Stone God clan's expert first, these people were really a little embarrassed. On the battlefield, the reincarnation diagram shone brightly, and the divine roar palace flashed with lightning. More than half of his physique and spirit were destroyed by me. I won. Lin Tian looked at Baiziki and said with a smile. Baiziki snorted coldly. Without saying anything, he put away the divine roar palace. In comparison, it was indeed as Lin Tian said. His divine roar palace was still inferior to the reincarnation diagram. More than half of the Stone God clan's experts' physique and spirit were destroyed by the reincarnation diagram. His divine roar palace only shattered a small part of it. Based on this calculation, Lin Tian had indeed won. Bai Qiu breathed a sigh of relief and went up to greet them. The barbarian tribe's patriarch and the others also went up to greet them. All of them were a little shocked. They were shocked by Baiziki's thunder god physique, by the tyrannical power of the divine roar diagram supported by Lin Tian, and by the two's invincible combat strength. Even the barbarian tribe's patriarch, who was in the Enlightenment realm, was no exception. He looked at the two and said, "Seeing these two young friends, I really feel that I'm old. Senior, your vitality is still vigorous and at the peak. You're not old." Lin Tian said courteously. He exchanged a few words with the barbarian tribe's patriarch. Then, he looked at the ground of the insect clan's main tribe and landed. At this time, the blood god pill's effect could last for about an hour. He landed on the ground of the insect clan's main tribe. The dragon patterns under his feet spread down. Suddenly, he saw 16 bright dragons. They were vast and boundless. They were the 16 immortal veins. At this moment, relying on the blood god pill, he was in the first heaven of the great path. He used a secret method to break the seal outside the 16 immortal veins of the insect clan. Then, he used the secret technique of the dragon burial scripture to compress the 16 immortal veins into 16 small dragons. After that, he cut open the ground and grabbed the 16 small dragons from the ground. He added a layer of the 4-symbol seal and then put them into the stone ring. The 16 immortal veins were nothing to him now. At least, they were not of much use to his cultivation. However, they were very useful in other places. For example, if he placed them under the Emergence sect or the Burning Sun sect, it would definitely make the two sects more prosperous. Their future achievements would be very shocking. Compressing the immortal veins to this extent? The 10 great path powerhouses of the barbarian tribe were shocked. They did not see the dragon patterns appear and did not know what method Lin Tian used. At this moment, when they saw this scene, they were a little shocked. They could not compress 16 immortal veins to the size of an inch with the pure cultivation of the great path realm. Now that they saw Lin Tian do it, they were naturally shocked by this method. Not even a strand of hair is left. Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue and said. In the insect clan's main tribe, blood flowed. Broken corpses fell on the ground one by one. It was a shocking sight. Lin Tian turned and bowed slightly to the barbarian tribe's patriarch and the others. At this moment, he was ready to leave. You just went through a great battle. Why don't you come to my tribe to rest? The barbarian tribe's patriarch asked him to stay and said, the medicinal effects of the blood god pill will wear off soon. When that time comes, you won't be able to move. Come to my tribe, it will be much safer than outside. Thank you for your kind intentions, senior. However, it's not a problem. We still have companions who can protect us. Lin Tian shook his head and said, in the future, I will definitely do my best to find the whereabouts of the hero. I will definitely find the hero. He exchanged a few words with the barbarian tribe's experts. In the end, he waved his hand and left with Bai Qiu, Baiziki, and Whooshing Crocodile. In the blink of an eye, the three people and the crocodile disappeared into the distant horizon. They are all prodigies. True prodigies. The barbarian tribe's patriarch's eyes flashed. The barbarian tribe's grand elder could not help but nod. He looked at the departing figures of Lin Tian and the others. Even if the hero grows to the peak in the future, I'm afraid he won't be able to compare to them. Those two people are really. Thinking about the divine might of Lin Tian and Baiziki, at this moment, the barbarian tribe's 8th heaven great path expert's eyes could not help but flicker again. Too strong, they really had the bearing of invincibility. Alright, let's go back to the tribe and send more people to find the hero. The barbarian tribe's 3rd elder said. Yes. Go back to the tribe and find the hero. The barbarian tribe's 2nd elder nodded. At that moment, the barbarian tribe's patriarch spoke. The barbarian tribe's army began to retreat from the insect tribe's main territory in an orderly manner, heading towards the large mountain range where the barbarian tribe was located. Lin Tian and the others had already traveled a long distance away from the insect tribe's main territory. There's still a little time before the blood god pill's medicinal effect wears off. Before that, let's do some other things. Lin Tian Ondao. He appeared on a road that was relatively densely packed with people. He used his divine sense to display a series of images. It was the scene of him and Baiziki fighting the 25 great path experts from the Stone God's clan, the Bone God's clan, and the others and killing them one by one. At the same time, he let out a loud and clear voice that spread far and wide: Dark Shadow Tribe, Blood Wolf Tribe, Ant Tribe, Bone Tribe, Sea Tribe, Sorcerer Tribe, and Stone God Tribe, none of you can do it. You're too weak as chickens and pottery dogs. Immediately, all the cultivators on this road trembled. They were all shocked. Seeing Lin Tian's divine sense image and hearing Lin Tian's words, these cultivators were all shocked. For a long time, they could not utter a single word. When Lin Tian saw this, a faint light flashed across his eyes. He retreated and left. Boy Lin, you're worried that you'll implicate the barbarian tribe, so you're deliberately telling the world that the great path experts from several large tribes were killed by you and Boy Bai, and that you have nothing to do with the barbarian tribe who went to the insect tribe's main territory with you? Lin Tian didn't comment on Wuxing Crocodile's words, but in fact, he did think so. In this region, everyone knew that he was in the connecting immortal realm. Dozens of great virtue realm experts from the Stone God clan, Bone clan, and Bone clan went to the center of the Zerg race to kill him, but in the end, all of them died. A few major clans might think that the barbarian tribe experts helped him kill the great virtue realm experts. After all, the barbarian tribe was the center of the Zerg race with him. In this way, it would naturally be risky for the barbarian tribe. Therefore, he used this divine consciousness imprint. He, Baiqiu, Baiziki, and Wuxing Crocodile left this place. After a while, he trembled and fell straight down. At this moment, his complexion turned pale as an intense pain assaulted him. It was as if his heart was being pierced by thousands of arrows. He felt as if his flesh was being cut by sharp blades. This kind of pain was hundreds of times more painful than when he was condensing his divine veins. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't help but let out a painful groan and almost fainted. At the same time, Baiziki also fell down. He couldn't even move a finger. What happened to you? Baiqiu was shocked. Lin Tian opened his mouth. Moving his lower lip made him grit his teeth in pain. The effect is over. The blood god pill could temporarily increase one's cultivation and battle prowess, but the side effects were not small. At this time, the effects of the blood god pill had passed, and the side effects followed, causing him and Baiziki to lose the ability to move in an instant. Every inch of their skin was in intense pain, and they were relying on their strong willpower to support themselves from fainting. Find a hidden place for us, he said with difficulty. At this time, not only did it hurt to speak, but it also hurt to breathe. Baiqiu quickly nodded and looked at Wuxing Crocodile. Enlarge your monster body and carry them. I will find a hidden place. Carry them? You want Lord Crocodile to be your mount? No way. Wuxing Crocodile shook his head repeatedly, stretched out a pair of claws, and said, one for each of us. Just hold them. There is no need to carry them. They are already in a bad condition. You will hurt them if you hold them like that. Baiqiu said furiously. What's wrong with that? Don't you humans have an ancient saying? Only when you're in pain can you rise above others. Whooshing Crocodile said. Bai Qiu glared at it. Cut the crap. Are you going to carry me or not? No. Lord Crocodile would rather die than become someone's mount. If this gets out, how am I going to show my face in the future? Whooshing Crocodile shook its head repeatedly. Bai Qiu was instantly enraged. She glared at Whooshing Crocodile and said, if you don't carry me, I will use the king's territory to imprison you in the cauldron of divine fire for a year. Lin Tian had given her the cauldron of divine fire when they were in the Valley of No Return. This time it was Whooshing Crocodile's turn to glare at her. Wang Yu, who possessed the extreme physique, was no fun at all. You little brat. #yen. It cursed. It really didn't want to resist a king's territory with the extreme physique. It reluctantly put down its demon body and used its demon power to sweep Lin Tian and Bai Ziki onto its back. Let's make a deal. Just this once. Just this once. So long-winded. Bai Qiu glanced at it from the corner of her eyes. She leaped into the air and landed on its back. She carefully protected Lin Tian and Bai Ziki. Whooshing Crocodile, #yen, Lin Tian's body was in severe pain. At this time, he couldn't even speak. However, he was still blushing with shame at this scene. Miss Bai really liked to suppress people. These two words never left her mouth. This time, she used them to threaten the five elements crocodile, and it was successful. Whooshing Crocodile's speed was very fast. With a flap of its 5-color wings, it could cover hundreds of meters in an instant. Soon after, Bai Qiu found a very hidden place. After setting up a secret seal, she moved Lin Tian and Bai Ziki inside, and then carefully guarded them with Whooshing Crocodile. Lin Tian and Bai Ziki were in pain all over their bodies. They couldn't move at all. At this time, they simply closed their eyes and waited for their bodies to recover. How long will it take? Bai Qiu asked. Whooshing Crocodile shrunk its monster body and lay on her head. 3 days. Bai Qiu nodded and didn't say anything. She carefully guarded them. At this time, the fourth heaven was in an uproar. Because of the extinction of the insect race, and also because of the spiritual imprint released by Lin Tian, the waves caused by this event were too big. It contained too many things that shocked the world. The insect race, a big race, was destroyed just like that? How many years has it been since such a big event happened? The Stone God clan, the Bone clan, the Sorcerer clan, the Sea clan, the Dark Shadow clan, the Ant clan, and the Blood Wolf clan. A total of 25 Virtue Realm experts came together to kill that ruthless person. In the end, they were all killed? Isn't he just at the Immortal Ascension realm? How can he have such combat strength? Many cultivators in the fourth heaven were shocked. During this process, Bai Ziki's figure naturally appeared in everyone's field of vision. The Divine Cry Temple was so dazzling that it made the hearts of many older generation powerhouses tremble. A King Physique. The legendary Divine Cry Temple, the Thunder God King Physique. I've never seen or heard of this person before. To think that such a terrifying young man with a king physique is hiding in this heaven, this king physique is that ruthless person's friend? Everyone was shocked. The shock brought by the king physique was undoubtedly huge and also breathtaking. The entire cultivation world in the fourth heaven was shocked. King physique, that was a physique that could be called a king. The cultivation world of this region was shaken because of this. The Rock Divines clan, Bone clan, Shaman clan, Oceanic clan, Dark Shadow clan, Ant clan, and Blood Wolf clan were furious to the extreme. This time, they'd lost a few more Grand Dao experts. Moreover, they'd been killed in such a brutal manner. Their divine sense brands had been struck out by Lin Tian, and coupled with Lin Tian's words about them being as weak as chickens, it caused the great figures of these clans to feel a burning pain on their faces. They'd truly lost all face. It could be imagined that for a long time in the future, these big clans would be the laughingstock of the world. Kill. We must kill him as soon as possible. No, kill them. Kill them. In several big clans, the big figures of their respective big clans almost let out the same roar. Now, not only were these big clans angry, but they also felt a lot of pressure. They were really shocked by Lin Tian, and at the same time, they were also shocked by the appearance of Baiziki with the Thunder God King physique. Lin Tian was a monstrous genius. The previous hatred between these big clans and him was already impossible to resolve. If Lin Tian was allowed to grow up, it would be a disaster for these big clans. From the divine sense imprint, the large clans could see that Lin Tian and Baiziki had a comrade-like relationship. This meant that they now had another king physique enemy. Once Baiziki's king physique reached the large success stage, he would be able to uproot the large clans with a wave of his hand. This was a terrifying deterrent force, a potential great danger. The large clans were all afraid. Because of fear, these big clans were now eager to eradicate Lin Tian and Baiziki. These two people were too dangerous. At the same time, this storm naturally reached the ears of the barbarian race, causing Wu Zhen old ancestor and a group of big figures to be slightly shocked. They couldn't speak for a long time. Little friend Lin was worried that our clan would be implicated by the hostility of those big clans, so he deliberately used that divine sense imprint. The second elder of the barbarian race said, "Good man. Good man. It's a hero's blessing to have such a friend." The patriarch of the barbarian race said, "It's also a great blessing for our clan to be able to fight side by side with such a man." The great elder of the barbarian race sighed. At this time, all the big figures of this clan were very moved. A huge storm was set off in the fourth heaven. The insect race was completely slaughtered, the Stone God clan and 25 other great Dao realm powerhouses were killed, and a king physique appeared. All of this shocked all the cultivators, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Amidst this shock, time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, Lin Tian and Baiziki finally recovered from the side effects of the blood god pill. Both of them circulated their cultivation methods, and after spending another few hours, their essence, energy, and spirit finally recovered to their previous peak state. Standing up, the two of them were surrounded by divine light, and their bones were crackling. The whooshing crocodile looked at Lin Tian and Baiziki, and its mouth was very cheap. "Did you sleep well? Get lost." Lin Tian wanted to kick it. The whooshing crocodile glared at him. "Kid, what's with your attitude? This grandpa crocodile became your mount once for the two of you." Lin Tian was speechless. "Is there a need to? It's just a ride. Why are you acting like you've suffered a lot? A great grievance. This is a matter of dignity." The whooshing crocodile glared at him. "Lin Tian, so pretentious. Be careful that no female crocodile will like you in the future." Bai Qiu muttered. The insect race was destroyed, and the small village was avenged. Now, 3 days had passed, and her mood had recovered. The whooshing crocodile glared at Bai Qiu, and its eyes widened even more. For a long time it didn't say a word. Lin Tian, Baiziki, at the same time, the two of them felt that Bai Qiu's words were really fierce. At this time, Bai Qiu looked at Lin Tian and Baiziki, sized them up, and asked seriously, "You two, how do you feel now? Are there any problems?" Baiziki shook his head. "We're fine." Lin Tian also shook his head and said, "Let's leave now and secretly see if the barbarians have found the hero. If they haven't, we'll look for him again." Bai Qiu nodded, and the 3 people and 1 crocodile quickly left this place. The world was still caught in the storm from before. Lin Tian observed in secret and found that some of the Berserker tribe cultivators were still running around in a hurry. He knew that Fanning Xiong had not been found yet, so he immediately began to search in secret. Just like this, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In 3 days, the 3 people and 1 crocodile went to many places, but they still couldn't find any trace of Fanning Xiong. On this day, a strange aura suddenly surged from a green mountain. There was no special light or intense tremor, but it caused the drifting clouds in the sky to pause for a moment. That's, near the small village, in the direction of the small tomb I built. A strange aura soared into the sky, carrying with it a very special fluctuation. Lin Tian's expression changed. This was not only because this aura was very special, but also because the direction this aura was coming from was the location of the small graves he had built for the children of the simple village. He remembered very clearly that it was indeed in that direction. What happened there? His expression changed slightly. At this moment, the aura he felt was too strange. Even the divine sword in his sea of consciousness moved. Not only him, but Bai Qiu and Bai Ziqi's expressions also changed. They naturally identified the direction this aura was coming from. There, Bai Ziqi frowned. He was shocked by this aura. Even the whooshing crocodile, an old monster who had reached the peak of nirvana, was moved. His eyes were full of shock. Let's go. Lin Tian spat out this word. The golden divine light around his body surged. He turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the green mountain. Bai Ziqi and Bai Qiu nodded. They took a step forward and followed closely behind Lin Tian. The wind whistled in their ears. The whooshing crocodile lay on top of Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian and the other two moved very quickly. Not long after, the green mountain appeared in their vision. The special aura was even stronger. Constantly coming from the green mountain. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He, Bai Qiu, and Bai Ziqi stepped into the green mountain in the blink of an eye. They followed the aura all the way to a spacious group of small graves. That is? The moment they arrived, the three of them stopped at the same time. Their immortal bodies trembled. On the ordinary green mountain, there were many small graves. A little girl in tattered clothes stood in front of a group of small graves. She did not move at all. Her body was stained with dirt. That special aura was constantly coming from her body. There was a small grave at the little girl's feet. The grave was broken open, and there was nothing inside. The tombstone in front of the small grave was still intact. It was also stained with dust. There were 3 words on it. Little AI. Xiao. Xiao AI. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu's expressions changed at the same time, and they were slightly shocked again. They were all too familiar with the little girl's back. Bai Ziqi was moved. Naturally, he recognized the little girl. Little AI? No, isn't it already? Whooshing crocodile's eyes widened. It had heard Lin Tian mention this little girl before. She was clearly dead. In front of him, the little girl seemed to have heard a familiar voice and slowly turned around. At this time, the little girl's once adorable goat horn braids were no longer there. Her hair was loose and there was a sparkling jade hanging on her chest. Her cheeks were still young and tender, but her pupils were blood red. On her forehead, between her eyebrows, there was an eye-catching lotus-shaped mark. Staring at the 3 people and the crocodile, the little girl's young and tender face was somewhat numb. Her gaze finally fell on Lin Tian and Bai Qiu. Her small body trembled uncontrollably, and 2 streams of blood slowly flowed down her cheeks. Beautiful big sister. Big brother. The little girl's current appearance was somewhat strange, but she clearly recognized Lin Tian and Bai Qiu. She was choking with sobs. Lin Tian trembled. He felt as if something had struck his chest. The little girl's clothes were tattered, and her pupils were blood red. Tears of blood flowed down her cheeks. This scene was too heart-wrenching. It was even more painful than when he had watched the little girl die. Xiao AI. It's Xiao AI. Bai Qiu's tears immediately flowed down. She was surprised and happy, and immediately rushed toward the little girl. Bai Ziqi raised his hand and pulled her back. Big brother. What are you doing? Let go of me. Bai Qiu said anxiously. Bai Ziqi frowned, and said, this isn't normal. He had seen the little girl before, so he naturally knew that the little girl was Xiao AI. However, the little girl's current situation was too strange. She was clearly dead, but she had stood up from the grave. Moreover, her blood-red pupils were somewhat terrifying, and the lotus-like mark between her brows was even more shocking. Bai Qiu struggled. What are you talking about? It's her. It's Xiao AI, it's Xiao AI. Let go of me. Let go. At this moment, Lin Tian took a step forward and strode over. Bai Ziqi's frown deepened when he saw this. In the end, he let go of Bai Qiu. Instantly, Bai Qiu rushed over like Lin Tian and arrived beside the little girl in the blink of an eye. Xiao AI, it's really Xiao AI. When she first learned that Xiao AI had died, she was extremely sad. Now that she saw Xiaoai standing before her again, even though it was a little strange, she was still pleasantly surprised. This was the feeling of regaining something she had lost. Xiaoai. At the side, Lin Tian also called out in a soft voice. The little girl's body was very thin, and her clothes were tattered. When she saw Lin Tian and Bai Qiu appear beside her, more tears of blood flowed down her cheeks. She was like a child who had been wandering for a long time, seeing her family after a long time. Those who hurt her would be sad, and those who hurt her would cry. Her gaze fell on Lin Tian. Big brother, Grandpa. Grandpa is gone. Everyone is gone. Lin Tianji felt a pain in his heart, and he could not say a word. The little girl tilted her head and looked at the small grave behind her. Her thin body trembled, and tears of blood flowed down her cheeks. She still had the memories of the past. She remembered the scene of her grandfather being killed by the insectoids, the scene of her and the other villagers being captured, the scene of her being bitten by the insectoid larvae, and the scene of Lin Tian coming to save her. Everyone is gone. Xiaoai woke up. Xiaoai is the only one left, the little girl sobbed. A 5-year-old girl saying such words with tears of blood flowing down her cheeks was even more heartbreaking. Even someone as strong as Lin Tian felt like he was about to cry. Bai Qiu squatted down and hugged the little girl in her arms. Don't be afraid, Xiaoai. We're still here. The little girl's small body trembled, and she cried in Bai Qiu's arms. She was heartbroken. Hearing the little girl's cries, Lin Tian clenched his fists. He really wanted to drag out those zergs and kill them all again. At this moment, even Bai Ziki, who was standing at the side, took a deep breath. Clearly, he was also deeply moved. After some time, Bai Qiu hugged the little girl and comforted her. Finally, the little girl stopped crying. You still have us. Xiaoai will follow us from now on. Big sister will take good care of you. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian also comforted her. During this process, he had carefully scanned the little girl with his divine sense. He found that although the little girl's appearance was a little strange, there was indeed life in her body. Although it was very weak, it was there. This meant that the little girl had come back to life. Now, she was a living person. This was an incomparably pleasant surprise. It was a miracle. At this time, he didn't think about why Xiaoai, who was clearly dead, would have life again. He didn't think about why the little girl would have such a strange appearance. He didn't even think about why the little girl would emit such a special aura that made people tremble. Xiao, 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 xiao. Whooshing crocodile laid on Lin Tian's head. He had been staring at the lotus mark on Xiaoai's forehead ever since he came here. At this time, he seemed to have finally noticed something. His eyes widened and he almost fell off Lin Tian's head. He extended a claw and pointed at the lotus mark on Xiaoai's forehead. His claw trembled slightly. That thing, look at that thing, that is, Lin Tian looked at where Whooshing crocodile was pointing. Naturally, he had already noticed the mark on the little girl's forehead. This imprint was too strange. The strange aura that was emitted from my daughter's body came from this lotus-like imprint. He lowered his voice and asked Whooshing crocodile seriously, what is this? Do you know? Whooshing crocodile's claw was trembling. Its voice was also trembling. Its eyes were wide open. It's that, Lin Tianyi grabbed it off his head. Why are you trembling? What the hell is this mark? I #yen. Whooshing crocodile was so angry that it kept swearing. Can't you see that your Lord Crocodile is shocked? I #yen. Can you give your Lord Crocodile some time to breathe? I #yen. Lin Tian let go of it and waited quietly. At the same time, Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki also looked at it. Whooshing crocodile took a dozen deep breaths. When Lin Tian couldn't help but want to beat it, it finally opened its mouth. It stared at the lotus mark on Xiaoai's forehead and said, Lord Crocodile has seen records of this mark in the tomb of an old guy in the Chaos Realm. This is. It said word by word, seal of life and death. Seal of life and death? Lin Tian frowned. Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki were also puzzled. Obviously, they didn't know what Whooshing crocodile's seal of life and death was. A living creature goes from life to death. The body remains immortal, and then goes from death to life. This process has a very small chance of producing such a mark. It's called the seal of life and death. Wuxing Crocodile stared at the lotus mark on Xiaoai's forehead and couldn't help but swallow hard. According to the records of the seal of life and death that Lord Crocodile saw in the tomb, this thing has only appeared 3 times in history because it's too rare. You should know that once a living creature dies, it's generally impossible to come back to life. Even if it can miraculously come back to life from death, the probability of condensing the seal of life and death in this process is less than 1 in a billion. Staring at the 5-year-old little AI, the 5-element crocodile's eyes widened as if it had seen a ghost. This little girl, not only did she come back from death, she actually managed to condense such an ancient seal. This is simply from life to death, from death to life, the seal of life and death. Lin Tian muttered to himself. At this time, he still didn't think about how the little girl could come back to life with a breath of life after death. After a pause, he looked at Wuxing Crocodile and continued to ask, what's so special about the seal of life and death? Are there any negative effects? Hearing Wuxing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian was shocked. Bai Qiao and Bai Ziki were also shocked. Even a Chaos Realm expert risked his life to condense this thing? Wuxing Crocodile said, the seal of life and death is a treasure seal formed by the exchange of life and death. This thing is a kind of heaven-defying Dao fruit. The benefits are too great. As he said that, his eyes were as bright as the sun. A seal of life and death represents a lifespan of 100,000 years. 100,000 years. Lin Tian and the other 2 were shocked. You mean? Yes. The 5 elements crocodile nodded and took a deep breath before speaking again. This little girl, even if she doesn't do any cultivation in the future, doesn't eat anything, and lives a simple life, she can at least live for 100,000 years. Lin Tian and the other 2 were shocked. 100,000 years? That was the lifespan of a Chaos Realm expert. It's far more than that. This is only the foundation. The benefits of the seal of life and death are unimaginable. Simply put, this thing is countless times more precious than the strongest heavenly treasure. It's a true heaven-defying divine seal. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian and the other 2 were stunned. Even though they had guessed that the seal of life and death was not simple after hearing Wuxing Crocodile's words, they did not expect it to be so heaven-defying. It was too shocking. A seal of life and death was equivalent to 100,000 years of lifespan, and this was only the most basic benefit of this kind of treasure seal. At this time, even a man as calm as Bai Ziki was shocked. His eyes kept flashing. The 3's gazes fell on the little girl. This little girl was a true child prodigy. The little girl stopped crying, but she was still very sad. Her eyes were blood red, and the seal of life and death on her forehead was very obvious. She grabbed Bai Qiao's sleeve. Lin Tian looked at Wuxing Crocodile and asked, I scanned her with my divine sense, and there is indeed a breath of life in her body. But what's with her appearance now? It's normal. The seal of life and death has just been formed. She has just escaped from death, so she has more of the Yin side. After a while, the yang energy that represents life will become stronger and merge with the yin energy in her body to form a perfect balance. Then, her pupils will return to normal, and the seal of life and death on her forehead will automatically hide in her body. No one will be able to see it. Wuxing Crocodile said. Hearing Wuxing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian immediately felt relieved. The little girl stuck close to Bai Qiao. Occasionally, she would tilt her head to look at the tombs behind her. Her body twitched slightly, and then she would bury her head in Bai Qiao's arms and cry silently. Coming back from the dead, the little girl had transcended the mortal world. However, she was still a child in the end. Her only family and familiar friends were no longer around. It was difficult for her to recover from her grief quickly. And this was also very normal. Not to mention a child, even an adult would be the same. How did she come back to life? Lin Tian whispered to himself. Looking at little AI, he began to think about this question at this time. Back then, he saw the little girl die in front of his eyes. Her breath of life was completely cut off. But now, the little girl miraculously came back to life. Whooshing crocodile came to this place. From the moment it saw the little girl, it had been looking at the little girl with all kinds of surprise and doubts in its eyes. At this time, its gaze suddenly fell on the jade on the little girl's chest. Suddenly, it was moved. It clearly felt the same breath as Baiqiu on it. It contained the Taiyin wave. There was a strange light in its eyes. It looked at Lin Tian and said, "Kid, use your dragon burial scripture to see if there is anything special in this place." Special? This is just an ordinary green mountain. Lin Tian frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't rely on your eyes and feelings for everything. Lord Crocodile wants you to look. Don't be long-winded. Whooshing crocodile glared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't say anything else. The dragon burial scripture operated. Strands of dragon patterns spread down from the soles of his feet. At the same time, they spread out in all directions to explore this green mountain. Just like that, dozens of breaths passed in a flash. After dozens of breaths, he explored the surroundings with dragon patterns but didn't find anything special. It's just an ordinary. Wait. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. As the dragon burial scripture operated faster, the dragon patterns on the soles of his feet suddenly jumped on their own and spread deeper into the underground space. It extended all the way to dozens of miles below. Suddenly, a dazzling halo lay there quietly. This halo happened to be under little AI's small grave. Lin Tian was moved. He opened a path with dragon patterns and took it out after a while. The body of the halo was a stone about 5 inches in diameter. It was pure white and emitted a light like the sun. It was intertwined with dense yang energy, causing the temperature of the space to suddenly rise by more than 10 degrees. Origin Sunstone. Lin Tian and the other two were shocked. This stone was the Origin Sunstone. It wasn't small and was priceless. This, Lin Tian was shocked. He didn't expect that a piece of Origin Sunstone would be born in this place dozens of miles below. Baiqiu and Baiziki were also surprised. The siblings found a piece of Taiyin origin stone in the small village, and there was a piece of Origin Sunstone in the mountains near the village. Both of them were surprised. Whooshing crocodile nodded at this moment. Understood. It stretched out its claws and pointed at the precious jade on the little girl's chest. Grandpa Crocodile remembers that you mentioned that this precious jade was given by the Bai family's daughter. It was the precious jade that the Bai family's daughter had worn for more than 10 years. After more than 10 years, the jade had already been filled with the Taiyin origin aura of the Bai family's daughter. Now, this precious jade is worn by this little girl, and it resonates with the Origin Sunstone directly below the ground. The two are extreme yin and extreme yang. After mixing with each other, they evolved into vitality, giving this little girl a chance to be reborn. Lin Tian and the other two were moved. Their eyes flashed. Taiyin and Taiyang can indeed evolve into vitality. Baiziki said. Yin and Yang were the mother of all things. Although it was difficult to combine the two to evolve into vitality, it was completely possible. Baiqiu was surprised and pleasantly surprised. At this moment, he was extremely glad that he had given this precious jade to little AI. This is heaven's will. Whooshing crocodile kept staring at the little girl. Its surprised expression had disappeared. At this moment, its eyes were full of doubts. However, this is really strange. It's too unusual. Due to the fusion of the Taiyin aura and the Origin Sunstone, she came back from the dead. Grandpa Crocodile can understand this. However, how could she condense something like the seal of life and death in this process? You should know that in the past, some old guys in the chaotic realm made all kinds of strict arrangements, but they couldn't condense such a divine seal. More than 90% of them even destroyed their bodies and souls. However, such an ordinary little girl who has never cultivated before actually condensed the seal of life and death in the process of alternating between life and death. Logically speaking, this is completely impossible. The probability should be 100 million to 0. This is hard to understand. It's incomprehensible. Baiqiu said, is it because little AI has amazing talent and potential? No, this has nothing to do with talent and potential. It also has nothing to do with your Taiyin aura and the Origin Sunstone. Whooshing crocodile shook its head and said with certainty, there must be other foreign objects playing a key role in this. But, what is it? There doesn't seem to be any foreign objects in this place. At this moment, Whooshing crocodile seemed to be very serious. It was seriously thinking and scanning the surroundings with its tyrannical divine sense. However, in the end, it still couldn't find the key foreign object that it mentioned. It couldn't understand it no matter how hard it thought. It kept howling, "This is too strange. It's too unreasonable. How could such a thing happen? An ordinary little girl actually condensed the seal of life and death on her own? If those failed chaotic realm experts knew about this, they would be so angry that they would jump out of their coffins." Bai Qiu ignored it and hugged little AI. Bai Ziki didn't say anything and stood quietly by the side. Only Lin Tian was moved at this moment. He thought of something. Could it be, he muttered in his heart. Back then, in order to save little AI, he had transferred some of his reincarnation origin to the little girl. The foreign object that Whooshing crocodile mentioned, could it be the reincarnation origin that he transferred to the little girl? Whooshing crocodile saw Lin Tian in a daze and asked, "Brat, what did you think of?" "Nothing." Lin Tian shook his head. Whooshing crocodile looked at him suspiciously, but it didn't say anything. It began to feel conflicted again and muttered to itself, "Impossible, how could this be? How could those failed chaotic realm experts accept this?" Bai Qiu comforted little AI by the side while Lin Tian pondered. "That's right. We have to leave this place quickly. We have to find a hidden place to set up a seal and hide this little girl." Whooshing crocodile suddenly thought of something and said, "When the seal of life and death is formed, its aura can't be concealed and will spread out bit by bit. If there are experts in this heaven who know about the existence of the seal of life and death, they will definitely fight for it at all costs." Lin Tian and the other two were moved. They nodded. Dong. At this moment, the firmament suddenly trembled. A mass of black light appeared in the northern sky. Within it was a pair of deep and emotionless eyes that seemed to have seen through the ups and downs of the world. They stared straight at the seal of life and death between little AI's eyebrows. The three people and one crocodile trembled together and felt a chill run down their backs. This is the suppression of an emperor. Whooshing crocodile trembled. A chaotic realm expert had forced them here. Hong. Almost at the same time, the southern sky collapsed. A tall figure strode over. Every step he took caused the firmament to tremble. This figure was surrounded by a hazy and tyrannical divine light. Even a powerful divine sense couldn't see through it. Only a pair of cold eyes could be seen. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation of human emotions in them. After this, the surroundings trembled. A figure also walked over, similarly enveloped in hazy light. Everywhere he passed, all creatures fell silent. The might of an emperor blanketed the sky and covered the earth, as if an ancient deity was inspecting the world. The expressions of the three people and the crocodile changed at the same time. All of them could not help but tremble. At this moment, three auras pressed down. Three pairs of eyes stared at them, emitting the powerful auras of chaotic emperors, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Three emperors? How could this be? Whooshing crocodile was horrified. Three auras appeared, and three pairs of eyes swept across the sky. In the blink of an eye, they crossed over to this place. In an instant, the void in all directions was directly frozen. The three people and the crocodile could not escape even if they wanted to. There was no way to retreat at all. The three pairs of eyes were frighteningly deep. At the same time, they stared at the seal of life and death between little AI's eyebrows. Astonishing divine light burst out from their eyes. Buzz, in the next moment, almost at the same time, the three people moved at the same time. They raised their hands and grabbed at little AI. Obviously, they wanted to seize the seal of life and death. Lin Tian and the others were shocked. Facing the three big hands, they wanted to do something, but they could not even gather their divine power. They could only watch as the three big hands pressed down on them. Chi. 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 The three chaotic emperors each took a side and raised their hands to grab little AI. At the same time, they were fighting with each other. All kinds of divine light and laws surged, causing the void to be annihilated inch by inch. Because of their conflict, this place was engulfed in waves of hurricanes that swept past, uprooting the green trees and shattering the earth. The small tombs that Lin Tian built for the villagers were completely destroyed in the blink of an eye. The tombstones shattered, and the bones of the villagers were thrown out, also crumbling into ashes bit by bit. Grandpa. Little AI looked at the direction of the small tombs and cried. Her close relatives, elders, and friends were all dead, and she was the only one left. Now, even the tombstones were blown to pieces. Lin Tian was also angry, but at this time, he could do nothing. He could only watch the three big hands press down. At this time, he could not even move his fingers. The three emperors' auras suppressed and imprisoned everything. Ka. 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 The void distorted, the three large hands helping each other, finally completely crushing over. Little AI looked in the direction of the tombs and cried loudly. It was unknown whether it was because she was very emotional, but the seal of life and death between her brows suddenly emitted a radiance. It spread out in a semicircle and immediately shook off the three big hands that were pressing down from the sky. At the same time, Lin Tian and the others felt that they could move again. The space around them also returned to its original state. The three people and the crocodile were shocked at the same time. This is the seal of life and death? The huge hands of the three primal chaos experts that were imbued with great Tao laws were repelled by a single cry from little AI. Go. Lin Tian Dao. The space around them had already returned to normal. How could the three people and one crocodile dare to stay any longer? They immediately took little AI and fled. In the sky, three pairs of eyes were cold and emotionless. A ray of dim light flashed across all of them. Then, waves of resplendent light appeared. In the blink of an eye, 3 waves of emperors' might descended, sealing Lin Tian and the others who had fled several thousand feet away. Boom! The 3 huge hands pressed down again, still aiming for little AI. At the same time, they also enveloped the 3 people and the crocodile, causing them to feel intense pain. This time, the light of the seal of life and death was no longer effective. The 3 huge hands ignored everything. Nothing could stop them. Oh my god! The scales on the whooshing crocodile's body stood on end. Damn it! Lin Tian was anxious. He frantically tried to communicate with the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. Although he did not have much hope and did not think that he would be able to summon the divine sword at this time, he could only do so. Only by summoning the divine sword would he be able to barely resist. In the next moment, to his surprise and delight, the divine sword seemed to have sensed the danger he was in and actually moved. Strands of divine light streaked out. Lin Tian trembled. He felt a boundless force surging up, giving him the feeling that it could split the sky and shatter the earth. He did not hesitate and directly attacked, smashing a fist towards the 3 huge hands pressing down from the sky. Boom! A resplendent 7-colored radiance tore through the sky and shattered all things. It carried an incomparably sharp aura, and like the radiance of the seal of life and death, it blasted away the 3 giant hands of the 3 Emperor Realm experts. Once again, the spatial seal was broken. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu were shocked. Lin Tian, at this time, actually blasted away the 3 huge hands of the chaotic world with a single punch. It's the divine light from that time. Bai Qiu was shocked. Back in the sword tomb of the second heaven, she had seen Lin Tian display this kind of 7-colored divine light. It was extremely powerful, and now she saw it again. It was just as powerful as that time. This kid really has a super divine artifact in his body. Whooshing Crocodile had also seen the power of the 7-colored divine light displayed by Lin Tian, and because of it, its cultivation base had also fallen. At this time, its eyes lit up, and a glimmer of hope appeared in its heart. However, this glimmer of hope disappeared in an instant. It cried miserably, no, it can't really block them. Even if it's a heavenly divine artifact, it can't block a real chaotic world expert. In the sky, the 3 emperors' eyes once again shone with resplendent light, staring at Lin Tian at the same time. The 3 of them didn't utter a single word as they continued to fight. The 3 large hands pressed down once again, and they weren't just grabbing towards little AI, they were grabbing towards Lin Tian as well. Evidently, the rainbow radiance that Lin Tian unleashed was like the seal of life and death, attracting the attention of the three. Lin Tian swung the divine sword and released the seven-colored divine light, blasting towards the sky, shattering everything and stopping the three huge hands from pressing down. However, at this time, the result was just as Whooshing Crocodile had said. He could not block the three huge hands at all, and he vomited blood due to the impact. Lin Tian. Bai Qiu was anxious. With a rumble, the sky trembled. The three huge hands ignored everything and pressed down majestically, covering the sky and the sun. It's over, it's over, it's over. It's really over this time. Whooshing Crocodile was on the verge of tears. Emperors were too terrifying. The three huge hands pressed down and fought with each other, truly confining the space. The light of the seal of life and death and the divine sword were useless and could not block them. In the end, Lin Tian was too weak, and little AI was just an ordinary child. Even if she had a peerless divine artifact, she could not compete with a chaotic world expert. The space collapsed, and time and space trembled. Everything was confined. Lin Tian activated the seven-colored divine light to resist, but it was useless. He was extremely anxious and felt a sense of despair. Buzz, in the sky, the three figures were all shrouded in divine light, and their faces could not be seen clearly. Only three pairs of deep and emotionless eyes could be seen. Only the powerful aura of the emperors intertwined in the surroundings. Three huge hands appeared above the group in the blink of an eye. Three great Dao laws surged and grabbed towards Lin Tian and little AI. The three pairs of eyes were all shining with a dim light. Almost at the same time, in the first heaven, in the dark forest outside Fengjian City, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. Stars intertwined in them, and the sun and moon rose and fell. Accompanied by a ray of light, everything was torn apart in an instant, including the barrier of the heaven. Pooh! 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 In the fourth heaven, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the void, and the three huge hands that pressed towards Lin Tian and the others exploded at the same time. The void crack was thousands of feet long, and space turbulence intertwined. A little girl of 11 or 12 years old stepped out from it. She was dressed in a white dress, and her soft black hair naturally fell to her waist. Like the noblest fairy in the world, she stood at the top of the sky and looked at the three chaotic world experts indifferently. She said in an extremely cold voice, do you want to die? Boom, an unparalleled divine power turned into a hurricane, forcing the three chaotic world experts to retreat. The light fog around their bodies was completely dispersed. At this moment, as far as the eye could see, the people in the north wore imperial crowns, the people in the south had flames intertwined around their bodies, and the people in the west wore Taoist robes. Their bodies were intertwined with grand auras like mountains and galaxies. The three primal chaos experts stared at the little girl who walked out from the void crack. Their eyes were filled with Tao light. Bai Qiu and Bai Ziqi's expressions changed. Lin Tian stared at the little girl in the sky with surprise and joy. Little Z. He was very excited. The girl he had met in the dark forest was finally able to see her up close again. The little girl's black hair fluttered in the wind as she glanced at the seal of life and death on little AI's forehead. Then, she shifted her gaze to Lin Tian, and a smile bloomed on her cold little face. Demon Emperor, Violet Fairy. A cold voice echoed. Among the three primal chaos experts, the one wearing the imperial crown spoke with eyes that were like blades. Lin Tian was startled and shocked. Little Z was, the demon race's empress? In the sky, the Violet Fairy looked at Lin Tian with a crafty smile. She completely ignored everyone here. She is a demon emperor? She, and him. Bai Qiu, Bai Ziqi, and Whooshing Crocodile could clearly see that the Violet Fairy was looking at Lin Tian. That smile was obviously not ordinary, and it shocked the trio. It was obvious that the Violet Fairy and Lin Tian knew each other and had a good relationship. That's right. That brat seemed to be calling her Demon Emperor. Little Z? Whooshing Crocodile suddenly widened his eyes. The Violet Fairy was barefooted as she looked at Lin Tian with a crafty smile, but she didn't say anything. She looked at the blood that was flowing out from Lin Tian's mouth. After a moment, she turned her head again and looked at the three primal chaos emperors. Anyone who harms him will have to pay the price. Looking at the three primal chaos emperors, the smile on the violet fairy's face disappeared. She became cold again with a kind of holiness and dignity. Boom! Absolute demonic prowess engulfed the world. The sky couldn't stop shaking, and the entire heaven region was shaking. I don't understand what you are saying. You want to seize the seal of life and death too? In the south, the primal chaos expert who was surrounded by flames spoke coldly. The violet fairy's eyes were cold. At this moment, she was just like an arrogant princess. Her black hair danced behind her back as a divine radiance rushed out. It seemed to ignore the distance of space and appeared in front of this primal chaos expert in the blink of an eye. This primal chaos expert was startled. He quickly reacted and raised a law light screen in front of him. Ka! A crisp sound rang out, and the law light screen that this person had erected was instantly shattered. PFFF. The divine radiance didn't decrease in momentum and crushed this primal chaos expert on the spot. The blood was glaring as it splattered in the void, causing Lin Tian and the others to change their expressions. A primal chaos realm emperor expert was torn apart in the blink of an eye. So powerful. Lin Tian was astonished. Even though he had guessed that the violet fairy was powerful, he didn't expect her to be this powerful. Just one divine light was enough to shatter the primal chaos expert who was covered in flames. Boom! The flames burned the void. The shattered primal chaos expert reformed his fleshly body, and his eyes were filled with flames. Demonic Beast Emperor. This primal chaos expert's voice was cold, but his aura didn't drop. The primal chaos expert in the north and the primal chaos expert in the west didn't say anything. Their expressions were cold. The three of them came here to fight for the seal of life and death. They were already considered enemies. At this moment, the cold voice sounded again, "You guys have a share too." The violet fairy ignored Emperor Yan Meng temporarily and stared at the primal chaos expert and the primal chaos expert. She slashed out with two divine lights, tearing the void apart, and arrived before the two in an instant. The two primal chaos experts attacked at the same time, striking out thousands of magic powers. However, they still couldn't block the divine lights. Their magic powers crumbled, and they were forced to retreat. Their Tao bodies exploded at the same time. Boom! Blood and flesh intertwined as the two instantly regenerated their Tao bodies. They stared coldly at the violet fairy with emotionless eyes. Great void god slaying Tao, very powerful indeed. The primal chaos expert said coldly. The surroundings were filled with Tao radiance. When this primal chaos expert spoke, it was like a divine bell ringing, causing intense pain in the eardrums. Under such an aura, Lin Tian and the others couldn't even circulate their divine power. However, they were shocked by the violet fairy's strength. Those three divine lights were too stunning. They actually shattered three primal chaos realm emperors in the sky. Great void god slaying Tao, what is that? Lin Tian asked Whooshing Crocodile. Whooshing Crocodile had lived for a long time and knew many things. He swallowed his saliva and said, "The demonic beast emperor's famous divine technique, the god-slaying light. All Daos will retreat. It is said to be able to slay even gods." At this moment, a cold snort rang out, equally cold. In the sky, the Taoist-robed emperor stared at the violet fairy with cold eyes. "Violet fairy, do you want to be enemies with all of us?" The three great emperors stared at the violet fairy at the same time. Tao lights interweaved around their bodies, and their auras were extremely powerful. Under the three presences, the space was obliterated inch by inch. Everything fell silent. The entire world fell silent. The might of an emperor was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly as he began to worry. The violet elves were powerful, but none of the three in the sky were weak. If these three primal chaos experts were to attack at the same time, could the violet fairy win? Where did these three people come from? He asked Whooshing Crocodile, wanting to know who the three primal chaos emperors were. Whooshing Crocodile stared at the three primal chaos emperors and shook his head after a while. "I don't know. I have no impression of him." "You don't know?" Lin Tian frowned. "Do you think Lord Crocodile is omniscient?" "I know everything?" Whooshing Crocodile said angrily. At the top of the sky, the Violet Fairy's black hair fluttered behind her back as though she was dispelling Lin Tian's doubts. She looked at the Taoist-robed emperor in the west. Taoist Pu Yuan, born with Yin Eye, snatched the primordial Yin of young girls to cultivate. He was once hunted by the entire cultivation world and survived like a rat on the street. With his Yin Eye, he stepped into the primal chaos realm and annihilated several Holy Land's inheritances that had once suppressed him. Taoist Pu Yuan's eyes were cold. Yin lights interweaved in his eyes, and a chill was contained within. Lin Tian and the others' expressions changed. This person had once snatched the primordial Yin of young girls to cultivate? This was simply too insidious. The Violet Fairy tilted her head and looked at the crowned emperor, Grand Emperor Luo Tsang. When his lifespan was about to dry up, he massacred tens of thousands of living beings and transformed their essence into his own lifespan. After escaping death, he disappeared. Who would have thought that he was secretly hiding in the fourth heaven? The Violet Fairy's voice was calm. She looked at the primal chaos emperors who were covered in flames. The flame demon was a magma rock that swallowed the essence of heaven and earth. Back then, he was accepted as a disciple by a human expert. Countless years later, when the human expert who taught him was heavily injured, he snatched the Tao fruit of his body and cultivated the pure demon flame. With his strength, he defeated tens of thousands of experts and reached the Emperor realm. Lin Tian and the others were moved. These three people were really bad people. The three emperors' eyes were like cold lightning. They stared at the Violet Fairy coldly. You know quite a lot. If I don't know much, how can I be an emperor? The Violet Fairy said. The three emperors' eyes became even colder. Tao lights interweaved in their eyes like 6 black holes. You want to start a battle between emperors by telling us our origins? Emperor Luo Tsang said coldly. The three emperors stared at the Violet Fairy. Killing lights interweaved around their bodies. At this moment, it was as if they had pulled up a common front. Battle between emperors? The Violet Fairy looked at the three emperors. The three of you, each of you used a secret technique to suppress your own body in the fourth heaven. You used a secret technique to delay the elapse of your lifespan. But now that you have discovered the aura of the seal of life and death, all of you jumped out to fight for it. Are you worthy of mentioning the 3 words battle between emperors to me? Hearing this, Lin Tian and the others were shocked. These 3 old things, so their lifespan is about to dry up. Whooshing crocodile stared. In the sky, Emperor Luo Tsang and the other 2 emperors' eyes were even colder. 3 chills interweaved in all directions. You are not worthy of me taking action. However, you have injured him, so you all have to pay the price. The Violet Fairy's voice became cold again. Divine light surged around her like divine swords. I will bury all of you here. Clang, divine light rang, and tens of thousands of Tao surged. The wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed, and the clouds in the sky all dispersed. Arrogant. Emperor Luo Tsang said coldly. 36 light wings rushed out from behind him. Then, with a light flap, 36 destructive chains were rolled up. All kinds of Daos interweaved on them, and they pressed forward majestically, falling towards the Violet Fairy. This was a kind of momentum. In an instant, the whole world lost its color. The Violet Fairy raised her hand. Beside her, the god-slaying light trembled. In an instant, it cut through the 36 chains and slashed towards Emperor Luo Tsang. You want to kill the 3 of us? Who do you think you are? Another cold voice sounded. The pupils of the flame demon seemed to be constructed of flames. With a flash of her eyes, dense balls of flames appeared in the sky, burning the space and distorting the great Tao. Kill her and share her emperor chi equally. Taoist Pu Yuan stepped forward. For a moment, the 3 emperors attacked at the same time. An even more tyrannical attack interweaved. The world seemed to be about to shatter, and chaos interweaved. The scene was terrifying. Lin Tian and the others trembled. They were not attacked, but at this moment they could not even stand steadily. The 3 emperors used their divine techniques at the same time, and the world seemed to be about to be destroyed. Rumble. The sky was filled with killing lights in all directions. They were all evolved from the great Tao. Every ray could easily kill a Nirvana pinnacle powerhouse, and the great Tao rumbled. The Violet Fairy stood alone in the sky. Her black hair danced behind her back. Facing the terrifying attacks of the three emperors, she only made one move. She stretched out her right hand and pressed down gently across the void. Chi. 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 The great void god-slaying light seemed to have slashed through eternity. In an instant, it annihilated everything and shattered all the laws of divine techniques. Emperor Luozong and the other two trembled and coughed up blood. They were directly pressed down from the sky. The Violet Fairy looked down at the three of them with an indifferent gaze. With a flip of her right hand, it was as if the universe was pressing down. The god-slaying light turned into a sea of killing, cutting off all eternity. The three emperors' expressions changed. At this moment, they all felt their hearts tremble. Endless flames are formed by me, incinerate all Daos. The flame demon roared. Luo Ming, Luo Xing, Luo Huang. Emperor Luozong shouted. At the same time, Taoist Pu Yuan also displayed a great divine technique. He faced the god-slaying light together with the flame demon and Emperor Luozong. In an instant, the three immortal killing forces shook. The power of divine techniques flooded all directions. The Violet Fairy looked down indifferently and silently. With a buzzing sound, the god-slaying light that descended became even more resplendent. It annihilated all the divine techniques of the three emperors. The ground instantly collapsed. The three emperors coughed up blood again and were forcefully pressed into the ground. The three of them and the crocodile were stunned. Their hearts trembled. So powerful. Bai Qiu shrunk his neck. She stood alone in the sky and destroyed the divine techniques of the three emperors with a raise of her hand, causing them to fall into the ground. How powerful was she? Boom. The ground churned and shattered. 3 different divine radiances rushed up. Emperor Luozong and the others stepped out. They were clearly in a sorry state. Their eyes became even colder. Kill! Emperor Luozong shouted. He displayed his divine technique again. His emperor body turned into boundless divine light, enveloping the entire heaven and earth. Calamity of 1,000 generations, calamity of 10,000 generations, the fall of the heavenly Tao. It had to be said that the technique Grand Emperor Luozong was currently displaying was extremely powerful. It was like the Milky Way was descending from the cosmos and pressing down on the entire world. Dense rays of light surged as if they were about to split the world apart. At the same time, Yan Mo and Taoist Pu Yuan also made their moves. They displayed their emperor techniques and pressed down on the Violet Fairy. At their level, they didn't care about the so-called light and fairness of the secular world. Destroying the enemy was the only thing that mattered. Boom. Even more shocking killing radiances interweaved. It was mighty and intimidating. The Violet Fairy's action was simple. She only raised her hand. This time, her right hand formed a sword and slashed down. Pooh! Waves of blood swept out. The divine radiance that filled the sky was annihilated. Emperor Luozong's body reappeared, but his head flew out. The emperor roared. His head flew back and wanted to reassemble. However, the Violet Fairy obviously didn't want to give him the chance. She waved her right hand. Instantly, dense god-slaying light surged down from all directions, directly shattering the head. At the same time, the emperor's body was also obliterated into a bloody mist. Moreover, on the other side, the dense god-slaying light pressed down like a river of time, piercing through Yan Mo and Taoist Pu Yuan. Ah! Emperor Luozong roared. Divine radiance flashed and reformed his emperor body. All his black hair stood on end. Yan Mo and Taoist Pu Yuan also quickly repaired their emperor bodies. Their eyes became even colder and their killing intent thickened. You guys can't do it. The Violet Fairy was very calm. The 3 of you are no good. These 4 words were very calm and did not carry an overbearing tone. Yet, it shocked everyone. So formidable. Bai Qiu's eyes lit up. As a woman herself, it was only natural for her to worship the Violet Fairy when she saw how powerful she was. Lin Tian was even more astonished. Too powerful, far more powerful than what he had imagined. Known as the most dazzling emperor in the history of the fiend race, once the god-slaying light is unleashed, all living things wither. Whooshing Crocodile swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The fiend race was huge, and there were many fiends. In terms of numbers, they were second only to the human race. As such, in the history of cultivation, the fiend race naturally had more than one emperor. Furthermore, in the history of emperors, the Violet Fairy was the most talented. Sky Emperor Luozong and the other two didn't look too good. They turned gloomy. They were chaotic realm emperors, but now, the Violet Fairy was facing the three of them at the same time, and she actually described it as not enough. "You are too complacent," Daoist Puyuan coldly said. "You have to know that the three of us have yet to display our peak strength." The three of them had used secret techniques to suppress their qi and blood undulations, slowing down their decline and allowing them to live longer. It was also because of this that they were unable to display their peak strength. So what? The Violet Fairy looked at the three of them. So what if you use your full strength? It will still be no good. Her words were very calm and carried a sense of indifference. Such words undoubtedly caused the three of them to become gloomy. That arrogant tone caused their eyes to turn even colder. "You are too arrogant," Emperor Luozong said. The Violet Fairy looked down at the three of them. "You can try." Her tone was as calm as ever. A dark light flashed in the eyes of the three people, carrying a strong killing intent. In an instant, three waves of soul-stirring fluctuations began to intertwine, sweeping out in all directions like a tempestuous wave. The three Chaos Realm experts coldly looked at the Violet Fairy. Their auras began to rise. In the blink of an eye, their blood undulations surged. Like the Milky Way. It was as though three volcanoes were about to erupt. Soon, their auras increased by more than 2 times. And this was not the end. "Oh my! This is actually still rising?" Wuxing Crocodile trembled. The expressions of Lin Tian and the others changed as well. At this moment, their hearts trembled. The power of the three seemed to be limitless, continuously climbing higher and higher. It was frightening. Boom, this space trembled, and the entire world began to shake because of the rise of these three auras. In just an instant, all the creatures in this world trembled in fear, as if the end of the world was coming. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths had passed. Violent winds swept out in all directions, causing the ground to crumble continuously. The bodies of the three shone with resplendent divine light. The Tao radiance was resplendent, and their auras were powerful to the extreme. Their blood and qi were as vigorous as a starry sky. "Strong. He's 10 times stronger than before." "This?" Wuxing Crocodile said in a trembling voice. The expressions of Lin Tian and the others changed again and again. At this moment, facing these three auras, they were all speechless. The three Chaos Realm experts looked at the Violet Fairy. Their blood and qi were like a long river going against the sky. The power of the great Tao floated around them, and gusts of violent wind swept out, causing the black hair on the Violet Fairy's back, which reached her waist, to sway continuously. The Flame Devil said coldly. At this moment, he had a divine aura of disdain for the world. "How is it?" The Violet Fairy looked down and did not say a word. She only raised her right hand. With a clang, a divine light flew out. It was extremely fast and arrived in an instant. This emperor's combat power has returned to its peak. Pooh! The god-slaying light was frighteningly fast. It broke through the light screen of the Flame Devil's body and directly chopped off his head. Lin Tian and the others trembled, and their expressions changed again. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The scales on his body stood up again, and he swallowed hard. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu stared at the sky, but they did not say a word. Too powerful. Facing the Flame Devil, who was 10 times stronger than before, she still chopped off his head with a single strike. "Impossible!" The Flame Devil roared. His deity soul was not destroyed, and he reformed his emperor body. His eyes were full of fire. When he saw the indifferent look in the Violet Fairy's eyes, he could not help but feel angry. He took a step forward and charged towards the Violet Fairy with overflowing demonic flames. "Go! Let's kill her together!" Great Emperor Luozong and Daoist Puyuan were clearly shocked by the Violet Fairy's power. At this moment, they did not hesitate and followed behind the Flame Devil, charging forward together. In an instant, the three great experts surrounded the Violet Fairy from three different directions. Hong, the violent power of laws intertwined. When the emperors attacked, a casual strike was filled with the power of the Tao. This space had almost turned into a sea of Tao. The Violet Fairy was surrounded by the three of them. Her size was much smaller than the three of them, but there was not the slightest hint of emotion on her face. She blocked the attacks of the three of them time and time again, moving like a gentle breeze. Looking ahead, the divine light and Tao light intertwined. Every strand seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was extremely horrifying. Bang! Taoist Pu Yuan was the first to be swept away as half of his body was smashed apart. Soon after, a loud roar was heard as Great Emperor Luozong flew out. One of his arms was torn off, and his emperor blood filled the sky. Another 2 breaths of time passed. The flame devil roared and was also slashed away, smashing into a huge mountain far away. He was then drowned by the gravel that filled the sky. In this short clash, the three great emperors who had unsealed their secret techniques were at an absolute disadvantage and could not contend against the Violet Fairy. Hong! 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 3 waves of emperor prowess rushed up again as the three of them rushed into the sky again. You are almost comparable to those 9. Great Emperor Luozong said coldly. At this moment, the 3 Chaos Realm emperors looked at the Violet Fairy with fear in their eyes. Display your strongest moves. Don't leave any regrets for yourselves. The Violet Fairy looked at the 3 of them and said with a calm voice, because all of you are going to die here today. You are very powerful, but do you really think you can kill us? Emperors won't die so easily. The 3 of them had cold eyes. Outside their bodies, their auras were getting denser. In this space, even the great Tao was rumbling. It is just the name of a realm. Killing all of you is very simple. The Violet Fairy was very calm. The 3 of them had endless cold light in their eyes as their auras rose again. Then try it. The Flame Devil shouted, pure devil flame. There was a loud boom as a torrential wave rushed out from his body. Black flames rushed out as though it was going to melt this entire world. At the same time, there was an even more astonishing power of laws fusing within this flame. I will slay you. At this moment, Taoist Pu Yuan's eyes turned cold, giving people a feeling of emptiness. It was as if his eyes wanted to swallow people's souls. It was as if there were endless resentful spirits howling in his eyes, causing people's hearts to tremble. This is the Enai? Lin Tian's heart trembled. He only looked at those eyes from afar and felt as though his entire soul was being sucked in. Boom, the aura outside Emperor Luozong's body became even more terrifying. He raised his hand and pulled out a complete great Tao. He held it in his hand as though it was a divine weapon. His killing intent was terrifying. At this moment, the killing aura outside the 3 emperors was undoubtedly stronger and more shocking. It was as though they were going to tear this world apart. Will the demon emperor be able to stop them all by herself? Whooshing Crocodile was horrified. The Violet Fairy looked at the 3 of them without any change in her expression. Only the killing light outside her body became more numerous. Kill! Among the 3 emperors, one of them roared and rushed out at the same time. The 3 emperors all displayed their killing techniques. The Flame Devil's black devil flame burned everything. Even the great Tao couldn't withstand it. After Taoist Pu Yuan opened his Enai, his movements were undoubtedly faster and his attacks were more terrifying. On the other side, Emperor Luozong waved his great Tao and fought, causing the sky to tremble. Spatial cracks constantly appeared as strands of chaotic light intertwined. Boom, this was a truly destructive confrontation. The 3 emperors used all their techniques and suppressed the Violet Fairy from all directions. Lin Tian worriedly looked up into the sky, but soon, the worry in his eyes completely disappeared. As far as the eye could see, facing the strongest attacks of the 3 great emperors, the Violet Fairy walked through the 3 of them as if it was walking on flat ground. The god-slaying light easily destroyed the pure devil flames of the Flame Devil, shattered Taoist Pu Yuan's Enai killing light, and destroyed Grand Emperor Luozong's great Tao. With a puff, the Flame Devil was the first to suffer. Under the god-slaying light, his emperor body exploded and his divine soul was almost shattered. Ah! Taoist Pu Yuan screamed. The god-slaying light streaked across and pierced his eyes. Puff, Emperor Luozong didn't have it easy either. His emperor body was cut into pieces. Only his divine soul escaped in a sorry state. It wrapped around the broken emperor body and began to reassemble in the distance. The Violet Fairy looked at the three emperors and took the initiative to step forward. The god-slaying light danced around her and slashed everything in its path. Emperor Luozong was currently reassembling his fleshy body and was cut into a bloody mist. A small part of his divine soul was shattered. Beast Emperor, you, Kung. The god-slaying light rang and tore through the sky. It fell like a waterfall, covering this entire space. It attacked the three primal chaos realm experts at the same time. Pooh. 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 Rays of bloody light were blinding and demonic. The three primal chaos realm experts roared and struggled with all their might. But the space around them was sealed by the god-slaying light, sealing them in a narrow space. Open. After an unknown period of time, the three emperors were injured continuously. Finally, they roared and worked together to open up a path, escaping from the god-slaying light. The three emperors and the alligator sucked in a cold breath. The Violet Fairy was too strong. Facing the three emperors working together, she had the upper hand and was suppressing them. Emperor Luozong and the other two emperors escaped from the god-slaying light. Their expressions turned ugly. Their auras fell by a lot, and their blood and chi became much weaker. Damn. At this moment, they saw the gap between them. They were not a match for the Violet Fairy. Even if the three of them worked together, they could not defeat her. The Violet Crystal Spirit stepped into the void. Her steps were gentle as she walked towards the three emperors. The god-slaying light revolved around her body, and it was like a heavenly army. Who among you will die first? She said. The three primal chaos realm experts had gloomy expressions. Flame Devil gritted his teeth, we have no enmity with you. Do you really want to kill us? You have injured him. Injuring him with the strength of an emperor is intolerable. The Violet Fairy said. The three emperors glanced at Lin Tian. They were shocked. Who would have thought that the demonic beast emperor would go to such an extent for a human? At the same time, this made the three even more furious. Just because of this, you want to kill us all? Then, how about enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens? Hearing the Violet Fairy's words, the faces of Emperor Luozong and the others became even uglier. They clenched their fists tightly. The Violet Fairy looked at the three great experts and calmly stepped forward. One of you used the essence of 10,000 spirits to replenish your lifespan, one used the primordial yin of a young girl to cultivate a divine ability, and one even killed your master to steal his fruit. It's not too much for me to kill you. The three's faces were ashen, and there was a sinister light in their eyes. Those people have nothing to do with you. The Flame Demon said. That's why I said I'm enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. The god-slaying light intertwined around the Violet Fairy, making a sonorous sound. Perhaps, you can also think that I don't like you. The sinister light in the eyes of Emperor Luozong and the others became even more intense. Since the Violet Fairy had said so, what else could they do? Then let's see if you can kill us. Taoist Pu Yuan said coldly. With a boom, his eyes shone with a dark light as if it was the power of extreme yin. In an instant, a vast void was pulled open, and from within, a dense crowd of souls rushed out. They all had the appearance of young girls, and their faces were ruthless and ferocious. 9,999 killing puppets, all refined from the souls of virgins. Let's see how you block them. The man shouted. Thousands of young girls' souls intertwined, and all of them roared. Their resentment was monstrous, and they carried a terrifying demonic nature, causing the space to turn blood red. The three people and one alligator trembled, and their minds seemed to be about to crack. Bastard! Lin Tian gritted his teeth. These were all young girls in their prime. From the looks of it, this Taoist Pu Yuan had extracted their souls while they were still alive and refined their pure virgin souls into killing puppets. This was too cruel and inhumane. He was worse than a beast, he was extremely furious, but he was also a bit worried. The murderous puppets formed from the souls of these several thousand young girls were too terrifying, interweaving with a resentment that could obliterate all things. Even the great Tao in the surroundings was wailing, as if it was facing tremendous pressure. Looking at this scene, even emperors like Emperor Luozong and the flame demon were moved. They felt a great threat, and their eyes flickered with a strange light. But soon, the two great experts came back to their senses and released an even stronger emperor aura. "Attack together," the flame devil said. The two of them stepped forward, each displaying their divine techniques, pressing forward. Clang, just then, densely packed god-slaying light descended from the sky and slashed open with undefeatable force, forcing the two of them back. The violet fairy looked at Taoist Pu Yuan, her gaze becoming even colder. With a buzzing sound, a blood-red crack appeared behind him. The screams of malicious spirits could be heard, causing one's scalp to go numb. "This is a technique from that time." Lin Tian was moved. This was not the first time he had seen such a technique. Back in the first heaven, the violet fairy had left a strand of divine sense in his body. Later, when Moe tried to kill him, the strand of divine sense left behind by the violet fairy had transformed into a divine sense incarnation at a critical moment and performed this technique. At the same time, Taoist Pu Yuan's expression changed. Grand Emperor Luozong and the flame demon's expressions changed as well. All of them trembled. Clearly, they could sense how terrifying this technique was. The blood-red crack appeared behind the violet fairy. She looked at Taoist Pu Yuan and said in a cold voice, "I don't need to block it." As her words fell, an even more shocking ghost screech came from the blood-red crack. An astonishing suction force suddenly appeared, and the ferocious souls of those girls were all sucked in the blink of an eye as if they were scraps of paper. "You go in too." She stared at Taoist Pu Yuan. The ghost screech continued, and a huge ghost claw stretched out from the blood-red crack, stretching to the end of the sky. It was horrifying. Taoist Pu Yuan's heart palpitated, and his scalp went cold. He quickly retreated, and his eyes shone brightly as he activated his emperor-level mystique to resist. However, the giant hand that stretched out from the blood-red crack was too terrifying. It ignored everything and tore everything apart. With an extremely oppressive aura, it smashed Taoist Pu Yuan into pieces. "Ah!" Taoist Pu Yuan roared. His shattered flesh wriggled and gathered in the middle, trying to reform his imperial body. However, the ghost claw obviously did not give him such a chance. With a circle of blood-red light, it directly grabbed the bloody mist after his imperial body was shattered and dragged it into the blood-red crack. "No! Demonic Emperor, stop!" Taoist Pu Yuan shouted. The violet fairy was expressionless, and the ghost claw was even more merciless. It dragged Taoist Pu Yuan into the blood-red crack, and only a horrified scream could be heard. Then, the blood-red crack closed, and the oppressive aura instantly disappeared. Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, and Wuxing Crocodile were all shocked, and their eyes were filled with shock. A primal Chaos Realm Emperor was killed so easily. It's even more terrifying than the last time. Lin Tian's heart was beating wildly. Wuxing Crocodile was trembling. What kind of technique is this? Not only it, even Emperor Luozong and Flame Devil, the two emperors, were shocked by this technique. What kind of technique did you use?" Flame Devil said. This secret technique annihilated the terrifying divine ability of Taoist Pu Yuan, who was also an emperor. Immediately after, it devoured Taoist Pu Yuan. This made both him and Grand Emperor Luozong tremble. The violet fairy tilted her head and looked at the two. "You should think about yourselves first." Clang, the ear-piercing sound of weapons rang out, and the god-slaying light pressed down on the two emperors with a suppressive force. The two emperors were shaken, and they each used their great techniques to resist. Only, their resistance seemed a bit weak. Under the god execution light, the myriad Tao retreated, nothing able to stop it. With two bangs, the two emperors were swept away at the same time, and they both coughed out blood. The violet fairy stepped forward, and the god-slaying light circled around her, making her look like an arrogant princess. Emperor Luozong and Flame Devil were swept away again, and they were both torn into pieces by the god-slaying light. Even their divine souls were almost destroyed. The two coughed out blood, and their faces turned even uglier. All their techniques were useless, and they could not stop the violet fairy. "Demonic Emperor, are you really going to kill us all?" Emperor Luozong's face was ashen. The Violet Fairy's expression remained unchanged. Back then, when you slaughtered tens of thousands of souls and absorbed their life essence to extend your lifespan, how many sects and families did you destroy? At that time, when you faced the lives that begged you for mercy, did you ever think about not killing them all? Emperor Luozong's face became even more ashen. You're about to die. At least, you can maintain your dignity as an emperor. Isn't that good? The Violet Fairy said. As she stepped forward, the god-slaying light fell, sealing off the space and completely suppressing Emperor Luozong. Emperor Luozong roared, "You want to kill me? You'll have to pay the price." With a boom, he began to burn his life essence, using it to activate his most powerful divine ability. He pulled out a dozen complete great paths in a row, causing these great paths to burn as well. It was as if he wanted to destroy this entire world. The Violet Fairy raised her hand, and used it to activate the god-slaying light. The brilliant light drowned out everything, and shattered all the great Daos. Ah! Emperor Luozong screamed, and his emperor body was shattered again. A divine soul escaped in a sorry state, and escaped into the distance. Two beams of light shot out from the Violet Fairy's eyes, and like two immortal heavenly swords, they slashed down and shattered Emperor Luozong's divine soul into pieces. Another emperor, the whooshing crocodile swallowed his saliva. Lin Tian looked at the Violet Fairy in the sky, surprised by her strength. At the same time, he wondered how such a small body could contain such terrifying power. Other than the 9 heavenly venerables, she was probably invincible. In this place, 3 emperors pressed down, and in the blink of an eye, only the flame demon was left. The Violet Fairy tilted her head, and the god-slaying light beside her became even brighter. It was like a dense group of divine swords, and all of them were aimed at the flame demon. "Demon Emperor, don't go too far." The flame demon gritted his teeth. The Violet Fairy was very calm. "You killed your master and stole his path. Even if I kill you 10,000 times, it won't be too much." With a hum, the densely packed god-slaying light whizzed and slashed at the flame demon. The flame demon was shocked and angry. It immediately revealed its true form, turning into a lava giant that was more than 100 feet tall. Lava flowed on the surface of its body. In an instant, the temperature of the space rose. Even someone as powerful as Lin Tian felt the heat rising, as if his body was about to melt. The surrounding plants were also sizzling, as if they were ignited. Pure demonic flames. The flame demon roared. After it revealed its true form, it became several times more powerful. A mass of black flames coalesced, forcibly pushing away the densely packed god-slaying light and shrouding the Violet Fairy, distorting space and even interfering with the great path. "My demonic flames can burn everything. Demon Emperor, you won't have it easy," it said fiercely. The pure demonic flames sealed all directions, condensing into tens of thousands of flame balls that sealed the space around the Violet Fairy. The Violet Fairy's expression didn't change at all. She formed a seal with one hand, and for the second time, she slashed down gently. Clang, the god-slaying light rumbled, and the light rushed into the sky. Sizzling sounds quickly spread out, and the densely packed demonic flame balls all around were shattered. Then, a god-slaying light that was more than 100 feet long fell, directly slashing the flame demon, and even its spirit body was destroyed. Suddenly, the space became quiet. The blazing aura dissipated, and the air temperature returned to normal. All dead. The 5 elements crocodile shrunk his neck. 3 primal chaos realm experts had killed their way here to snatch little AI's seal of life and death. They then joined forces to fight against the Violet Fairy, yet before they could do anything, they were cleanly cut down by the Violet Fairy. Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. The Violet Fairy had defeated the 3 Emperor Realm powerhouses. "Little Violet," he shouted towards the sky. Even though he knew the Violet Fairy's identity, he still didn't change the way he addressed her. Hearing him call her that, Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki looked at him in unison. Whooshing Crocodile almost fell down. Even though the two of them had heard Lin Tian call the Demon Emperor that before, they still felt their hearts skip a beat. Lin Tian felt a little awkward. He called the Violet Fairy Little Violet mostly because he felt that it was more intimate. He didn't expect the queen of the monster race to call him Big Brother. On the side, Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu were both stunned. The whooshing crocodile's mouth was wide open, and he was almost petrified on the spot. The most amazing queen in the history of the monster race actually called Lin Tian Big Brother? What's wrong? The violet fairy stood barefoot in the air in front of Lin Tian and smiled like a little girl. I was picked up by you in the big forest. I like being called Big Brother. Whooshing crocodile, Bai Qiu, and Bai Ziki, picked up a monster emperor? Two people and one crocodile turned their heads and looked at Lin Tian in unison. Lin Tian blushed with shame, but then he thought of something and asked the violet fairy what happened at that time. He had always wanted to ask the violet fairy this question. The violet fairy was obviously peerlessly powerful, but when he met her in the dark forest of the first heaven, the violet fairy was ignorant. She didn't know anything other than her name, and she didn't have the slightest strength. She was almost killed by an ordinary low-level monster beast, which made him feel very strange. That was the most dangerous time for me. I lost all my strength, and I only remembered my name. I almost died. The violet fairy smiled and looked at Lin Tiandao. You appeared at the most dangerous time. This is the will of the heavens, right? Then she said, I like it when you call me Little Violet. She was barefoot, almost floating in front of Lin Tian, full of spirituality. Like a real fairy. Bai Qiu's eyes sparkled. Lin Tian looked at the violet fairy, paused, and said, well, then let's be like that time. The time he said was naturally referring to the time when he led the violet fairy through the dark forest. The violet fairy nodded. Okay. Whooshing crocodile's eyes widened in shock. Was the violet fairy in front of him still a monster emperor? She was like a completely different person from when they were fighting just now. Looking at her now, she was simply an ordinary little girl. At this time, little Ai looked up at the violet fairy. Although she was a little scared, she still asked hopefully, Big sister, can you bring Grandpa and the others back to life? Although the little girl did not know how to cultivate, she felt that the violet fairy was very powerful. She thought that the violet fairy should be able to bring the people in the village back to life. Hearing little Ai's words and seeing the look of anticipation on her face, Lin Tian and the others suddenly felt uncomfortable. How could a dead person come back to life? Little Ai could only be said to be a miracle among miracles. The violet fairy lowered her head and looked at little Ai. She shook her head slightly and slowly walked in front of the little girl. Then, she reached out a hand and pressed down on little Ai's head. Wisps of gentle divine light instantly descended and enveloped little Ai. Buzz. Wisps of gentle light entered little Ai's body. In the blink of an eye, the life force in the little girl's body rapidly strengthened. Soon, it reached a balance with the yin qi. Then, her blood-red eyes gradually returned to normal and were full of luster. The seal of life and death on her forehead also slowly disappeared and hid inside her body. That special aura also disappeared. Lin Tian and the others were both shocked and delighted. Based on little Ai's natural growth, it would take at least 3 months for her eyes to return to normal. But now, with the violet fairy's help, little Ai truly returned to normal in an instant. Thank you, senior. Bai Qiu expressed his gratitude. He would not call the violet fairy Little Purple like Lin Tianyi did. The violet fairy shook her head at Bai Qiu and said politely, it's all right. The violet fairy had a head of soft black hair that fell to her waist. She was very beautiful. In Bai Qiu's words, she really looked like a real fairy. She floated barefoot beside Lin Tian, maintaining the same height as Lin Tian. Lin Tian chatted with her for a while. Then, the group walked towards the green hills near the village and rebuilt the graves of the villagers that were destroyed by Grand Emperor Luo Tseng and the others. Little Ai looked at the small graves and shed tears. Her small body kept twitching, and the space between her eyebrows lit up from time to time. Seal of life and death. The violet fairy's eyes flickered with a faint light. The group stayed at this place for about 2 hours before leaving. Soon, they were very far away from the green hills. Little Ai was led by Bai Qiu, and Bai Ziki followed at the side. Whooshing Crocodile was carefully sizing up the violet fairy. That's right, Little Purple. I have a friend who has gone missing in this heaven region. Can you help me look for him? Lin Tian asked the Violet Fairy. The Violet Fairy was at the Emperor realm, and an extremely powerful one at that. He believed that with the Violet Fairy's power, she would definitely be able to find Fanning Xiong quickly. Sure. The Violet Fairy nodded. Lin Tian then imprinted Fanning Xiong's appearance with his divine sense. Immediately after, the Violet Fairy's eyes flickered with a faint light. In the blink of an eye, a few breaths passed. Found him in an ancient land, the Violet Fairy said. Suddenly, her eyes flickered. Barbarian King Physique. When Lin Tian heard this, he had yet to recover from the pleasant surprise of found him. The next moment, he was stunned by the words Barbarian King Physique. Obviously, the Barbarian King Physique mentioned by the Violet Fairy was referring to Fanning Xiong, whom she had found. He has the Barbarian King Physique? He was slightly surprised. Beside him, Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu were also surprised. Lord Crocodile said so. That barbarian must have a Barbarian King Physique if he doesn't have an extremely heaven-defying aptitude. Wuxing Crocodile said at this moment. Lin Tian understood. It was no wonder that the barbarians were so nervous and angry about Fanning Xiong's disappearance. They said that Fanning Xiong was the hope of this generation of the barbarians. It turned out that he had a Barbarian King Physique. At the same time, he also remembered that when he first came to this realm, he was smashed back by Fanning Xiong with one punch. Even the web between his thumb and index finger almost split open. At that time, he was very surprised by the tyrannical strength of Fanning Xiong's physical body. It was far beyond the strength of a powerhouse of the same realm. Now that he knew that the other party had the Barbarian King Physique, he was not surprised at all. The Barbarian King Physique was known for its boundless strength. It could lift a hand and throw a mountain. In terms of physical strength, among the 12 King Physiques, only his reincarnation physique could suppress the Barbarian King Physique. Moreover, it would take a little effort. That ancient land is a little special. At least, it is very special for your level of cultivation. It can be called a rare spiritual realm. There is a lot of psionic energy intertwined in the depths of that ancient land. It is very suitable for your cultivation. There should not be a big problem for each of you to advance a small level. The Violet Fairy said. This was undoubtedly a happy occasion. Lin Tian and the others' eyes lit up. Shall we walk there? The Violet Fairy looked at Lin Tian and said, we haven't walked there in a long time. Your friend is not in any danger now. There is no need to rush. When she said walk, she naturally meant walking. Lin Tian nodded. Okay, then let's walk there. Since Fanning Xiong had been found and was not in danger, Lin Tian was naturally not in a hurry. The Violet Fairy descended from the sky. She was wearing a pure white dress and barefoot. She stood beside Lin Tian like a little princess. Lin Tian looked at the barefoot Violet Fairy and asked, is it okay for you to be like this? Won't it be uncomfortable? The Violet Fairy looked down and then looked up at Lin Tian. There is divine power protecting my body. It will be fine. Lin Tian blushed with sweat and felt a little embarrassed. Actually, when he thought about it, the Violet Fairy was in the Emperor realm. Even if there was no divine power protecting her body, she should not feel uncomfortable walking barefoot. After all, she was an Emperor realm powerhouse. You are confused because you are concerned? The Violet Fairy smiled, looking very sly. Lin Tian felt even more embarrassed. After the Violet Fairy pointed the way, they headed toward the ancient land where Fanning Xiong was trapped. The group walked out of the mountain. They did not hide anything and walked along the main road. There were naturally many cultivators walking around the main road. When they saw Lin Tian and the others appear, they all turned pale with fright. It's that ruthless person? And that Thunder God King Physique? He killed dozens of Dao realm powerhouses from several large clans and still dares to strut around like this. These people, these cultivators were astonished. Among these cultivators, there were young female cultivators who looked at the group. Suddenly, their gazes all landed on the Violet Fairy. Their eyes lit up. That exquisite little girl. Her hair is so beautiful. It hangs down to her waist. She looks like a little fairy. So cute. These female cultivators looked at the violet fairy, their eyes flashing with fondness. Then, the eyes of some nearby cultivators also lit up. The violet fairy was truly too eye-catching. She is very beautiful. It's a pity that she's walking together with that ruthless person. Is she that ruthless person's sister? I don't know. The large clans won't let that ruthless person go. This girl is walking together with that ruthless person. This will be troublesome. Some cultivators shook their heads. The violet fairy walked barefoot beside Lin Tian. She seemed very quiet. Her black hair naturally hung down to her waist. As she walked, it swayed. It was very moving. Lin Tian and the others did not pay attention to these cultivators. They also did not pay attention to these people's discussions. The group walked along the main road, talking about things from time to time. Soon, they crossed a large mountain and appeared on another main road. There were no trees on either side of the main road. It was an ordinary flat land with plenty of grass growing. Some reddish-yellow rocks were scattered around. Naturally, there were many cultivators on this main road. When they saw Lin Tian and the others appear, they were all shocked. Many people stared. Lin Tianyi and the others were very calm. They did not pay attention to these cultivators. They talked to each other and walked into the distance. Boom! At this moment, tyrannical divine power fluctuations surged out. 7 figures appeared in the distant sky. Each of them had an astonishing aura of Tao Law intertwined around their bodies. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the group. With a raise of their hands, they completely sealed the surrounding void. The 7 of them all looked like old men, but their blood and chi fluctuations were extremely vigorous. They were like 7 burning furnaces. None of you will live. One of them said coldly, staring at Lin Tian and Baiziki. The 7 old men were all intertwined with astonishing fluctuations of Tao laws. At a glance, one could tell that they were people who had surpassed the great virtue realm. Just by standing together, powerful divine power spread out in all directions, completely sealing off the void in this place. That's an ancestor of the Stone God clan. Also, there's an ancestor of the Bone clan, an ancestor of the Sorcerer clan. The 7 of them are all Wuxian powerhouses. Many cultivators' expressions changed. The 7 old men were an ancestor of the Stone God clan, the Bone clan, the Sorcerer clan, the Sea clan, the Blood Wolf clan, the Ant clan, and the Dark Shadow clan. All of them were exuberant, but their eyes were intertwined with a cold light. We've personally come out to deal with you. Even if you die here, it's enough for you to be honored. The ancestor of the Stone God clan said coldly. The other 6 people who came with him also had eyes as sharp as knives, without the slightest emotion in them. They were the strongest combat power of their respective clans. They should have been guarding their respective clans and would not walk out of their main clans. However, they had no choice but to come out now. It was because Lin Tian and Baiziki made the other clans feel great pressure. Now, these powerhouses came out. They no longer simply wanted to avenge the dead saints of their clans or wash away their shame. Instead, they wanted to deal with potential threats. Now, if they allowed Lin Tian to continue growing, there would definitely be a great calamity in the future. And there was no need to talk about the Thunder God physique. Once he reached the great perfection stage, he would be able to uproot several of their great clans with a raise of his hand. How could they allow these 2 threats to continue growing? They had to be killed. Lin Tian and the others looked at each other. Looking at the 7 old men, they opened their mouths but could not say a word. At this moment, in the eyes of the 3 people and the crocodile, the scene of the 7 Wuxian powerhouses charging over was a little comical. It was as if they were acting in a circus. Kill him directly. Someone said coldly. Among the 7, the ancestor of the Stone God clan directly raised his hand. His large hand covered the sky, intertwined with strands of Tao laws, and grabbed at Lin Tian. When a Wuxian powerhouse attacked, the power was a little terrifying. Wind and clouds surged in this place in an instant. The space could not withstand such fluctuations and creaked as if it would shatter in the next moment. Many cultivators around them changed their expressions. It's over. Someone murmured. Lin Tian was very monstrous, but now, how could he possibly stop a Wuxian elite? The difference in cultivation was too great. Boom, the giant hand shook the heavens, ruthlessly and mercilessly grabbing at Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian, Baiziki glared at him. Even the usually calm Baiziki felt a little speechless. He turned his head and looked away. Wuxing Crocodile sighed. The god of longevity is really tired of living. There was an emperor standing here. Moreover, even in the emperor realm, he was a king-level existence. He was almost invincible under the 9 great heavenly venerables. Now, a Wuxian cultivator actually dared to make a move like this. Boom, the Dao Law circled around the giant hand, intertwining with monstrous waves of divine power. It was boundless and made the hearts of all the surrounding cultivators tremble. This was a cultivator at the enlightened realm. He was too strong. A casual palm had such power. Even if a cultivator at the 9th heaven of the Great Path attacked with all his might, he would not be able to block it. Die. The patriarch of the Stone God clan said coldly. The giant hand that pressed down emitted an even more ferocious aura, crushing everything. In the blink of an eye, the giant hand approached and truly pressed down on Lin Tian's head. At this moment, the Violet Fairy looked up and stared at the patriarch of the Stone God clan. A faint light flashed in her eyes. Poof, the patriarch of the Stone God clan's extended hand shattered directly. Not even a drop of blood flowed out. The entire arm evaporated into thin air. Then, the patriarch of the Stone God clan's body exploded with a poof and scattered with a light breeze like sand. This scene immediately caused the expressions of all the cultivators to change. What? The patriarch of the Stone God clan is dead? How can it be? What happened? The cultivators all changed their expressions. Among them, a young female cultivator widened her eyes. She pointed at the Violet Fairy and said in a trembling voice, she. That beautiful little girl who looks like a fairy seemed to have glanced at the patriarch of the Stone God clan just now. I saw it too. Me too. That girl. Some other female cultivators also spoke up, their faces full of shock. In this place, all the female cultivators were captivated by the Violet Fairy. When the patriarch of the Stone God clan attacked Lin Tian, the Violet Fairy was right next to Lin Tian. These female cultivators all looked at the Violet Fairy and felt that it was a pity that the Violet Fairy was also going to suffer. It was also because they were looking at the Violet Fairy that they saw her tiny movements. At this moment, the patriarch of the Sorcerer clan and the others on the opposite side were shocked. The moment the patriarch of the Stone God clan exploded, they clearly felt an extremely terrifying pressure. It felt as if the starry sky was pressing down on them. You. Who are you? The patriarch of the Bone clan said in a trembling voice. At this moment, the 6 Wuxian powerhouses all looked at the Violet Fairy with a sense of fear. Cold sweat instantly drenched their backs. The Violet Fairy looked at the 6 of them. Divine light intertwined around her and 6 beams of God-slaying light appeared. The imperial aura instantly enveloped the surroundings. Instantly, the 6 Wuxian elders were even more terrified. They could not stop trembling as if the end of the world had come. You, Imperial. Imperial Emperor? Swoosh. 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 The 6 beams of God-slaying light pressed down in the blink of an eye and instantly destroyed the 6 of them. Using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. The Wuxing crocodile shrank its neck. Near this avenue, all the cultivators were stunned. Then, one by one, they trembled and looked at the Violet Fairy beside Lin Tian in horror. Their hearts were all beating wildly. This? She, an Imperial Emperor? How is this possible? This beautiful little girl, how could she be an Imperial Emperor? Everyone was stunned. Lin Tian glanced at the cultivators nearby and did not pay them any attention. However, a glimmer of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. I suddenly thought of changing our route temporarily and visiting the Stone God clan and the other major clans. What do you think? He said. Fanning Xiong has been found, and he is not in danger. Naturally, he doesn't need to worry about Fanning Xiong now. Hearing his words, the Wuxing crocodile and Bai Qiu both widened their eyes. Baiziki opened his mouth but didn't say a word. Baiqiu glanced at the violet fairy and whispered, "Go, visit? I've always been taken care of by them. It's only right to pay them a visit." Lin Tiandao looked at the violet fairy and asked, "What do you think?" "Okay." The violet fairy nodded. "Then it's decided." Lin Tian smiled and said, "Let's go on foot. Let's start with the ant clan and visit them one by one." He emphasized the word visit particularly loudly. Wuxing Crocodile, Baiqiu, and Baiziki, bringing an imperial emperor to visit the major clans will scare them to death. Wuxing Crocodile muttered. In the fourth heaven, the location of the major clans was naturally not a secret. Everyone knew about it. Lin Tianyi and the others changed their direction and walked in another direction. Because they were walking, the speed of the group was naturally not very fast. During this process, divine sense images were quickly transmitted to every corner of this great world. It was the scene of the old ancestor of the Stone God clan and the other 6 grand elders chasing after Lin Tian, only to be wiped out by the violet fairy in the blink of an eye. This instantly shocked the entire fourth heaven. That little girl, is she really an imperial emperor? Those who witnessed that scene with their own eyes said that they felt a wisp of imperial pressure, as if a galaxy was pressing down on them. That ruthless man, how could he have an imperial emperor by his side? Such a beautiful and delicate little girl, she is actually an imperial emperor? Many cultivators were shocked. In an instant, a monstrous wave swept across the entire fourth heaven, causing the hearts of all the cultivators and major clans to tremble. An emperor had walked out of the heaven realm. After the deaths of the Stone God clan ancestor and the Bone clan ancestor, the Stone God clan and the other great clans were the first to notice, but before they had time to investigate, the contents of the intertwined divine sense imprints that were circulating in this heaven domain were quickly transmitted back to the main clan at the center of each clan. In an instant, the 7 great clans all became terrified. How could this be? He has an imperial emperor by his side? How could a legendary existence be by his side? How is this possible? The big figures of the major clans trembled. An imperial emperor, an existence in the chaos realm. How could such a peerless existence be by Lin Tian's side? They had sent out powerhouses several times to desperately hunt down Lin Tian, but Lin Tian had an imperial emperor by his side. This was tantamount to provoking an imperial emperor in disguise, an imperial emperor, that was a legendary existence. That day, all of the great clans were terrified from top to bottom. They couldn't sit still. It was also on this day that after the divine sense images were transmitted, a cultivator said, "That ruthless man, together with that imperial emperor, seems to be heading towards the main clan of the Ant clan." As soon as this voice came out, many people widened their eyes, and their hearts skipped a beat. That ruthless man, what is he going to do? Is he going to attack the Ant clan with an imperial emperor? Many cultivators felt their hearts palpitate. The experts of the Ant clan naturally heard the news as soon as possible. Suddenly, all the big figures trembled. Lin Tian had brought the imperial dynasty's clan over? What is he going to do? The main clan of the Ant clan was located at the top of a majestic mountain. The surrounding spiritual energy was extremely dense, and it was very suitable for cultivation. Lin Tian and his group walked on foot, and only after 2 days did they reach the vicinity of the mountain. They slowly walked towards the mountain. At the same time, Lin Tian directly said, "Lin Tian is here to pay a visit." Wuxing Crocodile, Baiqiu, and Baiziki. I wonder if the big figures of this clan will faint from fear. Wuxing Crocodile muttered. When they heard that Lin Tian was leading the Violet Fairy towards the Ant tribe, the important figures of the Ant tribe were truly frightened. They even forgot about the death of their own ancestor Wuxin. All the important figures who were still alive walked out, and the other experts walked out as well. They had been waiting at the foot of the Ant tribe's mountain for a long time. When they saw Lin Tian and the Violet Fairy approaching, no one dared to hesitate. They all rushed over as fast as they could and knelt on the ground to pay their respects. The Violet Fairy stood beside Lin Tian with her black hair draped behind her back. She didn't express anything towards the cultivators of the Ant tribe. Lin Tianwei narrowed her eyes and sized up the people of this tribe. In the past, the people of this tribe had tried to kill her several times. Now, they were all kneeling in front of her. Even the tribe leader and grand elder of this tribe were no exception. It was a huge contrast. Wuxing Crocodile was very direct. He stared at the experts of the ant tribe and said, "Little ants, how many times have you tried to kill Lin Tian?" When the experts of the ant tribe heard this, they all trembled in fear. How would they dare to admit it at this time? The tribe leader of this tribe trembled and said, "It's a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. How would we dare to do that? We definitely don't have such intentions." Previously, that junior of the clan thought that he was a genius young supreme and offended young friend Lin. He deserved to be killed by young friend Lin, but we didn't care. After that, the people who went out to provoke young friend Lin were all related to that bastard junior. They weren't ordered by our clan. Our clan doesn't have the slightest bit of enmity towards young friend Lin. Now, the Emperor rank Violet Fairy was standing beside Lin Tian. Moreover, they seemed to have a very good relationship. This caused the cultivators of the ant tribe to tremble in fear. At this time, the tribe leader of the ant tribe angrily denounced the young supreme of the ant tribe as a vile junior. He only hoped that Lin Tian wouldn't be angry, because once Lin Tian was angry, it meant that the Violet Fairy was angry. The Violet Fairy was an emperor. If an emperor was angry, he could wipe the ant tribe from this world with a raise of his hand. Oh? Wuxing Crocodile didn't let it go. Your tribe's ancestor Wuxin is also related to that vile junior? Hearing this, the experts of the ant race all trembled. Ancestor is the great-grandfather of that evil creature's descendant. The ant tribe leader said in a trembling voice. Bai Qiu had heard Lin Tian mention the grudges between the ant tribe and the other tribes. He glanced at the leader of the ant tribe and snorted. Lin Tian glanced at the members of the ant tribe and did not speak. The Violet Fairy did not care either, causing the ant tribe leader and the others to not dare to stand up. They were all trembling. Lin Tian's eyes glinted. After a while, he said, "All right, I'll take it that you ants have no intention of killing me." As soon as he said this, all the important figures of the ant race were overjoyed. They didn't expect Lin Tian to believe him so easily. One of the grand elders from the same faction said excitedly, "Thank you, young friend Lin. Thank you, little friend Lin." Lin Tian's words were equivalent to the ant tribe being saved. They didn't have to worry about being destroyed by the emperor. At this moment, Lin Tian spoke again. "However, I don't think that your ant tribe has such intentions. But your ant tribe has indeed sent experts to hunt me down several times. It has greatly affected me and delayed my cultivation. In the end, this is related to your ant tribe. I think that it's only right for you to make some compensation for this, right?" Of course. Of course. Of course. The ant tribe leader said repeatedly. At this moment, the ant tribe only hoped that Lin Tian wouldn't be angry. How could they dare to question Lin Tian's words? "Young friend Lin, what do you want?" "As long as it's something that our tribe can offer, we won't dare to hesitate in the slightest." One of the ant tribe's grand elders carefully glanced at the Violet Fairy and said. "All right." Lin Tian Dao said, "Your tribe should have a high-grade Dao weapon. In the future, I want to cultivate a certain paragon art and need a Dharma treasure of this level. Also, I'm very short on Lingjing. Your tribe should have accumulated a lot of Lingjing. Just give me the high-grade Dao weapon and Lingjing that you've accumulated. You won't have any objections?" "What?" "A high-grade Dao weapon is our tribe's strongest Dharma treasure. The Lingjing needs to be nurtured when they're young. Young friend Lin, this won't do. Young friend Lin, can you change your condition?" The important figures of the ant tribe were anxious. Lin Tian was very calm. He said, "Other than the high-grade Dao weapon and Lingjing, give me all the Baodan. I want the low-grade Dao weapon too. I want the immortal artifact level Dharma treasure too." Lin Tian Dao. All the important figures of the ant tribe trembled and nodded. They didn't dare to have any objections. Now, an emperor was standing beside Lin Tian. The ant tribe didn't have the right to negotiate at all, let alone the courage to refute. If they didn't give up, after the Violet Fairy destroyed them, Lin Tian could take it himself. At this time, if they hesitated, the ant tribe's mystic arts and Dharma treasures of other levels would all be taken away. They were even afraid that Lin Tian would lose his patience and ask the Violet Fairy to destroy them directly. Immediately, a Grand Elder of this branch gritted his teeth and personally took out the treasures that Lin Tian requested. A high-grade Dao weapon level fan, a total of 13 mid-grade and low-grade Dao weapons, and more than 100 immortal artifact level Dharma treasures. As for the Ling Jing, it wasn't a small amount either. There were more than 800,000 kilograms piled up in front of Lin Tian. According to young friend Lin's request, all of it is here. The Grand Elder's face was pained. His body trembled, and his eyes were bloodshot. These things were 90% of the ant tribe's heritage. Wuxing Crocodile, Bai Qiu, and Bai Ziki stared at the pair of Dharma treasures Ling Jing in front of them. They were all speechless. This was really a naked robbery. Moreover, the important figures of the ant tribe had personally delivered it to them. Lin Tian raised his hand and put away all the treasures. "Thank you for your hospitality," he said. "Thank you." As soon as he said this, the important figures of the ant tribe felt as if their hearts had been stabbed with a knife. It was extremely uncomfortable. The ant tribe elder said, trembling as he looked at the Violet Fairy and then at Lin Tian and the others. He invited, "Emperor, young friend Lin, and everyone else, would you like to come to my tribe and have a seat?" At this time, the important figures of the ant tribe were all heartbroken, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't even dare to hate Lin Tian. If they were discovered, it would bring a devastating disaster to the ant tribe. "There's no need. We'll leave now," Lin Tian said. "We still have to visit a few other large tribes. Everyone, there's no need to see us off," he said. After saying this, he nodded at Bai Qiu and the others. After saying goodbye to the Violet Fairy, he walked back the way he came. The powerful figures of the ant tribe were heartbroken and relieved at the same time. The feeling in their hearts was indescribable. "Farewell, Emperor. Farewell, young friend Lin," some of the important figures said. Soon, the figures of Lin Tian and the others disappeared from the sight of the important figures of the ant tribe. Instantly, the tribe leader and several grand elders of the ant tribe coughed up blood. More blood vessels appeared in their eyes. One by one, they fainted. "Tribe leader! Elders!" The group of cultivators of the ant tribe was shocked and anxious. They hurriedly surrounded them. "Haha, this is so cool. Kid, you're so talented." On the main road thousands of feet away from the ant tribe, Wuxing Crocodile laughed loudly and almost shed tears. It actually wanted to say "too despicable," but changed it at the last minute. It was afraid that the Violet Fairy would slap it. Lin Tian laughed. "They're always chasing after me. This time, the tables have turned. I'll take the initiative for once." Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki, Lord Crocodile likes it. Wuxing Crocodile laughed loudly. The Violet Fairy didn't say anything. It quietly followed beside Lin Tian. On this day, the group left the ant tribe. As usual, they walked on foot toward the central tribe of the Dark Shadow tribe. The central tribe of the Dark Shadow tribe wasn't close to the main tribe of the ant tribe. Lin Tian and the others walked at a steady pace. It was unknown how many cultivators they attracted. Many people looked at the Violet Fairy from afar, their hearts palpitating. An emperor is following beside him. This ruthless person, what is his relationship with that emperor? Many people's hearts trembled. Not long after, the patriarchs of many large tribes in this region walked out and bowed to the Violet Fairy from afar. The commotion caused by the birth of an emperor was truly too great. The Violet Fairy didn't say anything to the patriarchs who came to pay their respects. Lin Tian and the others didn't care either. That ruthless person, where are they going? That direction, it seems to be, is the location of the Dark Shadow tribe's main tribe? Some cultivators saw it. The group of cultivators didn't dare to approach. They carefully followed behind the group, wanting to know what was going to happen next. Soon, 3 days passed. On this day, Lin Tian and the others arrived outside the main tribe of the Dark Shadow tribe. "Lin Tian is here to visit." Lin Tian's voice sounded. Like the ant tribe, the people of the Dark Shadow tribe had heard that Lin Tian was coming to the central tribe with the Violet Fairy. The big shots and experts of this tribe were waiting outside the tribe. When they saw that Lin Tian really brought the Violet Fairy to this place, they all trembled. With fear on their faces, they all knelt on the ground and bowed, greeting the emperor in unison. Let's cut to the chase. The Dark Shadow tribe has chased after Lin Tian many times. Today, you have to give us an explanation. Our emperor is benevolent and won't lower himself to your level. However, we will definitely compensate you. Do you have any objections? Whooshing Crocodile went straight to the point. The Dark Shadow tribe said that they didn't dare, and the Violet Fairy followed suit. Whether it was Lin Tian or not, no one dared to refute. Not bad, sensible. Whooshing Crocodile was very satisfied. The outcome was no different from the ant tribes. On this day, the Dark Shadow tribe's most powerful high-grade Dao weapon, the mid-grade Dao weapons, low-grade Dao weapons, immortal artifacts, Ling Jing, and Baodan were all taken away. Among them, there was one high-grade Dao weapon, 14 mid-grade and low-grade Dao weapons, more than 100 immortal artifacts, and more than 700,000 kilograms of Ling Jing. Naturally, there were countless Baodan and other items. This made the big shots of the Dark Shadow tribe bleed in pain, but there was nothing they could do. Now, the Emperor-level Violet Fairy was with Lin Tian and the others. What right did their tribe have to resist? How could they dare to resist? The important figures of the Dark Shadow race trembled with heartache and almost fainted. However, Lin Tian and the others didn't care about this at all. They had reaped what they sowed in the past. The so-called cycle of karma was just that simple. Let's go to the Blood Wolf tribe. Lin Tian Dao. We're going to take all the treasures of the top few tribes in this heaven domain. If we gather all of them, they'll be great treasures. Whooshing Crocodile clicked its tongue. It was an old monster that had reached the peak of Nirvana realm. It wouldn't be interested in ordinary things. However, if the treasures of several tribes were combined, it wouldn't be simple. Ling Jing alone was a huge number. Its value was shocking. The group left the main tribe of the Dark Shadow tribe and walked along the main road toward the main tribe of the Blood Wolf tribe. Far away from the main tribe of the Dark Shadow tribe, many cultivators followed behind them. Naturally, they saw Lin Tian and the others take away the treasures of this tribe. They all widened their eyes. The upper-grade Dao weapons of the Dark Shadow tribe were taken away just like that? Not only the upper-grade Dao weapons, but also the middle-grade Dao weapons, the low-grade Dao weapons, and the immortal Baodan. This is robbery? It seems so. The Dark Shadow tribe went to the ant tribe before. Could it be that the ant tribe was also? Some cultivators looked at each other and were all in a daze. Many cultivators stared at the direction Lin Tian and the others were going. Someone whispered, "They're going to the Blood Wolf tribe." Some cultivators followed them carefully from afar in awe. Lin Tian and the others walked slowly and talked to each other from time to time. Soon, they arrived in front of the main tribe of the Blood Wolf tribe. "Welcome, Your Majesty." The bigwigs and experts of the Blood Wolf tribe all came out to welcome them. They all knelt down and saluted in shock and fear. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he glanced at this group of people. There was nothing much to say about the outcome. About 2 hours later, the group left with 90% of the Blood Wolf tribe's resources. This included more than 800,000 kilograms of Ling Jing, a high-grade Dao soldier, dozens of ordinary Dao soldiers, over 100 immortal artifacts, and even more immortal herbs such as Baodan. The cultivators who followed from afar stared blankly and some even swallowed their saliva. The Blood Wolf clan was also, heading towards the bone race again? He wants to. Bringing the emperor to raid the various clans? Many cultivators widened their eyes. A group of cultivators cautiously followed behind. Many of them felt a chill run down their spines. In the following period of time, Lin Tian went to the bone race, the sorcerer race, and the sea race one after another. Just like when he went to the ant race, the Dark Shadow race, and the Blood Wolf tribe, he took away 90% of the resources of the three clans. It had to be said that as the second-level superpowers in this heaven region, the resources of these three clans were indeed much stronger than those of the ant race and the other clans. Each clan had more than 1.5 million kilograms of Ling Jing alone. They also had more Dharma treasures than the ant race and the other clans. During this process, the bigwigs of the clans were bleeding in their hearts. However, they could only hand over the treasures with both hands. No one dared to anger Lin Tianyi and the others at this time because an emperor was following beside them. Tsk, what a great harvest. Whooshing Crocodile laughed. After going through 6 clans, they had a total of 6 high-grade Dao soldiers, 37 middle-grade Dao soldiers, 59 low-grade Dao soldiers, and more than 1,000 immortal artifacts. The Lingjing had a total of 3.5 million kilograms, and the Baodan and other treasures were even more shocking. Let's go to the Stone God clan. Lin Tian Dao. Whooshing Crocodile chuckled. This clan is one of the top superpowers in this heaven region. Their resources must be even more powerful. The group crossed several mountain ranges and walked towards the Stone God clan at a moderate pace. At this time, there were even more cultivators following behind them. They were densely packed. These cultivators had witnessed Lin Tian and the others take away 90% of the resources of the Dark Shadow clan, Blood Wolf clan, Bone clan, Witch clan, and Sea clan. They were already dumbfounded. Now that they saw the group walking towards the most powerful clan, the Stone God clan, they couldn't help but tremble. A cultivator shrunk his neck. That's really ruthless. Lin Tian and the others were not fast. After about 3 days, they arrived near the Stone God clan. Looking from afar, the center of the Stone God clan was very magnificent. There were many tall stone palaces, and many places were engraved with powerful Dao patterns. The spirit qi in the air was very shocking. It was much stronger than the Bone race, the Sorcerer race, and the Sea race. Lin Tian is here to visit. Lin Tian's voice came from afar. Hearing this voice, the cultivators following behind cursed silently. This visit was simply asking for death. To the Stone God clan, these words were no doubt a destructive divine sword. It was a terrifying symbol. In front of this clan, a group of important figures and other powerful cultivators of the clan came forward to greet them. Every one of them had a look of awe and fear on their faces. Like the cultivators of the other clans, they all knelt down and saluted the Violet Fairy. Do we need to say more? Whooshing Crocodile narrowed his eyes. We understand. The Stone God clan leader said these words while enduring the pain. He took out a high-grade stone ring. Lin Tian had led the Violet Fairies to the Ant tribe and the other 6 great tribes, taking away 90% of their treasures. The Stone Gods knew that their lineage would not be able to escape such misfortune, so they had already prepared everything. They were unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. Even the 2 surviving Wuxian old ancestors could only bow their heads obediently. This was because Lin Tian was followed by an emperor. In front of the emperor, the strength of the 4th heaven was no different from trash. If they angered Lin Tian and provoked the Violet Fairy, their clan would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian raised his hand and took the stone ring from the Stone God clan leader's hand. He swept it with his divine sense and found that there was a high-grade Dao weapon, a dozen ordinary Dao weapons, more than 100 immortal weapons, 1.5 million genes of Lingjing, and many Baodan inside. He looked at the Stone God clan leader and said, I remember that your Stone God clan has a high-grade Dao weapon. The amount of Lingjing should be more than 1.5 million genes. Right? The Bone race also has nearly 1.6 million genes of Lingjing. In the 4th heaven, the Stone God clan, the Angel clan, and the Holy Light clan each had 3 high-grade Dao weapons. Previously, when the Holy Son of the Stone God clan wanted to kill him, he snatched a high-grade Dao weapon from the other party. This way, the Stone God clan only had 2 high-grade Dao weapons left. Now, the Stone God clan only took one out. Obviously, there was still one hidden in the clan. As for the amount of Lingjing, the Stone God clan obviously had more than 1.5 million genes. Can't you leave some for my clan? The Stone God clan leader said in a trembling voice. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He just looked at the other party calmly. Immediately, the Stone God clan's clan leader, a great Dao realm expert, trembled. Even though Lin Tian did not say anything, he felt a wave of fear. He was afraid that Lin Tian would say something that he was afraid of hearing. Immediately, he took out the other high-grade Dao artifact from his clan. At the same time, he also took out 60 kilograms of celestial spirit crystals and presented them to Lin Tian with both hands. "It's all here," the Stone God clan leader said in a trembling voice. His heart ached so much that he almost couldn't breathe. Lin Tian raised his hand and put it away. As expected of one of the three strongest forces in this heaven. They actually have dozens of genes of immortal Ling Jing. Wuxing Crocodile clicked his tongue and said. 60 genes of immortal Ling Jing was equivalent to 600,000 genes of ordinary Ling Jing, or even more. With the amount of Ling Jing, it is almost comparable to the dragon-seeking family in the third heaven. Lin Tian said in his heart. He didn't care and put away the last high-grade Dao weapon of the Stone God clan and the 60 genes of immortal Ling Jing. "Thank you for your kindness," he said, and then left with the Violet Fairy and the others. "There's no need to send us off," Wuxing Crocodile said to the people of the Stone God clan. The big shots of the Stone God clan almost fainted, but they didn't dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. They all bowed deeply. "Farewell, Your Majesty," everyone said in unison. They endured the pain in their hearts as they shouted out these 4 words. They were extremely respectful. At this moment, the eyes of the big shots of this clan were bloodshot. They didn't dare to hate Lin Tian. Instead, they hated the holy son of their clan who had been killed by Lin Tian. At the same time, they hated themselves and regretted it. They regretted provoking Lin Tian again and again. If not for that, how could they have ended up like this today? In the distance, the group of cultivators who followed Lin Tianyi and the others were in a daze. They were like clay sculptures. He really took the emperor to rob several big clans. Someone murmured. Staring at the backs of Lin Tian and the others, and seeing the Violet Fairy quietly following Lin Tian, the cultivators felt an indescribable shock in their hearts. It felt as if the Violet Fairy, the emperor, was centered around Lin Tian. Who the hell is he? Some cultivators felt a chill down their spines. Lin Tianyi and the others left the territory of the Stone God clan and walked on a main road. After passing through 7 big clans, they obtained a total of 8 high-grade Dao weapons, more than 100 ordinary Dao weapons, more than 1,000 immortal artifacts, and nearly 10 million genes of Ling Jing, Baodan, and other treasures. Needless to say, there were countless of them. And all of this was offered by the 7 big clans with both hands. Awesome! The Wuxing Crocodile laughed heartily. Lin Tian didn't say anything about this, but he felt very relieved. Some time ago, he had been hunted down by these big clans together several times. He looked at the Violet Fairy and said, "Let's go to the ancient land where my friend is trapped." The Violet Fairy nodded. "All right." Then, the group walked in the direction the Violet Fairy had pointed and soon arrived at a slightly larger mountain range. "Is this the place?" Bai Qiu was curious. She scanned the surroundings with her divine sense and found that this place seemed very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. The Violet Fairy raised her hand and a circle of divine light flashed. Suddenly, the void in front of them rippled like water. Immediately after, a wondrous scene appeared behind these ripples, revealing a beautiful mountain range. There were waterfalls suspended in the air, rainbows in the sky, and stalks of extremely special wondrous trees. They were all things that couldn't be seen outside, growing extremely luxuriantly. When Lin Tian saw the scene behind the ripples and heard the Violet Fairy's words, he couldn't help but nod secretly. Back then, there was a similar space in the God of Heaven mountain outside Little AI's village. However, the space barrier there seemed to be much weaker than here. He could enter with the dragon burial scripture, and an ancestor of the witch race had also stepped in. The group of people stepped through the door of the spirit domain that the Violet Fairy had opened and immediately felt the abundant spiritual energy fluctuations. It was about twice as rich as the outside world. A real blessed land for immortal cultivators. Bai Qiu whispered. Lin Tian and the others followed the direction the Violet Fairy had pointed out and continued to walk forward in the spirit domain. Not long after, they saw several corpses one after another. Although they were all badly mutilated, they could tell that they were all cultivators of the insect race. They should have been at the peak of the half-step Great Dao when they were alive. Lin Tian frowned. They chased after Hero all the way and entered at the same time. Then, they died? That's about it. Wuxing Crocodile said, there will usually be powerful demonic spirits in a spirit domain like this, similar to the guardian beasts. I reckon that these insect race people were killed by the demonic spirits in this domain. It had once been at the peak of the Nirvana realm, so it naturally knew a lot about special small spaces like the spirit domain. Hearing Wuxing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian couldn't help but worry even though he knew that Fanning Xiong wasn't killed. As if seeing his worry, the Violet Fairy said, that person is very safe. She walked barefoot as she led the way from the side. Soon, a few large rocks appeared in front of him. Under the large rock in the middle, a burly young man was sitting on the ground. There were traces of blood on his clothes, but they had already coagulated and lost the smell of blood. Moreover, at the same time, a strange world of light appeared behind the youth, displaying broken great mountains one after another. The aura it released was extremely shocking. Lin Tian glanced over. The young man with a muscular build was naturally none other than Fanning Xiong. At this moment, the world of light behind him was somewhat tyrannical. Those broken mountains seemed to be nurturing a terrifying energy that could suppress everything. Immortal splitting mountain of the king's territory. Baiziki said in a deep voice. He had the thunder god physique, one of the 12 king physiques. Naturally, he would read ancient books about the other king physiques. Other than the reincarnation physiques king region, he had read about the other king physiques in ancient books. Now, he was also very clear about the king's territory of the reincarnation body. After all, he knew that Lin Tian was a reincarnation body and had also seen Lin Tian cast the reincarnation portrait of the king's territory. There are some naturally formed spirit inscriptions here that are extremely beneficial for cultivating divine abilities. He is currently comprehending the king's territory, and he seems to be comprehending it unconsciously. He doesn't even know that he is cultivating the king's territory. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. From the looks of it, Fanning Xiong did not appear to be training on his own. However, it was also because of this that it was even rarer to comprehend the king's territory under such circumstances. It was equivalent to comprehending the Tao. Hence, when Fanning Xiong woke up after this, his comprehension of the king's territory would definitely be deeper and his combat power would be much stronger too. At this juncture, he naturally wouldn't disturb him or wake him up. Instead, he stood by the side with the Violet Fairy and the others, waiting for Fanning Xiong to wake up on his own. Buzz. Light intertwined and a great force would emanate from Fanning Xiong's body from time to time, causing the ground to shake slightly. Rumor has it that the barbarian king physique has infinite power, and that's really the case. Even the king's territory is reflected in the point of power. During the process of comprehension, the ground beneath him is shaking too. Wuxing Crocodile said. In terms of physical strength alone, I'm afraid only the reincarnation physique can suppress the barbarian king physique among the other 11 king physiques. Baiziki said and glanced at Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't say anything and simply waited quietly at the side while whispering to the Violet Fairy from time to time. Soon, 2 days passed. On this day, the king's territory behind Fanning Xiong suddenly emitted a dazzling divine light before hiding in his body. In the next moment, Fanning Xiong opened his eyes with a trace of confusion in them. Gradually, the confusion in his eyes disappeared and he suddenly looked shocked because at this moment, he saw a group of people standing in front of him as soon as he opened his eyes. However, fortunately, Lin Tian was among them. Fanning Xiong knew Lin Tian, and after seeing Lin Tian, the surprise on his face disappeared slightly. Brother Lin, why are you here? Also, they are. As he spoke, his expression suddenly changed. Oh right. The clan uncles and the branch clan leader are in danger. I have to go to the central main clan to ask the clan leader and the others. I'm trapped here. Brother Lin, you guys can come in, but can you go out now? A hint of sadness flashed in Lin Tian's eyes, and he paused before saying, there's no need for that, Ying Xiong. The matter outside has already ended. Wuxing Crocodile looked at Fanning Xiong and didn't say anything at this moment. Baiziki and Baiqiu naturally didn't say anything either. It's over? What do you mean? Brother Lin, you already know what happened to the branch clan there? Then, what happened to my uncles and companions, as well as the old patriarchs of the branch families? Fanning Xiong was a little anxious. Lin Tian opened his mouth and said, "They're gone." Fanning Xiong's burly body trembled violently, and his eyes suddenly became menacing while the veins on his forehead bulged. In fact, before he asked Lin Tian that question, he had already guessed the result. Back then, when the powerhouses of the insect race attacked the branch clan of the barbarian race, the people of the branch clan did their best to protect him and berated him to leave. While he was seriously injured, he ran to the main clan of the barbarian race to ask for help. However, he accidentally entered this space together with a few powerhouses of the insect race who were chasing after him. Afterwards, he couldn't break in for several days and finally fainted for some reason. Now, when he woke up, he knew very well that after such a long time had passed, no one in the branch clan could still be alive. "I want revenge," he suddenly roared, and his entire body was filled with hostility. His eyes were instantly filled with blood vessels, and his appearance was particularly frightening. Lin Tian was shocked. At this moment, Fanning Xiong seemed to have suddenly become demonic and showed signs of losing his rationality. At that moment, he didn't hesitate and directly propped up the reincarnation map. The divine and holy light immediately spread out and enveloped Fanning Xiong in it, suppressing Fanning Xiong's violent divine power and stabilizing his mind at the same time. Beside him, the violet fairy was originally very calm, but at this moment, she was slightly moved, and a trace of starlight flashed in her beautiful gem-like eyes. However, in the end, she didn't say anything and just raised her head to look at the divine map in front of her. The reincarnation map shone brightly, and the divine and holy aura surrounded Fanning Xiong, causing the hostility on Fanning Xiong's body to gradually weaken. The blood vessels in his eyes also dissipated a lot, and his rationality stabilized. After a while, Lin Tian put away the reincarnation map. Fanning Xiong was much better, but his murderous aura was still there, and he clenched his fists tightly. "I want revenge. I want revenge." "We've already had our revenge," Lin Tian said. He told Fanning Xiong about how he and his group had joined forces with the barbarian tribe's elder and other powerhouses to destroy the insect tribe. Fanning Xiong trembled again, and tears actually fell from his eyes. "My uncles, the old tribe leader, my companions, they all died for me. I've had my revenge, but they can't come back to life." This barbarian youth shed tears and said many things. When he was young, he was naughty and went to steal the eggs of ferocious beasts and almost died, and one of his uncles lost an arm to save him. His companions were older than him, and they gave in to him. The old tribe leader of the branch clan taught him cultivation, and he was more like a teacher, but more like a grandfather. Lin Tian felt very uncomfortable. In front of him, this burly barbarian was crying like this, and he could imagine how terrible it must have been for him. Listening to Fanning Xiong talk about the past, he finally understood why Fanning Xiong refused the invitations of the barbarian tribe's elder and the grand elders, and why he didn't want to go to the central main tribe and wanted to stay in the small branch clan. This strong man liked that place from the bottom of his heart. He patted Fanning Xiong's shoulder and didn't say anything to comfort him, but he blamed himself in his heart. In the end, the destruction of the small barbarian branch clan was ultimately related to him. Wuxing Crocodile, Bai Ziki, and Bai Qiu didn't say anything, and the violet fairy was even more calm. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed, and Fanning Xiong finally felt much better. He clenched his fists and swore, "I will become strong and protect my people in the future." These are the last words my uncles, the old tribe leader of the branch clan, and my companions told me. Hearing Fanning Xiong say this, Lin Tian nodded and patted Fanning Xiong's shoulder. "That's how it should be. Big guy, in the future, use your fists to tell the world that if anyone dares to bully the barbarians, you will beat them up. This is the hard truth." Wuxing Crocodile spoke at this time. Fanning Xiong clenched his fists, and there was pain in his eyes, but he nodded heavily. After a while, Fanning Xiong's emotions became more stable. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the violet fairy beside him. The violet fairy nodded and said, "Let's go to the depths of this spirit realm." This spirit realm was very large. Lin Tian let Fanning Xiong follow, and the group walked towards the depths of the spirit realm unhurriedly. They walked between the strange ancient trees and walked towards the depths. Then, not long after, the roar of a beast rang out, and a wild python dozens of meters long appeared. It flicked its tongue, and its body was covered in poisonous spots. Its snake eyes were crimson red. Boom! The earth shook, and on the other side, a 5-meter-tall fire-devouring gorilla appeared. It spat out flames from its mouth, and its demonic aura was extremely dense. Then, with a rumbling sound, a fierce hurricane rolled up, and a giant bird appeared in the sky. Its eyes were dark blue, and it stared coldly at Lin Tian and the others. It was obvious that it saw them as invaders. Fanning Xiong was still suffering from the pain of the deaths of his people in the barbarian tribe's branch clan. However, when he saw the 3 ferocious beasts, he was still moved. He said, "Be careful, these demonic beasts are very strong." A few of the top half-step Great Dao cultivators of the insect race were killed by them in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian and the others naturally felt the strength of the 3 ferocious beasts. They were almost comparable to the 9th heavenly layer of the Great Path. The demonic qi they emitted was extremely dense. However, Lin Tian and the others were not the least bit afraid of this. Roar! The 3 ferocious beasts roared in unison and rushed towards them. However, in the next moment, the 3 ferocious beasts saw the violet fairy beside Lin Tian. They all trembled and immediately fell to the ground, whimpering and trembling. Their demonic eyes were filled with fear. The violet fairy was the empress of the demonic beast race, an absolute superior. The 3 ferocious beasts felt the imperial aura from the violet fairy and were naturally terrified. They did not dare to act recklessly in front of the violet fairy and all prostrated themselves on the ground, worshipping the violet fairy. Lin Tian and the others looked normal, but Fanning Xiong was extremely shocked. Before this, the 3 ferocious beasts had easily killed several top half-step Great Path insect race experts. But now, before they could even fight, they were prostrating themselves on the ground and trembling. This made his face full of shock. Then, he quickly discovered the source of the 3 ferocious beasts' fear. It turned out to be the little girl beside Lin Tian who looked to be only 11 or 12 years old. Immediately, he was even more surprised. This, in short, don't worry about anything. Lin Tian patted him on the shoulder. Fanning Xiong listened to Lin Tian's words and looked at the violet fairy with surprise. He muttered, "Oh. Oh, oh." Lin Tian and the others did not pay too much attention to Fanning Xiong's surprise at this moment and continued to walk towards the depths. The group walked on foot. As they walked deeper, several powerful ferocious beasts attacked from the front and back. However, before they really got close, they all prostrated themselves on the ground, intimidated by the violet fairy's natural imperial aura. Soon, more than an hour had passed. The group arrived at the depths of the spirit realm. The spirit chi floating in the air suddenly rose in a straight line and became extremely dense. As far as the eye could see, there was a spring not far ahead. The water in the spring was slightly viscous, and the dense spirit chi was also spreading out from this viscous water source. This is? Lin Tian was shocked. The spring here wasn't small, with a radius of over 100 feet. This viscous water was actually formed by the liquid form of spiritual energy. Beside him, Bai Ziki, Bai Qiu, and Wuxing Crocodile were all stunned. Even Fanning Xiong was no exception. Good stuff. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up as it stared at the spring in front of it. There were many powerful ferocious beasts around the spring. However, when the violet fairy arrived, these ferocious beasts all trembled and fled with their tails between their legs, not daring to act rashly. By relying on the spirit liquid in the spring to cultivate, each of you will be able to raise your cultivation by at least one small stage. Violet Fairy vs. Lin Tian Dao. Lin Tian nodded and said goodbye to Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, Fanning Xiong, and Wuxing Crocodile before entering the spring. Before coming here, Violet Fairy had already told them that there was something special about the space. Therefore, they were only shocked for a moment before regaining their senses. As for Fanning Xiong, Lin Tian had also told him about this on their way to the depths of the space. Lin Tian stepped into the spring and sat cross-legged on the surface of the spring. He raised his head and looked at Violet Fairy. "I will protect you," Violet Fairy said. She brought little Ai and sat down on a blue stone at the side. Lin Tian nodded at Violet Fairy, then closed his eyes and began to circulate the Heart Sutra of Sunday Weng, faint golden light intertwined within his body as he began to guide the spirit liquid in the spring to cultivate. Not far from him was Baiziki. Faint divine light also intertwined around Baiziki's body. However, he wasn't cultivating with the goal of raising his cultivation level. Instead, he was using the spiritual energy here to cultivate some kind of magical power. For a moment, the four people and the crocodile each took a position. The spirit liquid in the spring began to boil involuntarily. Streaks of spirit light rushed out from the spirit liquid and surged towards the four people and the crocodile like streams of light. Several different auras intertwined, and several different waves of energy spread out. All of them were very powerful. Violet Fairy sat on the bluestone and looked at Lin Tian in the spring. She seemed very calm. "Little sister, what are Big Brother and the others doing?" They didn't sink." Beside her, little AI tilted her head and asked Violet Fairy. Violet Fairy looked down at little AI and said, "They are cultivating." "What is cultivation?" Little AI was very curious. Violet Fairy looked at little AI and paused. She raised her right hand slightly and pointed into the distance. Suddenly, a huge yellow rock rose from the ground and slowly rose into the air. Cultivation is to become stronger. To be able to do many things that ordinary people can't do. To be able to protect those important to you," she said. Even though little AI had seen the Violet Fairy waving her hand and unleashing a strange divine light before, she was still very surprised when she saw this scene. Of course, she was more curious and asked the Violet Fairy softly, "Can little AI cultivate too?" "Yes." Violet Fairy's words were simple. She paused and said, "Do you want to learn?" "Yes." Little AI nodded obediently. Violet Fairy looked at little AI and smiled after a moment. She reached out and rubbed the little girl's head. At this time, she didn't say anything. Instead, she turned to look at Lin Tian. Inside the spring, Lin Tian closed his eyes and silently circulated the Heart Sutra of Sunday. He adjusted his breathing and circulated this ancient sutra to absorb the majestic spiritual energy in the spring. He mixed this spiritual energy with his divine power and used it to refine his divine power. At the same time, he used this divine power to strengthen his body. Faint golden light intertwined around his body. His aura slowly rose. At this time, the divine egg beside his life essence was very quiet. It seemed to be in a deep sleep and didn't come out to absorb the spiritual energy in the spring with him. This surprised him a little, but he didn't care too much. He took a deep breath and calmed down again. The spiritual energy in the spring entered his body and helped him refine his divine power and strengthen his body. It made his aura stronger and stronger. He was now at the connecting immortal level. At this level, he focused on refining his divine power and strengthening his body. At this moment, he kept absorbing spiritual energy into his body, so that the refining speed of his divine power and strengthening of his body became faster. At the same time, on the spring, Bai Qiu, Fanning Xiong, and Wuxing Crocodile were all doing the same thing. Only Baiziki didn't refine his divine power or strengthen his body. His glabella shone faintly. He was silently comprehending some great technique. Gulp, 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 within the spring, as the spirit chi was refined by the four people and one alligator, bubbles would appear on the surface of the spring from time to time. The originally viscous spring spirit liquid also gradually became thinner and began to gradually turn into ordinary water. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 6 hours had passed. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the surface of the spring. Golden light surrounded him. His expression was very focused as he silently cultivated the Heart Sutra of Sunday. At this time, the aura outside his body had risen by a lot. Boom, suddenly, a majestic force spread out from his body, turning into a majestic hurricane that swept in all directions. He opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes. Then, he quickly suppressed the aura that he had spread out. 8th heaven of the connecting immortal level. He muttered to himself. At this time, he could clearly feel that the divine power in his body had become purer and denser, like a surging yellow river. His sea of consciousness had also become much vaster, and his divine sense had more than doubled in strength. He clenched his fist slightly. Immediately, strands of electric arcs intertwined. His body had also become a little stronger. Very good, he said to himself. At this time, the spiritual liquid in the spring still contained a lot of spiritual energy. He didn't stand up. Instead, he continued to sit cross-legged on the surface of the spring. He circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun to absorb the spiritual energy in it to consolidate his current level. At this moment, he slowed down the circulation of the Heart Sutra of Sunday. The golden light outside his body naturally faded a lot. However, it gradually gave people a sense of thickness, like a green fruit that was slowly ripening. Just like this, another 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. After 6 hours, the spiritual liquid in the spring became even thinner. It was no different from an ordinary water source. The spiritual energy contained in it had been completely depleted. Lin Tian opened his eyes again. His cultivation level of the 8th heaven of the connecting immortal level had been completely consolidated. It was unbreakable. A bright light flashed in his eyes. He stood up and looked at Bai Qiu and Wuxing Crocodile. He found that Bai Qiu had reached the 7th heaven of the connecting immortal level, Wuxing Crocodile had reached the 6th heaven of the connecting immortal level, and Fanning Xiong had reached the 4th heaven of the connecting immortal level. They were also consolidating their levels. He looked at Bai Ziki again. Bai Ziki's level was still at the 8th heaven of the connecting immortal level. It hadn't increased at all. Oh right, this pig has been cultivating some great technique recently. He's deliberately suppressing the increase of his level. He muttered to himself and walked to the shore of the spring. At this time, Bai Qiu, Wuxing Crocodile, Fanning Xiong, and the others opened their eyes one after another. There were wisps of light intertwining in their eyes. Awesome! Wuxing Crocodile howled. His cultivation level had increased by a whole 3 small levels. Not far away, Bai Ziki also stood up. His cultivation level hadn't changed much, but the aura he exuded had become more condensed. It made him look more unfathomable. Clearly, he had gained something else. The 4 people and the crocodile walked out of the spring. All of them had gained quite a bit of benefits. The Violet Fairy stood up from the limestone and walked towards Lin Tian with little AI. In this small space of the spirit realm, only this spring was of great use. There wasn't anything special about the other places. Now that the spirit chi in the spring had been completely refined by the 4 people and the crocodile, there was no need to keep it. Lin Tian said something to the Violet Fairy. The Violet Fairy raised her hand. Specks of divine light flashed, and a door leading to the outside instantly appeared in this space of the spirit realm. Immediately, they stepped out one after another and reappeared in the mountain range where they had come from. In the mountain range, the sounds of birds, beasts, and insects echoed from time to time. The group followed a direction and quickly walked out. Hero, return to the main barbarian tribe. Now, many barbarian elites are looking for you everywhere. They're all very anxious. Lin Tian said to Fanning Xiong. Listening to Lin Tian's words, Fanning Xiong nodded seriously. He has been missing for too long. His clansmen are running around looking for him. He really has to rush back to the main clan as soon as possible. He can't let his clansmen worry about him for no reason. At the same time, he invited Lin Tian and the others. Brother Lin, and everyone else, come back with me and visit my clan. Lin Tian shook his head and patted Ying Xiong's shoulder. We have already been there once and received the hospitality of those old seniors. We won't go there for the time being. Go back quickly, we will meet again in the future. Fanning Xiong really wanted to go to the barbarian race with Lin Tian and the others, but hearing Lin Tian's words, he didn't say anything. After expressing his gratitude to Lin Tian and the others again, he turned around and walked towards the main clan of the barbarian race. Because he was afraid that his clansmen would be too worried about him, his speed was very fast, and it didn't take long for him to disappear into the horizon. There's nothing to worry about now, Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. Little AI has been reborn, and Fanning Xiong has been found. There is indeed nothing to worry about now. Where should we go next? He thought for a while. At this moment, the purple fairy looked up at him and said, Let's go to the 5th heaven. Hearing this, the 3 people and the crocodile were taken aback. go to the fifth heaven? But our current cultivation isn't enough to pass through the space-time portal from this heaven to the fifth heaven. Lin Tiandao. Isn't there me here? The purple fairy smiled at Lin Tian and said, I can send you there. Lin Tianyi was taken aback, but he immediately understood. With the purple fairy here, he can indeed send them directly to the fifth heaven. For such an emperor-level existence, the barrier of the ninth heaven is nothing. He paused and nodded. He felt that going to the fifth heaven now is a good choice. After all, that world is much larger, and the aura there is much denser. Moreover, he had previously led the Violet Fairy through the Stone God clan and the other great clans. Everyone in the celestial realm knew that he had a peerless emperor behind him, so they all feared him. Although this would allow him to travel freely in the celestial realm in the future, from a certain perspective, it was equivalent to losing the challenge. He looked at Baiziki and Baiqiu. What do you think? Baiziki and Baiqiu thought for a while, then nodded. They also felt that going to the fifth heaven is the best choice now. As for Wuxing Crocodile, he would not have any objections. Then let's go to the fifth heaven. Lin Tian said to the Violet Fairy. The Violet Fairy grunted in acknowledgement. She stretched out her hand and tapped lightly. Suddenly, a huge rift in the void appeared in front of him. Let's go, she said. Lin Tian nodded. They had nothing to be reluctant to part within the fourth heaven. Only little AI stared in the direction of the small village and sniffed slightly. The Violet Fairy obviously knew something and didn't leave immediately. She seemed to be giving little AI time to look back. It wasn't until 5 breaths later that a circle of soft light spread out from her body, wrapping Lin Tian and the others in it, and stepped into the rift. Lin Tian once again felt the boundless darkness, as if he was in a vast dark universe. Then, the darkness disappeared in a blink of an eye. With a flash of light in front of them, they stood on the thick land again. We're here, the Violet Fairy said. Lin Tian immediately felt that the aura here is much stronger than that of the fourth heaven. Looking around, there was an incomparably magnificent scenery in front of him. The mountains were majestic, the rivers flowed like dragons, and the roars of beasts reverberated in the surroundings. He was slightly surprised. Being in this world, he felt that the air of this world was intertwined with an extremely strong killing intent. This is the fifth heaven? He was slightly moved. With just a glance, he felt that this heaven is much larger than the fourth heaven. The mountains and rivers here are amazing. The Violet Fairy stood beside him, nodded, and said, This heaven is the most suitable for tempering oneself. In the upper heavens, many great forces will send some of their outstanding disciples to this heaven for experiential learning. Even the 9 Empyreans, who are famous in the history of cultivation, stayed in this heaven for a long time when they were young. Hearing this, Lin Tian and the others were surprised. Only the Wuxing Crocodile didn't react. Obviously, he was very clear about this. Lin Tian raised his head and once again scanned this vast heaven realm. He repeated the words of the Purple Fairy to himself, the most suitable heaven realm to train oneself. Many of the great forces in the upper levels of the heaven realm would send some of their outstanding disciples to this heaven realm to train themselves. Even the 9 great sky masters had stayed in this heaven realm for a long time when they were young to train themselves. Therefore, this heaven realm would definitely have a lot of geniuses and monsters. This was a world that was truly filled with challenges and training. Baiziki and Baiziki also looked at this heaven. Baiziki's eyes flashed with light. This is a very suitable heaven for tempering oneself. It's also the most chaotic heaven, Wuxing Crocodile said. The Violet Fairy looked at the Wuxing Crocodile, but she didn't say anything. Then, she looked at Lin Tian and said, preparing to leave. You're leaving? Lin Tianwei was stunned. The Violet Fairy nodded. If I continue to follow you, you won't need to train anymore. Lin Tian was stunned again, then he smiled bitterly and said, that does seem to be the case. The Violet Elves were emperors. With an emperor rank expert by his side, they wouldn't have to worry about anything. If this continued for a long time, they would develop a sense of laziness and neglect, which wasn't a good thing for their cultivation. The Violet Fairy smiled, then suddenly turned to look at little AI and waved at her. Immediately, an extremely gentle energy wrapped around little AI and floated to her side. I'm taking this little girl. Don't worry. Back in the spirit realm, little AI had asked her if she could cultivate. At that time, she decided to take the little girl away. More importantly, it would be very troublesome for the little girl to follow Lin Tian and the others. Lin Tian and the others were stunned. They didn't expect the Violet Fairy to say that she would take little AI away. However, they all nodded in agreement. It was naturally a good thing for little AI to be taken away by the Violet Fairy. It was also little AI's good fortune. One had to know that the Violet Fairy was an emperor. Not everyone had the good fortune to stay by the side of an emperor. Little AI, you must listen to your big sister in the future. Lin Tian said to little AI. Little AI was very sensible and obedient. Although she was reluctant to be separated from Lin Tian and the others, she still nodded seriously. Little AI will listen to big sister. Lin Tian nodded and looked at the Violet Fairy again. Then, I'm leaving, the Violet Fairy said. A ring of gentle divine light spread out from the Violet Spirit's body and enveloped little AI. Immediately after that, a huge spatial crack silently appeared behind her. She paused and looked at Lin Tian. Suddenly, she revealed a beautiful smile and made a victory sign to Lin Tian. Big brother, you can do it. As soon as she finished speaking, the spatial crack extended and directly swallowed her and little AI. They disappeared from Lin Tian and the other's sight. A light wind blew in this space, and green leaves fluttered. Bai Qiu stared in the direction where the Violet Fairy left. Her eyes were full of starlight. She clenched her fists tightly. So cute. I want to hug her. To a young girl like her, the sight of a Violet Fairy with her waist-length black hair making a peace sign was too much of a threat. Lin Tian, Bai Ziki, and Wuxing Crocodile. Lin Tian coughed twice and said, "Let's go and take a look at this world." Bai Ziki nodded and turned to look into the distance. This world will tremble for Lord Crocodile once again. Wuxing Crocodile said, but then curled its lips. Damn it. Lord Crocodile has an inexplicable feeling of sadness when I say this. Many years ago, when it was cultivating in this heavenly region, it was at the Great Virtue Realm. Then, it stepped into a higher heavenly region and slowly reached the peak of nirvana. But now, when it appeared in this heavenly region again, it was at the 6th heaven of immortal ascension. This made it feel like hitting a wall. Lin Tian curled his lips. Naturally, he knew how Wuxing Crocodile felt at this time, but he didn't care at all. Tell me the details of this heavenly region, the distribution of forces, and other things. He asked Wuxing Crocodile as he walked into the distance. Beside him, Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu also turned to look at Wuxing Crocodile. About Wuxing Crocodile, Lin Tian mentioned some things to them before. Both siblings knew that Wuxing Crocodile was once at the peak of nirvana and was far more familiar with the 10 heavens than them. Wuxing Crocodile lay on top of Lin Tian's head. Lord Crocodile is sad. Kid, you don't even comfort me. Don't you have any sympathy? You really make me unhappy. After complaining for a while, it said again, didn't Lord Crocodile mention to you before? There are no forces in this heavenly region, only some natives. It continued, this is the most chaotic heavenly region from the 1st to the 9th heaven. There are no rules. In this heavenly region, the strong compete. Whoever has the biggest fist is the king. After a pause, it continued, of course, this is the case in the cultivation world. However, this heavenly region is the most obvious. In addition, this heavenly region is intertwined with immortal veins. There are also many spiritual lands and great tombs. Each spiritual land and great tomb is an opportunity, and there will be many good things in it. Moreover, since ancient times, many great figures have come to this heavenly realm to gain experience, and some of them even created cultivation methods in this heavenly realm. Therefore, this heavenly realm also has many cave residences where great figures have cultivated in seclusion. You might find an ordinary cave with cultivation insights and secret skills left behind by great figures. Even the divine powers of the 9 celestial lords can be found in this heavenly realm. Wuxing Crocodile said, generally speaking, this heavenly region is like this. Lin Tian nodded, and everyone nodded. They had a more specific understanding of this heavenly region. Clang, at this moment, a sharp blade light slashed from a mountain in front of them, enveloping 3 people and 1 crocodile at the same time. The blade light was sharp and powerful. In the blink of an eye, it approached from the top of the mountain and appeared in front of the 3 people and the crocodile. Lin Tian and the others frowned slightly and tilted their heads to dodge. The blade light cut through the sky and shattered a huge rock behind them. Not bad at dodging. A cold laugh sounded. In front of them, 3 silhouettes leaped into the air. The one leading them was a muscular man. He was bare-armed and held a ghost bone saber. On his left and right sides, there was a man holding a hammer and a man holding a sword. "What do you mean?" Lin Tian asked. "What do I mean?" The 3 men who had walked over from the peak of the mountain exchanged glances with each other, before they involuntarily laughed out loud. Soon after, the burly man in the lead stared at Lin Tian in a sinister manner and said, "Smelly brat, obediently hand over all the treasures on your body. If you do, the 3 of us will let you have a quick death. Otherwise, we will make you suffer a fate worse than death." Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. "Hand over the treasures or die. If you don't, you will suffer a fate worse than death. Didn't I tell you before? This heaven region is very chaotic and there are no rules. Whoever has the biggest fist is the king. In this heaven region, burning, killing and pillaging are very common. Every day, over 100 cultivators are killed for no reason." Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. This was indeed a chaotic and cruel heaven region. As soon as they entered, they encountered people who wanted to rob them of their treasures. In front of them, the brawny man with the blade was a little impatient. "What are you talking about? Hand it over, or do you want us to take it?" "You want it? You can try taking it." Lin Tian Ondao. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu stood on the side and didn't say anything. Obviously, they didn't care. A ferocious look flashed in the brawny man's eyes. He pressed forward. "You don't know what's good for you." The blade in his hand was intertwined with a cold light. There was a trace of blood on the blade. It was obvious that he had killed many people. The 2 men beside the brawny man also stepped forward. The gaze of the man holding the sword suddenly fell on Bai Qiu, and a thick sense of surprise flashed through his eyes. Then, in the next moment, a lustful look appeared in his eyes. "Leave this woman to me. It's been a long time since I've met such a beauty. I can enjoy her tonight." Lin Tian and Bai Ziki both tilted their heads. Their eyes turned bone-chillingly cold in an instant, and their killing intent was not concealed at all. Pooh! They had yet to truly make a move. Just the aura they released was enough to cause this person to cough up blood and fly backwards in a sorry state. Then, in the next moment, powerful divine might surged, and Bai Qiu directly propped up the Taiyin royal domain. "Bastard!" She gritted her teeth as the lunar royal domain pressed down. In an instant, it enveloped the sword-wielding man and crushed him on the spot. "What?" Seeing this scene, the robust man with the saber and the man with the hammer were immediately shocked, and their faces turned pale. Seeing Bai Qiu holding up the king's territory, the 2 instantly realized the difference between them. Their calves began to tremble as they immediately turned around and fled into the distance. Bai Ziki raised his hand and pointed a divine light in front of him, killing the man with the hammer. Lin Tian's action was simple. He kicked out a stone beside his foot, which turned into a stream of light and pierced through the robust man's head, shattering his consciousness along with it. 3 pitiful worms. Wuxing Crocodile clicked his tongue. Bai Qiu snorted coldly and put away the Taiyin royal domain. Without stopping, the group continued to move forward. Not long after, the 3 people and the crocodile walked far away. At this moment, a mountain range appeared in the distance. The mountains were extremely majestic, and the vegetation was shockingly thick. There were deafening roars of demonic beasts coming from within. Roar! Looking from afar, a blue-feathered giant bird flew across the sky, stirring up a gust of wind and blowing away a patch of old trees. In another direction, the earth trembled as a savage tiger strode forward. Its fur was blood-red, and no one knew how long it had been growing. It moved like a small mountain, and the aura it exuded was extremely shocking. It was not inferior to the giant bird at all. The barbaric tiger leaped into the air and clashed with the huge bird. In an instant, demonic blood splattered everywhere. Both of them are comparable to immortal realm elites. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian nodded. These two demonic beasts were not weak, and their demonic auras were very powerful. Such a battle seems to be a very common thing. He paused and said. Of course it's normal. Wuxing Crocodile said, this heavenly domain is relatively primitive. There are many ferocious demonic beasts, and naturally, there are many battles. It's not much better than the battles between human cultivators. It's just as cruel. In the distance, there were many giant trees. Under the battle between the two demonic beasts, they were shattered one by one, and a gust of wind swept in all directions. Ah! Somewhere deeper in the mountain range, there were screams of human beings. The eyesight of the 3 men and 1 crocodile was astonishing. As far as the eye could see, they could see a group of human cultivators fighting. Among them, a cultivator of the 9th heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm was struck down. His left hand was holding a sparkling and translucent jade, which was snatched away by another cultivator. However, before this cultivator could keep the jade, a sword shadow pressed over and directly crushed it. I told you, this is mine. A middle-aged cultivator held a sword and took the jade. You said it's yours, so it's yours? Humph. I said it's mine. In the surroundings, quite a few cultivators rushed up and began to fight over that extraordinary piece of precious jade. Boom, suddenly, waves of tyrannical energy swept out. Not long after, bright red blood splattered in the void. Not long after, a few more corpses were lying on the ground, badly mutilated. This heavenly domain is full of ancient tombs and immortal caves. It's a paradise for all cultivators. Many rogue cultivators from the upper heavens will choose to enter this heavenly domain to cultivate. If they're lucky, they might be able to obtain the orthodoxy of a great figure. Some cultivators even come down from the upper heavens in the body refinement realm. Wuxing Crocodile said, therefore, most of the cultivators in this heavenly domain, except for the natives, come from the upper heavens and have reached the half-step Great Tao realm. Those who come from the 4th heaven are very few, less than 1%. Lin Tian and the others nodded. They naturally understood this point, and this was also a very normal thing. If most of the cultivators in this heavenly domain came from the lower heavens, then they would be able to see half-step Great Tao powerhouses almost everywhere. That was obviously impossible. It wasn't that easy to reach the half-step Great Tao realm. Without reaching the half-step Great Tao realm, it was impossible to enter the 5th heaven from the 4th heaven. After all, not every cultivator could be like them, having an Emperor realm powerhouse break the barrier of the heavenly domain and directly bring them up from the lower heavens. Boom, in front of them, energy fluctuations swept out from the mountain range. A group of cultivators fought for the jade, and the battle was extremely fierce. Ah! At this time, a strange cry sounded, and a huge bird rushed over. From the distance. It had a pair of iron wings, and its monster aura was even stronger than the blue-feathered giant bird from before. It directly swallowed a young human cultivator into its stomach. Lin Tian and the others were speechless. This really was a world filled with primitive battles. This wasn't because the scene before them was too cruel, and it was because such scenes seemed to be as common as eating a meal. There seems to be engravings on the mountain wall, and there are fluctuations of Tao law. Bai Qiu pointed to the distance. There was a cliff in front of them. The cliff was very rough, but there were many engravings on it, and there were fluctuations of Tao law. It may be something left behind by a predecessor. Let's go and take a look. It may be of great benefit to you. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian and the other 2 didn't hesitate. They no longer cared about the other cultivators and the fierce birds and beasts in the mountain range. They raised their legs and looked in the direction of the cliff. Soon, they arrived at the cliff. Looking at it from a close distance, the engravings on the cliff were clearer. It was similar to what Wuxing Crocodile had guessed. It was very similar to the engravings of a predecessor's spiritual enlightenment. Seeing these engravings, the eyes of the 3 of them lit up. Now, their cultivation was very strong. The refinement of their divine power was very pure, and the forging of their physiques had reached the level where they could bear the Great Tao. At this time, they needed to start comprehending the Great Tao. They needed to comprehend and evolve various Taos. Finally, they needed to grasp the Great Tao and step into the Great Tao realm. In this process, comprehending the Great Tao insights left behind by predecessors would naturally be of great use. It would allow them to take fewer detours, and the Great Tao they controlled in the future would be more powerful. The three of them stood quietly in front of the cliff, carefully observing the engravings on the cliff and comprehending the Tao within. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Boom, not far away, a shocking demonic aura surged. A giant beast that was 70 feet tall pressed down. Its entire body was filled with a bloody aura. No one knew how many living beings it had torn apart. It was comparable to a human powerhouse at the seventh heaven of the immortal ascension realm. It stared at the three of them and the crocodile. Lin Tian frowned. He turned his head and coldly glanced at the other party. The approaching giant beast seemed to sense that Lin Tian was very dangerous. Its footsteps paused slightly. It hesitated and did not dare to press forward. However, in the next moment, the giant beast let out a loud roar. In the end, it still pressed forward. It stretched out its beast claws to grab the three of them and the crocodile. Clang, Lin Tian moved his right hand slightly. A sharp sword light slashed horizontally, directly splitting the giant beast into pieces. He was now at the eighth heaven of the immortal ascension realm. He could even kill an ordinary half-step Great Tao realm powerhouse instantly. A demonic beast comparable to a cultivator at the seventh heaven of the immortal ascension realm was naturally nothing to him. After killing this giant beast, he looked at the engravings on the cliff again. It was not until more than 2 hours passed that he moved his gaze away from the engravings on the cliff. His essence, qi, and spirit had increased slightly. It's somewhat useful, he muttered to himself. At this time, Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu had also finished comprehending. Like him, they had some gains. After comprehending the engravings on the cliff, the three of them had gained something. After confirming and discussing with each other, they left the cliff. This mountain range is very big. If you can find a predecessor's enlightenment mark here, then there should be similar marks in other places in the mountain range. You can continue to look. Anyway, there's nothing else to do right now. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. Wuxing Crocodile knew this heaven domain very well. Since it said so, it naturally had its reasons. Immediately, he, Bai Qiu, and Bai Ziki walked in the mountain range. They scanned the surroundings, looking for other predecessors' enlightenment marks. Boom. Ah. This mountain range was very big. Ancient trees towered into the sky. Demonic beasts roared. There were shocking energy fluctuations and the screams of human cultivators. Looking around, there were many cultivators in the mountain range. Not far away, there was a cruel battle, and some people died. What a mess. Bai Qiu muttered. Lin Tian and Bai Ziki felt the same, but they didn't care. They looked around the mountain range, looking for places with enlightenment marks. This was very useful to them now. It could allow them to control very powerful Great Tao laws in the future. Clang, not far away, a killing light slashed toward them. A cultivator attacked them mercilessly. Obviously, he wanted to kill them and steal their treasures. Lin Tian's expression was calm. Divine light intertwined in his right hand, and a sword light appeared. At this moment, a wave of demonic qi suddenly spread out from the ground. A fierce demonic beast with scales all over its body rushed out of the ground and swallowed the cultivators who were charging towards them. Then, it sank back into the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The three people and the crocodile, how unlucky. Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes. The group continued forward. Soon, they unknowingly walked into the depths of the mountain range. As they ventured deeper into the mountain range, the number of cultivators within the mountain range increased. There were at least several hundred of them. Battles would occur from time to time. There were battles between humans and Yao beasts. There were also battles between Yao beasts and Yao beasts. Lin Tian and the others were already used to this and didn't care. They scanned this mountain range, and not long after, they finally made another discovery. There was an ancient mantra engraved on the mountain wall of a large mountain. The ancient mantra was badly damaged, but there were traces of Tao comprehension left behind by the powerful cultivators from back then, causing the eyes of the three to light up. Without any hesitation, the three of them stepped forward and soon arrived at the scene. Staring at the mountain wall from a close distance, the three of them found that the Taoist connotation on the mountain wall was slightly more shocking than the one they had found before. It should have been left behind by an extremely outstanding expert. Lin Tian Dao. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu nodded as well. They studied the carvings on the wall carefully, trying to understand the Tao. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths had passed. The aura of the three of them had become tranquil, gradually merging into the Tao connotation contained in the marks on the mountain wall. At this moment, a man landed here. His figure was slightly thin, but his eyes were very cold. Scram now. I want to comprehend Tao here. The man said coldly to Lin Tian and the others. Lin Tian and the others turned a blind eye to the man and continued to study the marks on the mountain wall. You're courting death. The man's eyes became sharp, and his murderous intent intertwined as he closed in on them. The murderous intent was so strong that it startled many cultivators around. They all turned their heads to look in that direction. That's He Chanwu, one of the 13 perils of the barren district. I can't believe he came to this mountain range. Is the rumor true? Is there really an extraordinary tomb hidden here? Is it going to open? Many people were shocked. The man was He Chanwu. He closed in on Lin Tian and the others, without hiding the murderous intent in his eyes. Did those three offend He Chanwu? They're dead for sure. Of course. Many people shook their heads. At this moment, He Chanwu had already stepped in front of the three. He directly raised his hand and grabbed Lin Tian, who was closest to him. He grabbed the top of Lin Tian's head in an extremely ruthless manner. Get lost. Lin Tian spat out a word coldly. He didn't even look at the man. Only an extremely powerful aura spread out, directly shaking off the man's big hand. At the same time, the man was forced to step back more than 5 meters. Instantly, all the cultivators around changed their expressions. He forced He Chanwu to step back with just his aura? How is that possible? Although He Chanwu is ranked last among the 13 perils of the barren district, he's still in the 9th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. He can't be compared to ordinary cultivators in the 9th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. But now, he's actually. How is that possible? An illusion? Many cultivators were shocked. He Chanwu's expression changed at this moment, and his pupils contracted. He was forced to step back by someone's aura. He stared at Lin Tian and didn't dare to step forward. With a murderous look in his eyes, he said, "You're good. You'd better not leave this place." He wasn't stupid. He sensed Lin Tian's strength and knew that he might not be a match for him, so he chose to retreat. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked over. You don't have to leave. Just now, when He Chanwu left, the murderous look in his eyes was too obvious. He was definitely going to find help to deal with them. In that case, he wouldn't be so stupid to wait for He Chanwu to find help. That would make him look like an idiot. He shook his right hand, and a sharp sword light swept out, pressing toward He Chanwu like a raging wave. This sword light was powerful and terrifying, like a sword flying from the sky. He Chanwu's expression changed drastically. Poof, blood splattered, and He Chanwu was cut into pieces. In an instant, the place fell into a dead silence. He killed that He Chanwu? Just one sword strike? This person, who is he? How can he be so strong? That's He Chanwu. The crowd was shocked. Many people stared at Lin Tian as if they had seen a ghost. Some even couldn't help but tremble. But soon, some people's expressions changed again. The 13 beasts of the barren area are sworn brothers. They seem to be from the same place. If He Chanwu is killed, the other 12 will definitely not let it go. This person is finished. Even the man and woman beside him will be killed. Exactly. The 13 beasts of the barren area. The eldest and the second are both in the Great Path realm. Many people shook their heads. Lin Tian and the rest naturally heard the discussions of these cultivators. However, they did not pay attention to it. They earnestly observed the carvings on the mountain wall. Only after 4 hours did they shift their gazes away one after another. All of them had gained something. After glancing at the mountain wall, they didn't stop. They walked away, looking for other places with traces of their predecessors' enlightenment. On the way, Lin Tian asked Wuxing Crocodile, "I heard some cultivators mention the 13 beasts of the barren area. It sounds like the barren area is the name of a region, and it seems to be the region we're in now. Is that so?" "That's right. That's right." Wuxing Crocodile said, "This heavenly realm is divided into 2 regions. The outer region is called the barren area, and the inner region to the center is called the central region. The closer the central region is to the center, the more ancient tombs and immortal caves there are. Of course, there are also more powerful cultivators there." Lin Tian nodded. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu also understood that they were now at the edge of this heavenly realm, living in the barren area. Lin Tian thought for a while and felt that the purple elves must have done this on purpose. They had to fight their way from the edge of the barren area to the center of the heavenly realm. This was considered an experience, and it would definitely be beneficial to them. "Let's go around the barren area and dig up all the treasures." Bai Qiu shook her fist. Lin Tian and Bai Ziki were speechless. Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes and said, "Little girl, you're so generous. This barren area is extraordinarily vast, and there are countless treasures. After so many years and countless cultivators, not all the treasures have been dug up. If you want to dig up all the treasures in this barren area, that's a fool's dream. You might as well go home and sleep." Bai Qiu glared at Wuxing Crocodile. "I'm just saying. Little crocodile, why do you have so much nonsense to say? *CKU. Don't call me little crocodile." Wuxing Crocodile said angrily. "Little crocodile." Bai Qiu glared at it. Wuxing Crocodile, *CKU, Lin Tian and Bai Ziki completely ignored this scene. They were already used to the girl and the crocodile bickering. This mountain range was very large. The group walked through the mountain range, looking for traces of enlightenment left by other predecessors. However, they did not find anything after searching for more than 6 hours. Along the way, they were attacked several times by the fierce beasts in the mountain range, but they were nothing. The 3 of them easily killed all the beasts. Very quickly, another 4 hours passed. The sky had already darkened. Stars appeared in the sky, and a round moon hung high in the sky. Faint silver moonlight shone down on the land. Boom! At that moment, the depths of the mountain range suddenly shook. A mountain cracked open, and waves of Xianxia rose into the sky. Suddenly, the 3 people and the crocodile looked up. "This is," Lin Tian was surprised. The Xianxia in front was very thick. He saw a stone door with many ancient patterns on it. Wuxing Crocodile stared in front and said, "A big tomb." As far as the eye could see, the stone door was not open. There was only a small gap. Waves of Xianxia seeped out from the gap. "I heard the cultivators mention that there seems to be an extraordinary tomb in this mountain range. Is that it?" Bai Qiu looked forward. Lin Tian nodded. He did not need to think. This must be the extraordinary tomb that the cultivators mentioned. At that moment, the sound of rushing wind came from all directions in the mountain range. Many cultivators quickly rushed over. There really is a big tomb. In this region, as long as there is a big tomb, it is at least the burial ground of a cultivator of the great Dao realm. There are countless good things inside. This time, we must get something. In the depths of the mountain range, a corner of a stone door was revealed. Xianxia surged, causing all the cultivators to become excited. Many people rushed to this place and stared ahead with incomparable excitement, as if they had seen a mountainous treasure. Whoosh, 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 the sound of air being torn apart continued to be heard. More and more cultivators rushed over from afar. It seems that these people have heard the rumors of an extraordinary tomb here and gathered here early in the morning. Lin Tian Dao. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu nodded. Based on the situation, it was obvious that this was the case. Should we rush in first? Bai Qiu asked, looking eager to make a move. What's the rush? Let the others go in first to explore. Lin Tiandao. Bai Qiu glanced at him but did not say anything. In front of them, the mountain had collapsed, and the stone door was completely exposed. There were many strange patterns engraved on it, flickering with a faint light under the moonlight. Whoosh! Whoosh! In this mountain range, a group of cultivators rushed forward. Quickly. Some people directly smashed the stone door with their divine abilities. Immediately, with a rumbling sound, an even more turbulent yin qi rushed out like a flash flood, directly swallowing this person. He didn't even have time to scream before he was turned into a thick pool of blood by the yin qi. Moreover, the other cultivators who rushed too quickly were also in great trouble. After being enveloped by the yin qi, they immediately screamed and melted. Many cultivators were so frightened by the scene that their faces turned pale and they hurriedly retreated. In the distance, 3 people and 1 crocodile were slightly moved when they saw this scene. Not simple. The one at the front was a transcending immortal cultivator. This yin mist actually melted a transcending immortal cultivator in an instant. From the looks of it, the owner of this tomb is at least at the level of Wu Zhen. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian also nodded to himself. Wuxing Crocodile's guess was the same as his. The tomb of an ordinary expert would not have such a terrifying amount of yin qi that could directly melt a cultivator at the connecting immortal realm. The stone door was opened, and even more yin fog gushed out under the moonlight. It was only after dozens of breaths later that this yin fog finally became thinner. Vaguely, there was actually a weak light flickering behind the stone door. Treasure! Many cultivators' eyes lit up. The yin qi that rushed out from behind the stone door had become countless times thinner. At this time, many cultivators knew that there was no danger. At the very least, this thin yin qi was not enough to melt cultivators and they could directly rush in. So. The speed of these cultivators was very fast. Their eyes shone brightly as they stepped directly towards the stone door. In fact, in the process of rushing to the stone door, a ruthless battle broke out between these cultivators. Some people waved their killing lights at the people in front of them, and immediately, more than 10 people fell to the ground, losing their lives. How cruel! Bai Qiu muttered. Wuxing Crocodile curled its lips and teased, "Little girl, are you afraid?" "Little crocodile," Bai Qiu said. Wuxing Crocodile, the 3 of them and the crocodile stood on the side. It was not until more than 10 breaths had passed that they moved forward. At this time, there was no more dark fog rushing out from behind the stone door. The 3 of them and the crocodile entered. The inside was pitch black and much wider than they had imagined. It was like an underground palace with dozens of forks. The air was very cold. "Kid, you know how to look at the ground. Which path should we take?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian immediately wanted to beat it up. "I'm cultivating the dragon burial scripture, not the grave robbing scripture. I don't know how to look at the direction of a tomb." Wuxing Crocodile curled its lips. In the end, the few of them randomly chose a fork in the road and walked forward. This graveyard was very special. It was located in a huge mountain and was excavated into the shape of an underground palace. Walking in it, the air inside seemed to be a little rotten, which made people feel very uncomfortable. The 3 of them and the crocodile did not walk for long before they smelled the stench of blood. A few corpses fell to the ground, their eyes wide open as if they had seen something incomparably terrifying. "It's the cultivators who rushed in here just now. Their hearts were all dug out. They must have encountered malicious ghosts and evil spirits," Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian and the other 2 nodded. Other than this, there was no other explanation. Then, in the next moment, just as they took a step forward, 2 ghastly eyes in front of them lit up. A malicious ghost pounced over, surrounded by an incomparably cold aura of death. There was bright red blood at the corner of its mouth. With a whoosh, the malicious ghost roared and arrived in front of the 3 of them and the crocodile in the blink of an eye. The 3 of them and the crocodile did not care, and their footsteps did not slow down at all. Lin Tian looked at the road ahead and tilted his head to avoid the attack of the malicious ghost. Then, he raised his hand and smashed the ghost into pieces with a slap. He continued to walk forward without looking back. Soon, the three of them and the crocodile walked far away. They encountered some evil spirits one after another, but they were all easily killed on the ground. Soon, a bright light appeared in front of them. A starry field of light lay in front of them, intertwined with an astonishing murderous aura, which made the three of them and the crocodile slightly moved. The path's killing field. The owner of this graveyard actually set up something like this here. This thing is a little troublesome, Whooshing Crocodile said. In front of them, there were many intertwined Tao patterns on the ground. These Tao patterns formed a killing field, and the intertwined aura was very shocking. There's Tao connotation in it, Baiziki said. We can try to comprehend it, Lin Tian said. Bai Qiu nodded. Immediately, the three of them faced the path's killing field, and their eyes shone brightly. Comprehending other people's Tao connotation in front of the path's killing field in other people's graveyard. This is really, Whooshing Crocodile was speechless. The three of them stood in front of the path's killing field and stood there for 4 hours. After 4 hours, the three of them exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Their essence, qi, and spirit were much stronger. Obviously, they had gained something. Is it over? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian nodded. He had gained some insights from comprehending this path's killing field. Then, let's turn around and go back. This path's killing field is not simple. Those who don't have Tao laws will be killed instantly if they enter. Most importantly, this Tao law slaughter domain was clearly set up by someone at the Enlightenment realm or above. Even great Tao realm experts would have to take a detour if they came here. If they were unable to pass through this Tao law slaughter domain, then it would be equivalent to jumping onto the path of death, Whooshing Crocodile said. Bai Qiu stared at it and rolled her eyes. Little crocodile, you're underestimating us. As she said that, she propped up the Lunar King domain with a buzz. For a moment, starlight flickered, and the bright moon rose and fell. Then, she directly walked into the path's killing field and walked over safely. The path's killing field didn't affect her at all. Whooshing Crocodile widened its eyes and couldn't help but sigh. The king physique is indeed extraordinary. You're only at the immortal ascension realm, but you actually walked through the path's killing field left behind by an Enlightenment realm expert. Although this Tao law killing domain had not been activated by a true Wuzhen cultivator, and was far from being able to unleash its true might, it was still extremely terrifying. Even if a great Tao realm cultivator entered it, there was no chance of survival. They would be minced into pieces by the Tao laws inside. However, Bai Qiu was able to pass through it so easily. Baiziki didn't say anything. He propped up the Divine Cry Palace and strode forward. Let me borrow it. Lin Tiandao walked into Baiziki's king's territory. After Baiziki propped up the king's territory, it was enough to bring him and Whooshing Crocodile through. He didn't need to use the reincarnation diagram. Baiziki glanced at Lin Tiandao and didn't say anything. The Divine Cry Palace protected Lin Tiandao and Whooshing Crocodile as they passed through the path's killing field. The group continued to walk into the depths. The air became colder and colder, and it was a little terrifying. After walking for a short distance, a bloody light suddenly flashed in front of them. A piece of blood-red scale armor fell from the ground. There was an extremely cold aura intertwined on it, which made Lin Tiandao's expression change. He walked to the front and picked it up. He felt that this blood-red scale armor was like polar ice, causing his hand to almost be frozen stiff. This aura, this scale armor, why does it seem like it belongs to a corpse-devouring beast? Whooshing Crocodile muttered. Corpse-devouring beast? Lin Tiandao and the other two looked at it. Obviously, they didn't know much about corpse-devouring beasts. Whooshing Crocodile said, corpse-devouring beasts can only appear in the tombs of extremely strong cultivators. They specialize in eating corpses and ghosts. After a pause, it said, however, don't think that this corpse-devouring beast only eats corpses and ghosts. It prefers fresh flesh and blood. It's definitely a ferocious beast of death. It's much more ferocious than things like malicious ghosts. At the very least, it's comparable to a human cultivator at the fifth firmament of the Great Tao. Lord Crocodile once encountered such a thing in a large tomb. It was very ferocious. It bit and swallowed more than a dozen Great Tao-level human cultivators alive. Not even their bones were left. It's that powerful? Bai Qiu stared. It swallowed more than a dozen great Dao-level cultivators alive, and not even their bones were left. At this moment, a ferocious and violent aura suddenly rushed over from the fork behind them. It revealed a creature covered in blood-red scales. It had 3 eyes and a wolf-like body. Its fangs were more than 3 inches long, and its aura was ferocious. Lin Tiandao and the other two's expressions changed. This wolf-like 3-eyed monster clearly made them feel the threat of death. Damn it, it's really King corpse devouring beast. Wuxing Crocodile cursed and shouted at Lin Tiandao and the other two, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and run. Lin Tiandao and the other two came back to their senses. Without hesitation, they fled into the distance. This was the first time the 3 of them had seen a corpse-devouring beast. They only felt that the other party's aura was too cold and ferocious. Even with their current strength, they still felt a sense of trepidation. Boom! A bloody aura surged like waves. The corpse-devouring beast's 3 eyes were bone-chilling. Its ferocious glint flashed as it chased after them. For a time, the fork in the road shook. Lin Tian was somewhat speechless. What kind of situation was this? This guy actually still had the mood to reminisce about the past. He stepped on the heaven and earth puppet, and his speed was extremely fast. Together with Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki, he rushed into the depths of this fork in the road. Boom! Behind them, the blood fiend's aura surged. The corpse-devouring beast roared, and its 3 demonic eyes were filled with venom. It quickly chased after the 3 people and the crocodile. Its speed was also very fast, not slower than the 3 people. That bloody, murderous aura caused Lin Tian and the others to feel a chill run down their spines. Lin Tian glanced behind him and activated the Towering Heaven Sword technique. His right hand shook, and he slashed out a brilliant Towering Heaven Sword intent behind him. Clang! The sword intent was very fast. It landed on the corpse-devouring beast's body, sputtering out streaks of sparks. It only left a small mark. Wuxing Crocodile immediately glared, and said, Brat, what are you doing? I'm interfering with its pursuit of us, and slightly slowing its speed. Lin Tianandao. Wuxing Crocodile immediately rolled its eyes. Interfering my ass. If you attack it like that, it will go crazy. If this thing goes crazy, its speed will become even faster, and directly more than double. What's there to slow down? Lin Tian instantly wanted to beat it up, and said angrily, why didn't you say so earlier? Boom! Behind them, the blood fiend's aura had clearly become stronger. The corpse-devouring beast's 3 demonic eyes stared at Lin Tian, and the venom in its eyes became even stronger. Its speed really did more than double, and it pounced toward Lin Tian like a blood-red bolt of lightning. Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine, as if a piece of 10,000-year-old ice was pressing down on him. His heart couldn't help but tremble again. Run! 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 Wuxing Crocodile shouted. Naturally, there was no need for it to urge him. Lin Tian's speed became even faster, and the Bai siblings also increased their speed along with him. However, after the corpse-devouring beast went berserk, its speed became even more shocking. It was much faster than the 3 of them, and the distance between them and the corpse-devouring beast narrowed. The corpse-devouring beast's aura was like a boiling sea of blood, as if it wanted to devour everything. The 3 of them ran along the fork, and the further they went, the wider the fork became. Boom! Behind him, the corpse-devouring beast's blood-red scales glowed, and its baleful aura grew stronger. Its speed also became faster. Lin Tian glanced behind him. Sword light flickered from his fingertips. Immediately, he realized that this might make the ferocious beast even more ferocious. In the end, he could only helplessly disperse the sword light and quickly charge forward. Gradually, as the fork became wider and wider, the air became colder and colder, and the rotten smell became stronger. A cave-like place appeared in front of him. There were vines twining around it, which surprised the 3 of them and the crocodile. So many skeletons. Bai Qiu said. The vines were dark green in color, and there were skeletons all around. Some black beetles were crawling on the ground. Behind them, the corpse-devouring beast chased after them. At this moment, it suddenly stopped. Its three demonic eyes stared ahead, flashing with a hint of fear. It did not move forward. Is it afraid of what's ahead? Lin Tian was shocked. Yes. Baiziki glanced at the corpse-devouring beast. Naturally, he also noticed it. The corpse-devouring beast stared ahead, then turned its head, and its gaze fell on Lin Tian. Its eyes were extremely fierce. Boy, it's thinking about you. Whooshing crocodile gloated. Lin Tian's forehead was covered with black lines. He immediately wanted to grab it and throw it at the corpse-devouring beast. The three of them and the crocodile stared ahead. Although they also felt that there was something wrong, at this moment, the corpse-devouring beast was behind them. Naturally, they could not turn back. They could only continue forward. The corpse-devouring beast stared at the three of them and the crocodile, then stared at Lin Tian. It growled and gradually led the way into the darkness. Gone? Bai Qiu asked. Lin Tian looked back and scanned with his divine sense. Gone. The other party's aura could not be sensed at all. It was already very far away from this place. What a tragedy. Ever since I met that brat, nothing good has happened. First, I lost my cultivation. Then, I was chased by the ghost god. Then, I was chased by the evil corpse. Now, I'm being chased by the corpse-devouring beast. Whooshing crocodile complained. Talk more nonsense and I'll beat you up. Lin Tian Ondao. Whooshing crocodile curled its lips, but was too lazy to say anything. In front of them, the mountain cave was very big. There were many intertwined vines. In the corner, there were many withered bones. Some had already been broken, leaving only skulls rolling on the ground. There were black centipedes and other things crawling in and out of the skulls. Bai Qiu shrank her neck and could not help but tug at Lin Tian's sleeve. Although she had the keen body and her cultivation was very strong, she was still a girl in the end. She was very resistant to these things. The three people and the crocodile walked forward. Not long after, they found a row of coffins among the green vines. They did not know how long they had been here, but a lot of dust had accumulated on the coffin lids. Why are there so many coffins here? Bai Qiu asked. Little girl, this place is a tomb. No matter how many coffins there are in a tomb, it is natural. Whooshing crocodile said. Bai Qiu glanced at it and did not say anything. The group continued forward. There were quite a few coffins displayed in this row, dozens of them. When they reached the front, they suddenly stopped in their tracks. There was a coffin in front of them that had been opened at some point. There was some red hair inside, and there were pitch-black claw marks on both sides of the coffin. There was a bone-chilling aura intertwined. The three people and the crocodile were all shocked. They all felt a chill on their backs. Whooshing crocodile muttered, the corpse in the coffin seems to have run out. When it said that, it undoubtedly made the air in this place suddenly feel a little colder. They stared at the coffin. They could feel the chill from the claw marks in the coffin. The thing with such a chill was definitely not simple. Its strength was terrifying. Ignore it. Let's get out of here quickly. Lin Tiandao. The air here was very rotten. There was a stench that made people feel very uncomfortable. The few of them did not stay in this place. They continued forward, and their footsteps became faster. Then, they walked out of this place safely. Strange, Whooshing crocodile muttered, nothing happened when we walked past the vines. What was that corpse-devouring beast afraid of? Lin Tian and the other two did not pay any attention to him and continued walking forward. The side of the fork became wider. Not long after, they walked out of the range of the fork. The space in front of them was bigger. There was a stone platform in front of them. It was grand and tall, and there was a lot of fog lingering around it. Looking at it, they could vaguely see a tall figure sitting cross-legged on it. It was emitting a wave of energy that made people's hearts palpitate. There was a chill in it. This is? The few of them were shocked. There are no signs of life. Moreover, this aura. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with strands of golden light. Then, his expression changed, it's exactly the same as the aura intertwined with the claw marks in the coffin. Hearing what he said, the Bai siblings and Wuxing crocodile were shocked. Crack! 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 At this time, such a sound came from the front. It sounded like a beast gnawing on bones. On the high platform, the tall figure turned around. Gray fog intertwined around its body. It was holding a living person's arm in its hand. The corner of its mouth was full of blood. It grinned at the three people and the crocodile. Wuxing crocodile immediately cursed, F***ck. Another perverted old bastard. Jia. On the high platform, the tall figure let out a strange laugh. It threw away the arm that it was holding and pounced on the few people like a ghost. This tall figure was clearly an evil corpse. It was precisely the corpse that ran out from the broken coffin from before. Its hair was withered yellow, its pupils were sunken, and its teeth were uneven. However, they were very sharp, as if they were embedded with a knife, causing one's heart to palpitate. Its speed was very fast, even faster than the corpse-devouring beast. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the three people and the crocodile. The three of them changed their expressions and attacked together. With a buzzing sound, Bai Qiu directly propped up the Lunar King's domain and affected the front. Boom! Thunder intertwined. Bai Ziki propped up the Divine Rumble Palace and shrouded it. Lin Tian did not hesitate. He decisively took out the reincarnation diagram and pressed it forward. For a moment, the three kings' domains moved freely, causing the space in this place to distort inch by inch like paper. Jia jia. Jia jia. The evil corpse let out an eerie and strange laugh. Under the pressure of the three great monarch regions, it was actually unable to harm it in the slightest. It only caused its movements to become slightly slower. However, it wasn't slowed by much as it pounced over like a chilly wind. Lin Tian's expression changed. The three of them were not weak, but they could not do anything to the evil corpse at all. Let's go, he said. He and Bai Ziki worked together to launch the strongest attack. Then, they directly avoided the evil corpse and fled further away. Damn it, this thing is definitely more powerful than that corpse-devouring beast. No wonder that corpse-devouring beast was afraid previously. Wuxing crocodile muttered. Lin Tian and the other two fled forward. Gradually, after traveling for an unknown distance, they heard shrill screams in front of them. They quickly turned a corner and saw a group of otherworldly soldiers and generals in front of them. There were also quite a number of malevolent spirits who were crazily killing the cultivators who had barged into this place. Among them, a three-eyed demonic beast covered in blood-red scales was charging forward with an extremely ferocious aura. Not only was it attacking the living cultivators, but it was also devouring some otherworldly soldiers and malevolent spirits. Ah! The screams were ear-piercing. A cultivator at the third firmament of the immortal ascension realm had half of his body bitten off by the three-eyed demonic beast. It's the corpse-devouring beast from just now. It actually came to this place. Wuxing crocodile widened its eyes. Lin Tian and the other two were naturally moved. This thing was very terrifying. Even if they worked together, they would not be able to block it. It was also at this moment that the charging corpse-devouring beast seemed to have noticed the three of them and the crocodile. It suddenly raised its head and looked over. Three terrifying rays of light immediately shot out from its three demonic eyes. It stared at the three of them, then its gaze fell on Lin Tian. It let out a low roar and turned into a blood-red wave that charged towards Lin Tian. Along the way, it crushed countless otherworldly soldiers and cultivators. Damn it, there's a malevolent spirit behind us and an evil beast in front of us. How unlucky! Wuxing crocodile cursed. A strand of bright light suddenly appeared in Lin Tian's eyes, and he said, "This is just right. Let them fight." Wuxing crocodile lay on top of his head. He transmitted his voice to Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu. The three of them stood still. Then, in the instant that the evil corpse and the corpse-devouring beast pounced in front of them, they moved at extreme speed, turning into three streaks of lightning that dodged to the side. Bang! A genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The evil corpse and the corpse-devouring beast didn't see each other through Lin Tian's group. Although they were very strong, their intelligence was obviously not high. At least, compared to ordinary humans, they were much worse. How could they expect Lin Tian's group to have such an idea? They suddenly dodged to the left and right. After colliding with each other, the tyrannical ghost and demon bodies fiercely shook. The evil corpse was immediately enraged. It let out a strange cry and directly grabbed the corpse-devouring beast. Its sharp teeth were like knives as it fiercely bit down. Poochie! Blood splashed out. Half of the corpse-devouring beast's body was almost bitten off. Blood flowed out, and blood-colored scales fell down. The corpse-devouring beast was originally a little afraid of the evil corpse, but after suffering such a serious injury, it naturally went berserk. It let out a roar, and its 3 demonic eyes shot out 3 beams of killing light that struck the evil corpse, piercing 3 holes in its ghost body. For a moment, the evil corpse and the corpse-devouring beast tore at each other. They completely ignored the 3 people and the crocodile, roaring from time to time. As far as the eye could see, the ground was torn into pieces. The corpse chi and baleful aura corroded the air. So scary. Bai Qiu shrunk his neck. One had to admit that the evil corpse and the corpse-devouring beast were very frightening. Ordinary 9th heavenly layer cultivators were not their opponents. When they fought, even powerful people like Lin Tian and Bai Ziki couldn't help but be moved. Kid, this method is really not bad. The whooshing crocodile said. It's okay. Lin Tian smiled. In front, there were many cultivators and nether soldiers in groups. From time to time, there would be mournful screams. With a pu sound, an early-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator was pierced through the chest by a powerful evil spirit. The evil spirit grabbed his heart and threw it into its mouth to chew on it. Blood flowed down from the corner of its mouth. It looked very scary and horrifying. What are you doing? A shocked and angry voice sounded. A young cultivator was suddenly pulled in front of a middle-aged expert by the side as a shield. A rotten corpse grabbed his head and directly crushed it. Then, the middle-aged expert withdrew from the scene. So cruel. Bai Qiu whispered. The whooshing crocodile lay on top of Lin Tian's head. This is the world. Chaos, slaughter, cruelty, and blood are the synonyms of this realm. It had an indifferent expression. Obviously, it was used to such scenes. A low roar came from not far away. The ghost chi and demonic chi became even stronger. The battle between the evil corpse and the corpse-swallowing beast became even more intense. Hurry up and stay away from them. If those 2 idiots turn around and deal with us together, we'll be doomed. Whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded, and he naturally didn't stay and immediately strode off into the distance. The space in front of them was very spacious, and it was no longer a single fork. There were many cultivators, and there were also many Yin soldiers. Seeing Lin Tian and the others approaching, the malicious spirits immediately stared at them, and more than 10 of them pounced towards them. The few of them didn't care. The divine light around their bodies intertwined, and they directly stepped forward. Before the dozen or so evil spirits could get close, they were shattered by the divine light around their bodies. A ghost lair. Bai Qiu muttered. Whooshing crocodile wanted to make fun of her, but it thought that it was at a disadvantage several times, so in the end, it let it go. A low roar came from the side. A ghost king-level evil spirit stepped out and reached out its rotten ghost hand to grab Lin Tian. Whooshing crocodile lay on top of Lin Tian's head. A beam of demonic light flashed between its claws and shattered it. Kid, Grandpa Crocodile saved your life. Remember to repay Grandpa Crocodile in the future. It said. Get lost. Lin Tian spat out this word. He really wanted to say, save your grandpa. With his current strength, evil spirits at the Ghost King level were like ants. He could stand still and let them hit him, and they couldn't hurt him at all. The 3 of them didn't walk slowly, but they weren't fast either. All the evil spirits that rushed at them were all destroyed. Soon, they walked far away, heading deeper into the tomb. Gradually, the space in front of them became more vast. Another very spacious place appeared. It was shaped like a call, with a radius of more than 1,000 feet. There were already many cultivators living in it. Boom, waves of astonishing divine power spread out. The three of them and the crocodile walked to the front. They saw many cultivators fighting. There were already more than a dozen corpses on the ground. Some had their heads cut off, some had their hearts pierced, and some were cut in half at the waist. The smell of blood floated in this space. At the same time, there was also a medicinal fragrance that filled the air, making people feel relaxed and happy. Love go little say W, as far as the eye could see, there were many treasured herbs in this place. Their spirituality was amazing, and it was also these treasured herbs that caused the cultivators to fight over them. Many cultivators fought over a single stalk of treasured herb. Naturally, some people died. Ah! Miserable shrieks rang out. Someone had just grabbed a stalk of treasured medicine, but before he could put it away, his arm was chopped off by someone. Bright red blood splattered in the air, and the treasured medicine was also snatched away by someone else. Lin Tian and the others didn't care. They looked around to see if there were any treasured herbs worth picking. "It's you." Just then, a cold voice sounded. A sharp killing light came directly at them. The three of them dodged the killing light and looked in the direction it came from. Not far away, they saw 10 men standing together, staring at them with murderous eyes. 10 of the 13 perils of the Barren District. Except for the 2 in the lead, the 3rd to the 12th are all here. They want to. Many of the cultivators there were shocked. The cultivators near Lin Tian's team of 3 were quick to distance themselves from them, fearful that they would be mistaken for having some sort of relationship with Lin Tian's team of 3. The 10 men stared at Lin Tian's group and approached them step by step. Not long ago, Lin Tian killed He Qianwu, the last of the 13 perils, in the mountains outside. The news spread to the other 12 perils. "You have guts." One of them stared at Lin Tian coldly. Lin Tian glanced at the 10 men. 5 of them were in the 9th tier of the connecting immortal realm, and the other 5 were half a step to the great Tao realm. "Bad guys always speak like that," Bai Qiu muttered. Then, he added, "But we've always been more daring." The surrounding crowd was shocked. They all stared at Bai Qiu. How dare this young girl speak like that? Those are 10 of the 13 perils of the Barren District. 5 of them are in the 9th tier of the connecting immortal realm, and the other 5 are half a step to the great Tao realm. Even an ordinary great Tao realm cultivator would frown when facing them together. Moreover, the 1st and 2nd of the 13 perils, who haven't shown up yet, are real great Tao realm cultivators. How dare she? Isn't this courting death? Many people shook their heads. Among the 10 men, the one who spoke suddenly turned his head and stared at Bai Qiu. D*MN woman, you're courting death. This person was in the 9th tier of the connecting immortal realm. He took a step forward and slapped Bai Qiu. At this moment, a beam of sword light and a bolt of lightning shot out at the same time. They were extremely fast and appeared in front of this person in the blink of an eye. With a poof, this person exploded. Only his bones fell to the ground. Lin Tian and Baiziki looked at each other and snorted. That man just now is the 9th of the 13 perils of the Barren District. He was actually, defeated in one move. These 2 people are so strong. The crowd stared at Lin Tian and Baiziki, and their expressions changed. Opposite them, the 9 men were also shocked. Their gazes fell on Baiziki and Lin Tian. Their eyes were filled with shock. However, in the blink of an eye, that shock turned into viciousness. Interesting. Not bad. The 8th of the 13 perils said coldly. His eyes were filled with ferocity. Very strong. However, there are only 2 of them. What's the big deal? The 3rd brother walked out with a broadsword in his hand. His killing intent was awe-inspiring. Kill them and take everything from them. The last sentence was obviously said to the other 8 perils. Instantly, the other 8 perils all stood out. Divine power surged, and at the same time, they released killing intent, enveloping Lin Tian and Baiziki. These 9 people are going to attack together? There are 5 half-step great Tao cultivators among them. Some cultivators' expressions changed. All the cultivators here retreated. At this time, they did not dare to continue fighting for the precious medicine growing in this place. They were afraid that they would be affected by the battle later. Kill. Of the 9 beasts, the third brother spoke, and the 9 of them pounced out together. 9 waves of killing intent directly sealed off all directions, and the killing light fell on Lin Tian and Baiziki. At the same time, it also enveloped Bai Qiu. For in the 9th tier of the connecting immortal realm and 5 half-step great Dao cultivators. That's all. I don't know what you're so proud of. Whooshing Crocodile sighed. Which of the 3 people here was easy to provoke? Any one of them was capable of shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. Facing dozens of half-step great Dao experts was like child's play to them. Although these 9 people were extraordinary, provoking Lin Tian and the other 2 was purely asking for trouble. Lin Tian and Baiziki looked forward. Lin Tian's sword light intertwined, and Baiziki's purple lightning appeared. Clang, boom, the 2 of them just stood there. A sword light and a lightning bolt struck forward again, crushing all the killing intent. Then, the sword light and lightning bolt did not slow down and continued to strike forward. Puff, puff, 2 of the 9 perils exploded, and the blood light intertwined. This scene undoubtedly frightened many people, and they were all stunned. In this barren area, 3 of the famous 13 perils of the barren area were killed in the blink of an eye. Moreover, they were all killed in one move. These 2 people, who are they? I've never heard of them before. How can they be so powerful? Are they geniuses from the lower heavens who came here on their own? I heard that such people are all very strong. No. Their cultivation doesn't seem to have reached the half-step great Dao level. It's impossible for them to come here from the 4th heaven with their own strength. Many people were shocked. At this time, the other people who were attacking Lin Tian and Baiziki stopped at the same time, and their faces changed a little. Who are you? What's your origin? One of them said in a low voice. He was the 5th of the 13 perils, and he was at the half-step great Dao level. There were few opponents at the same level. At this time, they all felt the horror of Lin Tian and Baiziki. They were too powerful. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Tian Ondao. With a flash of his feet, he appeared in front of the man in the blink of an eye and slapped him. Lin Tian was very fast. His golden palm landed on the head of the 5th of the 13 fiends of the wasteland in the blink of an eye. The 5th's expression changed. He was shocked by the power of Lin Tian's palm. He quickly retreated, but it was already too late. Poof, blood splattered. The 5th was directly smashed into pieces. His body collapsed, and he died on the spot. This? Dead. The 5th of the 13 fiends of the wasteland was slapped to death? This 5th was at the half-step great Dao realm. Slapping a half-step great Dao realm expert to death with one palm? Is he a super savage beast in human form? The group of cultivators was shocked. Of the 10 of the 13 fiends of the wasteland, only 6 were left. At this time, they were both shocked and angry, and their eyes turned red. How dare you? The 3rd of the 13 fiends gritted his teeth and roared. Among the 13 fiends, including He Qianwu, who was killed before, 5 of them had been killed. Damn it. Big Brother will not let you go. Let's go. Although the last few people were full of killing intent, they were very rational. They could see that both Lin Tian and Baiziki were very scary. At this time, they stopped fighting and decisively retreated. This scene undoubtedly shocked many cultivators. The 13 fiends of the wasteland, who were famous in the wasteland, had all 10 of them, but now they were escaping. Boom, a bolt of purple lightning pressed down, penetrating the space and cutting off the path of the few people. Their expressions changed. Baiziki looked calm. Thunder and lightning intertwined on the surface of his body. He took a step forward, and another bolt of purple lightning pressed forward. This bolt of lightning was extremely fast, terrifyingly fast. It enveloped one of them and directly smashed him into pieces, leaving behind only a pile of black ashes, causing many people to involuntarily gasp in unison. Another one of the 13 fiends of the wasteland died. Lin Tian glanced at Baiziki and walked toward the last 5 of the 13 fiends of the wasteland. Divine light flowed around his body. These people wanted to kill them, so he naturally wouldn't let them go just like that. He walked over and waved his iron fist. The space seemed to be about to be smashed. He pressed down on the third of the 13 fiends of the wasteland. Blood slaughter transformation. The third of the 13 summoned a grand technique to block, but it was useless. His powerful technique was directly crushed by Lin Tianyi's fist. Afterward, the golden fist didn't slow down and continued to press down on him. With a pu sound, this person was blasted apart, blood splashing in all directions. Third brother. You deserve to die. Of the 13 evils of the barren area, only 4 were left. At this moment, they were shocked, angry, and frightened. The 4 of them did not engage in battle and quickly fled. Baiziki's body was covered in thunder and lightning. Like the thunder god, he stepped in front of the 4 people in an instant. The purple thunder became more turbulent and enveloped one of them, shattering him on the spot. He tilted his head and looked to the other side. He waved his right hand and the purple thunderbolts gathered into a ferocious beast. It let out a thunderous roar and killed the 6th of the 13 perils of the barren area. Lin Tian stared at the last 2 of the 13 perils of the barren area. The yin and yang liang flashed and approached them directly. Clang! A divine light sword appeared in his hand, and he used it to activate the Ling Tian sword technique. With one slash, he beheaded one of them. Then, the sword slashed through and cut open a corner of the soil not far away. Suddenly, a shocking medicinal fragrance wafted out. Looking over, there was a large Ganoderma under the soil. It had 7 petals and sparkled with light. This is? 7-leaf Ganoderma? It's a 7-leaf Ganoderma. 7-leaf Ganoderma? The super treasure that can prolong one's life by 500 years? Many cultivators here were excited. Suddenly, all the cultivators rushed over to fight for the 7-leaf Ganoderma. This was a treasure that could prolong one's life. It was priceless. Golden divine light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. The yin and yang liang of the 5th level flashed like a bolt of golden lightning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the 7-leaf Ganoderma and picked it up. The cultivators who were rushing forward all stopped. They were surprised by Lin Tian's speed. At the same time, they were annoyed that a treasure that could prolong one's life was snatched away so easily. These people clenched their fists. Many of them were strong cultivators, but at this time, they didn't dare to fight for it. Lin Tian's power was too frightening. Although these people were jealous of the 7-leaf Ganoderma, their lives were more important. Lin Tian killed a strong cultivator who was half a step away from the Great Path realm with one punch. He could also kill other cultivators in the 9th heaven of the reaching immortal realm with one blow. Who would dare to fight for something in the hands of such a godly person? Just then, there was a sound in the air. The last of the 13 fierce of the barren district took advantage of the fact that everyone was distracted by the 7-leaf fairy Ganoderma to dash towards Bai Qiu at a terrifying speed. I'll let you have a taste of losing your companions. This person's voice was vicious. He knew that he couldn't escape today no matter what. He wanted to kill Bai Qiu before he died. Oh no! At this place, some cultivators couldn't help but cry out. They could all see that at this time, even if Baiziki and Lin Tian wanted to stop him, it was too late because they were too far away. Lin Tian and Baiziki tilted their heads to look. Their expressions were very calm, without any change in emotion. Why bother? None of these 3 are easy to deal with. Whooshing Crocodile sighed. The last of the 13 perils of the barren area was half a step away from the Great Path realm. He had already arrived in front of Bai Qiu. Die! This person shouted fiercely. Sinister killing light intertwined in his hand and slashed at Bai Qiu. At this time, a huge divine shadow appeared behind Bai Qiu. The great immortal king of the Bai family used his arcane art. He directly pressed down with his palm, scattering the killing light that was pressing toward him. At the same time, he directly smashed the last of the 13 perils of the barren area into pieces. In an instant, everyone here widened their eyes. Then, they all felt a chill run down their spines. A half step away from the Great Path realm cultivator. She also killed him with one blow. These 3, are all monsters? Their hearts trembled. Bai Qiu heard this voice and turned to look. Hey! Who are you calling a monster? Facing Bai Qiu's gaze, these cultivators all trembled and lowered their heads in shock. This seemingly delicate and weak girl could instantly kill a half step away from the Great Path Realm cultivator. They didn't dare to offend her. The 13 perils of the barren area, 10 of them came here, and all of them were killed. At this time, someone said in a trembling voice. His voice was very soft, but many people still heard it. Instantly, everyone's heart palpitated again. These 3, many people couldn't complete their sentences. At this time only shock was left in their hearts. The powerful 13 perils of the barren area, 10 of them came together, but they were all killed in the blink of an eye. These people stared at Lin Tian, Bai Ziqi, and Bai Qiu, only to feel their hearts beating wildly. Lin Tian put away the 7-leaf immortal Ganoderma lucidum with satisfaction. He secretly thought that the tombs of the 5th heaven were indeed extraordinary. He actually obtained a life-prolonging treasure medicine, and it was a treasure medicine that could extend one's life by 500 years. The value of this thing could be said to be astonishing. In terms of pure value, even tens of millions of kilograms of lingjing couldn't compare to this immortal Ganoderma lucidum. After all, this was a life-prolonging treasure medicine, which represented 500 years of lifespan. In this world of cultivation, lifespan was a priceless thing. He carefully put away the 7-leaf immortal Ganoderma lucidum, looked at Bai Ziqi, and walked toward Bai Qiu. Dong! At this moment, a bell rang, coming from the depths, causing the entire tomb to tremble involuntarily. In this place, many people subconsciously covered their ears. They were all uncomfortable, and some people's ears even bled. This is? Lin Tian's expression changed. Bai Ziqi looked into the depths, and his eyes flickered. Extraordinary. Very extraordinary. Wuxing Crocodile said. The bell only rang once, but the sound of the bell was intertwined with an astonishing power. Just one bell sound seemed to be able to shatter one's soul. This is? A treasure. It must be a treasure. Absolutely. There's no mistake. In this place, the cultivators were excited. Many people rushed madly into the depths of the tomb. Boys, let's go. The treasures are all ours. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian and the other 2 didn't hesitate. They shook off most of the cultivators and rushed deeper into the tomb. The air in this tomb was very decaying. The deeper they went, the worse the smell. Soon, a faint mist floated in front of them. This mist was green, and there was the smell of rotten plants intertwined in it. Ah! In front of them, a group of cultivators who had rushed out previously moved a distance in the green mist. At this moment, they suddenly screamed and fell to the ground, twitching. Then, there was no movement. They were clearly dead. Lin Tian's expression changed, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Be careful. This mist is poisonous. He said. Bai Qiu, Bai Ziqi, and Wuxing Crocodile naturally saw it. The divine and demonic light around their bodies intertwined, quickly protecting themselves. The group of people moved through the green mist. Soon, screams came from behind them. Clearly, some of the cultivators who followed them had also suffered. This mist is poisonous. Someone shouted. The 3 people and the crocodile didn't care about these voices. They moved very quickly and soon passed through the green poisonous mist. There was a willow tree in front of them, and the green poisonous mist was spreading out from the willow tree's branches and leaves. Be careful. This is a man-eating willow, an evil tree that was born from boundless energy. It can be considered to be a type of demon spirit, and its entire body is covered in toxic poison. Once one comes into contact with it, one would instantly be poisoned. Even an ordinary Grand Dao expert would be unable to resist it. Wuxing Crocodile warned. At this moment, the branches of the man-eating willow suddenly moved, swaying crazily, making a rustling sound. They were like sharp swords, cutting off the path ahead, and at the same time, quickly rolling towards the 3 people and 1 alligator. Lin Tian was shocked, and so was Bai Ziqi. The force of these willow branches was astonishing. They could easily pierce through a half-step Great Dao expert. They can move? Bai Qiu stared. I already said that this is a type of demon spirit. Of course they can move and eat people. Willow branches swept past, extending far and wide, completely blocking the path ahead. At the same time, they slashed toward the three people and the crocodile. "Kid, be careful. Don't get hit," Whooshing Crocodile said in a deep voice. Lightning intertwined outside by Ziki's body. Purple lightning struck forward, enveloping a few willow branches. For a moment, crackling sounds could be heard. However, the outcome was surprising. These purple lightning bolts, which could kill a half-step Great Dao powerhouse, did not hurt the willow branches at all. This man-eating willow is very tough. It can even absorb a small amount of external divine power. Ordinary magical powers can't break it. Whooshing Crocodile spoke again. "Damn crocodile, can't you say it all at once?" Bai Qiu said angrily. She used the Bai family's great technique, but it was useless against these willow branches. She dodged repeatedly, worried that she would be brushed by these willow branches. "How's the killing effect of pure physical strength?" Lin Tian asked it. Whooshing Crocodile rolled its eyes and said, "Kid, Lord Crocodile knows that your physical body is very abnormal. In fact, with your current physical strength, you should be able to smash it to pieces at a close distance. However, have you forgotten what Lord Crocodile said? This thing is poisonous all over. This kind of poison is very terrifying. Even a great Dao cultivator can't resist." Whoosh. Before it could finish its words, Lin Tian had already rushed forward. He did not use any divine power or magical powers. Instead, he grabbed forward with his bare hands. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes almost popped out. "Kid, are you crazy?" Lin Tian actually grabbed the man-eating willow branches with his bare hands. Bai Ziki was also moved. His expression changed slightly. It was also at this time that Lin Tian had already approached the front. He directly grabbed a willow branch and pulled it hard, breaking it on the spot. For a moment, these broken willow branches sprayed out green liquid, splashing all over the back of his hand. The 5 elements crocodile's scales stood on end. D***MN, brat, I've already said that this poison is very terrifying. Even if a great Dao expert comes into contact with it, his blood will be invaded in the blink of an eye. You're practically, As it spoke, it suddenly froze. The green highly toxic liquid that had landed on the back of Lin Tian's hand directly slid down. Lin Tian's arm was completely fine. Furthermore, during this interval, Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang hua and forcefully broke off a dozen man-eating willow branches. What the hell? It stared. Even a great Dao powerhouse could not resist the poison, but Lin Tian relied on his cultivation base of the 8th tier of the immortal connecting realm to block it. No, to be precise, it saw that Lin Tian did not resist the poison at all. He completely ignored it. Then, the poison could not hurt Lin Tian at all. It was like an ordinary water source. It had no effect at all. Behind them, even Bai Ziki was moved. This guy's body is really resistant to poison. Bai Qiu was surprised. She knew that Lin Tian had a strong resistance to poison. She had seen it before. However, she did not expect that Lin Tian could completely ignore the poison that could kill a great Dao powerhouse. Ka. 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 At this moment, Lin Tian could be said to be incomparably powerful. He stepped on the 5th tier of the yin and yang roar and moved, avoiding the willow branches. Then, he tore off the willow branches with his bare hands. In front of this man-eating willow that even a great Dao powerhouse would be wary of, he was extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, he had pulled out all the willow branches of the man-eating willow. Then, he punched toward its main trunk. Boom, the man-eating willow clearly had its own consciousness. At this moment, it sprayed out poison that covered the sky, scaring the whooshing crocodile on Lin Tian's head so much that its eyeballs almost popped out. Brat! Retreat, retreat, retreat! With so much poison, even a Wuxian powerhouse would be unlucky if he came here. He would be poisoned to death. It shouted loudly. Lin Tian grabbed it from his head and directly threw it to Bai Qiu's side. Then, he strode forward without slowing down, advancing through the poison that filled the sky. His right fist emitted a resplendent golden light, and he fiercely punched the branch of the man-eating willow. Boom, with a loud bang, the ground rumbled, and poison splashed everywhere. Faintly, a scream of pain could be heard. Bai Qiu's face immediately turned pale with fright. Even Baiziki was startled. However, in the next moment, a light flashed in front of them. Lin Tian was unharmed, but the man-eating willow was smashed into pieces, and green poison flowed all over the ground. That scared me to death. Bai Qiao patted his chest, thinking that the scream was made by Lin Tian. The whooshing crocodile's eyes widened. This F***Ker. What a freak. He's only at the 8th heaven of the Ascension realm, but he actually smashed a man-eating willow full of poison with his fist at close range. This is really... It really didn't know how to describe it. Okay, let's go. Lin Tian turned around and said. Baiziki took the lead and walked forward. Bai Qiao and the whooshing crocodile hurriedly followed. The 3 people and 1 crocodile carefully rushed into the depths of the tomb. As they went deeper, many evil creatures walked out of the tomb, and many of them were at the Ghost King level. However, this was obviously nothing to the 3 people and 1 crocodile. As long as an evil creature appeared, it was killed cleanly. Soon, 2 hours passed. Within 2 hours, the 3 of them and the crocodile had killed even more evil spirits and advanced even further. The air in the tomb had also become colder. When they killed another Ghost King, a huge black hole actually appeared in front of them. There was no road ahead. The black hole was the end. It was about 10 feet straight, and it led straight to the bottom of the tomb. Seeing this, the 3 people and 1 crocodile looked at each other, slightly surprised. The direction of this tomb was really strange. Whoosh! 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 The sound of something breaking through the air came from behind. The 3 people and 1 crocodile walked all the way and killed almost all the evil spirits and ghosts, sweeping away all obstacles. The cultivators behind them were unimpeded. At this time, some people arrived. It still leads to the bottom? This tomb, obviously, these people also felt that this situation was a bit strange. Dong, at this time, the bell from before sounded again, shaking the ancient tomb. A ray of divine light flashed under the black hole and disappeared. Immediately, all the cultivators who rushed to this place were excited. Treasure light. The treasure is below. It must be the coffin of the tomb owner buried under this black hole. Some cultivators said. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with a light. A strand of tyrannical divine consciousness probed below, and a moment later, he frowned slightly. After his strand of divine consciousness went down, it was like a small fish flowing into the sea. It did not find anything and disappeared silently. This is very strange. He transmitted his voice to the Bai siblings and whooshing crocodile and told them about this. It swallowed your divine consciousness? Whooshing crocodile was surprised. Lin Tian nodded. That's right. Hearing that, Baiziki also sent a strand of divine consciousness down. Then, he frowned. Like Lin Tianyi, his strand of divine consciousness was completely swallowed. It's not simple down there. His words were simple. The 3 people and the crocodile stared down and stopped at the edge of the hole. Dong, at this time, the bell sounded again. Divine light flashed under the black hole again, and it was even more dazzling than before. Suddenly, the cultivators who came here became even more excited. It's definitely a treasure. Someone shouted loudly. Then, some cultivators could not hold back. They carefully bypassed the 3 people and the crocodile and rushed directly into the black hole. After the first group of people rushed forward, the cultivators behind saw that Lin Tian and the others did not do anything and did not make things difficult for the first group of cultivators who rushed forward. They all began to rush forward and jumped into the black hole. In the blink of an eye, the group of cultivators who came to this place all jumped in and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Are we going down? Lin Tian asked. Whooshing crocodile rolled his eyes. We've already come this far. If we don't go down, how can we face the malicious ghosts and ghost kings we killed along the way? If we turn around and go back after killing them, we'll be doing free labor for others. What you said seems to make sense. Bai Qiao nodded. Baiziki did not have any reaction. Obviously, it did not matter whether he advanced or retreated. Then let's go down. Lin Tian ondao. This time, he also felt that whooshing crocodile's words made sense. Although there was something strange down there, since they had already come here, there was naturally no reason to return empty-handed. That would be too embarrassing. The three people and the crocodile looked down, jumped up slightly, and also went down the black hole. Whoosh, the wind whistled in their ears, and it was slightly cold. The three people and the crocodile descended all the way. Soon, dozens of breaths had passed, and the hole was no longer in sight. At this time, the coldness in the air also became thicker, and it was as if they had entered a bottomless snow abyss. At this time, the surroundings were pitch black. Even with the three people and the crocodile's current cultivation, visibility was very low. They could only see about 10 feet away. At this time, their divine senses were completely useless. They could not see anything when they tried to probe. The surroundings were quiet. Whooshing Crocodile suddenly said angrily, "Kid, don't pull my tail." "Lin Tian, I'll pull your grandpa." "Is it the Bai family's girl?" "Bah. Who's pulling your tail?" "That must be brother-in-law's doing." "Get lost." The surroundings were dark. Whooshing Crocodile was furious. "You're bullying me. You." "Ouch. How dare you hit my head?" Whooshing Crocodile was faster this time. He stretched out his claws, grabbed a hand, and pulled it directly in front of him. "Let Lord Crocodile see which of the three of you." He stared ahead and pulled a tall corpse in front of him. The corpse had withered yellow hair, sunken eyes, and blood hanging from the corner of its mouth. The corpse was grinning at him. "Oh my God!" Whooshing Crocodile was so frightened that its scales stood up. He stretched out his other claw and slapped over. At the same time, Lin Tian and the others looked over and vaguely saw the Whooshing Crocodile's shadow. Their expressions changed instantly. "It's the evil corpse from before," Bai Qiu exclaimed. Lin Tian immediately propped up the reincarnation diagram, while Bai Ziki propped up the divine roar palace. They pressed forward together. With a bang, the two monarchs' territory separated the Whooshing Crocodile and directly sent the evil corpse flying. "Let's go." Lin Tian Dao. Their speed suddenly increased, turning into a few rays of light that shot down the black hole. In the blink of an eye, they were hundreds of feet away. "Damn, that damn thing actually followed us." Could it be that the corpse-devouring beast was swallowed by that guy? A genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The speed of the three people and the crocodile was very fast. They never thought that in such a short period of time, the evil corpse from before would actually catch up with them. That was a dangerous existence. At the very least, with their current cultivation, it was impossible for them to block it. That bastard. Damn it, it actually pulled Lord Crocodile's tail. He even patted Master Crocodile's head, just like. Whooshing Crocodile was infuriated. After saying this, he seemed to feel that the rest of his words were embarrassing and did not continue. Bai Qiu continued, "Like you're teasing a monkey?" Whooshing Crocodile was furious. F***ck. Bai family's girl, are you trying to piss me off? Bai Qiu curled his lips. That's what you're thinking. I'm just saying what you didn't finish. Whooshing Crocodile, alright, you should be glad that it didn't swallow you whole. Lin Tian Dao. Whooshing Crocodile was angry again, but after thinking about it, he suddenly felt that Lin Tian's words did make some sense. Oh, that's not bad. Hurry up and leave. Don't talk nonsense. Bai Ziki said. Their speed increased again. At this time, there were evil corpses chasing behind them, so they naturally didn't dare to be careless. After an unknown amount of time, they finally reached the bottom of the black hole and stepped on the ground. In an instant, they felt as though they had stepped on a piece of 10,000-year-old ice. The soles of their feet involuntarily turned cold. It's not a good place. Bai Qiu mumbled. Whooshing Crocodile curled its lips. A cemetery is a place for the dead. It's a nest for the dead. How can a nest for the dead be a good place? The space under the black hole was even darker, and the vision of the three people and one crocodile was affected. However, they could still roughly feel the terrain below. There was a very wide road that extended all the way down. Let's go. Lin Tian Dao. Since they had already come down and there was only one path, they could only follow this path to the end. Their speed was extremely fast. Not long after, a faint smell of blood wafted over from the front. Several corpses were lying on the ground below. Some of them had their heads chopped off, while others had their hearts pierced through. Love go little say Natuchu he was killed by someone. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian and the others glanced over. They didn't even need to think about it. It must have been a battle between the cultivators who had entered before. They didn't stop at this place and continued to walk along the road. Crack! 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 Not long after they walked out, such a sound came from behind them. It sounded like a wild beast gnawing on a bone, very horrifying. Whooshing Crocodile immediately shivered. It's that evil corpse. That bastard is gnawing on the corpses on the ground. Lin Tian and the others naturally guessed it. They didn't say anything, but their pace quickened a little. Not long after, the group walked for a long distance. At this time, the space in front of them slowly became wider. Some phosphor stones were scattered on the ground, emitting rays of light, illuminating the space a little. They were very careful. They walked forward all the way, guarding against the evil corpse behind them. Because the divine sense was useless here, Lin Tian even activated the yin-yang lotus sea, letting the black and white lotus petals float around to sense the incoming danger. By the way, why does Lord Crocodile suddenly feel a little tired after entering here? Whooshing Crocodile muttered. I seem to have the same feeling. Bai Qiu also muttered. Bai Ziki frowned. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Whooshing Crocodile said at this time, by the way, that evil corpse doesn't seem to be following us. It's probably gnawing on the bones behind us. Bai Qiu said. Their speed was quite fast, and it did not take long for the space around them to become wider and brighter. They could already see the silhouettes of cultivators up ahead, all of them running madly forward. In front of them, they saw a few more corpses, all of which were killed by humans. Some were even cut in half, and their internal organs were spilled all over the ground. They kept moving forward. Not long after, a huge stone chamber appeared in front of them. There was a huge bluestone coffin in the middle. It was 5 feet long and 10 feet deep. There were many patterns on it, and a faint light circulated on it. Love go little say Chu at this time, a group of cultivators had already entered the stone chamber. When they saw the coffin, they all showed excitement. The coffin of the tomb's owner. A cultivator shouted. Suddenly, a large group of cultivators all rushed toward the bluestone coffin. There was such a stone chamber under the black hole, and there was a huge and extraordinary bluestone coffin in it. These people didn't need to think to know that the treasure in this tomb must be hidden in this coffin. For a time, the sound of breaking air rang out continuously. Many cultivators rushed over. Ah! Screams rang out. A battle broke out between these cultivators. Some people secretly attacked and killed the people in front of them. Damn it! The treasure is mine. For a time, the battle became intense. Many people started fighting in order to reach the bluestone coffin as soon as possible. These cultivators fought fiercely. A terrifying killing light landed on the bluestone coffin and shattered it with a bang. Suddenly, all kinds of light shot out, and the fragrance of treasures rolled out. The clanging of weapons could be heard. 6th grade Baodan. There's a divine material for refining Dao weapons. That's a high-grade Dao weapon. No, there's more than one. The cultivators were all excited. The cultivators all moved. They reached out together and grabbed the treasures that flew out of the coffin. Kid, grab it! Whooshing Crocodile shouted. Lin Tian and the other two naturally did not hesitate and immediately moved. With a whoosh, Bai Ziki was very fast. Lightning interweaved and grabbed a treasured saber. It was a high-grade Dao weapon. Next to him, Lin Tian also made a move. He grabbed a fine gold sword. It was also a high-grade Dao weapon. Its cold light was intimidating. Bai Qiu used one of the Bai family's divine powers and grabbed a few pots of Baodan. One of the pots was a 6th grade Baodan. There were more than 200 of them. They could allow a cultivator in the 9th heaven of the Imperial Sky Realm to reach the Immortal Ascension Realm in an instant. Its value was extremely shocking. Good stuff. Her eyes lit up. If she brought this back to the Bai family, it would be equivalent to having more than 200 immortal Ascension realm powerhouses out of thin air. It would increase the Bai family's strength by a large margin in an instant. To the Bai family, this was more valuable than a high-grade Dao weapon. The 5 Elements crocodile also made his move. He grabbed 2 mid-grade Dao weapons and put them away with a shake of his hand. Then, he went to grab the other treasure lights and grabbed some more treasures. They were all quite valuable. The owner of this tomb was quite rich when he was alive. He really has a lot of treasures. It clicked its tongue. At this moment, screams could be heard from time to time. The cultivators who came here fought for the treasures again. It was much more intense than before. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people lost their lives. Lin Tian moved quickly on the yin and yang rock. He grabbed another high-grade Dao weapon and some other treasures at the same time. It was also at this moment that he tilted his head to look at the broken stone coffin. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and the color of his eyes changed slightly. He did not see a corpse in this bluestone coffin. In fact, he did not even see bone powder. Something's wrong. He transmitted his voice to Bai Ziki, Bai Qiu, and Wuxing Crocodile and told them about this. For a moment, Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, and Wuxing Crocodile were also shocked. They stopped grabbing the treasures together. Wuxing Crocodile looked at the bluestone coffin. After a while, it widened its eyes. As expected, it did not see a corpse. In fact, there were no traces of bone powder from the corpse. Something's wrong. Bai Ziki's words were simple. Let's go. Let's leave this place. Lin Tian said. The yin-qi in this large tomb was dense, and even monsters like the corpse-devouring beast were born. One could imagine that the tomb owner's cultivation when he was alive must have been very strong, and his corpse must have been placed in this tomb. However, at this time, the tomb owner's corpse was not in the bluestone coffin. Subconsciously, he felt that something was wrong. It was like a huge trap. The 3 people and the crocodile did not hesitate. They all retreated and rushed out of the stone room. At this moment, a strange laughter sounded. A tall corpse appeared outside the stone room, blocking the 3 people and the crocodile's path. It's this damn thing again. Wuxing Crocodile's scales stood up. He could not help but shrink his neck. This thing was very scary. In the stone room, the group of cultivators was still fiercely fighting for the treasures in the coffin. Killing lights were intertwined from time to time, but they did not notice anything strange. Hee hee. Hee hee. Outside the stone room, the evil corpse laughed strangely and grinned at Lin Tian and the others. Then, it turned into a gust of yin-qi and pounced on them. The 3 people and the crocodile were shocked and a chill ran down their spines. Buzz, Lin Tian directly propped up the reincarnation diagram. At the same time, the yin-yang lotus sea phenomenon also went up and pressed against the evil corpse. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu naturally also propped up the king's territory together. The Divine Cry Palace and the Starry Moon Palace each shone brightly. Now that they were facing this evil corpse, they did not dare to hold back at all. They immediately used their strongest means. Boom, Wuxing Crocodile also made a move. His demonic body expanded and he cast a powerful mystical ability. There were even Dao law fluctuations in it. The 4 waves of murderous force could easily kill a half-step great Dao expert. However, after landing on the evil corpse, it did not have much effect. It only made the other party retreat a few steps without causing any damage. Damn it, why do I feel more tired? The power of my technique is much weaker. Wuxing Crocodile cursed. Me too. Bai Qiu muttered. Same. Bai Ziki said. Lin Tian frowned. At this moment, he also had the same feeling. In fact, he had this feeling not long after entering the black hole. At that time, Wuxing Crocodile and Bai Qiu also mentioned it. However, at that time, he only thought that he was affected by the yin-qi in the tomb and did not pay much attention to it. At this moment, after propping up the reincarnation diagram, he felt that the power of the reincarnation diagram had weakened significantly. His eyes were intertwined with light. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet flickered and quickly disappeared into the ground, extending to the surroundings. Then, in just a moment, his face changed slightly. Seizing Yang land. Seizing Yang land? What's that? Whooshing Crocodile asked anxiously. He cast another great mystical ability of the demon race and pressed against the evil corpse. I can't cast it smoothly. Damn it. Lin Tian raised his hand and waved the towering heaven sword art with the high-grade Dao weapon-grade fine gold sword he had just obtained. In an instant, the sharp sword aura was frightening. It was at least 3 meters long and headed straight for the evil zombie's glabella. The yang seizing land absorbs the yang qi of all living beings that enter it. That's why we feel sleepy after entering this place. A lot of our yang qi has already been taken away secretly. Now, our techniques and spells have become weaker, he said. Hearing this, the Bi-siblings frowned. Whooshing Crocodile stared. What the hell? How can a piece of broken land absorb yang qi? Whooshing Crocodile scolded. Is there a way to solve this? Bai Qiu was more concerned about this. At this moment, being in this kind of terrain, their yang qi was constantly being sucked away. Moreover, they were facing a terrifying evil zombie. The situation was really terrible. Yes, immediately. Lin Tiandao. The yang seizing land was not a shocking situation. It was just a relatively ordinary situation. It was not difficult for him. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet flickered and entered the bodies of the two people and the crocodile one after another, directly isolating this yang seizing land. The yang qi in his body no longer flowed out. In just an instant, the Bi-siblings and Whooshing Crocodile felt much better. The feeling of sleepiness did not worsen. Whooshing Crocodile said. Although it said that, its expression was still very ugly. This was because the evil zombie was constantly pouncing towards them. This thing was much more dangerous than the yang seizing land here. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. Beat it back and get out of here. Lin Tiandao. He used the towering heaven sword art to its current limit. The strange phenomenon in his sea of consciousness also shone brightly. The yin and yang qi were incomparably dense. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu put away Wang Yu and used the Bai family's profound technique together. The high-grade Dao weapon was activated. Instantly, divine shadows filled the sky and pressed towards the evil zombie from different angles. Whooshing Crocodile naturally also supported the great ability of the demon race. The high-grade Dao weapon was activated, causing the space to crackle. Boom, four terrifying forces fused together. It was simply like a stormy sea that swept through the space in all directions. Jia Jia. The evil corpse laughed strangely. At this time, it seemed to have become even stronger. Under such a violent attack, it actually wasn't pushed back. Amidst the sea of destructive divine abilities and secret techniques, it slowly strode towards the three of them. Its fingernails were as long as chopsticks. I'll go. Whooshing Crocodile widened its eyes, and its scales stood up. At the same time, the fight in this place naturally alarmed the other cultivators in the depths of the stone room. Some of the cultivators heard the commotion and looked over, and all of their expressions changed. This is? That corpse, when did it appear? Those people are actually being suppressed. These people were surprised. Previously, when they were above, they had witnessed the might of Lin Tian, Bai Ziki, and Bai Qiu. Killing a half-step great Dao realm expert was as easy as chopping grass. But now, even with the few of them working together, they were still no match for a zombie. This is an evil corpse. It's a little scary. This. Even if a great Dao realm expert came, he probably wouldn't be able to subdue it. Let's leave while those people are holding it back. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble later. These cultivators' hearts palpitated. At this time, the treasures that fell from the huge coffin had almost all been snatched by some powerful cultivators. There was nothing left to fight over. Almost all the cultivators who were still alive had obtained something. Now that such a terrifying evil corpse had appeared at this time, these people naturally didn't want to stay here any longer. They directly rushed out of the stone room. Oh my, these little bastards. They really treat us as free labor to clear the obstacles. Whooshing Crocodile cursed. As it said this, it unleashed another great demonic ability. The 5-colored wings on its back flapped, and a 5-colored hurricane swept out. It was astonishingly powerful. Kiki. The evil corpse laughed strangely. It raised its withered claw and tore the five-colored hurricane into pieces. It was also at this time that it saw the other cultivators rushing out of the stone room. It suddenly roared and extended its other claw, grabbing the person at the front of the group. It directly crushed the person's skull and bit down on the throat, sucking in the flesh and organs. The group of cultivators who were rushing outside were all shocked. They were so frightened by the scene that their faces turned pale. One had to know that the one who rushed at the front was an expert of the seventh heaven of the connecting immortal realm, but he was actually killed by the evil corpse in an instant. So bloody. Whooshing crocodile cursed. Take this opportunity, let's go. Lin Tian said in a deep voice. The three people and the crocodile were very fast. They directly turned into 4 bolts of lightning and rushed out of the stone room. Kiki. The evil corpse raised its head. Obviously, it had noticed the 3 people and the crocodile's movements. It let out a low roar and attacked. At this moment, the stone room suddenly shook violently. Circles of formation runes appeared, covering the ground and the surrounding walls. They all emitted resplendent light, directly sealing off the stone room. At the same time, the array patterns on the evil corpse's body lit up. The light emitted was brighter than the array patterns in the stone room. For a moment, many cultivators were shocked, and then their faces changed drastically. My strength and divine power, why are they flowing out of my body? Mine. Mine too. Mine too. This. What's going on? All the cultivators' faces changed. Ah. No. Soon, someone screamed. His body quickly shriveled and became a dried corpse in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the Bi-siblings and Whooshing Crocodile were also shocked. Whooshing Crocodile quickly said, Boy Lin, the yang energy is flowing out again. Moreover, it's flowing out faster than before. Lord Crocodile's demonic power is flowing out. What's going on? Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He was a 6th-stage array manipulator. At this time, he recognized the array patterns in the stone room and on the evil corpse's body. He said in a deep voice, this place is engraved with the mother and child devouring sun formation. Mother and child devouring sun formation? Whooshing Crocodile stared, what the hell is that? Lin Tian quickly explained, it's a 7th-stage array that devours yang energy, life essence, and divine power. It's a kind of evil array. This stone room is set up with the child array of the mother array of the sun-devouring sun formation. The child arrays of the mother array of the sun-devouring sun formation are set up on the sun-seizing land. They cooperate with each other and crazily plunder the life essence and divine power of living creatures. Then, they enter the mother array of the sun-devouring sun formation to be used by the carrier of the mother array of the sun-devouring sun formation. Listening to him, the Bi-siblings and Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but change their expressions slightly. Wait a minute. Whooshing Crocodile stared at the evil corpse in front of them. This stone room is engraved with the child array of the sun-devouring sun formation. That evil corpse has the mother array of the sun-devouring sun formation. Doesn't that mean that this thing was a powerful array manipulator when it was alive? Moreover, it's the owner of this tomb? When it said this, Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu were both moved. Lin Tian nodded and said, it's very obvious. If this place is engraved with the child array of the sun-devouring sun formation, how could it have the mother array of the sun-devouring sun formation in its body if it wasn't the owner of the tomb? Didn't it jump out from the coffin by the vines above? Could it be that our previous conjecture was wrong? Bai Qiu asked. It should have engraved the child array of the sun-devouring sun formation in this sun-seizing land when it was alive and buried the treasure in the child array. At the last moment before its death, it entered the coffin by the vines. There should also be array patterns laid there to turn itself into a ghost. After that, the treasure attracted cultivators to fight over it. The sun-seizing land swallowed the yang qi of these cultivators. When it swallowed a certain amount, it would activate the sun-devouring sun formation engraved on it. It would cooperate with each other to crazily plunder the life essence and divine power of the living beings inside. After that, it would allow the life essence and divine power to enter its body. Bai Ziki opened his mouth and continued, as for why it didn't bury itself in this place, it probably didn't know how long it would take to turn itself into a ghost. If someone found this place and destroyed it before it turned into a ghost, then it would have nothing left. Not only would the treasure be taken away, it wouldn't even be able to turn itself into a ghost. And lying in the ordinary coffin above is undoubtedly very safe. After all, a normal person wouldn't open a row of ordinary coffins. There's no point in doing so. It has the mother array of the sun-devouring sun formation and isn't far from the child array. Even if it's on top, the child array can still transfer the life essence to it. Lin Tian nodded. That should be the case. Damn it, this damn thing, even after it died, it still set up such a big trap here. Does it want to rely on this to live? Wuxing Crocodile cursed. At this time, the evil corpse was lying in front of the stone room's door, crazily killing the other cultivators. The child array of the sun-devouring sun formation cooperated with the sun-seizing land, and a bright light shrouded the surroundings. Then, in just the blink of an eye, a few dozen cultivators had died an unnatural death. Their life essence, divine energy, and so on had been seized by the sun-devouring grand formation in conjunction with the sun-seizing land, and they had all turned into corpses. In comparison, the evil corpse's body had become even taller. Its originally pale and dry skin had also become plump and its sunken pupils had become much better. It was so much so that strands of life energy were slowly emerging from within its body. Our life essence is also depleting quickly, and it's even faster than before. That idiot is blocking the way, and we can't break through. What do we do? What do we do? The 5 elements crocodile cried out. Are we really going to die here this time? What's the hurry? Baiziki said indifferently, glancing at Lin Tian beside him. There's always a way. Wuxing Crocodile and Baiziki both tilted their heads to look at Baiziki. Then, they followed Baiziki's gaze and looked at Lin Tian. At this time, they saw that Lin Tian's eyes were faintly intertwined with a faint radiance of dragon patterns. He wasn't anxious at all, appearing calm and focused. This made Wuxing Crocodile's eyes light up. Brat Lin, do you have a way? Lin Tian nodded, then said in the next moment, it's done. Done? What's done? Grandpa Crocodile's life essence and divine power are still going. Buzz. Before Wuxing Crocodile finished speaking, strands of dragon patterns suddenly lit up in the stone room, spreading around in a blink of an eye. Almost at the moment these dragon patterns lit up, Bai Qiu, Baiziki, and Wuxing Crocodile were all slightly shocked. The life essence and divine power in their bodies stopped flowing out. At the same time, a majestic force surged into their bodies from the outside, causing their yang energy, divine power to recover quickly. The Bai siblings and Wuxing Crocodile were shocked when they sensed that their life essence, divine power, and demonic energy were no longer flowing out and were rapidly recovering. Brat, what did you do? Wuxing Crocodile stared at Lin Tian in astonishment. Nothing much. After cutting off the yang seizing land, I borrowed its power to take back the yang qi that was stolen from us. Lin Tian said. When he said this, not only was the 5 elements crocodile shocked, but even the Bai siblings were moved. Bai Qiu looked at him. You can do that? You can actually take it back? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Previously, he thought that their yang qi had only been swallowed by the yang seizing land and only wanted to leave this place. He didn't expect that there would be a 7th grade yang devouring great formation carved by the evil corpse when it was still alive. It used the yang seizing land to steal other people's life essence for its own use. However, in this place, he was clearly stronger than the evil corpse because he controlled the dragon burial scripture and the heavenly one soul art, the supreme ancient scripture of Array Dao. At this time, he used the dragon burial scripture to lay down countless dragon patterns and directly controlled the yang seizing land. Then, he used the heavenly one soul art to block the yang devouring great formation and forcefully took back the life essence and divine power that had been stolen by the yang devouring great formation and injected it into himself, the Bai siblings, and Wuxing Crocodile. After circulating the dragon burial scripture, he used the yang seizing land's power to steal the life essence and divine power of the dead cultivators that had already entered the evil corpse's body. Eh? The life essence and divine power aren't flowing out anymore. This seems to be real. They really aren't flowing out anymore. Many cultivators were pleasantly surprised. The Great Yawn Devouring Formation was carved by the evil corpse when he was still alive, and it belonged to him. But now, the evil corpse's intelligence was incomplete, and his soul was weak. Naturally, he was no match for Lin Tian, who had mastered the supreme ancient scripture of Array Dao. The Great Yawn Devouring Formation was forcibly suppressed by Lin Tian with the Heavenly One Soul Art, preventing the life essence and divine power of the other cultivators from leaking out. With the Dragon Burial Scripture's ability to seize the Yang Qi, he would only be seizing the Yang Qi within Xianxia's corpse. He wouldn't disturb the other cultivators here. At the edge of the stone room's entrance, the evil corpse's ghostly body suddenly trembled violently. Its originally plump skin instantly shriveled up and became even more wrinkled and withered than before. Roar! It let out an angry roar. Although its intelligence was not complete, it could still feel that its most important thing had been taken away by someone else. Its pair of ghost eyes instantly turned blood red. Then, it stared straight at Lin Tian, as if Lin Tian had snatched it away. Staring at Lin Tian, its entire body emitted an astonishing amount of yin qi. With a ruthless roar, it really pounced toward Lin Tian like a fierce ghost. This damned thing has gone crazy. The whooshing crocodile shrunk its neck and quickly flapped the 5-colored wings on its back. It swept out a 5-colored hurricane that was intertwined with strands of weak Dao laws. Boom! On the other side, Bai Ziki and Bai Chou also took action. At the same time, they used the Bai family's profound divine arts to prevent the evil corpse from approaching. The two people and the crocodile's offensive power was astonishing and extremely powerful. However, it didn't have much effect on the evil corpse. As far as the eye could see, the evil corpse pounced forward under the divine arts of the two people and the crocodile. Its ghost eyes were blood red, and it was frighteningly fierce. Let me do it. Lin Tian took a step forward. Previously, the Great Sun Devouring Formation had snatched away the Yang Qi and divine power of many cultivators. At this moment, the formation still contained a lot of such Yang Qi and divine power. At this moment, he circulated the Dragon Burial Scripture and drew out all the Yang Qi and divine power from the Great Sun Devouring Formation. It transformed into a fiery red divine dragon that was 30 meters long. With a roar, it fiercely collided with the evil corpse. In the blink of an eye, the divine dragon swooped down and directly enveloped the evil corpse. Immediately, a mournful scream came out of the evil corpse's mouth. It was like two pieces of glass rubbing against each other, causing eardrums to hurt. The whooshing crocodile stared with wide eyes. Just now, they attacked the evil corpse with all their might for a long time, but it was to no avail. But now, Lin Tian's attack was effective. It actually made the evil corpse that could easily kill a great Dao powerhouse let out such a mournful scream. Just now, there were at least dozens of powerful cultivators in this stone room who had their essence and divine power taken away. Now, I've combined their essence and divine power into one attack. Naturally, it's powerful enough to kill Lin Tian Dao. At the entrance of the stone chamber, the evil corpse let out a mournful scream. It was engulfed by the divine dragon that Lin Tian guided, and actually started to burn. For a moment, waves of fire surged outside the stone chamber. Take advantage of this opportunity, quickly leave. Lin Tian Dao. The Bai family siblings and the whooshing crocodile naturally cherished this opportunity. They quickly rushed out of the stone chamber from the corner. At the same time, the other cultivators in the stone chamber didn't dare to stay. They followed behind Lin Tian and the others and rushed out. Roar! The evil corpse let out a loud roar. The flames outside its body surged, and the evil aura became berserk. Strands of weak soul power interweaved. At the same time, with a dong sound, a shocking bell chime sounded. Immediately, the crowd trembled fiercely. Some people were thrown to the ground by this bell chime, and directly coughed up blood and died. The 3 people and 1 crocodile also trembled. They all retreated. The blood in their bodies shook, and they almost coughed up blood. Dong! Another bell chime sounded. Some cultivators fell again. Blood flowed out from their mouths and noses. Their appearance was particularly miserable. Moreover, not only that, the entire stone chamber began to shake. Pieces of gravel fell from above, as if this place was going to collapse in the next moment. After the 3 people and 1 crocodile heard the first bell chime, they used their respective ancient scriptures to protect their heart meridians. However, at this moment, they were still shaken. Their heads emitted a buzzing sound. Damn, what is this thing? Whooshing crocodile's heart trembled. In front of them, the evil corpse let out a loud roar in the flames. It released even more soul power. The 3rd bell chime sounded. This bell chime was particularly loud. For a moment, this place felt as if there was a magnificent army charging through. Even people as strong as Lin Tiandao and the others felt like they were going to vomit blood. Their 5 viscera and 6 bowels were in pain. And behind them, the other cultivators were even more miserable. A large number of them died in an instant. Among them, there were even a few powerful existences at the 7th heaven of connecting immortal realm. It's the bell chime from before. This. The cultivators who were lucky enough to survive all paled. In front of them, the evil corpse's ruthless roar continued. After another 3 breaths, with a crack, a part of the ceiling outside the stone chamber broke open. A bronze bell fell down, intertwined with strands of divine light. As far as the eye could see, the bronze bell was engraved with pictures of mountains and rivers. There were pictures of birds and beasts on it. There were also pictures of clouds and other things. It was slightly blurry. With a buzzing sound, this bronze bell fell down and floated above the evil corpse's head. It emitted an extremely terrifying fluctuation. Instantly, the crowd's expression changed. This is? Lin Tiandao's pupils constricted. The Bai siblings were also moved. Damn, a quasi-divine weapon. Whooshing crocodile cursed loudly. At the same time, its eyes shone. It almost drooled and wanted to swallow it in one gulp. A quasi-divine weapon. Although it was not a true divine weapon, it had the word quasi-divine. It meant that it was infinitely close to a divine weapon. It was only a little bit away. It was a weapon that far surpassed a high-grade Dao weapon. Its divine power was unfathomable. Dong. The bronze bell once again emitted a rumbling sound. It was naturally ringing, and no one deliberately activated it. Even so, the power it emitted was still frightening and shocking. Even people as powerful as Lin Tiandao and the others were forced to retreat. Their bodies were in pain. If they were like this, there was no need to mention the other cultivators. More people died, and blood and broken corpses flowed all over the ground. Many people stared at the bronze bell above the evil corpse's head. Their eyes were filled with fear. Roar. The evil corpse roared like a wild beast. The flames outside its body gradually dimmed and weakened. The 3 people and 1 crocodile retreated. The bronze bell's power was too frightening. It made one's heart tremble. This big bell should be the evil corpse's weapon when it was alive. However, damn it. Although this level of weapon is frightening, it doesn't have a weapon spirit. Now that its master is already dead, and so many years have passed, it actually came out to protect its master? It's really King bullying this crocodile. There's no justice in this world. Whooshing crocodile cursed. It felt like crying. Lin Tiandao had just opened a path of survival with the dragon burial scripture, but who would have thought that a quasi-divine weapon would suddenly appear? This thing was hanging above the evil corpse's head. It was simply a situation of certain death. There was really no one here who could stop it. At this time even a calm man like Baiziki couldn't help but deeply frown. He felt a great threat. Bai Qiu stared ahead, and also felt powerless. An evil corpse plus a quasi-divine weapon. How could they stop this kind of formation? At this time, in this place, only Lin Tiandao's eyes were intertwined with light. He stared closely at the bronze bell above the evil corpse's head. I'll go and snatch it, he said. The Bai siblings and Whooshing crocodile were shocked. They almost thought that Lin Tiandao had gone crazy. Are you dreaming, kid? Why are you snatching it? If you rush over now, it's like hitting a dog with a hot bun. You won't be able to return. Whooshing crocodile couldn't help but roll its eyes. That might not be the case. Lin Tiandao stared ahead and transmitted his voice. You guys forgot that I also know the weapon controlling technique. As soon as he said this, the bi-siblings and whooshing crocodile's eyes lit up. That's right, Lin Tiandao also knew the weapon-controlling technique. It was rumored that when this technique was cultivated to a certain level, it could be used to snatch other people's precious weapons with bare hands. Kid, you've already cultivated this technique to the point where you can snatch other people's precious weapons with bare hands? Whooshing crocodile was excited and surprised. No. If you want to completely reach that level, you have to at least be in the 9th heavenly layer of the Great Tao. Right now, I can only barely control a trace of this ability. If you really want to use this technique to snatch other people's precious weapons with bare hands, the difficulty is still relatively high. Lin Tiandao transmitted his voice, however, the situation now is different. This divine bell indeed belonged to the evil corpse when it was alive, but right now, it's only relying on the spiritual imprint left behind by the evil corpse with a special method. Under these circumstances, with my current weapon-controlling technique and my dragon burial scripture to control the sun-seizing land, I should be able to snatch it away. He stared at the big bell above the evil corpse's head, his eyes full of light. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the bi-siblings and whooshing crocodile were all moved. Indeed, the quasi-divine weapon did not have a weapon spirit. Right now, it was probably just relying on the spiritual imprint within it to resonate with the remnant soul power of the evil corpse to control it. It was not stable. Under such circumstances, Lin Tian might really be able to seize it by relying on the weapon control technique and the general trend of this place. And once Lin Tian really seized this quasi-divine weapon, the evil corpse would not be much of a threat anymore. With their strength, if they worked together to activate the quasi-divine weapon, there would definitely be no problem for them to walk out of this place. Then let's do it. Kid, go. Whooshing crocodile stared ahead, his eyes shining brightly. Roar. The evil corpse roared crazily from the burning flames outside its body. Gradually, the flames also became weaker and weaker. A bright light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He stomped on the ground with his right leg, and instantly, dragon patterns flickered. He forcefully cooperated with the Great Sun-devouring formation and used the life essence of the cultivators who had been killed by the copper bell earlier. He once again transformed into a fiery red divine dragon that was over 100 feet long. It roared toward the sky as if a true dragon had been resurrected, causing many cultivators to tremble. The fiery red divine dragon roared and pressed down, immediately enveloping Lin Tian. I'm going, he said to the bi-siblings and whooshing crocodile. Then, a bright light flashed in his eyes. He stepped on the yin-yang avatar and charged forward. His actions shocked the group of cultivators who had retreated far away from the stone room. He actually charged forward directly? These people had already seen how terrifying the evil corpse was and how terrifying that copper bell was. It could definitely kill a great Tao realm expert. Now that the evil corpse was combined with the copper bell, it was even more terrifying. However, at this moment, Lin Tian was charging forward directly. Some cultivators felt their hearts palpitate. The bi-siblings and whooshing crocodile stared ahead. Although they trusted Lin Tian, they were also constantly on guard. If Lin Tian was in danger, they would be able to take action immediately. Roar. The fiery red dragon roared and dragged its dragon body that was more than 10 meters long. At this time, it finally arrived in front of the evil corpse. The evil corpse roared. Its blood-red eyes stared at Lin Tian, who was inside the fiery red divine dragon, and pounced over like a wild beast. At the same time, the copper bell above his head rumbled as well, and it emitted a shocking bang that shook the space around him to the point it shook violently. Cracks immediately appeared on the red divine dragon that Lin Tian had conjured with the dragon burial scripture. At the same time, he shuddered violently as well. Even with the protection of the divine dragon, his face paled slightly after being shaken up by the chime at close range. He felt like his organs were about to shatter as he experienced heart-wrenching pain. He clenched his teeth, and the light of the dragon patterns in his eyes became even denser. The fiery red divine dragon let out a loud roar, and suddenly emitted an immeasurable amount of radiance. It directly swallowed the evil corpse and the big bell on its head, and coiled both of them within its body. The evil corpse immediately let out a miserable shriek. It was already very weak, and now that it was engulfed by the fiery red divine dragon, it was naturally unable to withstand it. Following its miserable shriek, the big bell above its head rumbled again, and it shook the entire sky. Lin Tian shuddered violently as he sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt like his organs were being shaken out of place, and he almost vomited blood on the spot. However, the radiance in his eyes was very strong. He used the fiery red divine dragon to suppress the evil corpse, and his hands began to form seals at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. He frantically operated the weapon controlling technique to interfere with the big bell and pull it towards him. Suddenly, the big bell no longer rumbled, and it trembled violently. "There's hope!" Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu stared ahead, and their eyes were also intertwined with radiance. Roar! The evil corpse roared in pain, and evil energy spread out wave after wave. Soon after, the divine bell above its head rumbled again, and let out a shocking bang. Lin Tian was almost sent flying. The blood in his body was boiling, and he only felt a sweet taste in his throat, and blood rushed up. He clenched his teeth, and forcefully swallowed the blood. He urged the weapon-controlling technique to become even more powerful, causing the big bell to tremble violently once again. At the same time, he operated the dragon burial scripture, and the 30-meter-long fiery red divine dragon firmly suppressed the evil corpse. Another strand of flame was born, and twined around the evil corpse's body. It was like burning charcoal, and it was frantically burning its ghostly body. The evil corpse let out a miserable shriek, and became malevolent and ruthless. Its skin was charred black, and it viciously stared at Lin Tian from within the fiery red divine dragon. Its intelligence was not complete, but it still knew who heard it. Roar! It let out a ruthless roar, and actually took a step forward within the fiery red divine dragon, and closed in on Lin Tian step by step. At the same time, the big bell above its head also moved along with it. Although it trembled violently, it still let out another shocking sound. With a bang, the fiery red divine dragon was almost shattered on the spot. Even though Lin Tian had the protection of his body, he still felt intense pain all over his body, as if his body was about to fall apart. As expected of a quasi-divine weapon. He gritted his teeth. Staring at the evil corpse that was walking towards him, he took a deep breath, and then his eyes flickered with a shocking divine light. At this moment, he operated the Sun Heart Sutra to the limit, and at the same time he used the weapon-controlling technique and the dragon burial scripture. He also displayed the four symbols seal. For a moment, 2 layers of the four symbols Tao diagram filled the sky, and pressed forward majestically. The 2 Tao diagrams did not press towards the big bell, nor did they press towards the evil corpse. Instead, they appeared between the two, and slowly rotated, using this divine technique to forcefully interfere with the connection between the copper bell and the evil corpse. Buzz! The copper bell trembled violently. At this moment, the 2 layers of the four symbols Tao diagram were placed between it and the evil corpse, which obviously weakened the resonance between the spiritual imprint within it and the evil corpse's remaining soul power, causing its power to decrease by several times. The evil corpse clearly didn't notice this at all because it wasn't the one who activated the bronze bell. It was only affected by its interference. At this moment, the four symbols Tao diagram didn't attack it, but it didn't care either. It only stared at Lin Tian. This situation undoubtedly made Lin Tian very relaxed. As expected, it's easier to deal with those with incomplete spiritual intelligence. He muttered to himself. With the evil corpse's strength, it could definitely easily tear apart the four symbols Tao diagram that he brought out. However, the evil corpse's spiritual intelligence was weak, and it only knew that Lin Tian injured it, so it wanted to kill Lin Tian. This undoubtedly gave Lin Tian the best opportunity to use his divine technique. Again, he said in a low voice. With a buzz, he also propped up the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea, and it majestically pressed forward with a buzzing sound. After the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea was brought out, it turned into a sky full of black and white lotus petals. Yin and Yang intertwined, and it surrounded the large bell. Then, he pushed his weapon-controlling technique to the peak, and one could faintly hear the sound of weapons ringing in the surroundings. He channeled the dragon burial scripture, and the fiery red divine dragon suppressed the evil corpse. At this moment, he pushed his weapon-controlling technique to the extreme, and with the power of this great technique, he broke through everything and forced his way to the front of the large bell, and used this formless weapon-controlling technique to envelop it. Roar! The evil corpse ruthlessly roared, and the demonic aura intertwined, causing the copper bell to let out another rumble, but this time, it was much weaker. Lin Tian's weapon-controlling technique enveloped the large bell, and a strand of divine sense was contained within. He was shaken to the point of coughing up blood, and his body violently trembled, causing the Bi-siblings and whooshing crocodile's expressions to change. However, he endured it, and the light in his eyes became even more intense. At this moment, the four symbols Dao diagram, Yin-Yang Lotus Sea, and the fiery red divine dragon all pressed down on the evil corpse at the same time. Boom! This was an astonishing attack. The four symbols Dao diagram sealed a bit of the evil corpse's power, and the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea originally had a restraining effect on it, weakening a bit of its evil power. But the fiery red divine dragon unleashed by the dragon burial scripture was the most powerful, and it directly forced the evil corpse to retreat. Soon after, it turned into a torrential flame and submerged the evil corpse, causing it to let out an even more miserable shriek. Such a miserable shriek caused the hearts of many cultivators to tremble once again. These people stared at Lin Tian, and for a moment, they were completely speechless. Lin Tian actually inflicted heavy damage on the evil corpse once again. Also at this time, in front of them, Lin Tian's eyes interweaved with the most resplendent rays of light. At this moment, taking advantage of the fact that the evil corpse was submerged by the fiery red divine dragon, he used the weapon-controlling technique to completely envelop the large bell. Finally, he found the spiritual imprint left behind by the evil corpse when it was still alive, and it was emitting a bright light. Break! He let out a low roar. The weapon-controlling technique interweaved with his divine sense, and fiercely attacked the spiritual imprint. It emitted a burst of intense light, causing the evil corpse to let out another miserable shriek. The spiritual imprint inside the large bell was left behind by the evil corpse when it was still alive. But even so, now that the spiritual imprint was shattered, it resonated with the remnant soul power, causing it to suffer a bit of backlash. It had truly gone mad. It roared and ran like a living corpse in the flames, madly attacking Lin Tian. Damn it! This damn thing is about to be burnt to a crisp, yet it's still so fierce. Whooshing crocodile cursed. Baiziki and Baiqiu stared ahead. At this time, they couldn't help but take a step forward, preparing to help Lin Tian. However, it was also at this time that the sound of a bell rang out. The bronze bell suddenly fell straight down, fiercely crashing into the evil corpse's ghostly body, and immediately flipping it over like a scarecrow. At this moment, many cultivators' expressions changed again. Wasn't that large bell protecting the evil corpse before? Why is it now, it's actually attacking the evil corpse? Many cultivators were shocked. Baiziki and Baiqiu stopped at the same time. Baiziki's eyes flashed with a trace of brilliance, while Baiqiu revealed a look of joy. It's done? Whooshing crocodile stared with wide eyes. At this time, another bell rang. In front of them, the bronze bell trembled, slowly circling, and came to the top of Lin Tian's head. It's really done. Whooshing crocodile couldn't help but shout, and couldn't help but laugh wildly. A quasi-divine weapon was finally snatched away by force. That large bell, how could it? It's now under his control. How could it be? What happened? These cultivators were all greatly shocked. Lin Tian's mouth was stained with blood. He tilted his head to look at the Bi-siblings and whooshing crocodile, and laughed. In the end, this quasi-divine weapon-grade bell was still snatched away by him. Brat, well done! Whooshing crocodile greeted. Its eyes were shining as it stared at the large bell above Lin Tian's head, as if it was going to swallow it in one bite. Baiziki and Baiqiu also stepped over. Staring at the bronze bell at a close distance, they felt an even stronger power. It's at least 20 times stronger than a high-grade Dao weapon. The quasi-divine weapon had yet to reach the level of a divine weapon, but it had surpassed the range of a Dao weapon and was far stronger than a high-grade Dao weapon. The Bai-clan siblings and whooshing crocodile looked at this treasured bell from a close distance. They were all amazed, and their eyes were gleaming. There are words on it. Whooshing crocodile said. Weapons above the Dao weapon level all had intertwined Dao marks, and their size could be freely changed according to the wielder's will. Lin Tian shrunk the bell and placed it in front of him. Indeed, he saw words on it. They were two ancient seal characters, mountain shaking. A faint light flashed in his eyes. Mountain shaking bell. In the stone room, many cultivators widened their eyes as they looked at this scene. Some were shocked, and some were jealous. A quasi-divine weapon. It's actually, someone clenched his fist. These people stared at the copper bell in front of Lin Tian. They wanted to snatch it, but they didn't have the guts to do so. That would be courting death. Roar, a violent roar rang out. In the distance, the evil corpse that had rolled out stood up again. Its skin was almost burnt, and its evil baleful aura was much weaker. However, its eyes were even more bloodshot. It stared at Lin Tian ferociously. After another roar, it pounced straight at Lin Tian, stirring up a pitch-black wind. It was very scary. Damn, it's still so ferocious even after being burned to this extent. Whooshing crocodile shrank its neck. The evil corpse appeared extremely ferocious. At this moment, it was 10 times more ferocious than a ferocious wild beast. Its aura was also very frightening. Even ordinary Great Dao Realm experts would be wary of it. There's no need to care about it now. It can't cause any trouble. Lin Tian Dao. With a thought, the mountain-shaking bell instantly enlarged. With the mighty might of a quasi-divine weapon, it went straight ahead to meet the evil corpse. With a bang, the evil corpse was sent flying by the impact, rolling over 100 feet away. When the cultivators in the stone chamber saw this scene, they all trembled. This large bell was too powerful. That evil corpse could easily kill ordinary Great Dao Realm cultivators. But now, after Lin Tian gained control of the large bell, that evil corpse was no longer a threat at all. As expected of a quasi-divine weapon, so powerful. Whooshing crocodile's eyes lit up. Deal with it and leave. Baiziki said. Lin Tian nodded. Now that he had seized the bell, and with the help of the sun seizing land, it was enough to kill his opponent. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet spread out, causing the seizing sun terrain to spread out and cover the evil corpses. Soon after, he activated the mountain-shaking bell with all his might and pressed it forward. All of a sudden, the bell let out a dong sound, and the entire space shook violently. The evil corpse was once again sent flying. With a pop sound, one of its arms was cut off, and soon after, it exploded under the mountain-shaking bell and was crushed into pieces. It let out a ferocious roar and went berserk like a wild beast. Its eyes became even more bloodshot as it waved its single arm and charged towards Lin Tian. This idiot is really extraordinarily strong. To think that he is still alive after being struck by the quasi-divine weapon and the sun seizing land. Whooshing crocodile said. Death is only a matter of time. Lin Tian Ondao. He activated the weapon controlling art and circulated the Sun Heart Sutra even faster, causing the mountain-shaking bell to let out an even more dazzling divine light. There was no shocking bell sound. This time, the mountain-shaking bell enlarged once again and directly enveloped the evil corpse. For a moment, on the bell, the mountain and river patterns and the bird and beast patterns all lit up as if they were alive. As the mountain and river patterns and the bird and beast patterns lit up, a mournful shriek suddenly came out from the bronze bell. The evil corpse was roaring and struggling inside. It seemed to be ramming against the bell walls, letting out a dong-dong-dong sound that caused intense pain to one's eardrums. Not bad, the engravings on the bell can actually attack. Whooshing crocodile clicked his tongue and said. Dong. The bronze bell let out a loud rumble, causing the space in this area to shake violently. More pieces of gravel fell down. Let's attack together and refine it. Lin Tian said. This evil corpse was indeed a bit frightening. It was comparable to a 9th heavenly layer expert. Even with the quasi-divine weapon, it was not easy to kill it. Currently, he was controlling the quasi-divine weapon. Although he could kill the evil corpse by himself, it would take a lot of time. And this was clearly not a suitable time to do so, because if the evil corpse continued to struggle crazily inside, this place would collapse. The Bai siblings and Whooshing crocodile clearly understood this point. They immediately made their move, divine and demonic energy surging forward. Boom! The three of them and the crocodile activated the quasi-divine weapon together, causing the big bell to emit an even more shocking light. There was an even more frightening aura spreading out. The bird and beast patterns on the bell walls seemed to be about to fly out. It was very frightening. The evil corpse inside the bell let out an even more mournful shriek. Soon after, the extent of its resistance became weaker and weaker. Buzz! On the bronze bell, the mountain and river patterns and the bird and beast patterns became even more resplendent, almost drowning out the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 breaths passed. At this time, there were no more shrieks from the evil corpse inside the bell. The sinister aura had also completely disappeared. It's done. Lin Tiandao. The Bi-siblings and Wuxing crocodile retracted their power. Soon after, with a slight thought, he recalled the mountain-shaking bell. There was only a puddle of pus and blood on the ground. The evil corpse's ghostly body had completely disappeared. It's been erased, he said. Quasi-divine weapon, its power is truly frightening. Wuxing crocodile clicked his tongue and said. At this time, the group of cultivators in the stone room all widened their eyes and stared at the puddle of pus and blood on the ground. They couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They only felt a chill from the bottom of their feet to the top of their heads. That frightening evil corpse was actually killed by them just like that. This, seizing that quasi-divine weapon and then killing the evil corpse is truly, these cultivators were filled with palpitations. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. At this place, more rocks fell down, and cracks appeared on the ceiling. Baiziki said in a low voice, because of the continuous vibration of the quasi-divine weapon bronze bell, this place can't hold on for long. It will collapse soon. Let's leave quickly. Lin Tiandao nodded and quickly imprinted his divine sense on the mountain-shaking bell. Then, he stored it in his sea of divine sense. Let's go, he said. The three people and the crocodile were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled several hundred feet and rushed back the way they came. Behind them, the other cultivators in the stone room were naturally even more anxious. Each of them was shocked and frightened. They used all their strength to madly rush forward. If this place really collapsed, even an immortal connecting realm expert would be buried alive. Lin Tiandao and the others took the lead and quickly appeared at the bottom of the cave entrance. They all soared into the sky and soon appeared in the upper level of the tomb. Let's go, Lin Tiandao said. The Bi-siblings and Wuxing crocodile nodded and walked out of the tomb. At this time, there was no longer any value in staying here. They walked along the tomb path and quickly walked far away. It was also at this time that the ground trembled violently as if there was a big earthquake. That place seems to have collapsed, Wuxing crocodile said. Lin Tiandao and the others shook their heads and didn't care about it. Their speed was neither fast nor slow. Soon, they walked out of the tomb. For a time, the air became fresh, without the rotten smell in the tomb. It's still more comfortable outside, Bai Qiu said. Outside the tomb, it was still the same mountain range with many plants. The air was naturally very fresh. Lin Tiandao couldn't help but smile. This time, the harvest in this tomb was really amazing. Not only did he get a precious medicine that can extend one's life by 500 years and 2 high-grade Dao weapons, but most importantly, he got a quasi-divine weapon. A quasi-divine weapon. Its value is too great. No wonder so many cultivators from the upper heavens came down to the 4th heaven to gain experience. The treasures here are really amazing, he sighed. Of course, I've already said that this heaven is a chaotic place, but at the same time, it's also a huge treasure area, Wuxing crocodile said. Bai Qiu said, her eyes shining. Let's continue to look for tombs to dig. She obtained hundreds of immortal ascension pills in there, and their value is also very shocking. For her family, it's a divine treasure. It's okay to find other treasured caves. We don't have to dig tombs. Wuxing crocodile rolled his eyes. We can also look for the traces of other powerhouses. It's also very useful. Lin Tiandao. The 3 people and 1 crocodile left the range of the tomb and walked along the mountain range. After walking for more than a day, they didn't find anything special. However, they encountered many powerful monsters along the way, and there were many half-step Great Dao realm monsters. Soon after, the group left the range of the mountain range, stepping on the void and walking further away. The 4th heaven is divided into the desolate region and the central region. Just the edge of the desolate region is very vast, and there are countless secret treasures hidden. We can slowly search for them. Maybe we can dig out a celestial venerable's divine treasure. Whooshing Crocodile said. The few of them flew in the air. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed, and they walked very far away. During this process, as they moved forward, Lin Tiandao and the others saw more fierce and cruel fights between cultivators. They didn't care about these as they were already used to it. They scanned the surroundings with their divine sense and walked slowly. Soon after, they crossed a great mountain, landed on a brown land, and began to walk on foot. There were no cultivators in this place, and it was more or less quiet. Only the occasional roar of wild beasts could be heard. Boom, boom, at this time, 2 tyrannical divine power fluctuations suddenly appeared in the distant sky, and there were astonishing Tao law fluctuations intertwined. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures stepped over from the distance. Their eyes were cold as they stared at Lin Tianyi and the others. "It's you bastards who killed 11 of our brothers," one of them said coldly. This person was bare-chested, and his muscles were strong. He was like a savage beast, and the blood energy fluctuations he emitted were extremely shocking. The 3 people and the crocodile looked at each other and immediately understood the identity of these 2 people. They knew that they were the boss and the second of the 13 fiends of the desolate region. "Kill them." The other person spoke, his eyes filled with ferocity. This person was wearing a bright black armor. He was the second of the 13 fiends of the desolate region and was at the 1st heaven of the Great Dao realm. When he and the boss of the 13 fiends of the desolate region heard that all 11 of their brothers had been killed, they found out that the 11 of them had died in the hands of Lin Tianyi and the others. They immediately moved out together and caught up with Lin Tianyi and the others. At this time, this person directly moved. With a raise of his hand, a ferocious light tore through the sky, enveloping the 3 people and the crocodile at the same time. P.S. We'll continue tomorrow. The giant hand covered the sky and pressed down. The vast blood chi surged like a river of blood. It was terrifying. The second in command of the 13 villains of the barren area didn't say much. He directly attacked the 3 people and the crocodile. The shocking Taoist law fluctuation almost completely suppressed the surrounding void. He was very powerful. The 3 people and the crocodile retreated to avoid the palm. "Don't you want to ask why we killed your 11 brothers?" Lin Tiandao asked. "There's nothing to ask. It's always been the 13 villains of the barren area who kill others. No one can kill us. How dare you attack the 13 villains of the barren area and kill 11 of our brothers? You can't absolve yourself from the blame even if you die 10,000 times. Today, you must die," the man said coldly. He stepped forward, and the Taoist law fluctuation rolled out again. Crack! With a crisp sound, the void shattered. His real combat power was far stronger than an ordinary cultivator at the early stage of the Great Path. At the same time, the first in command of the 13 villains of the barren area also moved. His eyes were cold and murderous. Lin Tian stepped forward and said, "Then there's nothing to say." With a boom, he didn't hesitate and directly propped up the mountain-shaking bell. As soon as the bell appeared, divine power surged like a river of stars. It directly crushed the murderous light released by the first 2 in command of the 13 villains of the barren area. The 2 of them retreated at the same time, their bodies shaking. A quasi-divine weapon? Both of them were shocked. Then, in the next moment, greed appeared in their eyes. They didn't hide it at all. "I didn't expect you to have such a divine treasure. No wonder you could kill 11 of our brothers," the first in command of the 13 villains said. He thought Lin Tian and the others killed those 11 people with a quasi-divine weapon. The second in command was the most direct. Murderous light intertwined in his eyes, and he exuded an even stronger aura. "Hand it over." Boom, the Taoist light outside his body surged, and his blood qi surged. He propped up a great technique and used all his strength to grab Lin Tian. Moreover, the first in command of the 13 villains also moved. He also used a great technique to suppress Lin Tian and seize the bronze bell. The Bi-siblings and the whooshing crocodile were speechless. He's really gone crazy from wanting the treasure. He even dares to snatch it. He's courting death. Whooshing crocodile shook its head. Lin Tian's eyes carried a hint of mockery. He used the weapon control technique to activate the mountain-shaking bell and let out a dong sound. Ka. Ka. Along with two crisp sounds, the great divine abilities that the two of them had unleashed were shattered, and the two of them were sent flying while coughing up blood. With your level of cultivation, you want to snatch the quasi-divine weapon from me? Lin Tian took a step forward. As he stepped forward, the mountain-shaking bell, which was at the level of a quasi-divine weapon, shook slightly. Another bell chime rang out, shaking the surroundings. Bang! Bang! The number 1 and number 2 of the 13 villains of the barren area were knocked away again and coughed up more blood. How could a quasi-divine weapon be so powerful? The two found it difficult to stabilize themselves in the distance. Their expressions changed drastically as they discovered that they had greatly underestimated the strength of a quasi-divine weapon. For a moment, their faces turned gloomy. Go. Number 1 said in a low voice. The number 2 figure nodded, and with a slightly pale face, he didn't hesitate at all as he left with the number 1 figure. The two of them were very powerful. After just one collision, they knew that they could not defeat Lin Tian, who had a quasi-divine weapon. Whooshing crocodile shook its head and said, "Weren't you so arrogant just now? Why did you turn around and run after just one move? How shameful. 13 villains? More like 13 cowards." Baiziki's expression remained calm and he didn't say anything. Kill them. Don't let them go. Baiqiu was very violent. Lin Tian naturally would not let the two of them go. The yin and yang ho flashed and stopped the two of them on the spot. "Since you're here, don't think about leaving," he said lightly. The quasi-divine weapon mountain-shaking bell hung above his head, making him seem unapproachable, like an immortal god of war. The number 1 and number 2 of the 13 villains of the barren area were livid. The number 2 said coldly, "Don't think you're invincible just because you have a quasi-divine weapon. If we go all out, you won't be able to do anything to us." "Is that so? Then go all out and see. I'll give you a chance. Let's see what you can do." Lin Tian was very calm. He looked at the two of them with disdain in his eyes. The two of them looked even worse, and their eyes were even colder. The 13 villains of the barren area had dominated this area for a long time, and few people were not afraid of them. The two of them were the most powerful, both in the Great Path realm. But now, a cultivator in the immortal reaching realm was staring at them with such indifference. This made them feel a strong sense of humiliation. Boom! The two of them exploded with amazing divine power at the same time. The precepts intertwined in all directions, and a shocking wave swept out in all directions. This kind of power was so strong that Lin Tianwei narrowed his eyes slightly, but he did not care. Because he had a quasi-divine weapon. Kill! The number 1 of the 13 villains of the barren area shouted, and the killing light was suddenly endless. Then, the number 2 of the 13 villains and the number 1 of the 13 villains looked at each other. Then, they turned around and rushed toward the Bi-siblings. At this moment, the two of them suddenly burst out with amazing speed, at least twice as fast as before. In the blink of an eye, they appeared 30 feet away from the Bi-siblings. They reached out their big hands to cover the sky and the sun, covering the Bi-siblings under them. Obviously, the two of them knew that they could not stop Lin Tian, who had a quasi-divine weapon, so they wanted to take the Bi-siblings as hostages to threaten Lin Tian. The 5 elements crocodile naturally saw through it and cursed, "Io, holy sh*t. These two little bastards are really full of evil tricks." At the same time, Lin Tianling snorted. He stepped on the 5th level of the yin and yang roar and blocked in front of the two of them again. "You can't compete in speed," he said coldly. With a boom, the mountain-shaking bell shone brightly and rushed toward the two of them directly. Puff! Puff! Blood splashed. The two of them reached out their big hands and were both broken. They both groaned and were knocked away again. Cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. After the attack, he did not stop. The yin and yang roar flashed and appeared in front of the number 2 of the 13 villains. The number 2 of the 13 villains of the barren area suddenly changed his expression. The mountain-shaking bell above Lin Tian's head made him feel cold on his back. Lin Tian did not say anything more. He directly urged the mountain-shaking bell to press down. With a puff, the number 2 of the 13 villains was smashed into pieces on the spot. Whoosh! A light flashed. The number 2 of the 13 villain's spiritual soul rushed out with the pieces of flesh and fled to the distance, trying to reform a physical body. Lin Tian snorted. The mountain-shaking bell pressed down again, covering the pieces of flesh and the bloody mist. Ah! A miserable scream came out, full of fear and anger. The spot between Lin Tian's eyebrows shone. The yin and yang lotus pressed down and crushed the number 2 of the 13 villains' spiritual soul directly. Number 2. The number 1 of the 13 villains of the barren area couldn't help but shout. There was anger in his eyes, but more than that, there was fear. Lin Tian stepped forward and pressed forward. Don't worry. I'll send you to reunite. If people did not offend him, he would not offend them. If people wanted to kill him, he would kill them. This had always been his principle. He would never let go of anyone who wanted to kill him and his friends. That would make him look stupid. Clang! He used the mountain-shaking bell to urge the Ling Tian sword spell. The sword light swept out and turned into a Ling Tian sword wave, slashing toward the number 1 of the 13 villains. The number 1 of the 13 villains tried his best to fight back, but it was useless. He was too weak in front of the Ling Tian sword spell that was urged by a quasi-divine weapon. Puff! Waves of blood exploded. The number 1 of the 13 villains was cut into pieces. Lin Tian's gaze drifted over and landed on the number 1 of the 13 villains' broken arm. He took a stone ring from it and then shattered the arm. It was the stone ring of a great Path Realm cultivator. The items inside were not shocking, but they would not be too bad. The number 1 of the 13 villains roared. In the blink of an eye, his body was reconstructed. He glared at Lin Tian. Give it back to me. He roared as he stared at the stone ring that Lin Tian took away. With a boom, a treasured halberd was summoned from his sea of consciousness. It was a mid-grade Dao weapon. Traces of blood-red light were intertwined around it. Obviously, this person had used this treasured halberd to kill many people. Again. The number 1 of the 13 villains roared and rushed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. He glanced at the stone ring that he took away from the number 1 of the 13 villains. It seemed that there was something good inside. Otherwise, this person would not be so agitated. Boom! The number 1 of the 13 villains charged over. With his cultivation at the second heaven of the Great Path and a mid-grade Dao weapon, his might could be said to be very frightening. The tyrannical waves of Dao rules pressed toward Lin Tian like an ocean. This kind of attack was very frightening. If he were to rely on his own strength, Lin Tian would definitely choose to retreat. He would not be able to block it at all. However, it was different now. With a quasi-divine weapon in hand, he was not afraid of this kind of attack. He faced this kind of attack head-on. The mountain-shaking bell shone brightly and pressed down heavily, landing on the number 1 of the 13 villains' halberd. With a crack, accompanied by a crisp sound, the number 1 of the 13 villains' halberd was directly shattered into pieces. Bang! The number 1 of the 13 villains was shocked and furious. He had just spat out the word "you" when he was instantly sent flying by the mountain-shaking bell. Lin Tian walked over. His expression was indifferent and emotionless. Once again, he used the bell to activate the Ling Tian sword manual. He slashed out 81 Ling Tian sword gleams consecutively, pressing toward the number 1 of the 13 villains from all directions. Arg! A tragic cry rang out. This person was directly slashed into pieces. Lin Tian's glabella shone brightly, and the yin-yang lotus sea swayed out. It turned into a yin-yang lotus diagram and slashed toward this person's divine spirit. This person's divine spirit had just rushed out and was facing the yin-yang lotus diagram. He immediately felt the threat of death. Stop. Chi. With a soft sound, the yin-yang lotus diagram pressed down and directly destroyed this person's divine spirit. The whooshing crocodile shook its head in the distance. The famous 13 villains. TSK. They're all finished in just a few days. How pitiful. Although it said that, it did not have the slightest bit of sympathy. Instead, it looked like it wanted to laugh out loud. Bai Qiu glanced at it and pouted. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the Bai siblings and whooshing crocodile were surprised and looked at the stone ring in his hand. Are there really good treasures inside? Whooshing crocodile was doubtful. Let's take out the things inside and we'll know. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian nodded and used his divine power to take out the things in the stone ring, piling them on the ground beside his feet. A low-grade Dao weapon, a few immortal artifacts, a dozen bottles of elixirs, some materials. It doesn't seem like much. Whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian also looked at the pile of things. Suddenly, his eyes moved and fell on a piece of white jade paper in the pile of things. There were many drawings on it. He waved his hand and took it. This is? After a quick look, his expression changed. Seeing his expression, the Bai siblings and whooshing crocodile came over to look at the white jade paper in his hand. Then, they were all shocked. As far as the eye could see, the white jade paper was not small. It was filled with many things, such as the direction of a mountain range, the direction of an underground flow, and so on. Moreover, there were many words on it, so one could clearly understand the contents of the picture on this white jade paper. Bai Qiu's eyes widened. This seems to be the trace of an origin vein. That's it. The 5 elements crocodile was a bit excited. Look at the pictures and words on the paper. The traces are not very old. Some of the words and pictures have been recorded for more than 7 months, while some were just recently engraved. This should be the 13 beasts of the barren area who spent a lot of time searching for some source vein and then made some detailed records. Bai Ziki was also looking at the white jade paper. He paused for a moment before saying, the traces of a Genesis vein are indeed recorded on the paper. However, it's only an approximate location in the end. The exact location is unknown and is very far away. A general area is enough. I've cultivated the dragon burial scripture. It's easy to find it within the general area. Lin Tian said. It was at this moment that he finally understood why that person had been so anxious earlier. Who would have thought that there would be a complete Genesis vein map here? One has to know that the value of a complete source vein is astonishing. In the past, the strongest holy land in the 4th heaven spent a great deal of effort to capture a complete source vein. From the white paper, the Genesis vein recorded on it was only an ordinary Genesis vein and not one that had gained sentience. However, it was still extremely valuable. After the 13 beasts found this source vein, they could cultivate on their own and establish their own sections. Moreover, they could also sell it to some of the super forces in the upper heavens. They would definitely receive a generous reward. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and dig. Whooshing crocodile's eyes lit up. Lin Tian possessed the dragon burial scripture. Digging up spirit veins, immortal veins, and origin veins was a piece of cake. Now that he knew the approximate location of an origin vein, Lin Tian would definitely be able to easily find it. An origin vein. If they used it to cultivate, their cultivation would definitely rise again. It felt that it might be able to directly reach the 9th heaven from the 6th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. Let's go, let's go. Bai Qiu also said. Immediately, Lin Tian put away the pile of things on the ground and followed the clues on the jade paper to the northwest. Not long after, the group came to a deep mountain in the wasteland. The plants in the mountain were tall and straight, and the spiritual qi was very dense. At first glance, it really looks like a place where origin veins gather. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian held the white jade paper in front, and the group soon arrived at the central part of the mountain. The approximate location is this mountain, he said. The mountain was very vast, with a radius of at least 100 miles. It was the last area where the 13 beasts found the origin vein. Hurry up and find it. Whooshing Crocodile urged. Lin Tian descended from the sky and took a deep breath. The dragon pattern on the soles of his feet spread out and quickly sank into the ground. The dragon burial scripture he controlled could explore all the general trends of heaven and earth. It was also very simple to find immortal veins and origin veins. He stood in place without moving. Only the dragon pattern on the soles of his feet spread out rapidly, spreading in all directions and spreading underground. Soon, a quarter of an hour passed. Let's find another place, he said. His cultivation was limited now, and the dragon pattern could not spread too far. The dragon pattern did not find anything in this place, so he needed to find another place. The bi-siblings and Whooshing Crocodile nodded. Lin Tian was the authority in searching for origin veins, so they naturally had to listen to Lin Tian. Not long after, the group appeared in another place. Lin Tian activated the dragon burial scripture and searched with the dragon pattern again. In the blink of an eye, another quarter of an hour passed. Let's find another place, Lin Tian ondao. In this way, he quickly changed 7 places in this mountain in a row. We've passed 7 places. Kid, hurry up, Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian ignored it. The dragon pattern on the soles of his feet became brighter and spread out in all directions and below. Soon, dozens of breaths passed. A light flashed in his eyes, and then a ray of light flashed. Found it, he said, frowning slightly. Bai Qiu was surprised, and Whooshing Crocodile was also a little excited. Hurry up, find the way down and use this origin vein to cultivate. All of them would benefit greatly from cultivating with a single Genesis vein. Wait, don't rush. Lin Tian frowned, and the dragon pattern in his eyes intertwined. We have indeed found the origin vein, but there are a lot of cold auras around this origin vein. I don't know what is emitting them. A lot of cold auras? Guardian spirits? Bai Qiu said. When spiritual energy converges into a vein, there will occasionally be guardian spirits and guardian beasts nearby. Back in the second heaven sea region, there was a powerful guardian beast near a spirit vein. It is naturally possible for there to be guardian spirits near a origin vein. Maybe. Lin Tian nodded. Let me take a look again. Buzz. He formed a seal with both hands, and the dragon pattern became denser. More and more rushed underground, reaching into the dark world. Soon, half a quarter of an hour passed. No, I can't see it clearly. He frowned, feeling a little strange. After the dragon rune had probed underground, he had discovered the Genesis vein deep underground and could feel waves of icy aura in the surroundings, but he could not see what these icy auras were. Next to him, Bai Ziki stood quietly, not saying anything. Bai Qiu also didn't speak. He didn't know much about this kind of thing. Whooshing Crocodile said. It's fine if you can't see it clearly. Regardless of whether you can see it clearly or not, we have to go down. This is certain. As for those cold auras, it doesn't matter if you can't see them clearly. Even if there is danger, we still have a quasi-divine armament. With our strength and a quasi-divine armament, ordinary dangers can't do anything to us. Lin Tian nodded when he heard this. He felt that Whooshing Crocodile's words made sense. Since they have found the origin vein, they must go down. It's impossible to give up this origin vein just because they can't see what the cold auras are. Moreover, they have a quasi-divine armament. Even if there is danger, they should be able to withstand it. Then let's go. I'll lead the way. You guys follow behind me, he said. Immediately, he moved. The dragon pattern intertwined and the towering heaven sword will spread out, digging a tunnel that led downwards. The bi-siblings and Whooshing Crocodile followed behind. They worked together to seal the entrance of the tunnel with a layer of earth to prevent others from discovering it. Lin Tian used the dragon pattern to find the way, and the towering heaven sword light to dig up the broken tunnel. Bai Ziki also helped. After 2 hours, another layer of earth was broken open, revealing a spacious space with many forks. A huge underground karst cave. Whooshing Crocodile muttered. The bi-siblings were a little surprised. Even Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. When he used the dragon pattern to search earlier, he had only found the origin vein and sensed a strange cold aura. However, he did not sense the existence of such a space. This space was very dim and he could not see very far. He once again activated the dragon burial scripture, and the dragon pattern extended in all directions. Not long after, he found the aura of the origin vein in the depths of this space. It was very far from here. At the same time, he once again sensed the cold aura around the origin vein. Unfortunately, he still could not see what it was. Follow behind me. Also, be careful. The cold aura I sensed earlier is in this space, he said. The Bai siblings and Wuxing crocodile nodded and followed Lin Tian forward. Lin Tian activated the dragon burial scripture and found a forked path in the middle. He used the dragon pattern to explore the path and walked towards the depths. His steps were not fast. Instead, they were very steady as he slowly advanced. It was dark in front of him. Suddenly, a white figure flashed past, causing his brows to furrow. What was that just now? Wuxing crocodile's eyes widened. It naturally saw it too. Bai Qiu muttered, I didn't see it clearly, but it seemed to be in human form. Bai Ziki stared ahead with a frown. Lightning flashed in his eyes. Lin Tian frowned as well. After all, that white figure from before wasn't too far away from them, and it was at most around 30 m away. At such a close distance, they were actually unable to clearly see what it was even with their strength. At this moment, the few of them turned their heads and saw a white shadow flashing behind them, disappearing in an instant. Kid, did you see it clearly this time? Wuxing crocodile asked. Lin Tian frowned and shook his head. No. Where's the Bai family's girl? No. Brother-in-law? Bai Ziki ignored it, but his meaning was very obvious. He naturally did not see it clearly. For a time, the air in this place seemed to have become much colder. Damn it, what the hell is that? Wuxing crocodile cursed. Their group could easily kill a half-step Great Dao expert. But now, two things had flashed past them, and they had not been able to see what the other party looked like. Be more cautious. Let's continue forward, Lin Tian said. The three people and the crocodile continued to go deeper. Lin Tian was still in front, using the dragon pattern to explore the path. In the blink of an eye, the group walked for about 1,000 feet. At that moment, another white figure flashed past 7 feet in front of him. Its figure was blurry as it rushed into the darkness on the other side. End of chapter 799. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.